strong is the hammer in my hand. How long can you force me to dance? There's a crisis in my heart and in my world, and I saw you smile, and I fell into the dirt. Oh, your fire, I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a liar, but I know you don't know me. I'm too young for bitterness like this. I've grown too old to forget. I'm not a killer, but killing never fails. To a hammer, every problem's a goddamn nail. Oh, your fire, I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a liar, but I know you don't know
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, them C's doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in demand. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
I came this far, nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna save yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit me. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot, you better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna tell them this.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
I'm such a weirdo, tattoos from my toes to my earlobes. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, the inferior. Everything you see ain't what it appears though. Everything that I built, made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me, I'm one you can't find. I'm not from the day, I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to, couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. Yeah, you're welcome to join me, I promise I won't bite.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me.
I guess I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off, prepare your conscience, prepare for honest, cut off all the nonsense. I'm all of your chakra, wonder who shot you. Go call the doctor, boom like the chopper. Don't you get chopped up, I'm here to stop you. Whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through.
What's that?
Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Play your game. I had enough, Academy.
a king, I'm the king. Just wait a minute, I got one last ticket. Do you wanna come with me? I gotta say I'm on the business. Say I wanna just believe it. I said I wanna take you out there. I got one last ticket. I got one last ticket. I got one last ticket. I'm not a king, I'm the king.
You're so cool, cool. So stick around. You're so cool, cool. You're so cool, cool.
Papier, Seite um Titel, Mitte 20 und hier Zeile für Zeile, offener Blick, find nur beim nach vorn sehen zu mir selber zurück. Und auch wenn's irgendwie nur eine Plattitüde ist, der Augenblick zerfällt, hält man ihn fest. Und wenn ich's richtig sehe und verstanden hab, dann sagt er selbst, wenn man ihn ziehen lässt, ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jeden Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Deceived daywalkers, tricked to live in the light, crippled by the fear of darkness, taught to flee from it, blinded by daylight. You forgot the beauty of true darkness. I will make you remember. You expected daylight to protect you? Your sun sets. Look into my eyes. I will help you see. I will set you free from the chains of lies and bring you back home. Into the shadows.
The ESL One Major is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Kaz actually jumps in. I don't know if they're actually trying to go for kills or just trying to delay, but there's the Will-O-Wisp on top of the Static Storm now, trying to control this Muerto.
He is huge on Slark right now.
Okay, he's got a lot of stacks to that. He shift and GPK pops the BKB. Resolution not going to be so lucky. Is an ultra kill for Pakaz.
I'm here with a member of Team Liquid. How do you prepare the team mentally for something like this? Interesting stuff.
Oh,
when Skeeter gets out the song. All 5 heroes. You just roll through them all. I think that's the angle. Yeah, they're going to hit the shield crash. Gale onto 3 as well. 9 bouncing around all of these heroes now. They do have the BKB on Chidori. He's going to try and do what damage he can, but it's hopeless. Absolutely hopeless.
To try to save this Aegis if they can, and a beautiful freezing field with the Frostbite as well, as GPK will die. Aster still with the Aegis.
Oh, nice
beautiful shackle onto 2. Down goes Undying.
Big fight.
And a bad start into the fight. RP's there. Stuart back into the Woodcock's command. They've caught the 3 of them, holding them in position, but the Doom has been dropped down onto Picard. So Picard, he can't get any follow. Chris goes down. They'll also find Matthew off to the side. If they're not winning that 5-fold, I don't think they're winning any this game.
No way.
I mean, they kill Mickey perfectly.
The group stages have finished, and the main event, the playoffs, are upon us. We did send 6 teams home yesterday, so we figured today we're not going to send anybody home. We have a full day filled with upper bracket matches. We've got the top tier teams going head to head. It is going to be a very exciting day, so let's get started with the Berlin Major. The playoffs are here, live from Berlin, and we have got 8 of the best teams here to play Dota 2 for you today. 4 series. It's gonna be a long day, so hope you're comfy, hope you got all your snacks and all your beverages in the house already, because I don't think you're gonna leave your seat that frequently, because I'm sure that the action is gonna be top tier, just like my panelists are. I'm joined by Jenkins, I'm joined by PPD, joined by Cinder. And Cinder, good morning. How are you feeling today?
It's a bit of a shift, I'll be honest. I've been working mainly some of the later games, so a little bit of a switch up, but we're ready to go. And, you know, what better way to wake up than some serious Dota? Like, these teams have been looking really, really good. The ones we're going to get today, obviously upper bracket, so I'm sure it's going to be a good time. Yeah, Peter, top teams. We got top 8 teams playing today. Excited?
Yes, down from 18 teams. No more sleeper games, no more resident sleepers in the chat. We have hype games all the way through today.
Hype games all the way. Nobody's getting eliminated.
No,
I will say that.
not today.
Well, not today. We're kind, we're friendly, benevolent. I wouldn't say rulers, but hereby benevolent rulers.
For one day. For one day. And then we're going to get to eliminations. I'm excited for some long matches.
Okay.
I think Spirit, from what I've seen, they've had some pretty long matches. They're actually a team that makes some comebacks. That's our first series, which I'm very excited about. And I also think that in this patch, the more even the teams are, the longer the games tend to go. Teams are better at like holding out. And so we're going to see some solid 60-minute action today, hopefully.
I mean, that's ambitious. We've been talking about what this patch is doing to the games, of course, from the get-go. And we started out thinking we were going to get long games, Peter, but that didn't turn out to be the case. This is a bold claim from Jenkins, right?
I don't know if it's that bold. I kind of agree. I think that as we kind of narrow down in on these better teams, I think they've learned how do we come back? How do we play from behind? And in the beginning of the patch, people didn't really know what to do. They thought, I'm just going to keep going for all these objectives, and the team that was ahead got all of them.
Mm-hmm. I think people are realizing the value of the Crimson and the Pipe and the auras and playing around your offlaner. And even if you're 10k behind, you can still farm this giant map, these jungle camps, and get that farm. Just like you can get the DPC points here today, Shiver.
Yeah, you can. This is very important, especially today, because, of course, the 8 teams playing today, whoever wins is guaranteed top 6 at this major. So you are guaranteed getting points and prize pool. Points is maybe a little bit more important than the prize pool for this one, especially for some teams more than others. But it's definitely an important series. Of course, losing here could still put you at a 0 net gain of the entire event. A lot of pressure, Sinrin.
Yeah, I guess. If you start in upper, you can still get 9 through 12.
Yes,
you need
can.
to win one series at some point.
And they get points.
To either win in the start to get top 6 or win in lowers to get top 8. So,
yep.
Yeah, nobody's safe yet. Some of these teams that you see right here, these are the standings from the group. Some of them just barely scraped by. You see Aster and EG were in the 3-way tie yesterday. They barely, one of the games against BetBoom from EG was like 70 minutes. I cast that one. It was a bloodbath. It's interesting looking at these scores, right? The groups have seemed very different in outcome. Group A was very cutthroat. Like, you got eliminated with 8-8, and in the other group, you got by with 6-10. So quite a bit of difference of quality. And that's also what's going to be interesting now that the groups start mixing, is there just a group of death, or are the teams still relatively close?
I don't think so. I think now that we have these, the top 4 of Group B and the top 4 of Group A, I think they're relatively even. I think maybe the one exception is Team Liquid and Gladiators being in Group A. Mm-hmm. Originally, we kind of slotted those as the 1 and 2 teams. I don't know if it's that. I don't know if I'm willing to say Team Liquid is the second best team at this tournament right now.
Yeah, for me, it's like, how good are Tundra really, right?
Yeah,
because
their
score is really
good.
solid, and I think they looked outstanding in their games.
They need to do well too. They actually did really poorly at the Lima Major. I believe they finished 9 through 12 there, so they didn't get any DPC points from that event. And we know the Western European DPC is very heavily contested. So
yeah, Tundra's
they're sitting at 360 or something stupid. It's actually quite silly thinking that the TI champs are. They're not looking good at all for going to TI. They need to do well here, they need to do well next tour as well. It's a lot of pressure on the teams for sure. It's a little heartbreaking to see. So there's 4 teams in Western Europe, all 4 Jenkins making it through, but a lot of regions are having a little bit more struggles when it comes to.
That is right. So Western EU in the last 2 years has only once had a single team be knocked out in the group stage. One time in the last 2 DPC seasons. It was Tundra at Lima. I think it was Lima. Let me see. But the other regions are having some pretty big issues. NA is actually the most common team in the last 2 years region to get knocked out in
Your stats must be wrong. I can't believe that.
No, it's true. We went back and we looked, because she also was like, oh no, it's Team Liquid at Stockholm. They actually barely made it through. They made it through the lowers, and then I think they did get knocked out.
Yeah, they didn't get any points out of that event. No.
But they didn't get knocked out in groups. NA is the most common region, and then Eastern EU, and then SEA, and then one of these stats are completely wrong.
I think you prove your point.
Western EU once. That's it.
Well, that's it. We have
too many numbers
in the upper bracket. You saw the matchups just now. Gaming Gladiators got to choose their opponent on one end. They had to choose between Shopify and the team that they chose eventually, Team Spirit. Did they choose right, Sin?
I think it's tough to say. I feel like Spirit is always a dangerous opponent in playoffs. I think this team really rises to the occasion. I mean, they won TI for a reason. They've had. I'm hard-pressed to find a team that I feel like levels up more than them. That doesn't mean they always go super deep, because sometimes the starting point just isn't good enough. But, I mean, you're kind of choosing the lesser evil, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess Shopify overall maybe looks slightly better, but I honestly think...
I think so. Like, to me, the difference between Spirit and Shopify is that Spirit, in a lot of the last few games that they've won, they were behind. And then eventually they make some comeback, but they were like 12K behind and then do some crazy comeback. Whereas with Shopify, their games have looked very solid from like minute 0. They're winning the laning stage, and so, like you said, lesser of 2 evils. Both teams look extremely good. Spirit probably levels up more than Shopify does historically, but Shopify is also doing better.
I think the laning stage is a really good point here, though, because I think Gaming Gladiators, the thing that they're worried about with Shopify is that they don't get off on the right foot. I feel like Gaming Gladiators games usually look very, very good when they get out of the lanes properly. They very well know how to play the mid portion of the game, and against a team like Team Spirit, I wouldn't be so worried of getting crushed in lanes. That doesn't seem to be their ID.
Yeah, and then on the other side, I think everybody knew, and I think they said in an interview as well, Tundra did not want to choose Team Liquid. They're, of course, part of the rock, paper, scissors, where Team Liquid basically always beats Tundra. So
Yeah.
they chose PSG.LGD instead. Now, we talked a little bit earlier about how we had expectations and how we thought, Gaming Gladiators coming out on top, and that Liquid was going to do a little better in the groups, which they ended up not doing as much. But of course, everybody comes in with expectations. The players do as well, and the players have certain thoughts about who they think is going to be on top.
Team that's the favorite to win, I think it makes sense to say my own team, Gaming Gladiators, because we just won Dream League. I think it's very close between us and Liquid, because this finals, I think overall in the finals, Liquid played better, but we clutched the important moments and we closed it out. That's how it goes with favorite, right? We were first and second in this last tournament, the two of us, and the one before as well, so we have to be the favorites, one of us. But I think it's going to be very, very close and a very fun tournament.
I think I have to say that the favorites to win this event are Gaming Gladiators. I think they looked really, really good with the additional Quinn. I think they have some of the most skilled players on their positions, and I think they come together very, very nicely, so nothing but utmost respect for them.
I would say the top 3 from Dream League are the favorites to win this event. Yeah, I mean, I would say top 3 Dream League is very likely to be top 6 this event.
The favorite to win the event? I feel like it's hard to say any favorite. Like maybe before you probably say like Gaimin or Liquid. But I feel like this patch there's no really favorites. Anyone can really win. I would probably say everyone is favorites because we don't know. We haven't scrimmed against anyone, I don't think anybody have time to scrim with all the tournaments going on. So it's like, it's going to be pretty random on what kind of strategies you see each team go for. So.
Gaming Gladiators, because I have some beef with CCNC in the past, but he's from NA, I want him to win because there's some pride. We are always playing pubs. He's my region, so I want him to do great.
The two obvious candidates, Gaming and Liquid, to me they're clearly the two best teams in the world.
For the Berlin Major, if we're gonna win, let's be Shopify, Rebellion, Spotify.
Well, there seems to be a lot of overlap in the teams that people think we're going to win this event, and how could it not be considering the results of literally a tournament right before the Berlin Major, having all those teams play. And we also come in with expectations. I would imagine that there might be expectations from Slacks about who's going to win this event. Slacks, who do you think is going to win this event?
Get away from me, stage manager. Goodness gracious. Who do I think's going to win the event? Who cares? Not me. That's what's most important. I don't get any money out of it. I just got... Oh, great. They're all leaving now. Thanks, Sheev.
No!
One question.
What are you doing with your microphone? Why are you holding it like that?
I thought I'd have a new style. What if I was the only guy who held it like this, ninja style? Oh, there's Celery right there. Celery said he would not do an interview with me today. No, he declined.
Interview.
He declined, and there
Interview.
he goes. In fact, I went to go ask his manager, why did Celery decline an interview with me? And he said that he's mentally drained today, and I'd be too much for him. So that's kind of messed up. Looks like Team Spirit just left as well. We were going to do a little interview with them. They left. It's kind of meta to just leave. So, referee, what are you doing on this computer?
I'm logging the name into the lobbies.
Okay. Give us a hint. Password.
Oh, here we go again.
The password for the first game.
For the first game, just give Twitch chat a hint.
You gotta promise not to share it with anyone.
I won't. It's pre-recorded. We'll delete it.
Okay, it's Hunter2.
Hunter2. All right, good luck, Twitch chat. Open up that client right now. What an ancient joke. I don't know really what to report on. I mean, there's keyboards. All the players left. Everyone's gone. In fact, it's kind of lonely. We used to have this place hustling and bustling with all the teams, but now it's just 2. So such is the the esteem of the playoffs. But I'm happy that they all left and they're getting their heads in the game because it's very serious now. Group stage are over. This actually matters now. So what do you guys want me to do today? What are you thinking?
Interview yourself.
Interview myself?
Yeah. What would you ask yourself?
Listen, I have a psychological predisposition to schizophrenia. I don't think I need to start going to... Okay, fine. Interview myself. What was your favorite moment of this tournament so far? No, see? That's why I don't talk to that part of the brain. I don't like to get in there. But... we don't let that out. Yeah.
It's okay. You can save it for later. You can come up with some better questions for your other half, or maybe actually find some players for the next,
I had them. They all left.
Yeah, I know.
You asked a question. You wasted time.
No,
I gotta be like a piranha.
I know. Well, I got asked more questions, but not to you, Slack. So, you find some players or have a rest, relax your alter ego. Yeah.
Relax my ego? What is it?
Your alter ego. The other you. The one that just made the weird sounds.
I'm sick of you tearing me down on these things, Shiver, okay? We used to be equals. I used to be your co-host, and now every day it's just the reporter.
Yeah, just the reporter, and we have had enough of this reporter corner for now. Thank you.
Don't cut away from me.
We're cutting away
Don't
from
cut
Slacks.
away from me. I
We
have
should
much
take
more
a
to
look
say.
at
Don't
our commentary duo.
Sheila?
Odie Pixel and Fog are getting ready to cast the first match. How are you doing, Owen, Fog?
Yeah, we're doing great. Yeah, looking forward to the games today. I mean, as you know, sort of Slack says, it feels a bit empty now that we don't have all these teams coming in and coming out playing all the group stages. But it's going to be a lot of fun just to be able to focus on one stream of games, of course, and sort of see this upper bracket play out today.
Do you have a favorite team to win here, Fog?
This series?
Yeah. Be biased for me.
Gaming.
Oh, okay. I thought I was going to have to prompt you more for that.
No, I think they're going to probably own. I think they're really good. I think Spirit is a team that definitely powers up and everything as tournament goes on. I think they're looking good, but I mean, it's gaming. They just look amazing. So.
Okay. Well, great insight from you too. Thank you very much. And you did hear that correct. Gaming Gladiators versus Team Spirit. It's going to be our first matchup of the day. We're going to have OG Liquid as well. We're going to have all upper bracket matches. First round played here today is very exciting. So you want to stick around. You want to sit down, relax while we go over the teams that are playing in that first series. Gaming Gladiators and Team Spirit. We'll talk more about them after this.
They gon' pay the VIP to get a pic with me. I'm a star. Brand new keys to the car. I'm the boss and the king and the czar. Got me so high, so addicted. Telling me I'm the only queen of his heart. Guess I let you co-star. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no razor close to the goal. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no razor close to the goal. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma be the best. You can bet I got the recipe. Mastermind creator of this high vibe energy. Only thing I'm loyal to is building a legacy. So quit testing me. Lot of commas in the bank, I'm a provider. Tell the amateurs stay in their lane, ain't no outsider. Bought a mansion in LA, right next to Mariah. Write a song, get filthy pay, price going high. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no razor close to the goal. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no razor close to the goal. Yeah. Yeah. It takes a lot to be the best.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel.
the patch changed a lot for us in terms of like our heroes, and we had to like rethink a lot of things. It sort of like messed with our brains a bit. So coming between Dream League and this, I think we had to do like a lot of learning and growing to like reshape our heads on understanding to the right place where it needs to be. But I mean, I know for me, I'd kind of just come into any tournament or game and I just want to play well. And then like results just come from that, I think, if you play well. But if at least for me, if I focus too much on the results or what's expected or whatever, then like it gets in my head and it's trash.
Well, it definitely hasn't gotten to his head because he has played amazing. Quinn has had a fantastic run together with his team, Gaming Gladiators, coming out on top of Group A. Their opponents are the opponents that they chose for themselves. Team Spirit, who will be up against Gaming Gladiators. And these two teams have a lot of games played over the last, like since TI11. They've played, obviously they played at Lima, but they've played at 2 different online tournaments as well, and the result of these two teams is very close. The Gaming Gladiators won 5 games, while Team Spirit actually won 6. So they've got a better record over them. So it's interesting. It's going to be hopefully a very close series, but it all depends on what the teams have learned over the last 5 group stage days. Let's focus on Gaming Gladiators first, because Peter, these are the teams constantly, I mean, can't say it enough, best team in the world. After seeing the group stages played out by them, what makes them as good as they are, you feel?
I think they had, obviously they had good momentum coming into this tournament. I think they had a decent idea of what they thought might be good, and turns out you're also a good team. Things do look really good. As we go into the playoffs here, I'm eager to see what they actually think is best for Dota at the moment. They hadn't played too much Medusa, but they tried it out in their last series. I think that hero, not really picked by Team Spirit too much either in the group stage, but based on what we saw yesterday, I think this hero is going to get scooped up really quickly.
Yeah, it should be. The hero's extremely, extremely OP. I mean, for this team, I feel like the patch, once again, we're still fairly new on it, even though we are at a major. It was fairly recent, but every team seems to be playing around their offlaner and going for that kind of like 2 aura timing, where then they group up and death ball. And to be honest, like Gaming Gladiators already did this with Ace. Like that is his favorite playstyle. He's an extremely stable player, and you want your offlaner to have a good game in this patch. Honestly, their most unstable player is their carry player, which is really strange for a team. But it obviously works for them. He's extremely aggressive. He makes a lot of space for both Quinn and for Ace to have solid games, and they just play off of those two.
Yeah, the key player, though, as you mentioned, the offlaner, and that is why Slacks was able to talk to Ace earlier today.
Hey guys, I am here with Ace, of course, from Gaming Gladiators, my friend. I have talked to you so many times on so many different teams. You played under Puppy, you played with PPD, guys. How things have changed, how it's grown to be so positive now. What's it like on Gaming Gladiators, my friend? Did you think that you would ever make it this far on a team that started off, kind of so small?
I kind of just started out with the Tofu, just me and him, and I feel like we were getting some pretty good vibes from each other. Like it was going pretty well, and like we already from the beginning we felt like, well, we can make it.
Yeah. I mean, in my research here, research meaning PPD just told me, but you guys tend to play together a lot in pubs, which is something that not a lot of people do these days. Just a lot of duo queuing. Is there a reason for that, where we don't see that from most teams? They usually just go out and then bring ideas back?
I mean, I think especially if you are like side laners, I think it's just way more fun and way more productive if you play with your side buddy. Like, it's pretty grief when you go into a pub and like it just there's no synergy between you and your guy, So it's just flame war and like I don't know, but it's just way more productive and fun. I don't know. I don't really enjoy solo queuing anymore too much unless I'm playing mid. Mid is always chill.
No, I mean, yeah, those are always solo games mid, no matter what your teammates are doing, right? Is there any like broken strategies that you guys do? Some famous bubbies in the scene, they go like sniper pudge. Do you guys do anything stupid in pubs that we'll never see in a pro game?
Usually we try to practice stuff and like test stuff out. But like sometimes when you had too much of this triad stuff, we just double random. And then sometimes we find strategies with double random.
Like what? You have never found a strategy with double random, bro.
Oh, like you suddenly you play some random ass offlane hero, for example, and then you realize, wait, there's actually some good stuff here. It's like, and then you start building on it, and then suddenly, you know, you have some uplane to cure or some shit.
Absolutely. So last question for you, and I just want to know, from a team that is doing so well, was coming into the playoffs here and making it this far kind of expected, or have you guys still been kind of grinding? Because you've been dominant leading up to this event. Do you think you would have been really, really disappointed if you hadn't made it, or were you guys kind of expecting to be here?
I mean, I would be disappointed, but not like really, really disappointed. Because like the new patch, everybody's kind of reset, and yeah, we had to grind as well. Like everybody had to grind really hard to like get into the patch, right? But no, like I don't expect us to, especially with the new patch, I don't expect us to just come and own or anything. So we're just kind of taking chill.
But you did though. So what's up with that?
Yeah, I mean, just it doesn't change that we have good synergy in the team, and so that just, you know, takes us a long way, as we can see.
As we can see, well, no better place to end that interview right there. Then I hope that you continue your great success. You're up against Team Spirit, so kind of a scary team. So we'll see how you guys do, but the 2-0s may just continue, right?
For sure, bro.
Oh, he just called him out. 2-0, you heard it from our boy. Ace doesn't get, he's crazy today. Thank you guys so much.
There's good synergy on Gaming Gladiators for sure, but the same thing can be said for their opponents, Team Spirit. They are TI champions, and yes, they changed the player. It's okay, that synergy is still very much there, and I'm sure that they are in good spirits here for this morning's upper bracket series as well. Let's find out how they're actually doing with Yatoro and Slacks.
Hey guys, Slacks here with Yatoro from Team Spirit. Sorry, that was a little loud early in the morning, my friend. How you feeling? You awake?
Yeah, I'm awake. I feel myself calm, white noise, all the stuff, and I really appreciated to go in the upper bracket. And one minus, we playing in early morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I hope game will be interesting.
I think it'll be interesting. You're up against Gaming Gladiators, right? I mean, any special strats? They're kind of the agreed upon, team to beat here. You guys worked on anything specifically for them?
I don't think what we should do something specific against them. I think we're just gonna play in our play style, and we'll see which play style is the best.
Yeah, I mean, this playstyle is kind of feeling a little better for you guys, right? I know that some dudes on your team hate Broodmother, all those, they're all gone now. It's more of a killy kind of patch. Collapse in particular has some great heroes that favor him now. So do you guys feel a little bit more confident? I know you had kind of a lull after TI.
Yeah, we feel more confident because we don't need to ban Brood. We don't need to play. I don't need to play at Lina because I hate this hero.
Yeah.
And now I can choose any hero, whatever I want. Like I'm saying, let's go pick Husker, and they pick Husker for me. And it's better patch for us, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. Are there any heroes and pubs that you're enjoying that pro teams haven't really started playing yet?
I think not a lot of team understand how strong universal heroes. Like they're taking 6 or 5 damage per level. And I think it's gonna be the new meta when everyone gonna understand this.
Yeah, a lot of people I've talked to said get it while it's good because that will be deleted. They said that universal heroes might be gone. So hopefully you'll be spamming the hell out of them this patch, right? Can we see some of that coming out for you?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, well, fantastic. Thank you so much for the information. Best of luck with you guys, and we'll see more from them coming up soon.
Thank you, Yatoro and Slacks. They are ready for their best of 3 here against Gaming Gladiators. And we hear Yatoro talk about playstyle and how this playstyle that they're having currently favors them on this patch in particular. Synderen, for someone that hasn't watched any Spirit games, for example, during the group stage, how would you describe their playstyle and how would you describe how they got to this point in the upper bracket?
So I think one of the things that really stood out to me was their willingness to be creative with Collapse's pick and picking it last. Something that they did. They were the first team to run an Ogre this tournament. They were the first team to run an Axe. I believe they might still be the only team that ran Ogre off lane.
They did.
Perhaps it happened a second time. It's been picked more than once at least.
Yeah, they did it twice.
It was them again.
Yep.
Okay, so there you go. Yeah, so they have this like arsenal and this different way of playing around their off lane and giving him priority. They clearly have a lot of faith in him. And on top of that, they're also the team, I would say, that picks the carry the earliest. This team will pick Yatoro's hero in the first phase, even a second pick.
Yeah.
We saw them pick I think it was Rubik Phantom Lancer or something.
They picked PL overall first.
Yeah.
Like
so
literally first pick PL, which is insane.
they have some serious confidence in their ideas and their abilities, and on top of all of this, we see the comeback. These were the heroes PPD was talking about right from the start of the tournament. Ench and Chen, Miposhka plays these, so they don't really have any glaring weaknesses in the first phase of the draft. And I think that's a very good sign for them going into this, because Gaimin plays everything. That's good right now.
Yeah, it sounds like we're going to have a very fun draft on our hands, and it will come at you very soon, because a draft of the first game of this best of 3 series coming at you after this short break.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It is playoffs time at the Berlin Major, and we have got Gaming Gladiators taking on Team Spirit in a best of 3. Gaming Gladiators coming out on top of their group, a nice 13-3 record. Team Spirit, they came third in their group. They had a 11-5 record, not too shabby for themselves either. It's time to see, though, who comes out on top and who will secure themselves a guaranteed top 6 finish at the Berlin Major. The players are already drafting, I believe, so we should be jumping into that momentarily. There you go. I am joined by Jenkins, PPD, and Cinderin. Peter, going into this match, we have seen the draft evolve so much over the last 5 days. We started with banning out Chen and Enchantress every time. Now it is the bans for the offlaners, and Rubik apparently in there too.
Yeah, and Rubik, a bit of a surprise to see him there, but a very popular hero this tournament. Yeah, Chen and Ench, really strong, but are they as strong as these OP core heroes we're seeing? I don't think so.
No, I don't. I don't either. I feel like the Rubik comes from Gaming wants Underlord. Sure. That's what that says to me. They're forcing an Underlord ban here, at least the consideration of it.
And if Spirit banned that, they're going to first pick Caudle, right? And then you need to... Oh, well, you're going to first pick Caudle or you're going to first pick Dusa, like depending on how powerful you believe that hero is right now. And what Spirit are going to do is they'll ban neither. They'll get a trade.
Leave it all in.
And interestingly enough, so there's the Underlord pick. I feel like Yatoro is actually a really good Medusa player, but I think Spirit haven't really explored it very much this patch just so far.
Yeah.
I was just talking to Fogged a moment ago over there, and he said there's like 10 heroes right now that have over a 60% win rate with about 50 games played.
Wow.
And a lot of those are cores, right? It's the reason we're seeing a lot of these bans come out the way they do. Beastmaster was one of the ones he highlighted. And
Medusa, Beastmaster, Terrorblade, Alchemist, Underlord, Pangolier, also pretty up there.
6 cores so far. And there's the Caudle Storm. Okay. So,
well, that means Gaming can pick up the Dusa.
if they want to, they could,
please.
yeah.
Then they've got the 3 bans for it. You take out the Anti-Mage, the Slark.
They may not have the mana battery for it, though.
They might want to just go for CM instead.
Yep.
Yeah, very popular hero as well.
They're debating it.
Yeah, they have quite a few picks that are pretty good here. I mean, CM Underlord. This hero can just spam out whatever lane he's in with the CM aura. It's very nice.
Is there an angle against this opener from Spirit where you really just commit to the 5-man and you pick Chen here, actually, and you just rush Pipe, Greaves, and try to push? Because Pipe is incredible against both these heroes.
All right, there it is. The Snake Lady.
That's the OP hero, ladies and gentlemen.
We don't care about Chen
Who needs
anymore.
battery?
We don't care about Chen anymore. You think they'll ban Pugna? Probably.
Yeah, Spirit will ban Pugna. I definitely think so. And Io. I mean, it's Gaming Gladiators. You're banning Io, right?
Ally life drain on Medusa. Just invulnerable. Like,
it's insane, dude. It's crazy.
The EHP from the mana is just too absurd.
It's too much. It's way too much. And especially because Pugna's life drain now considers Pugna's reductions. Like, Pugna doesn't even lose HP draining into her.
One thing that every team should be paying attention to now is what is Gaming Gladiators banning? What do they feel like are the 3 biggest Dusa counters?
Yeah.
Like, Slark, for sure, makes sense. Anti-Mage, potentially? What do you guys think?
I don't know. Maybe. Hasn't been too strong so far.
Well, to be honest, the stats for Medusa are...
Nothing. Nothing's beating Dusa.
Nothing's beating Medusa. She has
guess,
like a 77% win rate, and we see her on both offlane and carry. They do still ban out the Anti-Mage.
I mean, Yatoro's been playing Anti-Mage a lot. He really enjoys that hero.
Okay, then there's got to be a third. Anyone want to take a bold guess?
I mean, the third would usually be Pangolier, but they already have the mid Storm. Yeah, PL sounds like a good ban. That's also a Yatoro hero. So
what about the Nyx Starks here? I said this yesterday, but they didn't do it.
I think they should definitely give away the PL if Spirit wanted. I think Underlord is one of PL's absolute worst matchups.
Okay.
It's a great lane for the Underlord. He counters him the whole game. He buys auras. He has atrophy already. So I don't think that's worth a ban. But like from a carry-to-carry perspective, I see it as one of the classic heroes that can fare well against Medusa. But I just think you've got it covered. Like especially if Spirit as a team aren't going to last pick their carry, which they tend to not do. You even get additional counter picks. So wouldn't worry too much about that. But so with that in mind, I'd actually like to see them ban a support here. I don't think there's any more carries that you need to remove from the pool, unless there's some new tech. But
any support that comes to mind to pair with this Caudle?
I mean, there's always going to be the Crystal Maiden, right? That's just high tier in general.
Yeah.
So you could do that.
The double mana battery for Storm.
Yeah. Or you could ban Io. which I thought Spirit were actually going to do, because I think IO Medusa might still be pretty nutty.
Sure.
But
yeah, definitely. I could see IO working for Gaming Glads. Or CM, right? They've got all the a lot of support still in the pool. They're, Core's getting eliminated here.
Doesn't Lich's gaze also mana drain?
Yeah, but not that much.
It's
so neglectable.
Let me see. How much is it? Nobody thinks about that component to it, but I feel like
because it's bad.
They still ban another core.
Oh,
You're right, Peter.
sheer.
They got rid of Ursa.
Come on.
Miposhka really likes Lich. Is the thing. I'm gonna.
Okay. Well, but if you're gonna go for mana drain, then I like the suggestion of the Nyx Assassin.
20%.
It's 20%. A single Sinister Gaze will take 20% of Medusa's mana.
That's like one Mystic Snake bounce. Hell yeah.
I mean, you gotta get something.
I know.
Is there a talent for it? I'm sure that.
Idea.
No,
we're up
not.
here to Theorycraft, but no, they decided to get rid of Ursa. This is a hero that can buy Diffusal Blade.
Beats Underlord in lane.
Yeah, they're protecting Underlord as well. It's a multi-purpose ban. It's good.
Yeah. The only talent is the duration of the Sinister Gaze, which I don't think changes.
Well, that does increase it.
But then it wouldn't be more than 25%, which is also
25% of Medusa's
if you're gonna
effective
go for
HP.
mana drain, why not do something like a Lion?
Actually, yeah, Lion. I don't know.
The thing
I'm not sure about
the
that
thing
hero.
about the Lich that's interesting is that it's percentage based, right? Because Lions is a flat amount, but the thing about Lion's mana drain is that he can protect it with the shard. Like, are you likely at this level of play to just walk in your Lich and get a full duration Sinister Gaze on Medusa in a team fight? Like, I don't know if you can count on it.
I don't think you can count
from Lion is more reliable.
The only reason I'm suggesting is because it's one of Miposhka's favorite guys, and he'll take any excuse to pick it. And they've played it. They've played it in this tournament already.
You're gonna look so smart when he picks it now.
Well, if they pick it, it's not necessarily for the Sinister Gaze, I'd guess. It is a fun hero.
It's just a +1, that's all.
There it is. Alchemist. Alchemist with a mana burn.
I mean, I remember people used to abuse this hero against Medusa, just like preying off of the fact that she doesn't really do that much for like the first 15 minutes of the game, and that's kind of where Alchemist is weak and wants to get this huge golden influx, get to the Radiance. I'm not so sure if that's a thing with this current version of Medusa, though. She kind of seems strong at all points in the game.
Both these carries very strong on this patch.
Yeah, they both are.
Alchemist can definitely kill Medusa if he gets far enough ahead.
Are we sure it's a carry?
I think yes. I thought, I was trying to think, oh, maybe Collapse is going to play it, but I feel like they oftentimes just last pick Collapse's hero, and he's probably going to play like some Ogre or Axe, as we sort of mentioned. Maybe even like a Magnus to skewer this Deuce out of position. Not sure. I'm curious, do you think Gaming Glads might grab Ancient Apparition? They've shown all 3 of their cores now, so they've got 2 more supports. What are some of the biggest, some of the best supports left in the pool that they might take up against this Alchemist?
I still think they should probably, I don't know. I mean, Crystal Maiden is still in the pool once again. They'll rate Skywrath higher. Silence for Storm, I suppose. They just think that's more important than
they didn't have much for Storm.
So that's fair enough.
And of all the 3 supports you just mentioned, there's probably going to be one still left in at the end. The IO and this Crystal Maiden.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Do we like IO for Spirit now? He has two good friends, Alchemist, Storm.
You're going to lack on the disable unless you feel like it's enough on the
main
L.
concern, I guess.
I do feel like they need another hero that like actually does stuff. I mean, I guess Alk, because he can level to stun and acid spray now, is more of like a do stuff hero than he used to be. But like, I don't know, like a Clockwork would be kind of nice. They've not played it at all, so.
Support Nyx Assassin still looks quite nice, especially against Skywrath as well, though.
Yeah, I really like
it. It does look really nice.
Carapace is crazy here. Firestorm, Swashbuckle, Mystic Flare, Mystic Snake. Like you can actually just Carapace off everyone.
Miposhka has pretty much played Ench, Chen, Crystal Maiden, or Wisp, I think, almost every game.
Yeah, both the Spirit supports have been playing exclusively ranged heroes. Okay, now you have to ban the Nyx Assassin, right?
Yeah,
Surely you ban the Nyx Assassin.
It's a combo that Peter was talking about earlier. The Darkseer and the Nyx Assassin, they go for the Darkseer first. Let's see if the Nyx Assassin is the one after.
If you want the combo, you got to pick it in the same phase. It's not going to make it.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, this once again, like this makes it seem like they have 3 heroes that they're comfortable picking.
So why is, I guess maybe for everyone at home who doesn't know this, I know you guys are Dota geniuses, but why is Darkseer maybe good against Dusa?
You can kite her, and you also get an illusion of her that has the full mana shield that's like borderline unkillable. It is a weak illusion, so you can like Dagon it and stuff to kill it instantly. Could they ban the Nyx Assassin? But yeah, so you protect against the Medusa, you kite against the Medusa, you get all the auras, and then you also get a version of her when you use the wall.
With that in mind, could Shadow Demon be an interesting counter pick, actually? Medusa goes into team fights, you disrupt her, you get 2 illusions yourself, and they're just standing there with Mana Shield on, just pummeling the enemy team. Is that a... Are we back to the old stages of we have this like monster carry that you just make illusions of, like SD Luna in the past, which was when Disruption was really good. You were playing Shadow Demon both with and against Luna for that reason. I don't know if that's because that's a Miposhka hero actually, but
yeah, I feel like it's not that bad. They don't really have great jump from Gaming Glads. Like they can't just jump the back lines and burst somebody. Maybe Pangolier will fill that role, but. Maybe not. Maybe he won't be able to burst him. I'm not sure. I like the Shadow Demon suggestion, but they also might be looking for a melee hero potentially to pair up with the Darkseer. That's where they can get a little bit creative. Think of any cool 4 heroes that they could bust out.
This will be the first time, if that's true, that Mira has played a melee for.
Well, there's a couple that are still in. Well, no longer the Clock.
Yeah, Clock would have been good.
But we've seen people experiment a little bit with the 4 Bounty Hunter. He's also invisible with the Iron Shell. I don't know. It sounds a little cheesy, but it could potentially work.
Is there a theoretical curveball where this Alk is for?
Yeah.
And there's a last pick carry that's even better in this game. Like that's the struggle I have here is like what carry solves the game.
I mean, there's still
maybe there's just nothing better, but at that point you're last picking your 5, which is very uncharacteristic for Spirit.
Is 4 Alk actually good?
I don't know. I think Darkseer can enable it to an extent, right? But
it's like probably
Mira almost exclusively plays ranged heroes. Though.
He does.
I think he like never plays melee.
But if you show up to the Coddle's lane and you use a stun, and you get Chakra and you just have another stun, that actually sounds pretty good with an Iron Shell.
Yeah.
Undying and Oracle bands.
Trying to protect their Darkseer the best they can here.
Celery's got his whole pool available, just about.
Yeah, all heroes that we mentioned.
Wisp, CM, Chen, Ench.
Yeah, they're all in. Ench is banned, but yeah, Chen's still in.
There's a... They already have Skywrath. Feels weird, but they could go for the Silencer as well.
You know what hero he also really likes?
Treant,
I was gonna say.
Oh, that hero's garbage.
Don't think it's good here, though.
That hero's garbage. I mean, Peter's a Treant expert. He can tell you why.
I haven't played him too much on the new patch. Why do you think that?
I feel like that hero likes to sit. He likes to sit in lanes, and you just can't do that on this patch. CM is so good for like these are like the 2 best supports that Gaimin have.
Yeah.
Like these are the 2 best supports in the game at running to other lanes and killing them. They're both so long range. They can skirmish. They don't have long cooldowns they have to wait for. Like these are such active supports.
CM is the most picked hero of the entire tournament so far. That is a
Here we go.
Alk support?
Alk support.
Looks like it.
Cool.
Or Storm support. Right. No, I'm just kidding.
Storm support.
I've seen it. Jungle Storm. You don't know that one?
Lower bracket speed run any percent.
That must be a USC special.
Yeah. That's when you don't need the DPC points. You can pull out the Forest Storm.
The airport strat.
Yeah. Yeah, zip all the way back to your house.
This is cool, though. I mean, they still haven't picked yet, by the way. So this could be... All right, it's Mira on a melee hero. Would you look at that? I thought there might be a world where it was a 5 Alk and a 4 Coddle.
Why would you
and they were just going to swap their lanes, right?
All right, fair enough, fair enough.
To still play them together, but...
I don't love it. I like Gaming Glads. I think, why would you take Alchemist out the phase like that when you could just take Nyx Darkseer?
Sure.
I know I'm like beating the dead horse to death, but...
No, yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. Like, how do you guys feel like, Sven versus Medusa? Because I feel like this was bad previously, and it might be worse now.
Liquid beat it yesterday in this matchup, and I think the idea is Sven can not only keep up in farm, but maybe kind of potentially get an item ahead of Dusa, and with the Darkseer, like they have some synergies on their side, probably have a strong, decent lane with the Coddle, can get ahead of this Underlord.
Yeah.
For me, I think the mindset of Spirit is how do we kill everyone else than Medusa as fast as possible.
Ignore Dusa.
They're literally just going to Iron Shell surge him in. He's going to blink. Storm is going to kill backline. They're going to try to wipe out the enemy team and kill Dusa last.
Honestly, with that in mind, like the Sven armor against Dusa sounds like a good way to protect against her multi-shot while you're killing everybody else, and then kill the Dusa when she's the last one alive.
Warcry and Crimson might be enough to keep you alive.
Yeah, maybe.
It does sound like Team Spirit just basically said, okay, you pick your Medusa, and we're going to try to see if we can beat it in the first game of best of 3. If they don't, I'm sure we're going to see that hero banned out for the rest of the event.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It made it to 4th pick.
Yeah.
Somehow.
Fourth pick. Yeah, they made it to fourth pick. They could pick it themselves, but they really wanted their Coddle Storm. And maybe we're going to see exactly why they wanted to pick that Coddle Storm. It's time to head over to game number 1 and head over to OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, this game 1, Fogged, we're getting to start the day once again with some Medusa. As Team Spirit, they've certainly got a challenge ahead of them here. Up today, of course, against Gaming Gladiators, the team that's coming hot off the 2 sort of wins of the Major, of Dream League. And now they've got to face not only Gaming Gladiators, but Gaming Gladiators with Duracho on the Medusa, this spooky snake lady that just seems to be winning game after game, Fogged.
Yeah, they've got an idea, and this is the time to test it, right? I think this is probably, since it's a best of 3, you know.
Yeah.
If you're able to beat it, boom. There you go.
Yeah, you make quite the statement there.
Exactly. But is he going to be able to? Because it's not just a Dusa. It's a Dusa that's enabled. There's a CM aura, of course. I imagine there's going to be constant feeding of mangoes, healing lotuses, etc. Arcane boots across the board. I think we've talked about it ad nauseum, how much you can just pump up this hero in order to make sure that she just is immortal. But yeah, let's see what they're able to do here. Looking at Duracho, interesting starting items. I mean, I've been seeing different variety on these Medusas of what they want to go for. I've seen the wand starting build. I've seen wand branches. I have not seen this. So the Dusa has double blood grenade.
Oh.
Double blood grenade, early Wraith Band, and into a Sage's Mask just for mana regen.
Double
kind of cool.
Grenade. Yeah, we'll see if there's going to be any sort of action that Durash is going to be able to make use of that.
I mean, they definitely want to just play to punish the Darkseer, because that lane can sometimes just become impossible for Darkseer at times. And we'll have to see what Spirit can do, right? They're running something a bit different, trying this Alchemist 4 with the Darkseer. Oh, let's see how it does end up going down.
Mira should be fine and throws the concoction out. And yeah, I mean, what do you sort of reckon the logic is here for Spirit in terms of how much they favour the Alchemist? I mean, we sort of heard from kind of Peterson on the panel that it was a bit interesting that they went for this over some of the other heroes that kind of on paper look pretty good against Medusa.
I mean, people have always theory crafted the Alchemist support, and now it's just better because you get obviously built-in Greevil's Greed, so maybe they think they can just get constant kills with it early. Top, Tofu, he might just be dead also, as Collapse also being chased up. I think Tofu might die first. Yep.
Well, indeed, first blood's going to be there for Miposhka as the 3 of them are able to team up and take him down. They should be able to finish off Collapse down here, though. Stellar and Duracho. Collapse trying his best with the Dukes. And another blood grenade will be thrown out. In fact, yeah, Duracho did end up using both of those.
Okay.
There to get the kill.
And he misses pretty much the entire wave, it looks like. Will he get the range creep? He will. Okay. But this is what you do versus Darkseer. If he's alone and you have double range heroes, you just don't play at the lane. You walk up, you zone him off from the
I mean, what, to the point where it still feels good that you miss a whole wave to do that? Or
yeah, I think it's still just fine. It did cost him 2 blood grenades. I don't think they wanted to have to use both of them.
Sure.
Now Duracho, he's 164 HP if he does get his mana taken away, so can't hurt. But either way, a good start for both sides. They both could get a good kill here. And yeah, I'm really curious to see how this is all going to work out, because I think what Spirit's also looking at is, just like what the panel was saying, is Sven, of course, to get like super farmed, right? He's just going to be able to try to match the farm, maybe outpace the Deuce's farm because of how fast we've seen this hero able to do that with new double Ancients and stuff like that. And then it's Wombo combos, right? We're going to have vacuum concoctions, vacuum Sven stuns, potentially like Ag's Storm or something like that in order to go for it too, but yeah. This is all in theory, of course, if they can actually handle the spooky snake.
No, I mean, absolutely. You can only imagine that, you know, a lot of theory crafting was put into this by Spirit. They knew that they were going to be facing this hero today.
Yeah.
And so let's see if what they've got is going to be able to do it.
Yeah, and let's see if this fan is actually going to be able to get off to that big start, because this isn't really the easiest lane. When he's got a Coddle behind him, I think if he had a stronger 5 position, then perhaps they can actually like set up for these kills when they have the 2 of them. This one looks tough. There's a lot of spam that's going to be coming out from both Ace and Tofu. And looking overall at mid, this is a good matchup for Laurel. He is playing that Storm versus the Pango, so Storm overall in this one, you free farm. You get like every single last hit. The thing Laurel has to worry about is rotations. The 2 supports, amazing answers for a Storm Spirit. Built-in Silence, instant Frostbite that gets maxed now every single time. Can definitely cause problems.
See if Gaming Gladiators are able to sort of move away from their side lanes early on. As for now, let's see us down bottom. Duracho starting to catch up. I mean, of course, yeah, missed out on that first wave, but things looking pretty good now. Celery able to continue to sort of set up with these Frostbites and make sure the Collapse never feels too comfortable coming close to the wave.
I think they have to start pulling the wave a little bit here on Spirit, though. It doesn't feel good as a Darkseer when... No. I mean, it's always like this, right? It's just a Darkseer thing. Either you kind of crush the lane because you have some super strong 4 position with you, like that Nyx that they were mentioning on panel a lot, or, yeah, you just get zoned off from double range.
And what's sort of the build-up been, or would you imagine we're going to be seeing on these support alks? Like, what sort of items do you want to be prioritizing?
Doing some good damage on Dyrachyo bottom.
His mana's falling low.
Good drop.
He's going to start dying pretty quickly with the mana gone. They get the vacuum back. Mira with the body blocks. He needs sort of a couple more right clicks. He's got a concoction. Blood grenade as well.
Done.
Mira, he's going to be able to do it.
Done.
Taking him down. Dyrachyo knocked out of the bottom lane.
He tanked the entire Ion Shell from the creep wave. Literally a full one. And this is a big wave that he's going to actually end up missing here too. And Celery also, I believe, used, what, 3 mangoes or something there? 2 or 3 mangoes and the Lotus in order just to get the kill. So
I mean, there you go.
Good stuff there coming out from Spirit. For the Alchemist, I would say, I honestly, he'd probably like just like Blink so he can do the combos and stuff like that. Or he can just go for like these solar crests and these type of things just to amp up his Sven to make sure that he can handle and fight. I love, Medallion is one of the best items in support for an Alchemist if you do want to go down that route. So could definitely see him do something like that. And yeah, this is a very good laning start. Darkseer, still level 2, but I think Mira getting levels is very important now as it's Alchemist in order to pressure Adusa. Yeah, cool stuff. Happy to see it. Quinn, he is handling the matchup. He's played this one time and time again. I think a lot of times we do see these Storms able to bully sometimes, but Quinn, I feel like he's just like the best Pango, to be honest with you. He's always has a phenomenal lane no matter what he's up against.
Yeah, for the most part, we imagine Quinn will just continue to sit mid to pressure the tower after he's the 6, or how active across the map will he choose to be this game as a Pango?
I mean, he can make rotations whenever he has ult, so definitely can look to punish bottom if they do overextend, because that's what this lane does do. Once you start getting levels on Darkseer Alchemist, you want to like play around like glyphing the wave and diving if you do see kill potential. So could definitely see Quinn look to rotate and help out this lane if they even need it.
We're going to try and have a go with the concoction here. They won't be going any further in as both Mira and Collapse a little bit low on the HP.
Quinn is actually starting to bully the Storm. He's the one who used that glyph there.
And how close is Lal to the 6 himself? He's a fair bit away. He's going to miss out on this wave, so there'll be quite the difference now. Quinn, he's going to hit 6 easy off this wave. Lal, we'll see if he returns to lane to sort of pick it up. Back down bottom.
Good kill.
And they're able to kill off Celery. I mean, Mira and Collapse definitely starting to make some moves here now that they've got the levels. It's not a safe lane really for Celery. And honestly, even Dyrachyo himself, he's got to be careful against these two now.
Yeah, he's definitely slowed down. Not going for like I was mentioning, I literally saw like every other Medusa just do the wand build. So it does feel like maybe that hurts. Laurel, he came back.
He did return to try and pick up the XP to get towards the 6 in mid. Quinn's in with the Rolling Thunder. TP backup's going to be coming in. Gaming Gladiators bringing both supports in. Yeah. They won't be able to reach in under the tower and catch Lal. So Lal will get away with it, stays alive. Will be able to survive here with this next wave coming in, which should push him up towards the 6.
Can they get
the
rune?
A lot harder to gang. See Tofu and Quinn. They'll be able to take out Miss Poshka to the side.
Big damage. I think lanes are probably gonna start breaking a little bit, just because it's now an Underlord who has Vanguard. Bottom lane, I think they'll continue. Of course, Spirit, I think they will keep Mira down there. And yeah, we see he's queued up Medallion. I mean, it's kind of obvious because we used to see this quite a bit here when it used to be able to play to support Mira. Could be in some trouble this time. Celery, nice blocks.
Yeah, what's guys just got a
courier?
Okay, well, he'll take that. Get something done there on the way out, Mira. Easy courier.
Hell yeah. He's doing very well on the support alch, honestly. Yeah. Even though he's got this death,
it's had good effect, right? I feel like we've seen some other lanes sort of tried against the Medusa where, there's been very little pressure. I mean, this time round, Dyrachyo, it's not like he's getting completely shut down at all. 31-9, he's having a good time. Yeah. Just not quite as good, of course, as the time that Yatoro's having up on that top half in terms of CS. But in terms of kills, it's kills now that Dyrachyo's picked up.
He's going to steal it. Oh my god, he gets it. and
he's out now. Concoction's been used, so
see you later.
Wisdom Rune and indeed a see you later there. Both of those going towards Gaming Gladiators here at the 7 minutes.
He tipped him. Oh, Mira doesn't like that.
Ooh.
That was cute. Cute little play. Continue to play around mid. Tofu, he's got the silence skilled up.
Laurel's trying to go for this.
Laurel, got to be careful. Nice blinding light. Pushes away Tofu.
Close start. 4 for 3, 7.5 minutes in.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, like we said, it's a test, right? Can they handle her? They're going to try going again, it looks like. Level 5 has been hit, so level 3 Ion Shell. Okay, well, that doesn't really do much.
No, they need a +1. I don't think it's happening now with just the 2 of them.
They got to whittle, right? They got to whittle her down.
Yeah, but even then, Dyrachyo, if you get sort of one snake off, I mean, it's 2 melee heroes, right, trying to step up, so you're always going to be able to get that easy sort of burst of mana back up.
He has a lot of pretty good targets as well, too, just to throw the snake on. Whenever you're playing versus like these high int heroes, even though now, Darkseer's universal, you still have pretty high int overall. You get one snake onto a Coddle, snake onto Darkseer, snake onto the Storm Spirit as well too. Like it's gonna restore an insane amount of mana anytime in the mid game. But I am looking forward to the Wombo combo. That's one thing I'm really looking at Spirit, and I'm like, if they do land these type of like massive connections with these vacuum concoctions, Sven stuns, etc., there could be some really cool
That would be yeah, I feel I'll tell you what,
miss
it's
it.
been a long time since I've seen a good vacuum storm hammer.
Right.
You know what I mean? That was some of the good stuff back in the day.
Mira.
See if Team Spirit can bring it again here.
He's got wand.
I mean, Quinn could go for the kill.
He's got a wand himself, Quinn.
I mean, he wants to see if he can reach in for it, and he can. A kill for Quinn. Takes out Mira with the swashbuckle.
Quinn is having way too good of a game.
And now Lal should be okay. There's still a lot of damage to take as he returns back to the lane.
He just got back. Quinn is level 8.5. Good God. I mean, this is way too good of a game here for the Pango to start off.
Yeah,
The Storm is at the bottom of the cores.
And the fact that, you know, Duracho, he's second highest on the net worth. You know, it would be very refreshing to see a team be able to do something about a Medusa, but so far now, you know, that the lead's starting to show its head here for Gaming Gladiators.
And it's scary tales when that happens.
Yeah.
There's also, like, just looking at matchup, I know they were mentioning on the panel, it's like Sven versus Dusa in the past.
I mean, that's the thing, right? You
It's
can
a
hit
rough
these
matchup.
timings.
But it's, well, you can, if you're able to out-farm. Exactly.
If you get an I'm ahead, you turn up to these fights, you jump in the Medusa, then there's hope, right?
Or you jump everyone else. Maybe
Sure.
that's the strat, like they were saying, right? But the one thing is like the matchup, I'm just unsure if it's even, I feel like it's actually worse than it used to be, because now, I mean, the Deuce is just unkillable. And you get all buff from everybody. You get arcane boots and all these things getting thrown on you. So, I don't know. It just feels tough versus Stone Gaze also. As Yatoro, he's actually getting hunted. But he actually just gets away from them for a second.
He's going to show back on the wave. They could go into the tower for him here.
They're
I don't think they're going to be too scared at all, though. Gaming Gladiators, they'll start to lead in. He's going to go for the TP out. Quinn with a Rolling Thunder. Nope. He's caught him. And Yatoro bullied out of the top lane. That first rotation here from Quinn.
Aye, this feels incredible now for gaming. And the one thing,
Top
too, is
3
now
net worth.
trying to get...
Dracho's got stacks.
Yeah, for gaming, it's easy for them to set up kills. If they see the Sven and they have this Pango and they roll in, it's like, okay, yeah, we have kill threat. For Duracho, how do you kill him? If you try to hunt this Dusa, are you even going to be able to kill her? You have to bring, what, 3, 4 heroes, maybe more than that every single time to even attempt to. And if you don't get that kill, you're going to get turned on.
That's crazy. I wonder,
So ridiculous.
You know, Medusa's win rate, what was it in this tournament? About something like
77, I think it
something
was.
like that. That's pretty insane. I bet sort of the actual stat, if you took the KDA of Medusa in this tournament, I bet it's rather ridiculous, right? This hero just doesn't die.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Even in the games it loses. They'll have like a couple of deaths, and then other reasons have been the reason why the game's folded.
And we've seen people try multiple strats now versus it, right? We've seen, I mean, we did see one lose, but I think the one that ended up losing, it had like, I'm pretty sure Shopify had like a 30,000 gold lead and then ended up losing somehow with that game. So it's a bit of a crazy one.
Yeah.
But we've seen like a lot of approaches ignoring Brewmaster, throw it in the air, try anything, because man, there's nothing that just seems to work. And yeah, Quinn, like I was mentioning, he's just having way too damn good of a game. He knows how to play this Pango, just even into some of these counter matchups like the Storm in the lane that we've seen sometimes. But yeah, we'll see. As mid, Pushka.
This is going to be another one for Quinn. It's getting a bit messy now. 11 minutes, 7-3, 3K lead. Gaming Gladiators, all 3 cores having a fantastic game.
Yeah. And now they're having these like successful lanes too, so now what are they starting to gather, Owen? The Lotuses. So Healing Lotus with Medusa, it's broken, let's be honest. So just throwing that onto this hero. Celery, Arcane Ring, I mean also the Dream, any type of mana pump up that you can give to this hero. And yeah, the stacks, like you said, Duracho, he's getting enabled.
So much farm. Like, well on the way towards the Manta. It's going to be a great time.
I feel like right now they have to just start getting some kills on Spirit, or this is going to quickly unfold. DD Rune?
I mean, there's an Ancient Steel coming in onto Lark.
He's okay.
Okay. Quinn won't commit for it.
At least he gets a DD.
Yeah.
Maybe DD. I think, yeah, set up for kills. Player in the Darks here. Use this Ion Shell, because Collapse, he is having a good time. Look, his levels are good. He's level 7 with Mech. And they do have some heroes
who
that
are you
can
killing
utilize
though? I mean, most of the time, Quinn's pretty much got the backup of Tofu, ready to keep him covered if Quinn gets gone on. And then outside of that, you got these 2 cores. I mean, Duracho, obviously farming in this sort of triangular area. They can't get to him. And the other one's Ace. I mean, Ace has just been chilling up in this top lane.
You can't
he knows nobody wants to go for the Underlord.
No, and that's the other thing is they have Underlord. So if you do find Dusa...
Backup's coming in.
Yeah, they just immediately appear there.
Well, we knew it was going to be a tough game in the draft. At 12 minutes in,
it's looking tough.
It's definitely looking like a tough game for Team Spirit.
Yeah. Duracho, another stack to farm. I believe that's another double stack, and that's like the Manta done already. So Yatoro is doing an okay job at keeping up, but it doesn't feel enough, right? Sven needs to play ahead, it feels like, over this Dusa, and he's under wards, so he has to be a little bit careful with positioning too.
I mean, Gaming Gladiators, sort of taking over this jungle area. They know there's only really one part of the map that Yatoro is going to be able to find any sort of farm in. And as you say, setting up Vision in a manner that leads to potential opportunities to dive in and just go on the Sven if Yatoro shows.
And yeah, now they have a great healing Lotus. So Ace, if he can, if they do, let's say ever they find the Dusa, he Fiends Gates in, feeds her a Lotus, and that's another, 1,600 effective HP. See if they can push down for the bottom tower, gathering up with Mira, with Laurel. DD is popped. They can get a pick off.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
See who wants to show down here. Gaming Gladiators are playing it pretty sensible. Nobody's heading down to try and hold the tier 1. Celery's in the area, but he's not showing on the wave.
He's just stacking more camps. Oh, it won't actually work because the Ogre Bruiser just decides to Ogre Smash for no reason. I love that.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They're going to fight it, though.
He's staying hidden. Celery's
strong
to set up.
Quinn is invis as well, too.
See how much Team Spirit back off.
Diracho is in an absolutely insane position.
Wait, what's he doing over here?
Can they put? I mean, this is the time to punish.
He's pretty unkillable. They're going to go for him. He'll get the Stone Gaze off.
The Fiend's Gate, though.
Yeah, the team's ready to connect. I mean, the beauty of the Underlord there. It doesn't matter where Diracho's farming. There's backup.
You can't punish this man. You just can't punish him.
He can actually go where he wants this game
can.
because of the Underlord. And, Diracho, he's having a great time.
And looking for, I'm just looking at the Storm, and I'm like, Laurel continues to fall further and further behind, and there's max, level 3 Ancient Seal, level 4 Frostbite. The game's just not easy for him by any means.
But what's he going to buy against that?
Owen. I don't know. I just don't know.
See this again.
He just Stone Gazes. And then
it doesn't matter where he is, dude. Diracho. He can go hit creeps on any part of the map. He really can. A, he's a Medusa. He's had a great start. He's got this Manta timing. And B, he's got Ace ready to be by his side with the Fiend's Gate. How do you punish this?
I don't know.
What do you do if your
I
team's
do not know. Like we said, Yatoro keeping up, but he's actually falling behind now, so it's just...
I mean, so he's got the Echo, the Mask.
Mm-hmm.
We'll probably see him get the BKB, and then maybe Team Spirit can just smoke up. Just see what happens.
Just see what happens.
Sort of throw themselves at Gaming Gladiators, see if this Sven's able to clean up some kills.
But it needs... I feel like he needs BKB and then a damage item. Because right now, I feel like he's just going to tickle. He's literally just going to tickle her.
I mean,
but let's see the Wombo.
You just got to try and kill everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, let's see the Wombo combo. Mira almost has Solar Crest as well, too. So, hey, maybe all these things thrown together onto Yatoro.
And he's going the correct build as well. What could be here on Collapse. He's queuing up the 4-staff and the Blink. Because they need the Wombo. He has to hit these multi-man vacuums into the Stormhammer.
Absolutely.
It is the only way.
Rune, see if they can connect something here.
I mean, Quinn, he's already in with the Rolling Thunder, and he's caught Collapse here in a very awkward spot near the river. We'll get bounced up to the high ground, so Collapse will manage to live. Yatoro's in with the wraparound of the backlines, looks towards Tofu. Lar commits in to get the kill. Quinn jumps up to the high ground. Diracho with the body block, shutting off the escape from Yatoro. They've got the vacuum from Collapse. Yatoro, he cannot turn a fight, though. He'll drop a stun, but there's no beating through this Medusa. Diracho's still good to fight. Yatoro on the retreat, but Quinn chases him down, finishes him with the shield crash. I mean, we're very much seeing there the attempt from Team Spirit to get a fight going against Gaming Gladiators, but I think it went just as good as we were expecting it to, Fogged.
Yep.
They get one kill.
And it's target prioritization. They know how to fight. And Quinn he's playing 2-game good. It's his Pango. He is amazing on this hero. The target prioritization, right? Spirit, they're like, we got to just jump whoever we can go for. Boom, boom, boom. Uses God Strength. I think it's only a level 1 God Strength, if I'm not mistaken, before the fight starts too. Takes him a little bit to kill Tofu, and then they just go on the Sven immediately. Quinn doesn't give a crap about anybody else. Control the Dark Seal long enough, and then they just stick on top of the poor Yatoro. And now, Diracho
just accelerate
further and
far.
further ahead.
Getting to survive through that attempt of a team fight from Team Spirit.
Well, like we said, it's a best of 3. They wanted to try.
They wanted to try.
But it's going to get banned next time.
It will.
Jump, Tofu. Should be able to get this kill onto him. Important. I mean, any kills on Laurel's important. He needs to get something going.
Full Solar Crest on Mira.
Yep. Small things to enable. Next, he's queuing up the Shard.
How's Collapse looking on the 4-staff? He's nearly got his 4-star. So as I say, some sort of way that I guess he can either bail out heroes, but ideally sort of get himself in position to catch them with a vacuum.
I thought he was just going to go straight for the Blink Dagger.
I would have liked the Blink first,
I actually didn't think...
He's going to go for both.
I'm interested why he was thinking the 4. Because I thought he was going to just do Blink Aghanims, and then you just make these Dusa illusions, and you hope for the best that they're just going to be able to thrive. But I guess feeling like he does need a Force to just survive and protect versus Skywrath. It's one of the best items.
Exactly. I think that's in these fights, if himself or even if kind of Yatoro gets caught in some sort of stun, Ancient Seal, Mystic Flare combo, they've got to have some way of bailing him out.
And I guess he's like looking at his supports, and they're like,
they're not getting a 4 stuff anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, Miposhka's getting kind of close to it, but just wanting multiple of them to be able to protect these guys versus the Frostbite and Ancient Seal, so I can understand it.
Yeah.
That is actually a pretty cool item on Dusa. The Gossamer Cape. You know, maybe an underrated one. I don't know. Like we don't know too much about this item, but it actually feels kind of cool versus something like Sven. Dodging a big hit.
Yeah,
move speed to farm faster.
I mean, at the same time, it feels like you don't need to dodge.
Sure, but
you just tank so much. It's like, but indeed, effectively increasing your ability to tank. So there's these efforts from Yatoro if he goes on you.
And there's the Greaves. So Ace, I mean, can even go for Crimson Guard if he wants to, if he feels the need to in this game, but he's got the 2 big ones. Greaves and Pipe are online in order to just buff up Duracho, who Scotty is very soon to be finished for him.
Close, yeah. 500 gold.
Yatoro almost has BKB. Feels like perhaps another chance where they can go for some type of timing fight here. But Quinn, he's got an Aghanims. And not only just an Aghanims, also has a shield rune, so this is an unbelievably tanky Pangolier.
Yeah. I mean, just three cores you're not really killing.
He doesn't have like a Force Staff or anything to protect him, but he doesn't need it.
We're going to go back in. There's the Force here. They already get Lal out of the combo of the Sky, but still the remaining duration of the silence is enough for Quinn to close down with Rolling Thunder. They take out Lal, and Quinn is going to be ready to try and look for more. Closes the gap onto Collapse. Collapse turns, but immediately silenced by Tofu. 2 dead. Yatoro is going to attempt to go in onto Duracho. The Stone Gaze is out. It's his BK being God Strength committed here from Yatoro. Will not get the kill, but he will get out. So something, but
nothing.
But nothing. That was their attempt.
That was it. That was their timing.
And it's probably not going to get any better than that, unfortunately, for Team Spirit.
The silence just lasts an eternity
so
on
long.
poor Laurel.
Yeah. Laurel could not do anything after he gets caught by that opening.
And there's just too much catch for him. The Underlord Root, the Silence, the Frostbite, etc., and Quinn just being an absolute menace. He's too farmed.
I mean, that's just Yatoro's efforts. How much of the mana did he manage to work through, really? Gets down, Duracho down to about half of the mana shield, but after that, yeah, the fight's over.
You can see the pressure they're feeling on their faces. They're just like, well, you know, an attempt was made. On to next towers. Tormentors have now spawned. Wisdom Rune also going to be spawning. Gaming could probably just look to set up, take that one away.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting new records here, Duracho. You know, of course, we're having quite a few Medusa games, but yeah, the fastest Scardy that we have seen out these Medusa games so far.
And yeah, he's just going to work on Tormentor now. Actually, he doesn't have any
a
buddies.
bit of
Never mind. I was like, where's Quinn at?
It's going to take it, yeah, that needs an extra bit of DPS.
Yeah. Quinn's trying to find farm level 15 probably, but I think they're probably making the call, okay, like we should probably set up for it pretty soon.
Sure.
But 15 is the, that big talent, of course, too, for the Pango, who has this insane itemization, this insane timings for him. 5-0-5 Quinn, playing a flawless game. All 3 cores, pretty much. Duracho, except for that 1 death, of course. Everything is pretty perfect. Okay, we'll go for a different objective. A more painful one than a Tormentor, of course. A more important one. It'll drop quick.
And I imagine you just give. Do you give the edges to Quinn? I mean, is there any point on Duracho?
I think you do.
He's not going to die.
I think you give it a Quinn.
Just give it a Quinn, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, fair up a slot.
How Lotus is doing, actually, I've been checking as well. Yeah, they still have a great healing Lotus on Tofu as well.
Okay. So he's ready to throw that away at Duracho in the middle of the fight.
Yep. And I believe they've got, 1 or 2 mangoes too? Yeah. And they actually have 2 great healing Lotuses. So they could actually potentially have that greater healing Lotus in a second too, and then throw that on.
Team Spirit's coming down here. Duracho has just TP'd up to the top lane.
Okay.
So this would not be a bad time for them to fight.
Though.
That's true, they could bring him in, but they're going to get the jump onto Ace.
Can they finish him? He's tanky.
He's very tanky. Toro in with the God Strength. It's going to be enough damage to bring Ace low with the vacuum. They've got him. They've
taken the gate
Ace
down,
out, but indeed the Fiend's Gate was down, so the backup from Duracho, it's coming in. He's across the map, ready to rejoin the rest of Gaming Gladiators as they push back on Team Spirit. Toro, he'll go for the TP away in the trees, and he'll make it out of there.
I mean, a pretty damn good kill, to be honest.
Considering the situation Team Spirit's in, they'll take that.
Yeah.
I mean, they did the exact move that they had to. They know that there's sort of that chance where Derecho may have split from the team. They go straight in, they go onto Ace. They try and stop him getting the Fiend's Gate out. Of course, they weren't quite successful in that. But you've only got to imagine, if they did actually stop him from getting that laid down, they may have even been able to get even more from that team.
Potentially, yeah.
So a good effort there.
It was a good call to try to attempt it, because I mean, I guess they just knew that they'd known for a second that Derecho was out, but yeah, Fiend's Gate, I mean, there's a reason that this combo is just so broken. It just, yeah, the Medusa can farm anywhere, like you said from before. And yeah, Quinn now, level 15. He's got that talent. Blink also online. And the control just becomes further and further there for Yotaro. Imagine, I mean, if Quinn decides to just go for, like, you know, Shard and Basher next, right? It's going to be more elements for this poor Sven to have to deal with to try to touch Derecho.
Yotaro.
He does not have BKB.
He's got Mirror here to help out. Pops him over the Berserk Potion.
Nice. Can he get a stun? Yeah, no, not going to do much. And yeah, Ace is literally just full going aura. He's actually going to go for the Crimson as well, too, on top of everything.
Yeah, and then once he's got that,
he's not dying either.
Unlikely that they will be able to take him out in that similar fashion that they did in that last move.
How's Laurel's itemization going? I mean, it's just so slowed down. He did not have the game that I think he wanted to as this Storm. He will collect himself a great healing Lotus, though, at the least. Up top, they left that one, so he does get actually he gets an extra healing Lotus as well, too, afterwards.
Yeah, where we see sort of Collapse also change it up. Obviously, the ideal situation would be he gets the Blink and then the Ags, but he's because the game's speeding up so fast, he's just going to forego the Blink and just try and get this Ags ASAP.
Maybe he should just go Blink and then the Alk feeds him an Ags.
I mean, that could have been a strat.
But
I mean,
perhaps
Mirror's going to start building up towards an Axe. That is true.
There's really nothing else that you can build on an Alchemist support as... Uh-oh. Toro, it's going to have to be KBTP.
I mean, of course, I imagine the other Aghanim's that's going to be rather beneficial is going to be given it the way of Laurel, right?
It's Laurel, yeah.
It's essentially, a secondary vacuum to sort of set up for Yotaro to clean up with a good Storm Hammer and the cleave damage with that God Strength.
Yeah.
So, you know, if they can get these two online... You can definitely sort of see what Team Spirit were going for with the draft. They just, they didn't expect to be kind of 25 minutes this far behind and just struggling to get these core items that could lead to maybe being some sort of solution to what Gaming Gladiators are doing.
Can they punish?
And Quinn's got an Aegis.
Can't even take that out. I was checking if Mapushka had Shard. I was like, oh, is he going to do like a recall play and then they can outnumber in a way? But either way, if you commit too much, a Fiend's Gate's going to come. They're going to go join or bring Quinn over as the push.
It's coming in.
It's commencing. I think that's a full data list coming out on the Courier too. And yeah, they'll call Quinn over. Like, Quinn, something might be going down. Get over here.
And there's the Crimson, so all the sort of parts coming together here for Gaming Gladiators to proceed to the high ground.
Yeah, they're just huge. Spirit trying to buy time, so cutting some waves and stuff like that. They are very close to the Ags on Collapse. Quinn, he's going on him immediately. Collapse able to surge away. But Quinn, he's on the chase.
He's gonna try and continue to chase this with Collapse. Nice. He's up and he's out. On the cliff, TP away.
Buying time. Attempting to buy time.
How's Yotoro's progression looking? He's also himself trying to get that Daedalus after the pickup of this Harpoon.
Anything that they can do to buff him up. Like we said, Berserk Potion, Solar Crest, literally just pump this Sven up and hope. I'm clicking around like maybe even like a Vlad's or something. Like just get anything you can to hope that Yotoro's able to just pump out the damage. I mean, push though,
maybe if they can hit this wombo combo.
Let's see. Is Gaming going to be in a bad position is the question. Right now, they're pretty clumped.
Yotoro's getting got, and he has put the BKB. He'll turn towards Quinn, but the buffs come out.
Vacuum!
There's a big vacuum.
Stone Gaze, though.
It's already off, and Yotaro, frozen in position, will not be able to get out the follow-up damage that he would hope for. 2 dead on Team Spirit. Nobody dead at the moment on Gaming Gladiators. Mirror and Maposhka, they're trying to find something, but Quinn is in, takes out Maposhka.
They're all just too tanky. These auras are ridiculous. Ace just.
I mean, that was
even
like
keep Skyreth alive.
It was what, a 4-man vacuum.
I think it was. Was it a 4 or a 5?
It got a lot of them, but it did not matter.
But at least we got to see it. At least we got to see the vacuum.
We'll see it again.
Let's see. Was it 4 or 5?
I think it was 4. Okay. He gets the 4 of them, but indeed, Yotaro frozen in position.
Sad.
And honestly, even if he was able to hit, it probably wasn't going to look that glorious at all. They're too far behind.
Well, like we said, Thusa likely to just get banned every single time.
And Collapse. He's not even going to have the freedom to push out this bottom lane. Quinn, Tofu, immediately on top of him.
See you later.
Back to base for him.
But yeah, so, I mean, looking forward into, like, next game. Hoping not to see more Snake Lady, because she's just too strong. Especially when enabled. They did get even just one mana pumper, right? Anything like this is just too much. And just having Underlord auras as well, just ridiculous. But have to give credit to Quinn. I think Quinn absolutely went bonkers this game. 9-0-7.
Yeah.
Literal flawless performance on the Pango.
I mean, he's got to be super happy. Last patch, we saw kind of Quinn and these other mids popping off on the Pango.
It's happening.
Seems like Pango's still in a great spot to do this.
Yatoro, can he finish off Ace?
They might do this time. They'll get Ace. Again, that was the everything really. The BKB, the God Strength, it's one kill. It's not enough to stop the push from Gaming Gladiators. Duracho's back in, takes out the tower, and he's on to another set of barracks.
And look at the itemization he's gone for too. He's going for Nullifier, so it's like, you know, your war cry is just going to be non-existent in pretty much every fight. Same thing for Surge trying to get away. Can't get away from Duracho. And it gives you some, honestly, it gives you some tankiness too. A little bit of armor, a little more for that Dusa who can't die anyway. The Poshka. Jesus.
How close are we getting to the Ags on Collapse? He's nearly got it.
He's nearly got it.
300 gold away. Maybe we'll get to see sort of an illusion created of Duracho this game before the Ancient falls.
But will it do anything?
I mean, because that's the thing. I mean, will they be able to very quickly kill this illusion, would you imagine, Gaming Gladiators?
Absolutely. They have so much damage. I mean, they'll just delete it. And if it's not deleted, it's just going to get disarmed. So.
Yep.
Level 18 Quinn. Yeah, clean and methodical. Mid rack's gone. Bottom rack's the important one taken out. Spirit, yeah, maybe. I mean, they're probably just discussing stuff for the next game, if to be completely honest. A DD in the bottle too. Dusa now has the. I mean, I've always said that this talent is broken as well too. The level 20 talent on Dusa, even before she's gotten all these buffs. Stone Gaze duration, 8 seconds. Good luck BKB hitting her.
Poshka. Well. He just wanted to push out the mid wave.
That's a hey, that was a gem. Oh, well,
Korea.
It happens.
He's got buyback available, but even without, he's only dead for 20 or so seconds. He will buy back anyway.
DD popped.
Try and see if they can hold this top set of barracks.
The final hurrah.
There's BKB on Lal, and Aghanims is there.
Okay.
Let's see if just get one punch in.
Radiant's top tower.
See if we can get that.
Dire's top tower.
See another vacuum player as well too. They're gonna try.
They're gonna try.
Let's see.
In they go. They bring him back in. Get in straight away with the Stone Gaze. It's already off. Duracho just destroys him. Yatoro goes out. He's out of the game for 70. No buyback on him.
I mean, DD ruined.
They did make the illusion though.
Okay, they got an illusion.
But it died subsequently very fast. Yeah. I mean, honestly, look at Duracho's mana. They were able to do a little bit of damage to him. They got his mana pool taken down pretty low. Lal's going to try and jump in onto Quinn, but the racks are being taken, and Team Spirit, they've had enough. GG's called. It's Gaming Gladiators. They get the Medusa, they get the win.
Yep, and it's actually, like, I know they're going to talk about it a bunch on the panel, but it's the way that they set it up. It's of course, yes, Dusa absolutely busted, right? But it's the way that it all goes down in, like, that third, fourth pick. I know Peter consistently was asking, he's like, if you're going to go for this Darkseer, you want to try to have it with this Nyx Assassin.
Sure.
And the fact that they pick it in that last pick in the phase, they don't have the next pick right after. Because if they do pick the Darkseer before the Alchemist, let's say, then they can go for that Nyx, because it's not like Gaming's going to pick, oh, let's steal the Nyx Assassin. They have a very good chance of getting it, and maybe that's an answer. I don't know if it even is. It maybe doesn't even work anyway, but potentially that's something there as, I mean, Spirit, they tried versus it, and like we said, I don't think we're going to see much more Dusa.
I don't think so. I mean, at the end of the day, we're all gamers, we like a challenge.
I just want to see it.
Letting Gaming Gladiators get the Medusa, that was definitely playing this game one on the hardest difficulty possible for Team Spirit. Unfortunately, they weren't quite able to crack it, but as overall, Gaming Gladiators, as we've come used to saying time and time again, just everything going fantastic. The top support rotations, Ace, loving life, picking up these auras and chilling, farming on that top half of the map. Duracho getting the free farm and getting the Medusa, and Quinn
popping off,
ruling the whole game. 9-0-10 on the Pangolier. No answer for him whatsoever. Game 2, we'll see if they give it a better shot, but this game 1, Gaming Gladiators facing no difficulty.
Incredibly convincing performance for Gaming Gladiators. The first game is theirs. Of course, it's a full best-of-3 series, so perhaps we can give Team Spirit a little bit of a silver lining there. Like, you know what? In game 1 of a series, we can experiment. We think we have what it takes to beat Medusa, and they don't. It wasn't just Medusa that was the problem. Of course, we saw Team Spirit opening with Keeper of the Light, Storm Spirit, so you'd expect that is a strong win condition for them. But no, it did not deliver. It was a little lackluster. Here to break it all down, I'm here with Cinder and PPD and Jenkins. Peter, this where do you want to start? You want to start from the mid lane? Do you want to start with the Medusa, or the answer towards it? Because there's a lot to break down here.
Maybe just take a wider step back. Maybe first game of the day, you know, still waking up.
It's early. We're going there, okay.
They were a Group B team, right? So
yeah, that's true.
They were in the afternoon generally. They had to get up at, 8 or 9 a.m. this morning for their 11 a.m. game. And yeah, they didn't look like their past selves from the previous group stage. I think, their draft was pretty underwhelming. They tried to beat the best team in the world with the best hero in the game and did not work.
I think actually that might just make a difference. Getting up late, or rather early in this case.
That's a major cope right there.
You think so?
I saw a team that just got destroyed. I don't know if I'm gonna be like, we didn't sleep enough.
It was half baked. Like the cupcake was still raw inside in the middle.
I mean, okay, maybe you can cut them a little bit of slack, but if that's all it takes, then you're not gonna win a championship, right? Like they just need all the conditions to be pristine to even stand a chance, right? So. Yeah, I think on the other side, Gaming Gladiators, beautiful game from them. Obviously, Quinn's standout performance on the Pango. There wasn't really much to put a finger on in this game. I think all the elements of the draft you wanted to see come together did. As you're seeing right now, we're 6 minutes in. The Pango mid has 40 CS to the 30 of Storm in that snapshot, and they're kind of just running over the map shortly after. And that's something to keep in mind. Like, you're picking Caudle Storm as your first two. You want to fight. Like, this Storm wants to run around and assassinate heroes. What targets do you have in this game? Medusa is stupidly tanky, you're not killing her. Underlord is stupidly tanky, you're not killing him. So you have the Pango and the two supports, and you lost your lane to Pango. So, like, your options very quickly become very limited. And the rest of their lineup, we talked about the 4 Alk, he's very dependent on his other heroes setting him up, and the Sven is in the jungle farming. So the game just naturally, for Team Spirit, becomes pretty slow, and Gaming Gladiators just take all the initiative start to finish.
Yeah, this is, I believe, last hits total.
Yeah.
Because at minute 10, this would be quite insane.
Yeah, I mean...
that would be wild.
Wait,
Quinn, be wild.
Quinn didn't really need to do much last hitting because he was killing heroes.
True.
He didn't need to last it. Yeah, I mean, to me, this game is like... You let the Medusa through, and I think we were questioning what it was that Team Spirit was up to, because they clearly had an idea going in, but... I didn't see anything. I didn't see an idea of how to deal with the Medusa. Maybe the early game went so badly that we didn't get to see it come to fruition, but they obviously didn't go with the mana burn strat. We didn't see any amount of kiting happen. There was the one time they went on Medusa in the triangle as if they could kill her. It looked like a team that's not played against Medusa, but obviously these guys have in their pubs, right?
Regardless of what you're up against, you need to craft strong lanes. Darkseer Alchemist, pretty underwhelming. I actually don't really like Caudle that much as a 5 position at the moment. I feel like the hero plays much better in the off lane, pushing the waves into the enemy carry's tower. In the 5, up top, he doesn't really find a role. Okay, now you're pushing out the carry's lane, so he's got to farm in a more dangerous spot. It's almost a disadvantage.
It just felt rough. I mean, I'm hoping it was just a warm-up game and that we get a little bit more of a back and forth in game number 2. I'm sure that we can get maybe some information about how the team is dealing with a loss like this backstage, as we have Slacks standing by. Where are you, Slacks?
Hey, I'm over. Yeah, there's a little bit of light here. We're over where the players exit to go get some food, go outside. I was hoping to catch them as they went on their way, but yes, both teams have left the booth. Gaming Gladiators, I saw a lot of shrugging. I saw a lot of, how'd they let us get away with that? And Team Spirit not looking too excited there. So really not too much to report on this mid-game here. However, there are some ESL employees that are working here, and I thought we could do maybe a new kind of interesting interview. So let's go ahead and grab a little talk with him. How you guys?
Oh my God.
How you guys doing? You awake?
Yeah, I'm good, but you make me...
Oh my God, that was like a Japanese horror movie.
All right, we like to keep everybody on their toes around here because the players can do anything at any time. But yeah, the ESL guys, they seem like they're doing good, and we'll get some more games coming right out to you.
Thank you very much, Slacks, and indeed, those ESL employees, they will not have any issues being awake after something like that.
Jeez.
We had a conversation in the green room earlier about who would be the best gladiator among the talent. Jenkins was asking. I feel like this would be a very dangerous creature to go up against in the arena. Slacks on all fours.
Yeah, okay, so he wouldn't be the gladiator. He'd be the creature that needs to be beheaded.
Right. I think he's like the lion that they put in after, where they're like, oh, you think you're a good gladiator? All right, then fight this
Congratulations, you won the game.
You wonder
Here
why
comes DLC.
You wonder why the players hide when he comes in the room.
He wonders that. He does wonder that. He genuinely does. It's like, dude, what do you think?
Nobody wants to get ghouled.
Nobody wants to get ghouled.
You got ghouled.
Some people get ghouled, some people get Medusa. I don't know how much we can blame this game on the Medusa first phase. It is just a matter of Team Spirit's plan. Just overall didn't work out. It was everything. The mid lane fell apart, so they didn't even get to play their game, which was the Storm Spirit should be doing well. And I hope we're going to see some adjustments. Before we see those, though, what adjustments do we think they need to make? Peter, you have any ideas of where to start?
I'm still recovering from that Slacks experience right there. Ban Medusa. Maybe pick one of those, like, I don't know, maybe ban Underlord or pick him for yourselves. They got to try something else. Storm is a great hero, but I feel like these side laners have much more impact. The mid laner is just kind of like a ganker. He's a guy who, starts the fight. Hey, let's make something happen. Probably replaceable. You can probably find it later.
Yeah, I think, Gameth plays a lot around mid and getting Quinn all of the runes, so maybe if you pick a mid that doesn't need runes and is just kind of on their own, you can chill and focus more on the side lanes and make sure that they have a good game.
There is a potential. I guess it's kind of hard against Pango. I'm just wondering if there's something they can do to actually beat Quinn mid, like pick Laurel a hardcore counter matchup. Because when you first face Storm, you're obviously showing your hand immediately. This hero's not flexible, it's going there. So.
I think Shadow Fiend for Laurel could be good.
Could be a thing.
Good. Let's find out what's going to happen. Game 2 of the series around the corner.
Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal the pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the I'ma get it, you know I be on a what? Yeah. You know I be on a what? Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on a what? Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate. We ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the work. Yeah. You know I be on the work. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the work. Yeah. Man, we coming for them bags that they said I couldn't have. Get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto: hard work this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
The soil and the dust are trailing behind my boots. Blown by the wind, showed me a piece of my past. The soil and the dust is where we go. 6 feet under, whatever your uniform says. The smell of the dust is sticking onto my clothes. Burns my throat, sends shivers down my spine. The smell of the dust makes us just the same. What makes us different is just a bullet away. No pride, but shame. No pride can bring the corpse from the graveyard. May the souls rest in peace above. Some say we'll follow them, Lord, in the wind. Sooner or later, we're gonna pay the bill. The taste of the dust is lingering in my mouth.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
During the group stages, Team Spirit did not suffer a single 0-2. They lost some games here and there, but every time they were able to tie the series, or they were able to 2-0 their opponents. This game, for them, should be one that they can win and therefore force out a third game to this best-of-3 series. We're going to find out if they can actually do that here, though, because Game of Gladiators did come out of the gates absolutely swinging. Draft should be on our screens momentarily. A lot of points that we want to see given some attention in these drafts. And we've got Cinder in, PPD, and Jenkins to talk more about it as we actually join the draft at the very start.
Yes.
That doesn't happen very frequently.
Fun factoid about the previous match. Believe it or not, that was actually one of Gaming Gladiators' longer matches of the tournament. They have finished.
Okay.
They've finished most of their games before 30 minutes.
Oh.
Maybe teams were willing to bow out a little bit earlier in the group stage, but yeah, they've been. They have not been challenged very often so far.
They have not. I'm also seeing that Gaming Gladiators, once again, has first pick.
Correct.
So we are seeing the same scenario where Gaming Gladiators is Radiant with first pick and Team Spirit is Dire with second and overall last. Overall last pick being the more important one. We do also have an adjustment that instead of banning out the Disruptor, Team Spirit choose to ban out Underlord that we saw Gaming Gladiators prioritize previous game. Let's see if the Medusa comes out.
Yeah, that's the question here. That's the question.
Oh, Keeper of the Light.
They don't.
But now you have to take Medusa or you're giving Coddle
Medusa. Coddle. You cannot.
They can beat it. They can beat it.
Yeah, sure.
They have great ideas. You saw those in the last game.
Uh-huh.
They know what they're doing.
Sure.
They don't have to be afraid of Medusa. There's a lower bracket.
I feel like in this next ban phase, Nyx Assassin's gonna get banned out by Gaimin if Spirit doesn't just take Dusa here.
You could go Pugna Medusa, right? Or what if you did take the Dusa, what would you take with it maybe?
Yeah, I think Pugna would be...
CM?
Pugna would definitely be fine. CM would be
Dusa.
fine. I mean, I really want to see Spirit pick Medusa here for two reasons. First of all, because I think if they give it to Gaming Gladiators, they're going to be in trouble. But the other one is I want to see what Gaimin thinks beats this hero. Because we've seen different teams' takes on it. It's not like the hero's lossless, but its win rate at this point is approaching 80%.
Yeah.
And I think the teams are getting a way better understanding of how to pick with it, but not so. I haven't really been inspired with seeing solutions for it. So
I think if they do Dusa, Gaimin will pick Pangolier.
Yeah,
or
Slark. Or Slark, maybe.
Yeah, maybe Slark. Yeah, one of Durachia's favorite heroes.
Yeah, those are two heroes that we see banned out frequently against Medusa.
Ench Dusa, though. I mean, Dusa's just the best hero in Dota, so
They have to. Surely they have to, guys. Come on.
Oh, they don't have to.
Oh, but 2 games in a row? Okay, never mind. They
go back for the Storm with no mana battery.
Oh, no.
They prefer the
And if we remember previous game, Storm got demolished by Quinn's Pango in lane, and you both just mentioned the Pango would be a great pick either way. That being said, they could go for the Medusa or Pango. They have options.
There's only one option here.
I feel like there's one option too, but I don't know.
Depends.
Yeah, there it is. Okay.
Like, does Gaming Gladiators, do they want an easy win or do they want a little bit of a challenge?
Yeah.
I guess this time they're going to pick the easy win.
They'll take the dub. They need the points.
Anyways, it's in the past. Medusa's in the game. Spirit, they could still win. It's not over yet.
They want to do a better job answering it this time, though. The ignoring it strategy did not pan out.
No.
They need to win a side lane. That's like one of the most important things in Dota. You need, like, after laning phase ends, you gotta have a part of the map that you can play on. And the map has changed quite a bit, where the outside of the maps and these portals kind of make it's kind of harder to run away from your opponents, I think. But what can they pick to sort of challenge?
So last game, Gaimin banned AM, Slark, and Ursa. I think this time they might let the Ursa through because they don't have Underlord. So they have a secondary ban if they think there's something they're worried about playing with the Ench, for example. If there's a change in dynamic because it's an Ench 5 and not a Coddle. And now, of course, the Pango will be taken out by Spirit, so won't have to deal with that. The thing about this opening for Gaimin, though, is I just feel like you can play so many different heroes with this. It doesn't seem like it has the same limitations that it did in the past where, all right, you have to play this 5-man ball around Dusa getting 2 items and then going. It's like, the way the game plays out, it just seems flexible.
PL instead of Ursa, potentially.
Yeah.
Slark's still unbanned, but...
They'll ban Slark.
Team Spirit banned last series to protect their Storm Spirit. They banned Puck and Ember. They left the Pango through, which they've recognized that was a mistake, so it is gone now. They had used that previous ban on Enchantress, which was picked up in the first phase, so no longer, they kind of have an extra ban to throw at it.
Ember ban sounds good when they're against Coddle too, right? You don't want to make that chakra too valuable.
Yeah.
It's already good on Dusa, and if you give him a second hero to play around, it's just so easy. So
yeah,
there goes.
There he goes.
And there's Slark. Pretty predictable draft so far. I think the only curveball here is kind of the Ench, right?
Yeah, but
everything else
I think it's good
kind of
though.
Able to call it pick by pick.
Well, I don't think it's good that they didn't take Dusa, but it's nice to see Maposhka, prioritizing one of his best heroes early in the draft.
Yeah.
I think we saw him on Coddle looking a little uncomfortable, and like I said, I don't think it's the best 5, so good to see him on a hero that he can excel on. And this hero's very strong in lane, so you can get off to a good start.
And would you say that Enchantress is a lane winner? Because we just said that that's something that Team Spirit should do.
Oh, yeah. And it's also a hero that, like we talked about contesting mid, it's also one of the best heroes, if not the best support for going mid at 5 minutes and securing the rune, pushing the tower a little bit, making sure Quinn doesn't have like a perfect game like he had last time.
Maybe you could play this Ench still on Miposhka, but playing it with the offlaner and try to bully the Dusa, try to dive her with creeps, take the tower, and then transition into mid from there. I'm a little bit worried if you just play a standard 5 Ench and you ensure your safe lane and you're doing great up there, you're going to win that lane or break even or whatever, that if Dusa's uncontested once again, do you have the solutions for it? Are you gonna beat it if you break even? I think that's part of the reason why this hero feels so incredibly powerful right now, is that it feels like getting out of the lanes even is just a win for the Dusa team, almost always. Just the math just favors her, right?
Skywrath is now stolen.
Stolen.
Okay. I mean, this still doesn't rule out the possibility of Ench playing bot. Sky could play in the safe lane.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I don't think so. Come on, let's just put the 5 position in the safe lane. He knows it the best. Put the 4 in the off lane. He knows it the best.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can always just go through the portals if you need to go gank.
That's true. I mean, you can play with portals regardless, so that's right.
And Ench creeps can go through the portals, right?
Yep.
Yeah, maybe you're right. It's probably better actually with the portals because Ench gets some really good attack angles by playing with gates.
Yeah, you just go right through the tower, right? Yeah. Quick picks from Gaming Glads here: Silencer and Void Spirit.
Right. Double dipping silences against Storm here. If Quinn goes Axe, have a lot of control for the Storm.
And there's an Axe. We talked about that hero for Collapse.
Okay.
Axe Skywrath, classic lane.
Is that the Dusa counter, guys? You can dunk her.
Yeah.
But then she gets a stat item, and then you can't.
Yeah.
Well, when she mantas, if you can make her manta and then blink call with shard, you are going to be spinning quite a lot, right? You spin every 4th attack with no cooldown. Medusa gets stat items. She attacks pretty quickly.
Yeah, you can.
It's something.
Reduce her damage with the axe shard as well.
I gotta say, like, I'm just looking. I wouldn't say I'm grasping at straws here, but I'm not inspired. I don't feel like just instinctively that this lineup handles that hero particularly well.
I agree with you. However, I would say that Team Spirit is on comfortable heroes that they can win lanes on.
Yes.
Yeah. And we saw last game, if you don't win any lanes, the game is just impossible, regardless of what hero Dyrachyo is playing. He could have been on Pudge that last game and probably still won.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I mean, Sky Axe is like, that is just such a classic dominant lane. And then outside of laning phase, when Axe eventually gets the Blink Dagger, it's such an easy kill combo too. Even Quinn's got to be careful. The only person who might not die to it is Dyrachyo on the Medusa.
Yeah, there's a classic hero that just came to mind that used to be picked against Medusa because it's like one of the only heroes that could just outrange and play against her. Is there any world where you can play Sniper with attack speed and diffusal?
Yeah, why not? I haven't seen Sniper this tournament. That historically is one of the best heroes against Dusa, but I think that hero was hit pretty hard in the patch, and he hasn't been too popular. He also... why not?
You can get away with a safe laner like that with Ench, right?
Wind Ranger carry.
Or
with Diffusal Blade.
I mean, I wouldn't... I feel like maybe it's a too simplistic way of looking at the game. It's like, okay, we have to kill Dusa, because again, you could play around her, you can kill her team, you can disarm her and control her instead.
I
it just
get
feels
that.
like eventually the game state just becomes, okay, you have to deal with
That's what I'm
hero.
thinking. Like, you got to get something. Like, just something. I'm not saying like 5 heroes to counter Dusa, but like one hero that wants to pick up a Diffusal Blade seems like it just makes your game a lot easier to execute.
What's Ace gonna play?
Is it?
Yeah, they banned Bounty Hunter.
Is it Ricky coming out?
For offlane?
Safe lane, Ricky for Spirit.
Oh, yeah, Toro Ricky.
It's possible,
Could
but
be.
it depends on what Ace picks. So I think that's the first conversation to have.
Yeah, that's true.
What will Ace pick? A lot of offlaners have already been banned out. Tanky ones that are still in are the Centaur, I would imagine.
Maybe they could take the Ogre that we've seen Spirit play. I actually think it's pretty
love
good here.
it. I would love
Ogre Caudal is a nasty lane. You buy the auras, you buy Pipe, you Bloodlust Medusa. It sounds actually incredible when you look at it here.
Mhm.
I don't know if he likes the hero, though, or plays it, but...
Probably a new hero from Ace.
Well, not picked, not gonna be picked now, but I think that in future games for Game of Gladiators, we should keep Meepo in mind. I don't think it's good against Axe, but... Ogre!
Yeah.
All right.
I like that.
No brains.
Cool.
So they got both heroes that are basically just lacking one stat altogether.
Dude, Ogre...
And the universal hero.
And Silencer to steal the last stat. There you go.
There you
They're
go.
going to get all the attributes.
Ogre Caudal sounds legit.
It's
Imagine
insanely good.
2 4x multicasts on Fire Blast.
Also just level 3. Like, the lane is just relentless, right? You're spamming Ignite, you're spamming Fire Blast, the Caudle has his Blinding Light into you. It's no joke. This lane's going to be rough for Spirit to deal with. And
of course,
the added
Spirit is
benefit
the one,
too. Sorry?
Spirit is the one that knows how to play against it because they've played it themselves.
Yeah.
What about Naga Siren? It's a diffusal builder. It's a hero that can purge the Ignite in lane. You can get a Manta style. You purge the Global Silence as well.
The Caudle matchup is tough, though. Blinding Light and Illuminate destroy this hero. And now that Caudle doesn't even need to be an ulti form to have Blinding Light, I just think it's tough. I like this idea better. It's also a classic historical counter to Medusa. She's very static, can't really move too well. You catch her in the ring. You get like some Axe Call out plus Monkey King ult with Diffusal, and you try to pierce through her. I think it's... This lineup can actually kill Medusa, I think.
I like this, yeah. This is
there's
way better.
so much single target damage. You call her with Blade Mail, you drop the entire Skywrath ult on her, you jump with Storm, and your Monkey King gets ult off. I see more of a clear path to victory here for Spirit. I still favor Gaming Gladiators because I just think their lineup is incredible this patch, but Spirit with a good adaptation at least to try to solve this.
Much stronger side lanes, and I think their mid lane, Storm vs. Void, should have a good time too. So hopefully Spirit gets off to a good start. I think the concern is when we go, 10, 20 minutes and we have these 5v5s, is Dusa just that broken that they can't win? We'll have to find out.
More sample.
Yeah, I actually think Spirit won this draft. I really like their draft. They've you don't agree?
No. They have coddled Dusa first phase. You think they won the draft?
Barring Medusa being extremely overpowered.
Fogg's looking at me. He's like, Jenkins, what are you doing?
They have synergy. I mean, they got the Axe Sky. They have the Storm plus Sky. They have a Poshka on Enchantress. They have a Diffusal here on Yatoro. I'm going to say Spirit wins. I'm just going to double down.
All right. I will say that if the hero was balanced, potentially they would have been considered the winners of
Cheever's on my side?
I'm on your side, because the question is, and I think the question that we are asking ourselves today in the upper bracket, mostly so, is Medusa first ban material, and are we just going to see that hero removed for the rest of the event, right? I feel like that today in the upper bracket, that's when you can experiment, like, can we counter it? Sind, did they counter it?
I like what Spirit brought this game. I personally still don't think it's going to be enough, but I like the ideas, and I admire their bravery going up against this, because there were other options to have. Toward the end of yesterday, we started seeing Dusa first face banned by other teams.
Yeah.
Spirit want to beat it. Let's see if they can do it this time.
I mean, this if they can't do it with this draft, then I think they're going to let it through in the lower bracket. But we'll see. They got a plan against it. Can they work it out? Can they do it? Can they force out a third game? We're finding out together with Odie Pixel and Fogged.
All right.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, indeed, Spirit in this game too. They like the pain of game one. They want to try. Medusa, let's do it again. So let's see if they can this time round. As we over the panel, definitely something to be said with potentially the approach from Spirit this time. Maybe there's some sort of better ideas here in how to deal with this hero. I mean, what do you think, Fogg? Are they stepping a step closer to being able to deal with Gaming Gladiators with a Medusa, or do you think we're going to see a similar outcome as Game 1?
I think it's definitely a better approach, but likely to be similar. Tofu, can he actually get away? Impetus, there you go. Nicely done. Good start kill. I think every kill, anything is most important here. They need to crush lanes. I think that's the biggest thing I'm going to look at. If they can dominate lanes, if they can make sure this Dusa doesn't get off the floor, maybe that'll be some type of answer here. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see if all that does go down. Because the one thing is, I know they were talking about like the Wukongs and everything with Diffusal, and that has been a counter in the past, right? The problem is it's not just a Dusa, it's a Caudle. And what happens now when you pop Wukongs? Blinding Light isn't attached to your ult on Caudle. So you just Blinding Light him and push him out of his ult.
You get him out of his ult, yeah.
Over and over again. That's what I'm going to be looking at from Tofu over and over again, besides just mana battering these cores consistently. And speaking of mana battery, all three cores are fantastic with Chakra.
Sure.
Playing on the Void Spirit's one of those Spirit heroes that loves to play with it. They've got a Deuce, and then they've got an Ogre. Monkey King traditionally, though, versus Ogre in lane is a pretty cool matchup versus the old Ogre, and it's also just not an Ogre is the other thing, too. Or it's a Caudle, so he's going to be able to push away, prevent that Jingu from building up a lot of times. And I haven't seen the new Ogre versus Monkey King, to be honest with you. I imagine the Monkey's still going to be pretty good matchup, but maybe that base damage is just going to be too much, because Ace has 80 base damage compared to 58 of the Monkey King.
What do you sort of make of the outlook of the game for Lal this time around in the Storm Spirit? It's a bit of an easier game for Storm. You know, what's sort of the differences between this one and the last one?
Definitely a bit of an easier one, but still has some things that he has to be worried about. Silencer is very frustrating to play against. Same thing for the Aether Remnant, but I mean, it looks better. It definitely looks better for the Storm this time. So overall, yeah, lanes and everything do look a bit better, but yeah, we're just going to see. Everything on paper can mean one thing, but there's a Medusa, Snake Lady, doesn't care.
Sure. And what do you think the idea was around the axe? Like, what's the axe going to be able to offer this game?
I mean, come on, Owen, you already know. It's get ahead, dunk her when she does lose HP, but that's just not going to happen.
It's not going to happen because you don't. It's not like you need that many stats on Medusa to have high enough HP, right? To not be one shot. So.
No, and people, I mean,
Director, he's just not gonna be in one shot territory.
No, this isn't pubs where people are gonna buy no stat items and you're sitting 100 HP or something. You buy, look, he has the blood grenades. He's got full stat items right off the bat, so he's gonna have that HP threshold.
I mean, what are the thresholds on axe? 250, 350, 450.
Yeah, and then you get the plus 150 at 20. So it's a potential.
Diracho will have more HP.
He'll have more.
It's useful in the sense, right, that maybe you'll get an opportunity to kill Diracho before you've had to burn for all his mana, because you've managed to get that 2% of damage around the mana shield to bring him down a bit on his HP. But of course, it's unlikely. But we'll see. We'll see if Collapse is able to make something incredible happen and actually find any avenue to dunk the Medusa this game, but it's probably unlikely.
Probably unlikely, but hey.
But
I think everybody is cheering for Spirit right now, let's be honest. Even if you're the biggest Gaming Gladiator fan in the world, you're like, this dude's a hero.
You want to see the Medusa
lose.
get beat, yeah.
So, and yeah, right now we're seeing these lanes. Yatoro and Miposhka, yeah, they're doing great. I mean, it's not really that changed just yet, of course. That Monkey King is good versus the Ogre. But yeah, we'll see as these levels do build up. And we'll see what auras. I think Ace is just going to do Aura Ogre that we saw that Spirit did the other day on their Ogre. And Collapse, I don't think that he can actually go down that route.
Okay. You think he has to sort of build to make the plays?
Yeah. Ooh, Blood Grenade actually off the mark there from Diracho. Misses on Tamira. Potentially would have. I think it would have been a kill if he actually hit that one there. Just ended up whiffing. And he's out of mana. So, and they do not have a CM this time, or in the lane at least, and they don't have any mangoes right now. Would probably like to see Celery pick up some mangoes. Just to be able to feed those.
They go coming out, just the Wraith Band and the Wand for Diracho. And yeah, yet to see the pickup from Celery.
Okay, I mean, we'll see. And we'll see if they can collect the Healing Lotuses as well, too. Right now, they're owning the bottom lane. I mean, this is a very oppressive lane that we used to see a lot in the past. Diracho dropping incredibly low. The spam that comes out from Battle Hunger and from the Skywrath is incredible.
Sure.
And they get the lane pushed out, so that means Mira, he's going to be able to go collect that Lotus himself.
And this is sort of what a lane as well, where Collapse and Mira will be able to continue to play it. They don't have to look to skip creeps or anything.
Nope, they play this. You play this lane super aggressively. So yeah, all three lanes looking good.
Yeah,
this is definitely a key to success if you want to be able to try to shut down Medusa.
Yeah, solid first opening 3 minutes here. They've already got the 1K lead. In fact, they get the kill on Diracho down bottom. All right, I mean, first 3 minutes looking
good.
Very good here for Spirit.
Yep, Collapse, he's absolute top, tippity top. 20 and 7 last hits versus the 11 and 1, and he pretty much has Vanguard done.
So they can keep this up, Spirit. Yep. Of course, they need everything against this Medusa. They've got to just completely blow open this lead as soon as they can.
And the other thing that they can do is they can actually potentially get kills on Quinn early. That's the big thing that this Skywrath does unlock versus Spirits always when you have the Ancient Seals we saw last time.
He's got to live.
So low. Gets away.
Time around, able to stay alive. It's been a couple of times where being able to bully him out that top lane now.
And this is a good move here, Mira. I love this move. He's like, I mean, Collapse is completely fine. He's got Vanguard done on the Axe, and this is not a lane that actually poses kill threat onto an Axe with the Deuce Silencer. Goes bottom, gets the Water Rune. Laurel gets the top one, so Quinn, he doesn't have a refill. So, yeah, they're making all the right moves right now in this first 4 minutes.
Yeah, definitely feeling what they wanted to do with the draft in terms of the lanes, because so far the lane setups have been looking pretty good.
Yeah, this is just it's a way better approach. Will it be enough? I mean, all of us are asking that. I think everyone watching is literally asking the same thing. Can they get this Medusa out?
I mean, because we're seeing it, Diracho definitely having a slower start with the CS this game.
Absolutely. It's gonna be. It's not an easy lane to play against. I used to love this lane. I think it was like Wings or something like that did fully popularize it out of I mean, pubs of course had done it for some times, but when we saw it start be really prominent in pro games, it was very impressive. You just always bully the carry. And you have great kill threat inside the mid game too, constantly. If you get ahead, you're just constantly setting up with these Mystic Flares with the Blink Call.
Yeah, I think Yatoro is going to be very happy with the fact that the presence of the Ogre and the Cottle, this kind of duo that can get pretty heavy with the spam, it's not really phased him at all.
No, they have
the farm very nicely, and Just benefit off the fact that Ace is that melee hero.
Big hit.
Getting this Jingu stacks up. Now holding back with the stun. But, Toro continue to live a happy life on this top lane.
Yeah, I think Pushka being the Enchantress, this is like, I mean, in my opinion, this and his Disruptor are my two favorite heroes that I've always seen him on. So he's very good at securing lanes, and he knows exactly what creeps to grab. He had the little Satyr, whatever the hell is it called, the little small Satyr, Banisher, I think it is. Whatever, the one that purges. He was able to dispel a couple of the Ignites and stuff like that, and it's a very good aggressive creep versus something like Ogre 2. Good start here, 2K lead.
6-minute power in.
Not even before the lanes are over.
Doesn't look like... Oh, okay, Quinn's going to jump in with the Astro Tip. Lali's already able to pick up the haste. It's pretty low though, Lal, so won't be able to play aggressive with this haste rune. No.
Tornado creep. Potion's here.
Okay, they can go for Tofu.
Sure can.
Tofu shows in the mid, but Poshka with the setup. Lal going to reach in and help get the kill, so they won't be able to take down Quinn, but Tofu turning up just ends up being another free kill here for Team Spirit, now 4-0.
And Owen, I'm looking at something right now, bottom. Let's see what Axe's level is, and look at Deuce's HP right now.
There's going to be a bit of a window.
There's a chance. He might just be able to dunk him. If Dyrachyo doesn't build stat items.
If he can get the,
If he doesn't get the treads before it, there's a chance that we could just see the one shot.
I mean, that's true, yeah, because if he gets treads, puts them on strength, he'll be fine.
Yeah, he'll be fine.
He'll have enough HP.
Oh my god, I'm staring at bottom.
There's no way it's going to happen.
I think it might happen. I think it might happen. I'm watching anyway.
Top lane Yatoro. Again, and we get the full heal off here with the Jingu and the Boundless. And in fact, he might just get the kill. He does.
Sure does. And they're taking double wisdoms. They're literally every move is perfect right now.
It's looking good. There is hope here for Team Spirit in this game too with this opening.
Collapse, he's 6. And Dyrachyo.
What's his HP?
It's 230.
250 is greater than 230.
It is.
Alrighty. That means it's a one shot.
Let's see it. And Laurel, he's having a much better time, as we said, this time around versus Quinn, who completely destroyed last time on that Pango. He's ahead on the Storm as well. Dyrachyo.
The treads are coming out.
I'm watching. Will he be found? Top Ace.
He's going to get... I mean, this is going to be more kills here for Yatoro.
There we go. Oh, Dyrachyo showed himself. He's going to show... He's going to get
one.
He's going to get one shot.
Do it! Yes! Oh, that feels so good seeing that stupid snake lady get one shot. Poor old Dyrachyo.
I feel kind of bad cheering so much against him. I'm sorry. I love you, Gladiators,
I think the whole
but still.
community a sigh there. Oh my God. Because that's probably the only time that's going to happen this game, and probably the only time this tournament.
Yeah. I mean, immediately he's going to go strength treads, and he's going to be like, wow, I can't believe I just let that happen.
I mean, he's got his treads done, right?
He does, but he's still on Agi.
Okay,
he went strength, okay.
So now, 450 HP. It's never going to happen again. We got to enjoy it whilst it happened.
But they're ahead. They're super ahead right now. Laurel has a DD, and they can set up. But Dyrachyo, as soon as they see him, they do have kill threat for sure. Dyrachyo, he shows.
Oh, nice little hop.
That was
a big jump. All the way over the crystals, back to safety. TP's coming in. Dyrachyo, of course, perfectly fine. Backups in. And now Team Spirit, they've got to run. Mira's probably going to get caught by the chase here. Quinn in with the Astral Steps. Got the kill.
Okay, they strike back. That Tumbler's toy was insane.
Your new queen won't even move.
Traverse the ravine there. It's pretty nice. Well, at least we got to see the big dunk once. I mean, can we please just watch
there
it?
Is, yeah.
Put it on repeat.
Oh,
look at his smile. He's like, I cannot believe that happened in a pro game. Dyrachyo.
I mean, he was so close. I think what treads were coming out in the Courier Dyrachyo, so I guess he didn't quite do the math. Forgot. Maybe just sort of, just a bit of an oversight from him. Yeah. 230 HP is against the 250 from a dunk. You're gonna die.
Oh man. I'm satisfied already. That was all I needed to see for at least once here. Quinn, pretty tanky. Can't actually get set up on which is level 2 Ancient Seal. And Dyrachyo, Dax, now he should be able to just get more consistent farm this time around here. Now the lane keeps pushing into him. He's got 2 Lotuses, and strength treads. I don't think he'll ever go near the lane again on Agi treads. No. He's even, you know what? He's like, okay, screw this.
I mean, let's go because he's.
I'm bringing a belt of strength out.
Yes. Oh, there we go.
He's going for his.
Now he can toggle around and. He's not going to be into the 250.
This is a bit of a deviation, though, because every single one of the deuces we've seen, it's straight Manta. They don't go the Lance build. So, it is Dyrachyo adapting to the scenario that he's put in right now.
I mean, once the stat. I mean, yeah, because at that point, how much HP, if with Strength Treads and Dragon Lance, he'll even have enough right there, even
level 2 dunk.
somehow able to find 10 levels, hit level 18.
Exactly.
Even level 3 dunk, I think, you know, he's going to,
he'll have
only goes up to what, 450? Wait, what's the talent push up to? 650,
it's 600, yeah.
600.
It can get amped from spell amp though. Remember that. So if he goes for like
can it? The actual threshold?
Your threshold gets. I don't know if it works now anymore. It used to work absolutely. I don't know if it does anymore.
Top lane Yatoro. It's gonna get caught. Quinn. A nice. They take him out. I mean, he was having a good time up there until now, really, Yatoro. But they take him down. We'll see Collapse get in, but of course
he needs help.
He'll just have a fond memory of the earlier days where he was able to get that dunk.
I want to.
And that is all.
I want to see Spirit by Mira and Laurel probably pair up, go for a smoke play, because Mira, he's 6. They've got Blink on Axe, so I think this is potentially, maybe after Collapse farms his stack, I want to see them go for the plays onto the Dusa. Keep shutting her down, because she's starting to catch back up. Everyone on Gaming Gliders is starting to catch back up after those lanes.
Yeah, especially when that Midas is out on Ace.
Getting that kill on the Monkey King is also very important. That's going to slow down the timing. Top
He's back in action. He might get a chance to go on to Ace. Pretty tanky with the Vanguard.
Not tanky enough, I don't think. Or
is
he? He is, okay.
The back of a Tofu blowing him back here with the blast.
JK.
Might be able to finish Ace off.
And
Duracho also turning up to the top lane, ready to start farming this half of the map. Get some pressure onto the tier 1 tower.
Already. Quinn, they're going for mid. And they will be able to get this catch. The invisible Mystic Flare.
Quick stuff.
Good play.
Can probably finish this tier 1 tower, especially with the TPs from Gaming Gladiators going towards the top half of the map. So some pressure coming down the mid here from Team Spirit. Still holding on to this 3k lead.
Good move. Every time. I think Collapse just, don't show on the map too much, and this is just your time to be the absolute killer. You can literally threaten kill on almost anyone with the combo of the Skywrath. And they'll get the tower, and they are defending top as well. Yatoro's going just standard build, though. He's not going, at least not yet. He hasn't queued up Diffusal. He's just going for Echo BKB. I wonder if maybe after that he will go for Diffusal, because it is super value. And Collapse, a nice move. He's actually just stealing some Ancients.
Well, yeah, definitely one of the advantages of playing this Axe against the Medusa. You know, stacks are going to be made, and your hero pretty darn good at cleaning them out themselves. So, Collapse.
Still making nice moves.
Here it is, 1-0-2. It's going to be well on the way to picking up the Blade Mail after this Blink and Vanguard. Fantastic timing.
Yatoro.
Top net worth.
On Duracho.
Boundless to hold him in position a bit, but still the Stone Gaze will catch him. So no chance for Yatoro to continue to chase.
Yeah, and we see Duracho, he has been accumulating Lotuses. So great healing Lotus. Yeah. As we mentioned last time, 1600 effective HP. Okay, and Yatoro, he's revealed his build. So he is just it's going full Monkey King standard.
Okay, yeah.
No deviation.
And Deso over the Diffusal. I only can imagine because he just wants to kill everyone else first.
Yeah, I guess so. Scan comes out. They know someone's down here. Gaming. Set up. They have a lot of heroes here, and they'll jump. And Yatoro. He's got to jump away.
Global will come out, but he was able to get back onto the tree in time, so unlikely they'll be able to chase him down. So
a wasted global.
Yeah, something. At least sort of Yatoro's presence was able to bait out as well from Spirit. Sorry, from Gaming Gladiators. But Gaming Gladiators still get the kill. Team Spirit looks to hold this area of the map. Collapse, he's ready to fight. And he's more than ready, of course. You know, this Axe, he wants to brawl. He wants to look for dunks.
Absolutely.
Probably not going to get it on the Medusa, but other heroes, Collapse certainly can.
Mid lane. Yep, they're setting up. They see the Ogre. It's a tanky Ogre. Do they have the damage?
With the Blink, he's got a lot of HP, so they've got to get him down quite a bit to open up for the dunk, but they're able to do so. Smooth moves here from Lal. Collapse just continue to have a fantastic time. 8k net worth here, 14 minutes in. This Axe is massive.
He really is. Blade Mail now is going to open up opportunities to get kills on any of these other heroes too. Maybe even not just the Sky as...
Ooh! Nice value as well. Gets in, takes that regen.
He dodged the Q as well, the Arcane Curse.
Mana's going to be back up to full.
All right, Collapse. I mean, he has absolutely carried Spirit in a lot of different games, even going back to TI, but even at this tournament. Right now, definitely set up for success to do so. 5k lead.
Oh, wait.
What?
Yeah, when he's on that, he's actually still just on 380, right? So because it's level 2 dunk, that's 450. He's back in one-shot territory.
What?
No, I know. Okay, 450 is it's only 350, isn't it? Never mind. Level 12 is only 350. There's no one-shots. Unless he drops his Dragon Lance.
I mean,
he probably will not.
I don't know about that.
There's no reason to do that.
Well, he's sticking, you know. Players have lost Manta styles while sticking. Wasn't that Mickey?
That is true. Yeah, I remember that Mickey on his morph.
Ace, Midas is done, so recovery outlet will start coming in for him, but he is pretty far behind, but Spirit, I like how Collapse is playing, though. I think this is really important when you are playing these type of like blink offlaners. We used to see it so much more. Of course, the meta has changed so much that it's just these like aura bots 90% of the games, but oh, the Midas efficiency, beautiful. He's off the map, right? Collapse isn't showing himself almost at all this game. He's consistently playing in the shadows, so it does always maybe put some scare into gaming to show us at times here. TP's bottom. There's going to be a ward, though, so it's Scout Spirit's movement.
It's definitely making the lane scary for Gaming Gladiators.
Yep.
Not feeling too free to be able to step up and farm these waves because of how Collapse is playing.
Yeah, I really like the way that he's moving around.
Definitely causing issues for Gaming Gladiators at this point.
And they should be able to finish off this tower. 200 HP on it. Miposhka even swinging around. They've got 4 heroes. Collapse. He's hunting. They're going to put a defensive ward down. They know they're going to lose this tower, so this is one of the more... one of the wards we do see nowadays.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Really is so far so good.
So far so good.
But there's a Medusa.
But there's a Medusa
so
and a Coddle.
Depends how much sort of you lie in favor of the power of the Medusa Coddle when you see, well, they're down 5k, but these heroes are pretty crazy.
And they catch back up, right? They've got Midas.
They do. I mean, yeah, a few more rounds of the Midas, and that gold lead that Team Spirit have will get closed upon. So Spirit, they've got to keep doing this, keep looking for action. But as I say, Gaming Gladiators, they're playing with the right level of safety. They're not allowing themselves to get caught by this. They know that Team Spirit's going to be doing these sort of moves. And Gladiators, for the most part, they're just not falling foul to them.
No, they're probably just telling themselves, hey guys, the onus is on them to really make moves and run around and shut down Dusa, because Duraccio's probably, guys, I'm back. You know, I'm completely caught back up in this game.
Yeah, he really has. He's closing in on the likes of Collapse, and we saw how
they've got global.
All right, Collapse was Quinn. He's going to commit in under the coverage of the global, gets him with the jump. They'll look to delete the Skyer first. Mirror gets blown up.
Yatoro, be careful.
I mean, there's Collapse. He's in with the jump. Should be able to get the dunk off. No, he can't. The Remnant actually interrupts. They'll get the kill, but now they've got to run. Duraccio's in with the Stone Gaze. Team Spirit split.
They might be able to re-go. That's Stone Gaze and Global. They're thinking about it. Is this the BKB also done for Yatoro? It is. Okay. It's a fighting build, though, on the Monkey King.
It is.
So it has to
that's how they have to play, right?
Yeah,
also able to get a nice pickup here. Does find the Orb of Destruction on Yatoro.
That's actually the dream.
Super nice.
Definitely the dream if you are going to go down the Deso route. Dusa, though, top net worth. Duraccio, as you said, he is recovering. And we will see the build, of course, from Ace. He's just going to go after his Midas. It's all auras. So that is going to be the other advantage. How is Spirit going to be able to deal with the big fights when these auras do start kicking online? Because the way that Gladiators is going to play, for the most part, it's wait for cooldowns, wait for global, go for these pickoffs, wait for these fights with the Stone Gaze and stuff like that. They might be able to find Duraccio here. He is isolated, but let's see.
In with the call. Still, they need a fair bit of damage to get through that mana shield. And I mean, Miposhka with the impetuses is bringing him a little bit low, but Duraccio, he'll bail out. He'll TP away, and now the backup coming in. Gaming Gladiators, they'll clean up Mirror. And they can look for more.
They hit the Remnant.
He zips in, but he zips straight into the Remnant. He gets caught by the blast. Lol, he's dead.
And they cut the tree!
They cut the tree! Yatoro's not going to be able to get the Wukong's command off Collapse, who will get the call and the dunk off at least onto Celery. But a bit crazy there from Lyle, goes straight back in. It was the Quinn's Remnant sort of set up. It wasn't set up for the Storm, but Lyle goes straight into it.
It happens sometimes when you're playing this Storm versus Void Spirit. Got to be careful for these instant disables, even if they're just on the floor.
Yeah, Quinn covering that sort of area perfectly.
And
I think at the time, because he was looking for Miposhka with it, but ends up getting the bigger grab with Lyle jumping back in.
Yeah, I mean,
trying to get the step on Miposhka. Miposhka dodges it, but Lyle, he just goes straight in.
And they have Big Burst. They've got the Coddle. Got that control as well that comes out from it. Things are, they're starting to get this farm. The necessary farm gaming.
That lead for Spirit is definitely slowed down.
And they get the kill.
Global's going to be popped here to make sure they can't throw anything else down onto Quinn.
They baited Global
out.
Yeah, they did bait it. Quinn definitely was fine. I think.
You think he would have lived anyway?
Look at his HP pool.
That's true. He's tanky.
This is a new Void Spirit. This is a universal Void Spirit. He's immensely tanky with the build that you can go now.
Yeah, 2200 HP.
At least they force it in. Yeah, they're going to smoke. I like this. Immediately smoke after Global's used. Look for some kills. This gaming, they're catching up very quickly. The call, it's an attempt from a blind one, but it was actually Tofu on the sidelines. Doesn't get caught. And he's got Glimmer.
They're going to continue to chase, but...
Quinn's in the area.
Quinn's ready to jump in. Straight in with the combo onto Mira. Takes him out. We'll get caught by the core.
He might die. Oh, the heals.
It's there in time. It means that there's not a chance for Collapse to finish him off with a dunk. And Quinn, he's into the trees, and he's out.
They will find Celery, though. The hunt from Yotaro and Laurel.
It's Medusa.
Yeah, she's catching up.
He's getting this space once again. I mean, Team Spirit, they're doing their best to chase out everybody else with Gaming Gladiators, but it does very much feel all like a bit of a distraction.
It sure does.
Not even able to get Tofu as him and Ace to step out of the Wukong's command.
Oh, I mean, they tried for the kill, but now that's a Wukong's down, unable to really get any type of punish play.
And yeah, these sort of moves, they don't feel great for Team Spirit if they're not finding something.
No, and they're going to start losing heroes. They're going to start hemorrhaging all over the place. But Poshka, there's a stun. He's going to get brought down. Uh-oh, Owen. It's happening.
Uh-oh. Well, at least we got that dunk.
At least we got the dunk.
We got the dunk at the start.
I'm still happy about it.
Well, that one will be in the highlight reel, I'm sure. Whichever way this game goes, it deserves to be. Because outside of that, definitely feels we're falling into the Medusa territory that we did in game 1.
It's Medusa territory with auras that are soon going to be getting online, as we mentioned, from Ace, and there's the chakra constantly. And Topo, you see the itemization, Glimmer, drums, like everything's about auras and just buffing up the Medusa so that she can just solo carry the game with Quinn just getting pickoffs. And Quinn, again, gotta be honest, like, we keep talking about Dusa. Oh yeah, Quinn's 5-1-4 again. He's part of every kill.
He's putting the work in, Quinn, indeed, with his moves. You know, Duracho, of course, doing a great time, having a great time on the Medusa, doing Medusa things, but indeed, in terms of kind of activity up and down the map, Quinn, whether it's his Pango or his Void Spirit, he's really giving it his all.
Those are my two favorite Quinn heroes.
Yeah.
Void Spirit when it was meta, now it's back to the meta. You see,
it really is
tier,
right
he's a monster. His Pango, I think, I was looking at like the stats and stuff, I think he's on like 11, out of 12 games, he's won 11 of them. So yeah, I mean, he's just a beast especially if he's enabled, right? He has the coddle, so got to give the credit to the supports because Tofu, he's 0-6, he's taking a lot of deaths.
Yeah. And this game, Collapse, he's doing his best.
He really is.
3-0-3, he's been smashing it on the Axe. And even Collapse at kind of top form on the Axe, it's probably not going to be enough to beat what Gaming Gladiators have right now.
No, I mean, Deuce is just starting to get too big. But you know what? I'm trying to think of things because maybe the Shard also, this could be a kind of cool answer from the Axe where at some points you just call her, get the debuff stacks onto her, and then she hits for no damage. But the issue is, are you going to be able to kill her? You can't just ignore her forever. So I don't know. I'm trying to think of stuff here, right?
And does that attack reduction stack additively? So the 6 stacks will be a 90% attack reduction?
Yes, but it's only on to Axe, if I'm not mistaken. Like, only Axe takes reduced damage. It's not like she does 0 damage, right?
That is true, so... I mean, at least Collapse will get to live.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, I'll have to live a very, very, very long time, of course, to be able to get enough chances to spin, and get through that mana shield.
I want to see them use they have a timing coming up here. So Laurel, he's got BKB. I believe Deso's almost done on Monkey Kim. Blink BKB and Blade Mill done on Collapse. I mean, this is a timing that they have to try to probably look for fights here because, as we said, the Dusa, Scotty's now online. They have Greaves as well, too. So it's all kicked in now.
It really has.
Let's see if they can. See what we got. Toro, yeah, okay, not quite the Deso yet, but very soon. Almost 15 as well.
And we'll see. Yeah, we'll see if the approach of just trying to kill all these other heroes as quickly as they can will work in their favor.
It's
tough. We did sort of see that before earlier. I think when in the tournament when 9 Pandas went against the Medusa. Very much the sort of, they had like a void, didn't buy any sort of diffusal or manta build up, just went for full DPS to kill all the other heroes quickly.
But they did have what, like triple halberd as well, if I'm not mistaken.
They did that game. They were picking up the halberds, which is we're not seeing any halberds this game.
No halberds, no auras from the side of Spirit.
Because yeah, the disarm definitely seemed to be a good way to try and play if you're going to do that sort of style of killing everyone.
Be careful! Oh my god, he almost zipped into the Remnant.
That'll be fine.
We'll be able to get away. Cost him his whole mana pool, though.
Sure.
And it's always this. The one threat also is if Spirit does make a move where they look to jump, there's a good global 99% of the time too. So they have to like you kind of have to full commit or bait the global and reset and go back in some type of attempt. Because yeah, I feel like gaming they're just the timings are absolutely they've been hit already. Duracho, he's now just farming stacks too. Level 16, full Scotty, on his way to the Hurricane Pike. Gonna be finished in no time. 300 last hits.
Well, just interested to see where this hero is going to fall in the remainder of the tournament with other teams. You know, what sort of respect it's given, and what sort of approach there. Because I imagine every team right now in this tournament, they're doing their best to come up with the anti-Medusa strat, right, Fog?
Yeah, I mean,
they're all going to be trying to plan it.
Yep. Dyrachyo, he's isolated. They have all their item timings, too.
All right.
Can they get him?
See what they can do. He's got the stun gaze off, and the global silence is there. He's going to be fine. TPs are coming in. They have to back away.
They didn't use BKBs, though. So, Spirit, they're going to look to re-engage.
Okay.
See what they can catch.
Collapse can get the jump. Still difficult. I mean, Gaming Gladiators pretty much preparing their numbers. They've got eyes on Quinn. Quinn, he's out.
And you see Quinn's itemization. I mean, universal hero, but the Sanj, as we've mentioned like multiple times, when you're playing versus Axe, he's like hard disables and stuff like that. It's going to be able to prevent the potential catch of that and also the Ancient Seal.
Sure. I mean, the question is if Team Spirit can do that again within this sort of minute where there's no Stone Gaze, no global. They're going to look to do Roshan, whilst they know that those ults aren't there for Gaming Gladiators. So they'll be able to make something happen with the fact that they poke those 2 spells out.
Yeah. Should be able to bring it down pretty fast, too, with Deso and Over Destruction. Gaming, yeah, they're just going to farm it up.
I'm seeing next on the build. This time around, going to be having the Silver Edge being gone for by Dyrachyo.
Okay.
In that time to sort of reset, and of course, the break's always nice to have. Honestly, it's all 3 cores.
It is. It's very nice.
You break the Monkey King, you break the Storm, you break the Axe. You're going to be limiting the damage each of these cores do.
No, absolutely. Break even the support. Just Laurel
will feel forced to put the BKB.
That's an aggressive
but I don't think he can really force the fight. He's got to back out with his Dyrachyo's there. You don't want to fight in underneath the Medusa.
I think I just saw the first time the animation of the Gossamer Cape. Did you see that? It's like he pulsed a little bit on the Ogre. I didn't see the animation of it before personally. So Ace didn't panic at all though. Greaves still online. And Laurel, now no BKB. Has to be very careful how he looks for the fight. At least I think Miposhka just soloed the Tormentor. I think he did
did he do the Hurricane Pike?
He did the Hurricane Pike trick while taking the Watcher. So they did claim 2 of them. And he is, I mean,
he could become a carry.
He could transition.
He
already has transitioned.
Win. Toro quick with the jumps. And even if they did find him, of course, your Toro still has that Aegis and the BKB. It would have been a tough one to take down twice. Trying to get his Skadi done next.
Okay, yeah, good. I mean, itemization's nice. It's not the defusal, of course, but it's more of a standard route versus these range carries. Global back online. Stone Gaze at the ready. Quinn leads the wave and jumps out. No risk.
See if they can maybe get that sort of blind stun with the Boundless to set up for a call, but Quinn not going to get caught today. Collapse just running at them now. They're really doing their best to try and find some sort of jump, but again, Gaming Gladiators, they're too tricky to find. Collapse.
Dyrachyo, Shadowblade. They've got a dust.
And he's going to be able to put the Manta in the Stone Gaze. Backup's on its way.
They're all coming. I mean, Dyrachyo playing very aggressive here.
He's pretty isolated.
Global.
The Global's there. Dyrachyo, the mana's getting low. They're going to have a chance to kill him. The mana's gone. They get it with the call. Can they take him out? They can. They bring the Medusa down, and now Spirit, they'll absolutely look to push for more. Ace, he's away with the TP. Tofu, he's also able to get out of there. So Dyrachyo will be dealt with. This time around, Dyrachyo, I guess he's just got to be a bit more careful how far he strays from the team. He doesn't have that Fiend's Gate backup of last game that Ace could provide.
And he ran into them instead of running toward his team.
I guess he felt, he ran to the east. Yeah, he was going in.
He gets punished. Good play, Spirit. I mean, the way they played it as well, too, the reset, both of them facing away, right? You saw Collapse immediately turn his back. Laurel as well, zipped away, faced away.
Yeah, they played that really well. Yep. And they have to, right? Any sort of chance that sort of gets handed to you where Dyrachyo is split from the team, you've got to play it perfectly. You cannot let that opportunity slip away from you if you're Spirit. And they don't. Very nicely here. They take down the Medusa.
Yeah, and unless things changed, as I was mentioning also, you see Collapse, he's actually running on the into Vambrace. So, and also Ace, I mean, the carry Enchantress.
Nice. It's going to be enough to get them another kill.
Get it. Making it happen.
And those sort of chain kills going now. And now a period where Ace is out of the game for 40 seconds. He managed to get his next purchase finished. He's got the full pipe done.
But that's a Deso stack acquired. And I believe, Miposhka, he did buy a gem right before that too. So they're looking to dominate the map. Quinn.
Oh, they're going to have eyes on Quinn.
They have a stun.
Lars in. He's got the opening. They take Quinn down as well. Back to back to back. They get all 3 cores of Gaming Gladiators. They take down Dyrachyo. They take down Ace. They take down Quinn.
I mean, beautiful moves. The ward vision in particular, and just the way they played around it. Spirit, these 3 wards set up on the top side, gets him 2 back-to-back kills after getting a kill on Dyrachyo. Collapse now also setting up toward bottom.
They wanted to play this on the hardest of difficulties with sort of what they let Gaming Gladiators get their hands on, but with these sort of moves, they're showing that there's some hope for them here.
Yep. Collapse almost 20 as well too, so threshold, it'll increase very soon.
Radiant's top tower.
Got the tower as well too. I mean, big moves. They're definitely taking the boxes of objectives, taking the boxes of getting kills, shutting stuff down, slowing down the map. Deuce is still farmed. Deuce is still big, especially if she's gathered with her team, unlikely to die. But if they can keep getting pickoffs, keep scaling, there's definite hope.
And it definitely, it's sort of been part of sort of Gaming Gladiators' recipe for success, right? There's always one point in the game where Dyrachyo's sort of caught solo, but they pretty much still always win.
Yeah, but I mean, that's 1 or 2 more of those.
1 or 2 more.
This Monkey
Absolutely.
King is going to just be able to probably, I mean, potentially just outscale with damage. Because now he's got Scotty. Pretty large. Right, the smoke's going to come out, Gaming. They want to take a head-on fight.
Yeah, because
Aegis is going to be
they are super strong when they rally around Dyrachyo.
Yeah. Especially with Pipe and Greaves being done. I think Quinn also hit a timing. He has Nullifier. Aegis, how long? Yeah, 20 seconds. Sorry, 11 now. Wrap around.
Leading the way.
So Reg break.
Break onto Maposhka. He's able to Hurricane Pipe back over towards the rest of his team.
That was a 5-man snake.
Spirit, they'll smoke up themselves.
Yep, they broke the smoke. We're grabbing it.
I've got this. Okay, DD is just about to wear off for Yatoro, so we won't have that for the fight.
Gaming's re-smoking. They really want to take a 5v5. They don't want to get caught split.
Do they know where Spirit are, though?
Don't know. Doesn't look like it. They're starting to ping it out. They're starting to have an idea of it. Ace, he's showing himself.
So Ace. So you need the tankier at the heroes to jump. They're going to try for it. Glimmer Cape's there. Ace, he's still alive. He's able to walk up to the high ground. He's going to get out. And indeed, frozen by the Stone Gauge Yatoro. Yatoro gets the Wukong's command off. He'll have to get out of this Wukong's command, just keep away from the Medusa, but he will not escape. Quinn's in to finish him off. Collapse makes the jump. He's able to get one of the dunks off, but of course, Dyrachyo, he's still alive. They're killing the other heroes. Ace also to get taken out, but Dyrachyo and Tofu's still alive. Mira will try for the TP, but the crit comes in from Dyrachyo. Again, not a bad attempt from Spirit, but not an attempt in which Dyrachyo suffers. The Medusa survives.
Whoop.
Maposhka will manage to get out.
Manta dodge.
Oh, the Manta dodge of the call. But no, obviously not a dodge for Tofu as Tofu goes down. Lyle's out of mana. So they jump back in for the support kill.
He's running low on mana.
He is indeed, but so's Lyle. Lyle's gone. See if Collapse can clean this up. He's got through the entire mana shield at Dyrachyo. Can he get through the HP?
Doesn't have the backup of the Edge. Can Collapse do enough damage? The buyback, they're even just bringing Tofu to be able to give Dyrachyo mana.
Yeah, he needs mana.
He's got Lotuses as well.
They get another call off. With the Blade Mail, Collapse, he's going to have
He just punched him.
Collapse, he's doing it. He's doing it. This axe.
And he's going the Spell Amp build, Owen. He is doing it with a Vambrace as well, too. So look at the dunk threshold.
Oh, you're right.
I'm telling you, it does increase
that threshold. Okay. I mean...
All right.
507, showing that he can absolutely be the hero to clean up a Medusa at the end of a stretched out fight.
All right, that was pretty sick. I mean, sick plays from both sides, honestly. Yeah. Like Dyrachyo with a Manta dodge, he swaps items in to try to get Healing Lotus, but Tofu, the buyback comes out a bit late.
Yeah, couldn't get to him in time.
Bring it down, the Snake Lady.
I mean, Collapse, he's done insane things in the past. I mean, of course, incredible stuff right up into the TI finals. And honestly, if you're going to beat Medusa nowadays, it feels like you've got to play every game like it's the TI finals.
Oh, absolutely.
Collapse, he's been there, he's done it. He's ready to do it again here today.
What's the threshold at now with all this? 732. I mean, it's pretty high.
It is. I mean, still, unlike most of the time, if Collapse is going to kill the Medusa,
anyway.
It's going to be indeed those situations where he's out of mana on the Medusa anyway,
yep.
And you're kind of just killing him with the spins alone. So we still won't see some of those comical situations where Dyrachyo's getting dunked early in the fight.
Yeah, but
as if the fight goes on and the Blade Mails come back up for Collapse,
yeah.
He's able to stay on top of the Medusa. You know, the whole approach of Spirit, especially with like Yatoro's build of killing everyone else.
Yeah.
If it means that Collapse and Dyrachyo are left alone in the ring at the end of the fight, then that could continue to work out again in Collapse's favor.
Because it also works on counter helix. That's the other important thing too, right? It's not just the dunks.
Oh, sure, yeah, more spells on the spin.
It's just all
more
spells,
spell damage
right?
on the spin.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it is pure damage.
Let's see what they're going to do now, Spirit. Roshan back up.
They still want to head on fight. They still want to just do 5v5s because now they have another aura. I believe the Crimson Guard is now picked up for Ace, so an extra layer of protection. But Spirit, yeah, Roche, it's gonna get started.
How quickly does it go down?
Not that quick at this point.
I mean, Gaming Gladiators, they're gonna know exactly where they're at.
Dire are scanning.
So this could be a tricky one for Spirit.
The high ground, they don't have a ward up here.
Roche at half HP.
Finish it in time. Celery is leading the charge. They've got vision.
It's getting low.
Quinn's jumping
in. He's going to make the jump. They're backed out of the pit, but Poshko, he's out of the fight. Yatoro led down the Wukong's command. Quinn, he's going to get pulled back.
Duraccio's right in.
Duraccio's indeed, he's in the middle of the pit, ready to fight, ready to maybe even finish off the Roche himself. Collapse, he'll jump in with the call. Roshan take it down. Yatoro will still be able to pick up
Duraccio's
the
out of mana.
Duraccio's out of mana. The dunk comes in, it's not enough to kill him, but the punch from Collapse again. Just punches Duraccio out of the game. And Yatoro, he's going to be back for round 2, was able to get that Aegis pickup. Collapse gets finished off by the blast. Can Yatoro get out of this one? He's up into the trees.
They had to commit literally everything to bring down Duraccio.
And they do, but this time round, they don't bring down anybody else. The rest of Gaming Gladiators survive. Nice Spirit, they get the Roche kill. They, of course, managed to get the Aegis. They did subsequently lose on Yatoro, but did mean that he was able to get out alive. And they did get that cheese pickup on Lal. So still things to be said there for Team Spirit. And again, you know, I mean, sort of
Duraccio runs in.
It's not the dunks, but it's sort of just the right clicks from Collapse, coming in with these big punches. Just punching Duraccio straight in the face.
The Blade Bell gets off at a perfect time, too. He tried to get Aegis or Cheese or something. They didn't get any of it. Laurel, mid. Good to get away.
Go with the full Ags now on Tofu.
Okay.
And what was... So yeah, he's going to try and get the Ags himself on the Axe Collapse.
Okay, cool. I mean, just more tank ability and stuff like that. It's always nice. Miposhka. Solos it again. Look at Miposhka, too. He's got a moon shard, Owen.
He's big. Honestly, I mean,
I love it.
No doubt about it. You know, Team Spirit, this Game 2 approach,
they're doing excellent.
Much better than the Game 1 attempt at trying to beat this kind of expected strat.
And I'm glad
Gaming Gladiators.
I'm glad that we get to see like the Sky Axe kind of come back, right, to fruition. Besides just like the mid game kind of plays like that, and you know, just Sky being on the rise, but just seeing Axe and seeing how much Collapse is able to do, it's a treat. Absolutely. So very close game, very tense moments.
Yeah, but yeah, definitely a real solid chance. Yeah. Because the big thing as well, kind of the impressive thing in that last fight from Spirit was the fact that they did kill the Medusa without killing anyone else. It wasn't like they were able to sort of weaken the team fight situation. They went in on the Medusa, in onto Duraccio. All the teammates were alive, but they couldn't save Duraccio.
Duraccio's up here.
Yatoro. A very aggressive jump. Immediately caught there.
Oh no.
He's out for 80 seconds. Just jumping the gun a bit too much. Straight in, and Team Spirit, the rest of them were not able to back him up at all.
I mean, I'm wondering. Maybe he thought, I don't know, did they see Duraccio mid or something? But the thing is, they saw Tofu claiming the recall. They saw him get the shard from the kill from the Tormentor because it's a global message. So they have to know the recall is going to come.
But you don't see it if you have him muted.
Oh,
and these
he has
players
Tofu
mute
muted.
Each other. If you mute
They didn't
people,
fix that yet.
Huh?
Did they fix that or no?
Oh, did they fix it?
I don't know.
I know, but for the longest of times, if you have someone muted, you do not see the pop-up saying they got a shard.
I mean,
Tormentor.
So everybody unmute each other. Pros, unmute each other. You're going to have to deal with the taunts.
You mute each other. I don't use a pro. And maybe they fixed that. But for the longest of times, that was appearing as a chat message from the player, essentially. So if you muted them, you would not see it.
I mean, can you imagine something like that happens?
But they didn't see that you got the shard because it was on mute.
Push. It's commencing. The group up, as we said. They're setting up Aether Remnants right on top of Duraccio as well. Quinn now has Aghanims.
More silence.
Yep.
20 seconds. A painful death there for Yatoro.
And he had just bought out too, right? I think he just bought the Orchid up before it. That's like one of the more painful deaths you could have in the game.
It's going to be back up one. So Gaming Gladiators, they won't stick around to push for more.
Back up, and they're going to look to play around their vision. Toro just has to be so careful. The other big items beside that being picked up, a halberd now, also Ace, as we said. He always does this when he plays these type of heroes, and it's, I mean, Ogre as well, too. Multicast halberd.
A multicast, yeah. You catch what, a Storm and a... Honestly, if you catch these charges, right?
Yeah, honestly.
Top of these impetuses, you're going to be feeling pretty good about your impact in the fights.
Ace has to be the most selfless offlaner. I think during the Nature's Prophet patch, the last patch, he started taking like a role of like, hey, I'm carrying as well too. I'm going Mjolnir. But now, the full aura meta, he's embraced it completely. He literally, I mean, every game.
It was Ace, right, that
commits.
kind of in the last patch was sort of the first to sort of... Every time he played Doom, right, he was just by the auras rather than getting the Midas.
For sure, absolutely. Yeah.
He was, and he set the trend. You know, even some of the greedier Doom players, they started to go down the Ace route.
Yep.
With his builds.
Look how tanky he is. He gets the 30 strength talent. This talent is amazing now, by the way. It used to be kind of like it was good because you get tanky, but now you get this big benefit from it also with your dumb luck, of course. As the push, it's kicking in.
Well, they get a jumper collapse. He has to put the BKB.
Global.
He's going to see if he can try and turn. They got a good setup here, catching the two of them in the middle of the Wukong's command, but the Stone Gauge is out. Dratcho, he's just standing his ground. Been taken down to about half HP, but he's getting topped up by Tofu.
Yatoro's in trouble.
Stepping for more. Yatoro's going to be forced back to safety, but the force forward from Dratcho allows him to close the gap on Yatoro.
No buyback.
He's out again. Indeed, 80 seconds without buyback.
He's what, 140 gold short.
Видимо, сейчас так Доту играют.
Oh man, what? That's how many? That's every BKB. I mean, Spirit, they tried to commit everything onto it there, but Global came out. I think after some of these BKBs, they can't commit their spells.
Yeah.
Gaming the death ball, it's kicked in.
The Medusa ball.
Yep. Almost 25 now in Dyrachyo as well. 5.3k gold.
What's he want to get next? His options are open.
Could just butterfly at some point if he wants to, but right now I don't know if it matters.
I mean, Yatoro, he was going for the Bloodthorn, right?
He was, yeah.
But he's still a bit away from it.
The courier kill. The wave, I believe, has been cut. Collapse, he's trying his hardest here.
This mid-rack still to be in trouble. Even if the backdoor kicks in.
Yeah, it's going down.
Likely to be able to finish this off. And these backdoor protection, not going to save it.
Nope.
A set of racks taken.
A massive blow. Honestly, consecutive deaths. The jump from top from Yatoro honestly feels like it potentially could have just been that game-losing one. That one catch that they get after they're doing such a good job all around the map, shutting down this Dusa. Gaming, I mean, they are the ones that picking the fights, right? They're the ones they were like, okay, screw this, no more splitting up. We've hit timings. They're grouping up and definitely seeing the effect that can happen with that if they do get 1 or 2 catches. Dyrachyo will buy a shard first. I mean, definitely a good shard game. Still 5.8k and down to the bottom. Last objective, the last lane.
Just going to sneak in, see if we can find any action up here. But, nobody outside of the base right now. Spirit holding the high ground.
Claiming 25.
Wisdom rune if he wants.
Yep, he's going to go get it.
Easy 25. 25 in a bit.
Does he want to be tankier? Nope, doesn't need to be. That talent's too good.
Load of money.
Loads of money.
What's he want to buy?
And I think they're carrying how many lotuses as well, too? I've been kind of clicking around from Celery. Celery has a greater healing lotus as well, too. That's the big one, so 3,600 effective HP to pump onto the Dusa if she does even drop low.
Ready to go for that final push. One more set of barracks.
Ready to close it out.
We'll see if Gaming Gladiators get caught by any jump here from Spirit, and if Spirit can find some sort of way to start a fight that doesn't include Yatoro going down first. They need him alive.
They need every little thing. I look at the remnants just being prepared.
The tower gone. The moments for the illusions on their own. I mean, Imposter's trying to do his best with what he can take from Dyrachyo. And honestly, kind of works. You know, it's able to sort of hold the defense on its own. And Yatoro does get the blood.
He knows he has to. He knows he has to commit.
You got to go.
You have to go all in at this point because they're just gonna siege.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 lives without your next item pickup, it's going to be much less chance of having an impact than just having one with the completed item. Maybe with this, if you can sort of stun lock, get the Bloodthorn down, you can just blow up one of these targets.
You've got to do it twice though. Dyrachyo, he can just buy back and get recalled.
That's true.
So, or buy back and buy boots to travel.
Yeah, and he will. He's got all the money in the world, Dyrachyo.
You have to. I mean, it feels like a 5-man, honestly, like a 3 to 5-man call, absolutely necessary. 3-man or 5-man vortex or something like that, and even then will be enough.
Now BKB.
Bottle showed.
Ooh. He's going to be able to step away, but the global indeed comes out. He's healing up. He's able to get the jump off again.
Holy moly, he had to use cheese.
He uses BKB and cheese, but global is down now for Gaming Gladiators. We'll see how much of a difference that makes. I mean, Duracho, he's still able to push in. Gonna be the jump, but the Remnant was laid down. Collapse gets caught by the call, though, with the BKB pop by Duracho. Yatoro lays down the Wukon's command. See if they can focus down this Medusa. Duracho will start to back off as they'll kill off Lyle, who was on the back lines. He has got buyback, Lyle.
And they'll feed the Lotus over, so Duracho, he's back up to near full mana.
And he jumps there. They're backing onto Yatoro. Yatoro's gone.
That's it.
No buyback on him. They'll move in for more. Triple kill for Duracho. He's going to look to clean him up here as Mirror ultra kill. Collapse, the last one left alive. Give that man the rampage. There's a vortex. They're getting Duracho's mana down low, but it... Oh, maybe. I mean, Duracho's getting low, but the Tofu, he's in with the top up. Provides that extra bit of mana. Duracho pushes forward. He really wants his rampage. They're not letting him have it. Let's see if this is going to be quick enough to still grant it. It isn't. So at the least, Spirit will be able to deny the rampage, but they will not be able to deny the win. As Gaming Gladiators cleaning them up, GG is called. They'll take this best of 3, 2-0. As Spirit, it was a good attempt. Gave it a better shot. This was, you know, a respectable try to try and deal this sort of with this Medusa lineup. We got the highlight clip at the one dunk earlier on. But other than that, they just they didn't have it in them. They couldn't take this down. Duracho getting to unstoppable levels of force. And once again, Gaming Gladiators just as a whole, you know, you can only imagine this series. It was always going to be a tough one for Spirit. Absolutely. Even if a Medusa wasn't involved, there was always going to be very, very likely to see this sort of level of play just continue to come out from Gaming Gladiators.
But you know, you get to see it. It's like respect given a bit there to Spirit because they're like, you know what? We're gonna just try. Yeah, we're gonna give it a try.
Do it again.
First one was absolutely devastating. Second one, there was definitely some glimmers of hope there when they get these pickoffs on Duracho a couple times. But Gaming, I mean, this is the best team in the world currently at the moment for a reason. Waited for timings, they hit it together, and then they're like, let's smoke fight. Smoke fight is 5, and they do get a couple of these. As Yatoro, he did get caught in that top lane, and that was kind of one of the big things to seal the deal there for Gaming Gladiators to pull away.
It really was. Well, there we go, as we say. You know, great plays once again from Gaming Gladiators as they will they'll take both this series without a loss. 2-0 for Gaming Gladiators here against Team Spirit.
2-0 and top 6 confirmed for Gaming Gladiators. They do it in style. They do it with the Medusa 2 games in a row. Team Spirit looking for that answer. In game 1, of course, that answer was very far, definitely nowhere close, but game 2, and we had some glimmers of hope, as our commentary team pointed out. We did see the plan that they had in mind, and it almost worked. Almost. They didn't really get that much of a lead, but we saw a better performance from them than we had in the first game. That gives us hope for their performance in the lower bracket. I'm joined by Jenkins, PPD, and Synderen. Synderen, this game, it was very back and forth. It still is very hard to deal with this Medusa, though.
I mean, I'm just coming to the conclusion here. If you crush both side lanes like this and you're in control of the game and you still run into a wall minute 20, like, I don't know. I think this went better from Spirit than I expected. I think the Axe was completely destroying this game. Collapse had an outstanding laning phase in the first 20 minutes. The Monkey King was doing great against the Ogre. And still, it just felt like if you make one misstep, you lose your entire lead, and it's just almost insurmountable again. So, yeah, I mean, I want to commend Spirit for trying to break this Medusa, but at the same time, I feel like, you know, maybe you could have beaten Gaming on a more level playing field. Like, was this necessary to do in your upper bracket round 1?
Oh, it's tough. You know, you come into these big tournaments and you've got to go in one direction, and sometimes that direction is the wrong way. And I think that's kind of what happened here. You know, we can critique them as panelists and talk about, oh, you know, you should have banned Dusa, but they felt like coming into this match, this was their best opportunity to take on the top team, and they had an idea, it just didn't work out. I'm sure they'll be more aware of Medusa in their next series.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody is at this point.
Yeah, I mean, like at TI, Tundra won by countering Leshrac, like figuring that hero out, right? So I can understand going against the best team, and it's like, well, it's obvious they're going to take this, right? So you know what you're up against at least. But, you know, there are some times where there just isn't a good enough counter. We were trying to theory craft one. We're like, okay, there's Nyx Assassin, there's Bane. Slax is saying you go max mana drain on Lion.
Game shouldn't be that hard.
All of it sounds just bad.
This is kind of giving like TI5 Leshrac vibes, right? It's like, this hero is just. You remember this obviously very well. Like that hero was insane. I mean, arguably this is maybe even stronger.
I think so too. I think the Medusa's is more broken. Lesh was a great hero, but it wasn't like
it felt more beatable. There was just like it was the hero on mid when you had players that were good on it. They were popping off, but there were solutions. It feels like even the traditional counters that people have been running against Medusa for years just aren't cutting it anymore. So like if you can't rely on your experience, you really
the gameplay involved with the hero, like what it takes to pull off the hero and make it successful is not that complicated. It's like you play, first off, you're a ranged hero in lane, you're not a bad laner.
Yeah.
You get what you need out of laning phase, then you go sit in the triangle for 20 minutes, hit your Scotty, and then you just 5-man. And whenever you're in trouble, you just click Stone Gaze, and there's literally not a carry in the game that can fight into that.
I did enjoy seeing that happen, though. I think everybody cheered.
We got that clip.
One of the best clips of the tournament for sure.
If that happens and you can't win, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
This is quite the hero.
And we had quite a few moments where the Racho had, I found themselves in an interesting situation.
Precarious. I mean, we call him Jirachi Throw for a reason. You know, sometimes he throws, other times he's like doing this insane shit, and it actually ends up working out, making a lot of space for his team, or he gets a rampage. He's one of the most fun carries to watch, and I think the reason that he can play like this, and it's totally fine for his team, is Quinn is so stable. Like Quinn in this game, he had a fantastic game. He was setting up pretty much every pickoff, and from behind, like they absolutely needed Quinn to pop off in this game, and he did. He caught Yatoro a couple of times, like before he got BKB off, and they full to zeroed him. And that's what they needed.
And I think now that you think back on this game and how far behind Ace fell as well, right? Like imagine this Ogre isn't losing his lane. Like what would this type of game look like? Because his pipe Greaves came, I want to say 5 minutes later than he would have liked, so it actually didn't line up with the Medusa timing perfectly. I think he got 36-minute Crimson Guard, which is very late. So like this could have, from Gaming Gladiator's perspective, if like that top lane is devastating, right? It's, what was it, Monkey King Ench against Ogre. It's one of the best lanes you can run.
Not good.
And Ace still gets his items eventually. He needs to get that Midas, he needs 10 minutes, multicast it up, buys all the auras, and your team fight's good to go.
Yeah, overall, of course, we don't really touch upon the mid lane too much, but I think Quinn still had a great game. Maybe not as dominant performance as that first game, but definitely still had a solid performance.
Stable, yeah.
Stable performance, and he is standing by with Slacks right now.
Hello, thank you, Xavier. I am here, of course, with Quinn, the man himself. I like to call you the albino. You know, in nature, only the albinos survive because they're bright white in the darkness. All the predators see them, yet they somehow make it through. And you, coming through NA, doing so fantastic here, do you ever feel like that odd man out, that survivor?
Yeah, I mean, I am also bright white, and it is nice to survive and to be an American on a team that is doing well. That is nice. I can write the little USA flag in chat and types K-Kona, you know? Yeah. It's nice.
It's fantastic. Do you guys feel personally insulted when people let you get Medusa? I mean, you're already the best team in the tournament, and they give you the best hero, and they let you have CM. Are you like, guys, come on, try a little harder?
No, I'm definitely not insulted. I mean, they had an idea, they wanted to beat it. I think you can go into series like this with two mentalities. Like, you either like ban the hero, or you gobble it up, you pick it yourself and say, counter it, or you can give it and try and beat it. And they chose to try to beat it, and you know, it didn't go so well, but that's a fine strategy to take.
Absolutely. Well, a lot of people are trying to beat you guys, so I wish them the best of luck. We're going to throw right back over to you boys, but thank you for taking some time. Quitters!
Thank you very much.
Gobble it up, dude.
Quinn. You have two strategies. You either pick it yourself or ban it, or you could try to counter it. Admirable attempt from Team Spirit. I'm looking forward to seeing what our next two teams have in store for us in regards to the Medusa. Ace is already looking forward to it, as well as we are taking a break before we head into OG versus Liquid.
Playing with mind control, it's cool because we didn't get to play with him. Is some new experience, which is cool. So, yeah, we're having fun. We're also laughing. We're 50-50. We're being serious. 50-50. We're being outside of the game, like talking about everything. But in the game, it also feels very amazing to play with him. Yeah.
It feels very amazing to play with mind control, and that synergy that OG has built up during the group stages looks solid. They came out second of their group and look very good with 2 stand-ins. I feel like that's unheard of. They're going up against Team Liquid, who also found themselves in the group stage as they had a rougher start, but they ended strong and now also are starting off in the upper bracket. 2 Western European teams going head-to-head, and I'm joined by Sheep, PPD, and Jenkins. Sheep, good morning. Welcome to the panel.
Great to be here,
Jenkins. Great to be here.
It's excellent to have you here.
Really good day.
Every day. Good to
So
have
happy to. Come on, PPD. Come on, PPD. All right.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I want to start about OG because they are a team that I don't think a lot of people were expecting to do as well as they were, considering 2 stand-ins.
2 heckin' stand-ins.
Heckin' stand-ins.
But you know what? They're uplifting the morale of the team so hard. I feel like you really need that. You know, when you've been going through like a rough time in the DPC, you know, you get that strong end and you manage to make it to the major. But like, you know, if you're down yourself, having people come in like mind control, he's freaking there touching heads and having laughs, I think that's good. I think that really makes you play better.
We get the shoulder rubbing clip real quick, production.
No, we're in the middle of a video.
Yeah, relax, Jink.
Okay, my bad.
Let them play out. I believe you've played with mind control as a stand-in, Peter.
Yeah, mind control as a stand-in is a buff to your team. I think anytime you have I think really just in general, off-laners need to be leaders on their team. They're sort of expected to sort of lead their teams into battle, and he's a vocal, very effective communicator, good laner. Just a talented player. Great to see him on another team and finding success here at the major.
It's very important on this patch to have an offlaner.
It's important.
It's talking.
It's been important forever.
It's been at least a couple of years that offlaners are the heroes that are played around. Honestly, since the first iteration of OG.
Yeah.
He's kind of the veteran on this team as well, so I'm sure he's doing a ton of shot calling.
And then there's also Katrak, who is one of those guys that if you are playing in an A, you've heard about him a lot because he's very good, but we never see him at a top ranking at an event. Jenkins, what's up with this guy?
No, we haven't. Yeah, he's also got pub beef with a lot of people in NA, just like very North American fashion, just like Quinn, so fits in there. And I've heard a lot of people say, like Quinn, as an example, said that Kitrak was the guy that he talked to the most about Dota, that made him like basically go from being a tier 2 player to a tier 1 player. So he is genuinely hailed by a lot of players as having extremely good ideas. It's just he hasn't really full-time committed to Dota. At least that's what I've heard. Until now, I guess.
Yeah, well, we don't know how much he can commit so far. Of course, he's playing for old G, but fitting into this OG lineup, it's seamless. This team is coming out of the gates swinging, and they started the group stage strong, they ended strong, and I'm very curious to see what they bring here to the table. Their record against Team Liquid is not the greatest, I must say, but that's a different roster.
It hasn't been the best year for OG.
No.
Not the same as last year. You know, last year they were winning majors. This year, you know, Tundra, Liquid, Gaming Gladiators are kind of taking the cake.
They really are. I think also a benefit for them to start out with a fresh roster on a new patch. Sheep, that probably also has a part to play in this one.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, they've been playing and experimenting with their playstyle for the entire year so far. I think like Tour 1, they were trying like really hard sacrificing their offlane, and that moved into more greedier offlane towards the end of Tour 2. And like, it never really felt like they knew this is our identity, this is exactly what we want to do. And they would have like inconsistent performances alongside that. Like BZM, this guy looked like when he's having a good game, he's a friggin' beast. Like he's one of the top mid laners in the world by far. When he has a bad game, this team can just crumble. And it is nice to see like mind control really doing well on this team. Like he doesn't take too much farm, but he makes a lot of plays and he does a lot of like good fighting along the map to make sure that BZM can also just have a really good comfortable game no matter what.
And we should shift our attention also to their opponents. Team Liquid is considered to be the second best team in the world per Dream League finals, and they've struggled a little bit during the group stages, but the last couple of matches they have been doing very well. And even though as they struggled during the group stages, they still, this season, starting with this roster, this iteration of Team Liquid, has never, ever, Jenkins, lost a series, apart from
Gaming Gladiators. Just Gaming Gladiators. In fact, they are on a 45 series non-loss streak. So that's either tie or win.
Yeah.
Except for Gaming Gladiators.
We don't count them.
OG is up against an absolute Goliath in this team, and they are Western EU Reapers. These guys destroy everybody in their region, except for Gaming Gladiators.
we don't count them. It's all good. Yeah, in the DPC against OG, OG was able to take a game once, but not the series. And other than that, all the recent results are all in favor of Team Liquid. Not even ties for these two. Always Team Liquid winning the series, even when it was in group stages. They had a little bit of a rough patch, it felt like, but their rough patch consisted still of ties, which, you know, people are expecting more from them, so that's why we call it Team Liquid's rough patch, even though it's good performance regardless. And of course, they are still here in the upper bracket. And I'm looking forward to hearing from some of the players as they are preparing for their match here in this upper bracket. Slacks, where you at?
Hi. Yes, I'm here. I am here with 2 members of each team here. We got Jabs, coach of Team Liquid, one of their 6 or 8 coaches that they have over there. And then we have Mind Control from Team OG. Gentlemen, thank you so much for taking the time out. Now, I did want to do a little something here before we begin this very exciting match between each other. I would like you guys to do an honor duel here. I want you to make some promises, all right? I want you to tell Mind Control something that you're going to do, and he has to uphold his end of the bargain, okay? For example, we're not going to ban Dusa. Promise you won't pick it, okay? So honor duel, please. If you could ask him to do something, and then he'll ask you.
Okay, don't kill Insania throughout the series.
Okay, is that okay?
I would try, but I can't completely promise that.
Well, that's not the point of the game, Mind Control. All right, now you have to promise.
I would try. Okay, I promise.
Okay, fantastic. Now you get one from him.
Okay, we are not banning Dusa, but you're not picking it either.
Is that okay?
Sure, let's do it.
Wow, okay.
Fair deal, man.
Fair deal. And they shake on it. Fantastic. Wow. This is just an awful idea. I'm sure that they're going to do it, though. No problem, guys. Nothing bad will ever come from this. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good thing that both of them, I don't think that they are the overall shot callers in terms of drafting. So, admirable idea behind it, but I think we're gonna see Medusa banned or picked either way with the way things are going over here. Going into this series, we've watched both OG and Team Liquid going head to head. I am curious how even we think this matchup is going to be, because on paper it shouldn't be even, but then again, on paper OG should be either in the eliminated or in the lower bracket, to be honest, with 2 stand-ins. So based on the series that we've seen, based on the games that we've seen, Sheep, do you have favorite? Is it I know you have favorite. That's not my question. Is it an even match? Are we going to see a back and forth?
Potentially. Because I think Liquid, whilst they look really strong, they've also, even in their like 2-0 wins in the recent, because they won like what, 5 games in a row now. They've had some throws. They've gone to like areas of the map where they shouldn't, and like did little pick off feeds, chain feeds. They've taken like team fights that they shouldn't have taken. So I think OG could absolutely very well take advantage of that. On top of that, again, like BZM's an absolute monster. He could easily win mid and take over a game. So whilst I obviously am a fan of Liquid, I definitely think OG is playing really fun, good Dota, and they could win the series.
All right, without using too many words, Jenkins, anything to add to that?
I think both teams have momentum for different reasons. I think Liquid figured their stuff out in the last few days, and I think OG, they've got the fun factor with the stand-ins. I think we're going to have an even match here.
Even match, Peter, yay or nay?
Yeah, I think back and forth. As Sheep was saying, some teams, these teams they're not perfect, right? But sometimes not perfect makes for the best Dota. So
I 100% agree.
Looking forward to some entertaining games.
100% agree. Entertaining games. That is what we're aiming for. That is what we want. And we're going to start them off with a draft, which will come to you after a break.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Top tier Dota 2 games coming at you one after the other. It is a day filled with good Dota, and that is because we are running a rolling schedule. Are you enjoying that? Well, enjoy it while the day lasts because it's the only day we're doing it, but it does mean that we just go in from one after the other, and I'm loving it. We're getting OG versus Team Liquid. It's upper bracket, meaning winning team is top 6 guaranteed. For Team Liquid, they are already at the moment on the top rankings of DPC points. Winning this one will add a little bit on top of their over 1,000 points that they have already, and I think we'll put them guaranteed at TI. And OG, we all know that everybody, apart from Team Liquid in Western Europe, is starved for those DPC points, so they really want to win. And we're curious to see how teams are going to deal with the Medusa, banned or picked, or ignored, maybe per gentleman's agreement.
Oh,
maybe. If they
they
uphold.
They shook on it.
They did shake upon it, but at the same time, it was stand-in mind control and analyst jabs that shook on it. And I don't know how much they have to say in this matter. I'm joined by PPD, Sheep, and Jenkins. And we've got first phase ban, Alchemist from Liquid on Dire side, Radiant side for OG. We have first pick for Team Liquid, by the way. So OG seemingly in a good position with the overall last and Radiant, which is, by the way, the highest win rate side. And Team Liquid is first pick, so they're like, yeah.
Let's see. We're going to test that. We're going to test that handshake here in a second.
If they ban Medusa, what's the first pick, guys? Coddle?
I was going to say, do we think they even want to? Because I feel like first pick Medusa is the most effective when you're playing it on like Tundra, where you're happy to flex it to different roles.
I think they can flex it to different roles. They would have known. They would have seen 33 do it as like
every offlaner is practicing.
Yeah, if they're practicing, it's good. But like, I don't know if you can just shove it in the offlane and call it a day if you're not like comfortable.
Dude, I don't know. It's good.
It is good.
The phylactery
it ain't.
makes it good.
Yeah.
It actually does.
You don't think Zaya's ready to play some offlane Medusa?
Oh, he's definitely
no,
ready.
he's one of the most ready.
There we go.
It's out. It's
Let's
out.
go.
Okay.
I'm happy to see that. I don't want to see Deuce the rest of this tournament.
No, neither
It's
do I.
kind of how I feel.
So what do we got here? Coddle or Underlord?
Beastmaster or Underlord, I think.
Yeah, Beastmaster's still in. Good point. Yeah.
Well, you know that OG's not going to pick Beast and Underlord, so I guess you can leave both.
True,
Pick
you
a
can
Coddle.
take support. Yeah, Coddle or Crystal Maiden.
Yep. Liquid, they've been getting the Coddle banned in every single series. They finally get it.
They do have a lot of first phase Coddle banned against them in their last couple of games of group stages.
So OG could Beast Rubik here. Oh no, Rubik's banned. Never mind. GG.
They could Beast CM.
Beast CM.
Oh.
Sounds solid.
Slightly prefer Underlord to Beastmaster.
I kind of like something like Beast Enchantress. We saw Enchantress in the last game. Poshka had a really great laning phase against Coddle. Coddle can't really do that much against an Ench except just run away.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. There's also still a hero that I know Kitrek likes a lot. The Disruptor is still in the pool. All in all, there's quite a couple of supports that they have played that they have liked that they could go for. They definitely snatch up that Underlord though.
I'm glad to see it. I like it more than the other heroes personally. I just think it gives more and does good things against them. Like Beastmaster, you want to group up and do stuff. I think Underlord's a fantastic hero into that when he's going to buy his Crimson and just reduce your damage of your team and just make that
That's
less
true.
effective.
Yeah, Beast definitely gets countered by Underlord.
And that seems to be everybody's preference. Underlord has been picked 57 times, whereas Beastmaster only 33 times.
33.
But about equal win rates, so both very good. And yeah, this is a great kind of almost block to that Beastmaster. People really like this Crystal Maiden against Beastmaster. It is very good against him on lane. Can take down those boars quite quickly, and then see him just generally speaking, strong hero this patch, being able to move from lane to lane and setting up kills.
I would imagine they still probably pick it. You can play the Coddle with the Beast, spam out the axes, win the lane that way.
Yeah,
There
they
they
go
go.
for it either way.
Sticking to their guns.
Yeah, you gotta get these offlaners, right? Like they're just so strong.
I don't know. I like OG's opener. I think their opener here was strong. I think Liquid, they've got a great toolkit to start, and yes, it's something they're comfortable with, but you got to give them something. OG, they banned Doom and Dusa, which I think that's a great idea. And they've kind of made the best of, giving up this coddle, I believe.
Yeah. The games where Medusa and Alchemist and stuff are getting through is when everyone is just hardcore focusing the offlaners, and you'll see Doom, Beastmaster, and Underlord banned between the two teams. And that's when all the other stupid stuff gets through. But I like this idea instead, where you take out the more OP heroes and you just trade offlaners.
Bristleback ban. Were we expecting that guy to get out?
Liquid has played the Bristle plus Coddle. I don't remember if it was in the group stage of this tournament or if it was at the end of Dream League. I think we saw it in Dream League,
End of
right?
Dream League, yes.
I want to say Dream League as well, yeah.
They lost that game, but yes, they did do that.
Yeah, well, they just want to make sure that they don't have to deal with it, perhaps based on what carry they have in mind.
They'll probably be banning carries to protect their offlaner, so possibly an Ursa ban to follow. Team Liquid takes out the Terrorblade, quite a good laner up against Beastmaster. Follow that up with the Wisp ban.
I think for both sides, Alchemist... Oh no, Alchemist banned first phase, of course.
Of course.
He thought.
GG. Carries.
I wonder if OG feel like they have enough against a Monkey King, because I know Liquid really love that hero in multiple positions.
Monkey King, Ursa, probably the two biggest lane dominators up against
Underlord. Yeah.
Underlord.
Yeah. It is pretty crazy how much the draft is freed up that without a Medusa. In the previous series, we constantly were like, ooh, what does well against Medusa? And it basically, the whole draft is all about how do we solve this hero? And now it's like, okay, everything can kind of work. Let's see what they come up with.
Oh, sorry, go on.
No, I was going to say, I feel like when Dusa in the game, and then I think Storm to some extent is somewhat similar. The thing we're talking about all the time is like, who's got mana burn, who's got mana restore, and that becomes like a central part of the draft. You have the Coddle, the Wisp, the CM, the Pugna, and there's a theme to these heroes, and it's been defining the meta since we came here.
Yeah.
What were you going to say, Sheep?
I was going to say Medusa is absolutely just insane, because I watched the Shopify game versus Extreme where they lost with Medusa, but it was against Anti-Mage, Doom, and Pango with Diffusal, and they nearly lost that game. Like, the Medusa was legit, like, taking their base and stuff. Like, they only lost because there was, like, some throws, and because their drafting in the end kind of... They didn't have, like, enough stuns to let Medusa output her damage in, like, the later portions, and it, like... This hero is just too powerful, even in the face of mana burn. It's crazy, because you can rush like a butterfly, you can do all these things. This is stupid, and I hate it, and I don't want to ever see it again.
Well, we probably won't, so that's...
It's gone, man. It's in the past.
It's out.
You need like 2 halberds, that's what they had as well. Like, there's so much net worth you have to invest into countering a Medusa.
There's got to be another stubborn team that's going to let it through. Tundra.
Probably, and they'll lose. So
I bet the Tundra is going to try to let it through.
I think they know the power of the offlane Medusa, so they probably won't.
I guess so. True.
For Liquid looking at this game, I could see them honestly picking up a Sven just because they've picked it in like most of their games.
Very, very possible.
Just comfort, absolute comfort for them. Great with all the B-stores as well. Good with Coddle.
Is it good against the Underlord?
It's probably not that great against Underlord in lane. I mean, if you have other supports that can rotate and kill the Underlord, then sure, yeah.
I don't think many carry heroes actually feel the pressure of Underlord. Underlord is this hero just kind of pushes out the wave, and the carry ends up farming underneath the tower.
Yeah, he gets his own farm. You get your farm.
Yeah, and Sven's a great hero to get his basic kit out of laning phase and then head to the jungle. Same thing with a lot of popular carries right now. Dark Willow though, that's a bit of a new hero.
Yeah, we saw it a couple of times. I think at the start of the group stage, and I think during the last 2 days of Dream League, aka the first couple of games on the new patch as well.
I don't think we saw it in Group A on our...
Because it's Tiger?
Yeah, it's
Tiger really
Tiger
loves
special.
Dark Willow, and he played it throughout like 4-2, and he just likes the hero a lot.
Are there any combos like with this hero? I know remember Morphling Willow was a thing for a long time. What can we expect here?
We see Monkey King.
Just for
keeping the Brambles and the Wukongs.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I tend to enjoy it when they pick this hero against stuff with mobility. Like, they'll pick it into the Storm Spirits and stuff like that, and it works. I think it's less about combos sometimes for them, and more like Tiger feels really good on the hero, and it gives him a lot of agency to make plays, because Tiger usually thrives when he has the opportunity to like go kill someone alone as Willow, or like be a real kill threat nuisance in fights. He just tends to like get a lot out of the hero.
So here's the Nisha Pangolier. Very, very strong here this patch. Great with Coddle. Get those two double swashbuckles.
Yeah.
Tons of damage. Natural diffusal buyer. All of Pangoliers ghost spells can affect Dark Willow when she's
In Shadow Realm.
Cheever,
Shadow
you're the
Realm.
expert.
Yeah, sorry.
Shadow Realm.
I don't know the names of half the Dota hero spells, it feels like, but
She's a level 30 Dark Willow. Can Swashbuckle hit you?
of course.
It can?
Well, unfortunately.
Well, some things can't for some reason.
We know the interactions, come on.
Yeah, of course, naturally.
We're professionals.
I like the Pango a lot here, by the way. Like, if you get caught at the start of the fight, yeah, sure, there's like a lot of roots coming out from OG preventing the Pango ult, but if you roll to start and then roll in,
Bloodseeker.
well, then you're going to roll into a Bloodseeker now, so that's a bit rough. But
Nice.
it's really good against the 3 OG heroes, the first pick heroes.
Nice pick from OG. Bloodseeker still in the pool. One of the hardest counters to Pangolier.
Yeah.
CM Bloodseeker lane as well. I mean, that alone is
Very
a
good versus
fantastic
Beastmaster.
lane. Destroys Beast.
Maybe a bit of oversight here from Team Liquid not getting rid of that hero and wanting to go for this Pangolier in the second phase. They banned out Terrorblade, Slark, and Wisp, which I get the Terrorblade. The other two, I think, I don't know, maybe Bloodseeker could have been better banned.
What I will bat for, at least, is that you're playing with a Coddle. So it doesn't necessarily mean that Pango has to play on his role every fight. Because maybe you have a carry that needs to be ruptured as well. You only have one rupture, so you could abuse it by having a carry that's going to get to have a free fight by having the Pango get ruptured, and then Pango can just play with like Swashbuckle, Chakra Magic, Swashbuckle.
I will say, if he's playing with Chakra and Swashbuckles, like, he's going to get rooted by the CM, by the Underlord. He's going to get caught by the Willow spells.
Is it possible to get... Does he still have the Swash range talent on 10, or did they remove that?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, maybe you could just get that. I don't know.
Regardless, Bloodseeker is a great tool to limit that mid Pangolier's presence.
You also could rush a Lincoln's...
Sure.
Yeah, he definitely will. He's definitely going to rush a Lincoln's. Diffusal Lincolns, I think.
Basically, Pango is so silly of a hero that there are always ways to play around your counters.
So we have the Puck and the Ember being banned out. I'm thinking about Storm. Team Liquid has to pick their mid hero. Although they have already got Pango actually. They have to pick their carry indeed. Their Sven's being banned out. Their Lifesteal is being banned out.
I think Monkey King works pretty well. That's still in the pool. It is.
It is still in the pool.
I think it could be a good laner up against the Underlord.
Hey, you can stand your ground and fight against a Bloodseeker Rupture too if you do end up getting ruptured.
The Dark Willow can make you run away from your circle, which can be frustrating, but he'll buy a BKB at some point.
Here's a question, Sheever. Does Boundless Strike go through the Dark Willow?
Yes.
Yeah.
Does the damage?
Yeah, everything. The only thing
the
that
damage
happens
does not. That's incorrect.
I think you need to play a Dark Willow.
The damage does not. The stun does.
The only thing that happens is you can't be targetable.
But the damage from Boundless does not go through it. The stun does. No, it doesn't. Test it.
I'm not going to because I know the answer already.
Okay.
Do you think that Monkey King might struggle by not being a natural Manta buyer at all this game?
There he is. Sorry, you said he'd not.
I said, do you think he'll struggle by not being like a easy Manta buyer in this game against all these roots?
Echo Saber BKB, I mean, at least you'll have the debuff immunity from that.
All right, so they need a mid up against Pangolier. There's no Puck. There's no Ember. What is BZM going to play?
Storm is still in the pool. I'm confused.
Storm.
Why is Storm bad here?
Maybe they don't want to pick into the Silencer, but it can still work.
We did see it getting destroyed against the Pango earlier today, so maybe that's something that they also keep in mind.
They don't have a Pugna Cuddle either for IO.
I think that was Quinn things with the Pango mid. He's
fair enough.
Probably the best Pango in the tournament.
Yeah.
I would love to see. I mean, I always just want to see BZM play Invoker, but that's kind of just me being a selfish viewer.
I think we saw it getting demolished the other day.
I don't care.
Okay, you just want it.
Everybody loves Invoker.
Oh,
let's go!
Everybody loves Invoker.
Let's go!
Nice.
I think he was 1-10-1 the other day on Invoker.
That's
okay, well, he's learned.
He's due for a win.
I'm sure that one kill was really awesome.
He looked cool doing it either way.
That's
Don't worry.
That's really nice, though. Like, this hero's going to be able to... Well, he usually goes Exalt, right? But later on, he's going to be able to give vision with, like, Ghost Walk and play faster around the map. He has heroes to play with and get kills. He could... These supports are going to be in real danger with BZM hunting them. And then he's going to get that Hex and stuff later. It's going to... Like, if you find Nisha at all at the start of these fights, I think it's kind of very free for OG.
I like OG's late game, but good drafts on both sides. Should be a great game.
I'm going to trust the Invoker players that I know that have been complaining, and there's these rumblings about this hero just not being good. The Meteor is being removed from the Shard, and you don't have the Meteor damage talent anymore. The Hex timing is not... It's just not really that much of a thing anymore, so... I'm excited to see BZM Invoker, but I don't think this is a very good hero.
Okay, so if he's doing well, you think they are going to do well? Like, how does he do in lane against the Pango, or doesn't that really matter?
I think...
He'll do fine.
I think
he'll do fine.
Both heroes will farm in that... Well...
For sure.
I know Quas Exhort Invoker beats Pango in lane, or does well against Pango.
Okay.
Quas Wex does not, though.
Okay, we're going to find out. Does this Invoker deliver, or maybe it's just a fan service? Who knows? Let's see, OG versus Liquid Game 1. We're heading over to Sunspanner. Sinrin.
Thank you. Invoker pick. My goodness. Very exciting stuff, Cinderman. OG versus Liquid in this best of 3 upper bracket showdown. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. I mean, the last series it had I don't know. Were you hopeful that the pregame interview thing was actually going to happen, that they would just sign a gentleman's agreement about not banning Dusa? But then it became a mind game. They're like, we don't really trust that you guys are going to uphold that, so they banned it anyway. But it means we get to see something else, because the story of the previous 2 games was really, it was very Medusa-centric, and now we're going to get something completely different.
Praise Gaben for that.
As Shiva pointed out, the last time we saw this BZM Invoker, I think, who was it they played against? He was getting doomed all game. He went 1-15-1 in that game.
Oh,
I think it was against
1-10-1, so I think it was
worse. Oh, it was way worse. I think it was against Shopify Rebellion, and Saberlight played Doom and actually just hunted him the whole game, and he just did get to play. I think Invoker's matchups in this game are better overall, so this could be a redemption story for him, and I think he just wants to, you know, when you have a really bad game like that, you probably just want to, you know, prove what you've got. It is one of his best heroes.
And I will say, he is already starting out with Exhort, so that answers one of the questions at least.
Yeah.
And looking at OG's lineup, they have so much like AoE zoning. They got the Pit, Freezing Field, Bloodright, Brambles. If you get Cataclysm, that's going to be a pretty dirty spell this
Minefield.
game, I think.
Yep.
Well, they don't have techies for the Minefield.
That's true.
But that would also be
They could have had one more AoE ability then.
That's true.
At the same time, though, you look at Liquid's heroes. I really like Liquid's draft. I think it has some of the really powerful things in this patch. They've got the Caudal Beastmaster, which I think is an outstanding opener. This lane is incredibly powerful. They have a good matchup for the Monkey King in the safe lane against Underlord. And I think the Pango Invoker matchup, like Jenkins says, I think it's probably true that Exhort might pull ahead slightly here, whereas Wex would lose. But I don't think either way that Pango struggles. I think he's going to do fine.
He might struggle against the old Rupture that they talked about.
That will be a problem.
Probably the biggest counter in the game for Pango. And the fact that you have to itemize a Linken's feels terrible, but Insania probably has to go around the Brambles. A nice boundless strike coming out to try to save Insania, but it looks like First Blood will go the way of Taiga on OG's side.
Yeah, got caught in a really awkward position. They're perfect Brambles. There was no really easy way around that to run back, so he had to take this awkward path, and it ended up taking too long. That's really big news for OG, actually, because I think on a theoretical level, this lane is extremely hard as soon as Silencer and Monkey King reach level 2 or 3. So getting that little bit of a head start up there is very, very nice for them. The First Blood did go the way of Taiga. Not the Underlord, but still, the assist gold still nice, and the experience.
Well, Mind Control doesn't deserve the First Blood because he did lie about them banning Medusa.
True.
So, bad boy MC. Never thought he would lie, honestly.
Bad
Seems
boy
like
for
such
life.
an innocent young child.
So
as we talked about, BZM versus Nisha in the mid lane. So far, relatively even in the CS. Obviously quite early. Kitrak getting harassed down in the bot lane, but Yuragi's there to help clean up. And he's doing A-okay. Frostbite applied to Zai.
He's going to die now.
Yuragi, they lose their CM, but Zai might get run down by Yuragi, but they are a little too close to that tier 1 tower to dive at this point.
So this is a miserable lane for CM. She does not have good health. She does not have good health regen, and she's going to get spammed by axes and chakra. So they can just non-stop throw axes off cooldown whenever he has it. Just spam, spam, spam. They can blinding light her into a bad position. I guess the good news for OG is that at the very least the carry, and I think this was also a part of the pick when they see the Caudal Beast, they want a carry that's sustainable against a lot of spam, and Bloodseeker really fits that bill, because imagine if your carry in this game was like a Terrorblade. You're just non-stop getting bullied out of lane by these two. So I at least think this was a good solution from a carry perspective.
Do you think, so here's a weird question. Obviously CM in theory, well not in theory, in practice very good against summons. Zai, I mean, we've seen this matchup before where Beastmaster just doesn't bother getting boards.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason to. Just max out Axes and Aura here.
Taiga and MC getting chased out. Taiga getting pretty damn low. Pops the Shadow Realm to avoid that last right click.
I think he popped Shadow Realm Salve as he got grenaded, so the healing salve now gone.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. The best timing.
Might just have to walk back to base at this point. That feels pretty bad.
Fight over the Lotus here. Did go the way of the Keeper of the Light.
Courier taken out as well. Axe is coming through. Remember, they just reduced the mana cost of that for some reason. There's the Blood Grenade onto Boxy, but he pops the wand. Getting chased by Yuragi. Bloodright is there. Not going to connect, but he does get the kill via the right click, and we'll have to go through, what are we going to call this little area? That path, the bridge of something.
It reminds me of the bridge in the Mines of Moria.
Yeah, I agree.
Need to place Coddle over there for full lore.
True.
He's in the game. We could have it happen. If Boxy stands there and blinding lights the Bloodseeker away,
yeah,
basically as close as you're going to get.
Yeah, and Valve might get copyright stricken from that one as well, of course, because the voice line would have to activate. Taiga getting chased out along with Yuragi in the bot lane. He doesn't have any support as of yet. Axes will connect, but he'll live through it.
But a good start bot for OG, you got to say, overall. Like, considering the overall power of the lane they're up against, if they can break even here, I think that's pretty good.
Taiga still has not left the lane. He is just sticking around with super low HP.
Oh, that's a good
Frostbite
combo
under
here.
The tower. Sunstrike's coming as well. Will not hit. My goodness. Did not line that one up correctly. And I mean,
you gotta land those if you don't want to go 1 in 15, bro. That's.
I mean, how important is it for BZM to be getting these Sunstrike kills? Because in past patches, that was almost like built into the balance of the hero when Exort was like the super popular build. This was years ago at this point, of course.
I don't think it's particularly important for himself. It's just
like a.
It's
nice
really
bonus.
good for the bottom lane, I think, that he helps out. But he doesn't. I mean, you're not gonna say no to kill bounty, but I don't think it's.
MC
If he doesn't get any
getting
Sunstrike
chased
kills,
out by Mickey, who has now full Jingu stack. Shadow Realm popped by Taiga. It's a 1v1 battle from each side. And unfortunately for OG, Liquid gets the better of both 1v1s.
Yeah. I can't say I'm surprised this top lane is going this way, and that's why it's twice as important that the bot lane's going okay and mid. Nisha is ahead of the Invoker, though, on the Pango, 27-5 against 22-5.
Okay, that's, yeah.
So he's getting the better of him here. Orb of Corrosion. Maybe with Orb of Corrosion, maybe you can just kill the Forge Spirits, actually. We'll see. It does seem to be the go-to plan here for him, at least. Yep, that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage to BZM as well. He's not quite level 6 here. Not that that's exactly the same as getting level 6 on any other hero, but... How fast do you think Nisha will have to itemize a Linken's? Because, like I said, that is not an item you generally want to go for.
There's no other spell. The really good thing about the Linken's here is no other spell pierces his magic immunity, right? Or his debuff immunity. So he's guaranteed to block the Rupture if he gets it off beforehand. So I would definitely like to see it as like a second or third item.
Nisha.
I think he's going to go Diffusal.
Fold snapped, but be able to close the gap.
What do we buy here? Diffusal into... Can you actually just go Diffu Linken's? Is that good? It doesn't sound too bad when you're playing with Coddle.
You might have to. I mean, sometimes it doesn't matter if it's good, right? Don't you just have to do that at some point?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think the addition of Roll-Up definitely helped Pango against Bloodseeker. It was way worse before that shard. But...
MC getting chased by Mickey.
Nice high five in here.
Yeah, even though he knows that MC did lie in the pregame interview.
I mean, Mick is making him pay for it. This is a straight-up flagellance right now.
Flagellance?
Yeah, there you go. A new word for you today.
Good.
Did you never play Darkest Dungeon?
No.
No. Well, you don't like good games.
Well, I played Dota, so what does that tell you?
Yeah, well, that's the one exception.
Oh, okay.
Actually, not true. You play Wing Win with me, and I enjoyed that. All right.
Frostbite with the Brambles there as well. Boxy going to get caught, but the Axis from Zai going to give a little bit of pressure here.
All right, 0 for 2 on the Sunstrike. Nice combo there. Frostbite cucking him out of the kill.
Cucking.
Unfortunate. BZM really wanted that one, and Ketchuk was like, nope, that's mine. Gonna grab that on the Maiden. I mean, it was insurance, whatever. It happened.
Yeah, you're playing with 2 stand-ins. You have only played probably a couple games on Invoker, maybe not even with a CM, so communication just not there. MC, though, oh, he's going to die again. Feels very bad.
I mean, they're tripling down on just making his life a living hell.
He doesn't even have the Vanguard yet.
It's not even close.
Yeah.
All right,
Nishi, okay, the first rupture of the game, attempting to TP out. Sunstrike.
It's a hit.
Is there. All right, hard to miss when it's on a cliff, it seems. Mickey now trying to force the issue. Actually getting stuck inside the ice wall. Yuragi still available to use some spells. Okay. Mickey will have to force out his Wukong's command.
Like a little bit of a waste there when they did have Blinding Light, but don't think it's too big of a deal. This wasn't a spell that he was likely to want to use in the next 2 minutes anyway. So, shouldn't be the end of the world here. But yeah. Good response from Yuragi there. Finding that Pango kill is definitely important for OG, because this game can very quickly get out of hand. If Liquid start snowballing with their Beastmaster and Pango and Monkey, all three cores having good games, things can get scary. But Beastmaster definitely has not had as good of a start as I think Liquid were expecting when they first faced these two. Only sitting at the 3K net worth. He's a full 1,000 behind the Bloodseeker.
But he's still 600 ahead of the enemy offlane.
Both offlaners getting very countered, for sure.
And a little bit different style of offlaners as well. This patch has been more the Underlord type, where you're just getting these auras, right? So Crimson, Pipe, Greaves, depending on what the situation arises. And then for the Beastmaster, this has been kind of the build for years now, it feels like. The helm of the Overlord at some point into... Oh, what would you want to go off?
I think you go Helm Pipe here, right? Like, Pipe is just an insane item against Invoker. It's great against Maiden. It's great against Underlord.
Nisha, does he actually want to use his ult? No, he's faking it out.
Yeah, I think Helm Pipe. He might even go Pipe before the Overlord. I'm a bit curious to see if he does that. But maybe you have to buy Helm of the Overlord because you're playing against Underlord. And then...
Yeah, it fits
the
lore.
You outlord him, basically.
Yeah. Now, Nisha level 8, we have... I don't think we've seen the Rolling Thunder quite yet.
Nope.
If I'm not mistaken. And from BZM's side on the Invoker, he will be going for the Witchblade. And... haven't really seen the Exort Invoker all that often. All too much in the last couple years. What's the build for him?
That's the thing about Exort Invoker. I actually think there's a lot of different paths to take. So you definitely do want to itemize your right click, obviously, because you have so high damage. And he already started out with the treads for attack speed, and now he's going the Witchblade. The alternative way to go is obviously Midas and playing greedier, but probably has to read that will be too slow.
Nisha. Swashbuckle nets him a kill onto Kitrak, and there's the Rolling Thunder. Taiga's gonna be the recipient of this one next to the Lotus Pool. He will die. Very easy pickup from Liquid.
Insania going as close as possible in the hope that you get more int, but then he got blinding lit away. But he was still in range. Yeah. Boxy tried his best there. Mess him up. Looking good for Liquid,
at 11 minutes on a position 5 silencer. That
feels good.
Pretty damn good.
Nisha. No mana.
Nisha, yeah. There's Sunstrike. Will hit. And the Root. Frostbite won't do enough damage.
And he has regen, so it's all in vain, actually.
Yeah,
it's just dead damage. That's a term now. Learned it from BSJ's course, of course.
Dead lane, dead damage.
Dead damage.
11 Forge Spirits have been killed.
The combined meme number.
All of it on Pango. So.
Okay, just half his health. It's fine.
Yeah, this is perfectly balanced. Okay. Shield crash. Kitrak does get off the Frostbite, but this feels like...
Dare I say -2?
Yes, indeed. As Insania, he's going to get ruptured, but he's going to be happy with the permanent 10 int, trying to deny himself.
That was close.
But
that was a really good try, actually.
Good attempt. Not to be. Maelstrom now online for Yuragi. As Zai finally has the helm of Dom.
So what's he eyeing up now? He's going to go Overlord first, it looks like. Okay, we'll get that.
BZM's here with the Cold Snap.
Oh, nice tornado
and the
level
Ice
1.
Wall. Gets off the Balance Strike. Mickey actually has to use his ult to try to stay alive. He gets the extra armor out of it. But the Meteor coming down right on top of his head.
No,
BZM
he's
is the
not
one
winning
taking
this.
most of the
Oh my
damage.
God, if he would have killed anyone there, that would have been a tragedy for OG. Yeah, they both played it to the limit. It wasn't really even that close to a kill. So just very much a waste of time and resources there. Mickey will just return to farming.
And Liquid with a very casual 3K lead at 12.5 minutes. I mean, versus that last patch, how much... Like, I feel like in the last patch, 3K lead at 12 minutes is pretty big. Would you say that's
That's still the case.
About the same?
It's obviously way more lineup specific. I think something that I've noticed over the games of this tournament is that there's definitely game states that feel different, where you would be like, okay, 5K lead right now is absolutely monumental, but the losing team nowadays feels like they can find their way out of it in more situations than not. A great example was the game we had yesterday between EG and BetBoom.
Invoker versus Monkey King. First global silence comes out. BZM getting controlled. Insani has come as well. Nisha misses the swashbuckle, but gets his ult off. Now pursuing the Invoker. Gonna proc once as Taiga gets off a nice ult of his own to try and control the enemy team, but looks like BZM will eventually fall. They don't have vision though, but the shield crash is there. Nisha gets the all-important kill on the OG mid laner.
A little bit of an X factor at play there. Keep in mind how bad Invoker is against Arcane Curse.
Oh my god.
You have a very memorable clip of that one. Yeah, not you personally, but
I would never.
Good old fails of the week.
Yeah.
With an Invoker having 2 billion stacks of Arcane Curse from just casting Invoke and never letting it run out.
Yeah. I'm surprised you remember that one.
Yeah. No, I remember a lot of things. I remember all your greatness. It's an old video.
Yeah, that's true. Back when I was relevant.
Hasn't been much to speak of since then, but we will never forget that video.
That's why I'm stuck with you. Tier 1 tower taken out by Liquid. 5K lead for them.
We have fallen.
And we're going to see the replay here. As BZM. Yeah, I think this was an invisible, I mean, not that it was that difficult, an invisible shield crash.
Yeah.
Did not have vision at all there. OG smoking. They need to start getting some sort of momentum on their side because this is getting a bit scary. I mean, MC has his Vanguard, but obviously still quite far behind Zai. 2K behind, in fact. My goodness, I didn't think it was that bad.
Mike with a nice dodge there. Getting out of the brambles and jumping trees, jumping into a bramble now.
It's always classic.
Wants to
Nisha
fight.
again, rolling thunder. Diffusal, gonna hold Taiga in place.
This is such a bad matchup for Willow. Pango is a nightmare matchup. You can't do anything.
That's a good area to roll as well. Enough space to be able to lock somebody down. And with that, another kill goes the way of Liquid. Pavis online for Boxy.
Yep. Interesting choice. I feel like it's not a particularly good Pavis game necessarily. Like, the vast majority of OG's damage is coming from the source of spells. It can give you a little bit of sustainability against Bloodseeker when he runs at you.
They're worried about that, you know, the alacrity Bloodseeker.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely going to be useful, but you're always justifying that against alternatives, right? Like, the Caudle could have rushed a pipe this game if they don't want to get it on the Beastmaster as an example. Caudle is one of the amazing things about this hero as a force, that it will find farm if you want it to.
Nisha, he wants to do something, but he gets ruptured first. Yuragi still in the area to just right-click casually, and they're going to be able to get this kill extremely easily. Nisha's still ruptured, but his entire team is here. He's actually going to use Swashbuckle. He does not care that he's ruptured at all. Looking towards BZM. It's getting pretty close, but they finally do take out Nisha. BZM, if they can clean him up, this will still be very good for Liquid, and they do just that. So a 2-for-1, make it 3. As Kitrak takes a tumble. Do they have a cancel? They do. Mind Control showed up just to die. 4-1 for Liquid.
I love the way Nisha played that fight. That was really, really well done. He endured as long as he could, and then he knows here, he swashbuckles right before the Pit of Malice catches him and after the rupture has ended. So you couldn't really have done this any better. And yeah, he will end up dying for it, but he really maximized the output of his hero in that situation. If he stands there and gets caught in the pit, that's the end of the fight probably for him, but this way he dealt an extra 1,000 damage with his 2 spells and got in close and personal on the Invoker. His teammates could clean that up. This is a really, really substantial lead that Liquid are building for themselves, and they have the luxury of having really good vision too. They're playing with Beastmaster, they're playing with Monkey King. They're going to keep being able to control the map really well. Kitrak getting spotted there.
Yeah,
along with
they want Taiga. That's who they want.
Yeah,
Rolling Thunder
Taiga,
for Nisha. And another death on Taiga's resume for this game. Does have quite a bit of shield applied to him right now, but...
More in for Insania.
Yeah, what are we at now?
A little 5 head.
Okay. 16. Not bad, not bad. I wonder what the record is for a position 5 at this stage. It's got to be approaching somewhere around there. It's BZM, he goes invis, but they have the Sentry, and they have the damage. More int for Insania.
Every time they kill him, he loses 2 damage.
That's fair. That's fair.
Because for lore implications, Wyvern is a universal hero, but Invoker, who uses all powers of the universe, is an int hero.
Well, you're also very important to make that distinction.
It is, because then him losing int is more damage loss.
Well, something that's a little bit more actually relevant, losing int, you're losing magic resist now, right?
That's true too, yeah.
So Silencer did, not only did Silencer get buffed in that aspect, but they got rid of every non-tier 5 neutral item that dispelled.
Yep.
That is a huge buff.
That is absolutely huge for the hero.
Global Silence is a spell again. They basically re-added it to the pool. And now you have to buy a BKB or a Lotus or a Greaves or whatever the million other items. We have to spend money, basically, to counter this hero.
Yeah. Unfortunately, all of those items are kind of nice.
Yeah.
So
you're going to get them anyway.
but it's true. You don't get them for free. And you don't get the additional one, right? Because in the past, you'd maybe have like Lotus and a neutral item. So at least now you need to commit to removing global, and then you can be susceptible to other things. But we'll see if the game even gets to that state. You know, those tier 4 neutral items that used to be a thing would be minute 37 at the earliest, and at the rate Liquid are going, I don't know if we're going to get that far. OG really needs to start showing some signs of life here in this game.
Yeah.
Kind of all Liquid, every move. They're controlling the map. They're playing fast. And this is the dream game to be Beastmaster in. Like when you have this kind of a start on your other lanes, the game just feels so fluent.
Taiga,
BKB,
Global
he'll
Silence
die.
goes off, and he's going to get cleaned up again.
What's the worst that can
10k lead for Liquid. A very rare lyrical line coming up.
Unnecessary.
No, I know.
Unnecessary jab. Poor guy.
Well, mine's rare as well, but
that's true.
him and Taiga have a connection.
They do.
You know?
Yeah, both very positive people.
Yeah.
Very optimistic.
Who's the most... Wait, did you just leave a neutral there? Okay. Nisha? Excuse me.
Who's the most what?
Who's the most toxic? Who's the no, not toxic. Who's the most negative pro player? Because that's the person I could have a connection with.
Oh.
So how does stealing their token work? Because is it the person that, like, once you activate it, it's considered yours? Because you can't share it, right?
I actually haven't had that happen in the game. I don't know.
It's very strange. I did not notice it was... In fact, it doesn't even have a neutral item for Nisha. It's like, not even needing it. It's all good. Maybe one's being delivered, but...
Surely. Hello?
Well, we're at the 20-minute mark now. No, he just doesn't have it, right?
Yeah. He is indeed going exactly what we thought. Diffu into Lincoln's complete now.
Tormentor is here for a little bit. The structure is now dead.
Oh, this is a nice guard for a game like this as well.
Yeah, recall now added to his repertoire.
They cover the map so well already that now they can start playing the Monkey King or the Beastmaster just flat out in a side lane, just pull them into a fight. Just added efficiency.
This is one of my favorite tier 2s for Pango. Actual lifesteal and spell lifesteal, both of which are good.
Yep.
Love this thing.
And 300 night vision.
Yep,
that's the last thing that it gives.
That's right. But that's, I mean, obviously he has Lincolns now, but even if you're going to rupture him, he could get a lot of that HP back with one swash, in theory, as the other Tormentor will go down. OG, get a shard for the old CM. And I've noticed that a lot of the supports, a lot of these games, we're seeing the exact same support shards constantly getting
That's because
up.
we see the same supports.
Yeah, we're seeing the same supports. I mean, Dark Willow's here. We could have seen that. That would have been a new one.
That's right.
But the game is really biased.
It would definitely be the one they would want this game. The Cursed Crown one, I think, would just be better.
Yeah.
Because it's unlikely Maiden gets a good ult off here. She's just going to get torn apart from everything. This is a very, very rough game to be an underfart Maiden in. You just can't go in. Like, they can just blow at her and she dies at this point. What's her health? 1,000? As the specialist array, so she can get that split shot on Maiden. Very nice.
Wait, what stats does that give?
It gives all stats.
Okay.
And some damage.
But she's not universal, so not truly efficient. All right. Outpost taken by OG. The lead has not grown in the last couple minutes. Of course, Liquid haven't looked to go get the old Roshan yet as well. So OG are, I guess you can call it stabilizing to a degree, but are they getting the items? Like, at what point do you think that they can fight? Is there something that they're looking for? The BKB for Yuragi would be pretty big, obviously. but he's not. He's still a full recipe away. As Liquid, oh, they're actually going to go for Roche, and it's being scanned, so
this
Liquid
bolt.
have a good idea that this is happening.
Oh no, this is not going to end well for
Freezing
OG.
field.
Prediction time, they're all going to die.
They're all going to die, you think? I don't know, Roshan's getting pretty low.
Damn.
Taiga, he's going to try to block them out with a Bramble. He's going to get stunned right off the bat, though. Yuragi gets the Aegis, so they successfully get Roche, but Liquid still want to fight. The Roar and the Pango roll on top of BZM. He's already at half HP. They're focusing him down very easily. And OG, despite getting Roche and Aegis, they lose the Aegis. They lose basically, oh, a beautiful ult coming out from Taiga. Is that enough to save anybody? Yes, Yuragi actually gets out. The beautiful Terrorize.
All right, incorrect prediction. They only lost 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Not all.
And in theory, they deny Aegis to Liquid, right? If you look at it that way.
It's inconsequential, really, at this point, right? Like this.
You can see that Insania is opting. He's going to be going for a double Rapier here pretty soon.
Oh,
and it's quick
that's
buy. After
good.
the has to wait for Hurricane Pike, though, of course.
Yeah, Pike first.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay, they cut him down.
Yeah.
No
that's a long
BKB.
stun. And now inside that pit, it's going to proc a second time. Ruptures there as well.
Nice find.
That is a beautiful kill for OG. And
now Nisha gets
Pango
caught
as
again.
well. Nisha, swashbuckle, stun strike, boom!
On
2
the
cores
money.
dead just like that. OG, maybe they're back in this thing.
Yeah, Meike just went a little bit too far there with no BKB, and they punished him immediately. Great reaction from OG, and now they get to invade and start playing the enemy triangle a little bit, maybe push some damage onto the mid-tier 2, and if nothing else, maybe get some good vision out here. Taiga is running all the way over here to place what I think will be a deep ward. He's thinking about it. Nope. Didn't place it. There it is. Boom. Headshot.
Well,
headshot in the tail.
That hit him in the tail.
Tail shot.
Ass shot. That sounds better.
Does it?
Yeah. Yuragi, BKB now, going for the shard, so he's going to get that pure damage.
Gives him more of a fighting chance against Monkey King in the ult. I still don't know if you can realistically stand your ground and fight in there, but I mean, you want the shard anyway.
Yeah.
Taiga.
Yeah, Taiga getting caught out again. Gets the Pavis applied, but it's just too much damage to try to mitigate.
And just see Meike there waiting on the Boundless Strike, wants to wait for Shadow Realm to end. Boundless Strike, when you use it during Shadow Realm, does the stun but no damage. Because it is based off of it's based off of an attack, essentially. And obviously Shadow Realm, you become unattackable.
Yuragi inside the Boundless. Up the BKB, attempting to run, but he's going to get chased. Will he get out? It's going to be close! Oh my god, that last hit.
Damn, Crimson Guard's pretty good.
It is. MC, though, he's the one getting pursued.
MC's pretty dead.
Well, do they have the stun?
No.
Yeah, balance back up.
Saves his buddy, though. Well worth the sacrifice. Saving Bloodseeker is huge. Top net worth in the game right now. Surprisingly, is sitting on OG for another 2 seconds before Beastmaster will overtake him now.
And the lead, again, no matter what's happened, the lead's still around the same that it's been for the last 10 minutes. 22 int, I think, on Insania now.
Beastmaster is definitely going to become a bit more of an X factor later in this game as well. We keep talking about the early pressure with this hero, you know, taking control of the map, spamming out the lane with axes, but the BKB piercing stun is big here because Bloodseeker has to run in and start smacking people if you want to win fights as OG, and he's always going to be susceptible to getting hit by that roar. So I wonder if we're actually going to see a Linkins as part of the build. Oh, okay. He's queued it up just now. So he's preparing for that inevitable problem on the Bloodseeker that he has to solve, and this is the way to do it. It doesn't feel great because it is an expensive item you have to buy, but the alternative is going a standard build and then not getting to play at all in the fights. So you kind of...
It's only fair. Pango has to go an item he doesn't want to go for either, so...
It feels less bad on Pango, though, right? Because it's like... It's such a big part of your hero to be in your ult anyway, that when you're in there, a lot of your net worth doesn't necessarily pay off massively. Whereas for Bloodseeker, every single item slot, he wants to have damage as much as possible to just snowball fights. So it is going to slow him down a decent
I think
amount.
the problem is you don't really have a teammate that's farming well enough that can go for Linkins for you, right?
Yeah, that's also true.
Like you can look at the net worth, it's him, and he's on an island.
This often happens to Invoker when he doesn't go Midas.
Yeah, that's fair.
Pretty uncharacteristic for BZM to not buy that when he's playing Exort. And I wonder if he regrets it. At the same time, like they were getting crushed, right? If he would have gone Midas, it would have been even greedier. But at this point, could have maybe paid off. I don't know how much value he really got out of this Witchblade. And now that
the Hawk is scouting them out, and Liquid have smoke, so they have a good idea where the rest of OG are.
Yep.
And Taiga, he's gonna tank the gank. Black runs right into that.
Hello. Hello.
He's a bit annoying to take out, but
-2.
They find him anyway. Indeed, another -2. There's the roar inside the Wukongs. And Underlord, Mr. MC, has dropped as well. So 2 quick kills for Liquid.
Now that death was avoidable after Taiga found them, I would say. I think Mind Control felt safe there, and they weren't going to dive in between the towers, but they ran straight in there. Actually, there was no tower. They've already taken the mid-tier too, so even more susceptible.
Now they can poke the high ground. That's the 6th death for MC. As Kitrak, he's going to get... He had... The thing about
Talk about long-range artillery.
Yeah.
1,300 damage there.
It doesn't take much for Liquid to be able to kill him from that far away. And they're going to get this tier 3. And they might just reset a bit. Force Staff on Anisha. Make sure he doesn't get ruptured. And Liquid are going to be happy with this.
Gonna take the Wisdom Rune here.
Oh, yeah.
Make it close to level 20 talent.
20, very nice.
Monkey King's 20 talents are pretty decent, you would say. Actually, I mean, the stun talent is insane. It's incredible. Yep. It lowers the cooldown from 22 to 15 on Boundless.
Yeah, he has an interesting talent.
It's one of the best talents in the game, actually. One of the best 20s. This is really, really good for the hero.
Well, Nisha goes into the roll-up form.
Global to save him.
Global silence just to save, make sure he doesn't get caught out in a weird position.
A little overly defensive there again on the global, but they can afford it.
Yeah, especially with all that int, you know, Insane already basically has full mana again after that, you know.
Oh, I thought you were going to make a joke that despite having all that int, he's still using his ulti incorrectly. Thought that was a little harsh. But
I'm not you.
No, that's true.
I don't bash.
I'm a very negative person.
Yeah, everybody knows that.
Oh, here comes Nisha.
Yep, Taiga does get off the Shadow round, so not as easy to kill him, but he is perpetually slowed, and will go down to the Boundless Strike. Did require Nisha to ult. Is that enough for them to poke at the high ground?
Yep.
Or they don't really have the Aegis or anything like that.
And keep in mind, Monkey King with this Boundless Strike with 15-second cooldown, he can get Chakra'd as well.
Yep, that's true.
And now they also have the cooldown reduction creep, it looks like. Where is it?
Do they?
Oh, they have the Time Warp Aura. Where is it?
This is going to be the melee rack.
Oh, there it is.
And I think Liquid are just going to back away now.
It was so big I couldn't find the creep.
How much does it give?
10% CDR to all allies.
Is that... Wait. It goes up in...
with time. With time. He's had it for a while.
He's had that one for a long time then. Because
I guess so.
Right now it would be a level 3 even. Because 30 minutes is the level 3.
I don't remember the thresholds, but you're probably right.
It's 15:30.
Okay.
So he's had that before minute 15, right?
Has he had it since minute 14?
I guess. Time to refresh it.
Could also be a...
could be a tooltip error.
Tooltip error, exactly, yeah.
That's never happened before. Valve are perfect.
Yep, true.
Waiting around for a Tormentor, potentially. Not
Shout out to our perfect flawless Overlords.
That's right.
And Underlords.
Well, not that game. We don't speak about that game.
That's flawless.
Unless you're talking about the MC Underlord, also not flawless in the game. Either way,
not a good day to be an Underlord.
They're fiends to the enemy Tormentor. All right, this is cool.
Grand Theft Tormentor right here. It's straight back. Very cool.
Underlord gets it.
Okay. Neat. Global relocate effectively.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. I like it.
A nice shard. The Firestorm shard is pretty good. Extra damage. Can cast on yourself if you want. Don't think you do in this game. You're not really going to run in, but not much. Can't with confidence.
Doesn't heal anymore, right?
No.
That was a very brief moment in time, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. And I think their Tormentor should be up pretty soon, if I'm not mistaken. Not sure on the exact time. And that's something that could probably be added to the UI is the Tormentor timers. For the spectators, of course.
Now that you talked about the healing of Firestorm, you just had me thinking if there could be an interesting way of making an Axe for this hero.
Oh, Liquid actually stole theirs. Okay, I missed it. That was quick.
Yeah,
but they just swapped them.
Yeah. What if Underlord Aghanim's Scepter, you could activate Atrophy Aura? and do some sort of explosion based on how much plus damage you had.
Wow, that's very cool.
Yeah, how about that? That would be
Write
really
a letter to Ice Frog.
Really Pit Lord theme.
I mean, you got
expulsion.
You got Fiend's Gate in the game, so you have some value to the community. That's good. Slack's also got the Lycan Ags into the game.
Yeah.
So he is a detriment to the community.
Which one of these is more of a meme, do you think? And which one is the cooler design?
Yeah, that's the real question. I don't know. I had fun casting the tiny Lycan TI.
Oh, yeah.
That was actually
great.
I'm not even being sarcastic. That was fun.
Yeah, thanks, Slacks.
Oh, mainly because of the Christmas tree. Kit Rack, better be careful.
I think Slacks actually invented Christmas tree.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
He is the Dota Santa Claus.
Yeah.
17k lead here for Liquid. And we can see that Roche is up, and it's in the bottom right, because it is Radiant side in the day.
Yeah, this is a game-defining moment here.
I think so. Nisha, Swash, they know they're here. Mickey on the trees. Gonna spot Taiga. He gets cut down with the
nice
Fiend's Gate, but they're not gonna be able to follow it up with anything. Nisha, he is ruptured, so he has to stand his ground after the roll-up. Gets off the shield crash for a little bit of damage mitigation, but he's dead. Beautiful rupture, but it's gonna cost them BZM, so it's a 1-for-1 to start this fight. Wukong's command, MC trying to get outside of the beautiful boundless strike onto 3 heroes. Roche just watching from afar like a creeper. Nisha bought back into the game. Gonna be able to take out CM, and MC's out. Taiga, oh my god, the boundless deletes him. So it started out pretty damn good for OG, but in the end, Liquid will secure the second Roche.
I think that was the highest possible impact play Mind Control can find in that fight. He stunned the Monkey King for 4 seconds by putting the gate on top of him, and they used that time to kill Nisha. But again, the advantage is just too much. They have to commit so much into killing this Pango. He buys back, comes back, and the fight's just lost because they've used all their resources. But if they don't,
how did he live?
If they don't go on him, he's going to ruin their fight as well. So damn it if you do, damn it if you don't kind of situation. And yeah, Liquid probably just going to... I mean, I don't know if they can just straight up high ground here. I think Firestorm plus Invoker is always going to be nasty to push into. Might want to take it easy. Might want to control the map more, get more items up. Did they ever complete a pipe? I think they just never bought that. Oh, yeah, they do have it on Beastmaster. Okay. Because that seems to be... I wouldn't even mind them having more than one in order to go high ground in this game.
Well, Liquid have the Aegis, so high ground will be a little bit easier now. And the cheese is on the Pango, so you can theoretically, if you do get ruptured again during Rolling Thunder, you can just rely on the cheese to keep you alive.
Yep.
That's pretty nice. Not sure what they use to proc the Lincolns to begin with, but obviously Nisha will have to get... I mean, that's the thing about Pango. You want to use your Swash into roll, but you might just have to roll from like pretty far away to avoid getting your Lincolns proc.
And he has the dagger, so it's...
Yeah, but
should be okay.
Pango players are greedy. They want that first swashbuckle, right? It's efficient.
Uh-oh, Uragi. Are they going to find him here?
Yep.
They
In
just
his own
might.
triangle.
They
He
will.
gets spotted. Abyssal Blade. Well, he's just going to walk away, it looks like. Fiend's Gate's there, posing some potential pressure. They're going to actually use Rupture as well onto Mickey. He's going to have to stand his ground, tornadoed up. And the Terrorize to force him to run a bit, take a little extra of that damage from Rupture. Nice defense there from OG. I mean, Wukong's command was used for that. As the Aghanim Scepter now online.
Oh, BZM needs to be careful not to go over.
Pango.
Okay. He walked forward a little bit more there. That could have been dangerous, but...
Oh, Mickey's on the trees. Fiend's Gate was used, so they have no easy way to destroy the trees. They can spot him, though. There, okay. The Bramble's on top of him, so he's kind of stuck in an awkward position. They're using the Courier to try to scout him out as well, and they do. They'll have to jump away. Now they're trying to kill the Time Lord creep.
No!
Very important. Now he can upgrade it.
Rest in peace,
past
Time
level
Warper.
1. Oh, beautiful initiation. Boundless Strike into Nisha's ult as well. With that shard, or that Aghanim Scepter now online, the Swashbuckles are just doing absolute work. 2 dead in the blink of an eye for OG. They buy back onto the Invoker, though. Attempting to defend. The melee Rax is taking heavy damage as Mickey finally will pop his Wukong's command. Fortification is activated for OG. Trying to delay this as long as possible. There's the Underlord Pit. Nisha jumps in. Swash not going to hit anybody. And doesn't look like Liquid are going to be able to secure the melee racks, at least not yet.
Still forced out the Invoker buyback. Got the tower, got more progress, and didn't lose anything. We still have Aegis and Cheese. You can wait for the cooldowns one more time, make the same play again, and that's probably going to end the game unless OG can find some.
Yeah, and the beautiful thing about this, Mickey is able to TP top, push it out, and he could just get
they can bring it back.
Time.
Recall is such a... I think it's possibly undervalued. I feel like the Caudles we've seen in this tournament haven't necessarily bought the Shard as much as I would have liked. I think the Shard is extremely valuable. It allows you to just play the map differently entirely as a team. Take advantage of it, and with this bigger map, I don't know if it's better or worse than before. It's always, having Recall has always been really
Zai, the Time Lord, was replaced by an extinct animal in the Dinosaur. Triceratops ready. Nisha.
Yeah, he walks straight into
the Rolling Thunder. This is a dieback for BZM. That is not what you want to see if you're an OG fan. And Nisha and company trying to clean up as much as they can, knowing that they'll likely be able to secure a second set of racks. MC does get out, but the two supports plus mid laner take a tumble. And again, the Aegis is still there. Cheese is still there. It's 35 seconds though, so it'll likely just expire of its own accord. But without a tier 2 tower out, they could theoretically just go for these megas.
Yeah, there's no way in hell OG can fight without the Invoker. So this is a guaranteed free lane. We're going to try to make it a bit difficult for them. Nice. MC just barely outranging the Boundless Strike there. That could have got scary. But second lane goes... Yeah, I think go straight top here. 35 seconds is enough.
Yep, I think so.
Just drop the Wukong's command and go to work.
Indeed. Basically everything up. Pango ult in 10 seconds. If they really need to dive. 20 seconds of delay is possible, but down the strike onto 2. And Tiger's just dead. Does have buyback. Crimson Guard was off to try to mitigate as much damage as possible, but alas, the tier 3 tower does fall, and they're going to get the Abyssal Blade initiation onto Yuragi, who drops dead. 80 seconds of no Bloodseeker, and MC trying to do as much as he can, but GGs are called. And Liquid, well, they showed up in game number 1, that's for sure.
This was just an easy game for them, really. It didn't really feel like they faced much adversity. I think OG did an okay job in the very early laning phase, but after that, Liquid just dictating the entire pace of the game. They're making all the moves, they're landing all the combos. Nisha ending the game with as many deaths as his teammates combined, almost, which is quite a rare sight. He had 4 deaths on the Pango, 1 death on Monkey King, 2 on the Caudle, and 2 on the Silencer.
And more importantly, Insania ended with 42 stacks of int. That's actually really impressive as a position 5.
That is.
You don't see that very often. A rare occurrence for sure in the history of Dota 2, but yeah, Liquid, I don't know, like OG, we've talked about them, they technically came in as a 2nd seed, right? And Liquid were the 3 seed for their group.
Right.
So in terms of like the actual standings, OG were supposed to be the favorite, but of course we know who Liquid are. Same 5 players, you don't have stand-ins or anything like that, and OG, it's just game 1, so anything can happen, but I think the lanes just got off to such a bad start in this game number 1.
I think that the primary lane that was a rough one was definitely the off lane of Mind Control. The Underlord was slowed down massively in this game. Beastmaster also wasn't having the hottest time, but his was definitely better. And obviously, Zai going deathless, whereas Mind Control dies 7 times across this game. Zai kept building advantage. He started taking control of the map with his Helm of the Dominator. And yeah, that's all she wrote. That was a...
All right, panel. We got Liquid taking game 1. Insania with 42 int. What do you think?
Well, I think that was pretty good. I also think that the text at the top was definitely not the teams we saw playing, but you guys all know what we watched. We watched Slaughter. Yeah, that's right. That's what we watched. Team Liquid, they dominated very early on. There was a little bit of period in the mid game where they slowed things down, and OG had a couple of shots of making some sort of comeback, but at the end of the day, it just wasn't enough, and Team Liquid just slowly steamrolled over OG here in game 1 of this best of 3 series. I'm joined by Sheep, PPD, and Jenkins, and we heard our casters, Peter, highlight the lanes in particular. Both our offlaners, of course, the Underlord not having the greatest time, and you feel like it was the Monkey King is the key factor here for Team Liquid?
Yes, it's a really tough matchup, and OG knows that Underlord is kind of bad against these type of heroes. They banned Ursa in the second phase themselves, but left Monkey King in the pool, allowing Liquid to last pick it, and it was kind of a dream game for Mickey.
Dream game for Mickey, dream game for maybe Pango as well, Jenkins?
I mean, I feel like for the game that he was given, Nisha did extremely well. Like, he's playing into Bloodseeker. There's a few times he was getting ruptured and, you know, using spells despite the rupture, getting some damage in and then going down. And then his team would carry him. Like, Zai didn't die a single time in that game on the Beastmaster. He was so goddamn stable.
Are you trying to say Zai was baiting Nisha throughout the game?
Kind of, yeah. He was top net worth.
Yeah.
So he was soaking it in. He was loving it. And I feel like having your offlaner be the top net worth hero is very good on this patch. You get all these aura items, and it comes to a point where it's like, okay, go ahead, rupture my Pango. He's not going to die. There's the Crimson, there's the Greaves, there's all of this bullshit you have to fight into. It just becomes impossible to fight.
I actually think it's really important to mention as well that Liquid had like incredible map positioning. Every time they took like a mini skirmish, like a pick-off or a little fight in the first like 20 minutes of the game, I would look at the mini-map and Bloodseeker would just be on the other side of the map completely. Like, they took so many pick-offs and small fights away from Bloodseeker that allowed Nisha to use his role effectively early on to just not have any threat to himself.
Yeah, there were a couple of fights where OG had a good showing where they could get some kills, but by that time, Jenkins, was it already too late?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like, I'm not sold on the Invoker. I feel like if BZM is consistently picking it and it's consistently going kind of bad, then it's probably not that good of a hero. We were talking about it, you know, backstage a little bit. The Quas Exort build just isn't great anymore because you don't get the 3 meteors doing 80% damage with the Hex. That was the timing people played for. They nerfed all of the stuns. They nerfed the duration on like most of his stuff because they just nerfed stuns in general, and you really feel the effect. Fog was saying he's got like 3,000 games with Invoker or something. He's like, you can't even hit EMP combos anymore. So BZM in this game picks up a Yule Scepter, you know, to try to hit the combo, and obviously there's the silencer, but it just feels like coping from Invoker players wanting to play the hero, and it's just, we need a ladder patch for that hero.
Yeah, when we get offlane heroes picked first nowadays in this this current day, in the last couple of days of the patch. And we saw why, Peter, that Underlord, of course, did not really deliver, but that was due to the Monkey King, but Beastmaster shown. Right?
Yep, and I'll just go back to second phase bans from OG here. They banned Ursa, which makes complete sense to protect their Underlord, but their last 2 bans were Bristleback and Skywrath, which I don't think those heroes really threaten your Underlord CM opening, so I'd like to see them make some adjustments and protect that first phase offlaner if they go that route again.
That Underlord has been a highly contested, highly coveted hero, but we didn't really see it playing. Apart from, I do like the rift to the Tormentor. Isn't that fun?
Yeah, that was fun. We theorized that on like day one. It's like, oh, these global heroes, you can take the Tormentor. We were more thinking like, you can kill yours and then rift and take the enemies.
Sure.
It wasn't really hypothesized as this like desperation thing.
Yeah.
But it's definitely fun. And something that is also fun is Slacks, who is with, I don't know what he's with right now. What is he with?
Hey, Shearer, so good to see you here. I just thought I'd give you guys a little tour of some of the fantastic equipment over here at ESL that's bringing this show to you.
What is this?
This is the blue light. We made it go blue because Team Liquid won, so we thought it was kind of cool. And then
what does it do?
The light, it creates little photons that bounce on your eyes.
Very
and
pointless.
Then it comes back.
Okay.
And then this is a desk. This controls the sound, maybe?
Press buttons.
Yeah, it's locked anyway.
They told me don't press any buttons.
Okay.
They specifically said
it's
the
locked
only thing
anyway.
on here that's lit up is the number 16 and is all the way up. So I don't know what that does. The person that works here is usually sitting here all day pressing these buttons. I don't know what the device does.
Wait, that light,
that's not
you can take it anywhere.
Yeah, this is our light. I'm going to have it with me. It's my sidekick, Lighty.
Cool.
He's going to be here for the rest of the time. Look.
Oh,
Is that
wow.
cool?
Yeah, that is cool. You can turn it into a lightsaber.
Yeah,
it's
it
because
is a
he was
lightsaber.
blinding people with his headlamp.
That's right. They gave me Lighty so that I could do even better interviews for you. You guys like pink?
Yep.
Okay, fantastic. I don't know what this thing is. It says Power 3. It has a bunch of switches.
Press that.
Don't press
Power
that.
3?
Yep.
No, don't press
Yeah,
that.
I don't know what this
Those
thing
look
does.
like the actual power switches that I got in my media closet at home.
Yeah, I think it is.
Things.
But anyway, I just want to show you guys the back-of-house tech that makes this stuff possible. Here's a very precarious situation, and they think, oh, no, we're not going to do that, though.
Hey, was that sugar-free?
No, it's regular. We don't talk about that there. All right, anyway. Oh, there's a guy. Yeah, but anyway, about the teams. What to report? You know, they both just immediately got up and ran for their lives. OG is not back yet. Team Liquid, I believe, is back. We might be able to go and check out their little booth. Again, it's quiet here. Yeah. All these booths that, I'll take Lighty with me. All these booths that used to have people in them, now they're all empty, and it's just a desolate wasteland of only 2 teams fighting for their lives. Let's take a little poke here at Team Liquid.
Could we get a Blitz interview, Slacks?
I don't want to interview Blitz. But
please?
They look like they're getting ready for the next game. Look, Insania's talking to the team.
Well, they're getting ready for the next game. How about us? Are we not supposed to get ready for the next game, Slacks?
I mean, you're the host, are you? I don't know.
Yeah, we are supposed to get ready for the next game. So thank you for your check-in. Really appreciate the behind-the-scenes look and meeting Lighty for the first time. I'm sure we're going to see more of Lighty, hopefully in the dark rooms where Slacks roams. But first, it's time for some Dota 2 because the draft of Game 2 of OG versus Liquid will come at you after a break.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristess. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen. Engel und Teufel tanzen schwanzig. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Fadet auf den Wohnzimmerdeal. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
I'm the main event, ain't no only see y'all as the competition, but if you go against me, you the opposition. But if you wanna test to look like you could close the distance, I'ma give it A forever since you're so persistent. With you, I'm just practicing, cause I'm back to back, let's get back to winning. As a matter of fact, I'm not that forgiving, cause you did this to yourself, that's a bad decision. I don't see no one in front of me, you is a ghost, you ain't got a soul. Whoa, always say that they gon' come for me, knowing they won't, they doing the most. Whoa, chasing my, gotta get already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa. Set the scene, no plot, hoes, whoa, please don't play me, cause when I let the beat sound, you think I'm crazy, but none of you critics gon' faze me, so when I talk like this, don't blame me, I know I'm bad with it, go against a goat, that's bad business, all of y'all are jokes so sad with it, to me, you're just a ghost, don't get mad with me, just, it's a my, gotta get, already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa.
Old gentlemen's agreements were thrown out of the window at the start of that game. We had Medusa banned, we had Insania killed straight off the bat, first blood. So everything goes. That's basically what I'm saying. Everything goes, and one more game win here for Team Liquid is 100% guaranteed TI. OG needs some points on the board as well. They got some, but they need more. But they need to win first, and they need to then force out another game and win that one as well. It's a tough ask considering the way game one went, but we're going to see what they got in this second game of this best-of-3 series in the upper bracket of the Berlin Major. I am joined by Sheep, PPD, and Jenkins. We're in the opening already. Team Liquid this time on Radiant side, second pick. Dire side for OG, first pick for them. And Medusa, as expected, banned already with an instant ban coming out with Disruptor on the side of OG, which makes me wonder, what is OG planning, Jenkins?
I don't know. That's let's look at their picks.
They going for the Storm combo or what?
Is Disruptor really that dope against Storm? I don't know.
They're on first pick. You know, they have they're able to let some heroes through the pool.
Yeah, that's true.
If Doom gets through, if Beastmaster or Underlord gets through, they can pick it.
Well, Beastmaster can't get through. They actually removed themselves. But yeah, Underlord is still in the pool, and Doom. If Liquid just doesn't ban either, they could get one of them.
Doom to me seems like on another tier from the Underlord and the Beast, and then Medusa's on the tier above that. Nobody else is there.
We're seeing a ton of like 4 Protect 1, and if you just Doom the carry, it's really hard for them to have impact in the fight.
Yeah. and then you protect your team from everything else other than the carry with your ridiculous auras.
They left both. Or, sorry, they left Doom. And Underlord.
Yeah, and Underlord. So both they left.
So if they pick Doom here, does Liquid just respond Underlord Rubik?
Very possible.
Yeah, probably.
They could grab their Monkey King early on. I don't think Boxy's played much for Monkey King this tournament, but it's possible.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, I suppose they might, try to get the answer to the Doom in lane. Now, the question is, like, is Monkey King that sick against Doom? I know it's very good against Underlord.
Ooh!
Oh, okay.
Different route.
All right.
Surprise.
Wisp is very good against Doom.
Yep.
Right? You can heal the target who's, afflicted. You can teleport him out, and then Wisp plus Slark, Wisp plus Doom, or sorry, Wisp plus Monkey King, Wisp plus Ursa. This is a great combo to really punish that Doom in lane if Liquid decides to grab it themselves, which I think they will. They've been first picking Doom when available most of the time this tournament.
You think they prefer it over Underlord?
Yes.
Yeah, 100%. But then they might just pick it anyway.
Careful with that 100%.
100%.
99.99%.
I'm down to die on that hill. I feel like Doom is way more OP.
There you go.
All right.
100%.
Especially like if they do want to play the Storm Spirit as well. I mean, both Underlord and Doom are both.
Can you 100% predict the second here? All right, never mind. Too late.
My bad, guys.
It's all good.
I tried my best.
Would 100% said.
I would have 100.
We could have got that one.
I would have gone for Rubik.
Yeah, that's true.
In the pool.
So I'm glad I didn't.
Both are good. So I love the idea of a Slark right now. You can purge the CM spells. You can run into the trees when you get doomed, and you're not going to take any Doom damage because you heal through it. It's a great hero with Io in lane to dumpster the Doom. Just eats the CM alive in the game.
Okay, for people that only tune in for the main event, what makes Doom so good, and why is everybody so confident saying that they would go for Doom over Underlord?
He's one of those gold manipulation heroes, right? Devourer kind of helps him keep farmed and stay farmed throughout the entire game, with even when he might not be hitting the most creeps. Doom, for that reason I mentioned before, just very good to put on the enemy carry. We see a lot of 4-Protect 1 lineups where you have your Initiator mid, you have your offlane hero with all the auras, and then you have your carry who has all the damage. So if you Doom him and he can't participate in the fight, where's that damage come from?
Yeah.
No. In terms of the current meta as well, he dissuades or is fine against a lot of the Chen and Chantra stuff because you can eat the creeps. He also benefits because as an offlaner, you are less pressured by these portals. Like the portals are usually used to bring like supports to the offlaner to give them an even better game and like dumps to the carry. So Doom's just having like really good lanes right now. Very ease of access for him to get gold everywhere, and he just nearly is guaranteed to get his items and scale every game.
I think also there's an extremely comfortable build on him. Everybody was going Vanguard on Doom even prior to Vanguard being OP in this patch. Now you can go Vanguard, you can disassemble it into the pipe, into the Octarine core as well. You want mana boots, so you're gonna be able to combine that into the Octarine core as well, depending on what build you want to go for. You get these aura items faster than a lot of the other heroes because of the gold manipulation that Peter was talking about. And then once you do get to the late game, you get an Aghanim Scepter, you get an Octarine core, and all of a sudden you're nullifying the strongest enemy hero easily.
Yeah. I also love how many small camps and other camps there are around like the offlane right now for Doom to just find exactly what he wants.
Yeah. You just can't block them all. It's impossible.
How do you beat him? How do you beat Doom?
You don't. You lose.
Okay, so
2-0.
How you could try and go about beating Doom is to have like dual core, which I think the Alchemist makes a lot of sense here. This Alchemist, could be the carry, could be the offlane, but probably not. But it also could be mid. So if you have, 2 heroes that have damage in mid to late game, it doesn't necessarily matter so much if one of them gets doomed. That, you might be lacking in maybe that initiation, but Alchemist is kind of dual purposed, right?
Yep.
You can go, an early Blink Dagger and start the fight.
Right. You can also bait out the Doom with Alk. He's tanky enough, and then reload out, disengage, and then take a fight after the Doom is down.
All could be very true. We have got some bans on the board in the meantime. You want to protect the IO Alk with the Ancient Operation ban. They also removed Terrorblade and Slark from the pool. We already mentioned Slark earlier. Would have been a good pickup, but no can do. And on the other side, it's still a Shrek and still the Underlord banned out on the side of Team Liquid.
I would say that probably the best thing right now for Team Liquid would be Ursa. Not on this pick. Oh, they go for the Monkey King instead. Okay, never mind.
Similar style hero. Your head was in the right place.
It can flex to all 3 of the remaining positions
it can.
needed, so it's fine. It's just a really good solid flex.
Doesn't reveal anything.
Kind of prevents... I feel like it prevents Alchemist mid.
Yeah,
quite a
you
bit.
Just put the monkey mid then.
Nisha has played a fair amount of Monkey King as well, one of his favorites.
Yep, second most picked in this tournament.
Both their cores are like incredibly talented on the Monkey King. I absolutely love watching Mickey play this hero.
Batrider.
Okay.
Okay.
This is a great bat game against these three heroes.
Why?
Well, then again, Doom can actually get the purge creep. I've seen that. I've seen that actually be decent for the Doom. But I would say Bat is like the hardest counter in the game to Monkey King, probably. I know he has the highest win rate on Dota buff. Obviously, that's pubs, but it's over millions of games. It's very easy to destroy the trees. It's very easy to scout him in the trees. You can lasso him and pull him out of his Wukong or his ult, and you can also knock him out of the ult with even just a flame break.
Don't you not get flying vision anymore on?
You don't, but you get flying vision from the napalm.
From the, yeah, sure.
It's still a hero that can like easily hunt him in the trees.
Bro.
I mean, it'd be insane if you did get flying vision.
Who plays the Batrider? Is that an off lane or is that a mid?
Oh, right, yeah.
Let's see. They have not played it yet.
And both can play it.
Yeah, so Liquid's kind of in a cool spot where they can, they're on second pick. They can be very, they can make a lot of pivots with their final pick here. So, I think the Batrider, they probably want this bat mid versus Monkey King. If Nisha ends up playing it, they could take the Batrider off lane.
Yeah.
If Mickey ends up playing it, and they could, move the Alchemist to off lane or move the Alchemist to mid or put the Alchemist on carry.
I like the idea of support countering it because of that. Like I could see Insania just pulling out his Oracle, and you take off the napalms no matter what.
He loves Oracle.
Yeah.
If there's any Oracle game, he'll ask for it.
Yep.
Yeah. When I look at this Phoenix Batrider, I'm thinking like Oracle. I'm thinking Shadow Demon. I'm thinking the Abaddon. Maybe I'm not sure if that's a good lane with the monkey, but.
What
it's
about
very value.
Is Weaver a real hero?
Liquid are actually probably the team most likely to play Weaver.
Yeah, like, he loved that hero back when it was strong.
And they play on carry. Like I think they were the only team kind of playing Weaver this year.
Ember Spirit, didn't see that one coming, but getting that hero in the game, always a good idea.
We see it banned a lot.
I actually like Ember versus Bat now that people are going for the chains and the sleight of fist max on Ember. It's pretty good at responding to like wherever Bat goes to, and you just chains them.
They banned the Weaver.
Yeah,
that's a good call.
They heard me.
Yeah, I feel like Weaver. Yeah, it would still make sense. Flex the Monkey King to be a 4 position. You probably don't want Monkey as a core in a game versus Phoenix plus Batrider.
Okay, yeah, so you think it's boxy, so they've got another core on the way, probably a new carry for Mickey?
Probably.
That's kind of what OG's thinking too with that Weaver ban, I assume. So what maybe does OG need? Do you feel like they're going to grab another carry for the safe lane, or potentially a new off laner, potentially a new mid?
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know.
Head scratch.
What do they need? They've got initiation, they've got some team fight.
Do they have enough ways to kill buildings?
If the heroes are dead, they can hit the building.
Honestly, I don't know how important building hitting it even is on
it doesn't
this
feel
patch.
like it's super important.
It's all about hitting heroes. They give so much gold.
Yes, exactly.
That's fair.
Game is a little bit different than it was previously, which is why it's a little confusing, because Dota was a little bit more linear last patch, where, okay, we're going to take the top side of the map, we're going to pressure the tier 2, after we get that, we take the shrine, then we go to Roche, like, yada, yada, yada. The game was very figured out.
Yeah,
right?
we don't know the flow chart exactly.
Exactly. Now it's a little bit more vague, and hero kills, above all else, kind of impact the future state of the game.
Maybe there isn't even a flow chart on this patch.
Oh, there's a flow chart.
There's always a flow chart?
Oh, yeah. There's always a best way to play. A meta will be defined at some point.
And just to check, the Monkey King position 4 is not a thing at the moment?
Well, we're thinking that is possible, if probably likely. I think last picking a hero that, you guys know I'm not a fan of last picking a support.
True.
So my preference is, hey, let's grab another core that's going to scale well into this late game.
Fair enough. And they have overall last pick, so they get to decide.
Yeah, they get to see what this pick is. Maybe it'll reveal where these heroes are actually going on OG that we're confused about. Is it an alt carry? Is it an alt offlane? What the hell's going on here?
I want to say it's a mid bat and carry alc, just based on what everyone's been playing so far, and we're going to see MC's hero. But I'm trying to figure out what it is, since you're going to get counterpicked. Like, maybe Necro looks okay, but then you could get Oracle and it could just suck ass. And I guess like there's Enigma still in the pool, but we haven't seen that hero much. But it would be pretty decent. It's good against Monkey Core.
There it is.
They go for the Ursa.
Wait, who is offlane then? Because they have to lane into like a Monkey King.
It's going to be offlane bad, I think.
Okay.
And maybe Insania does goes for his Oracle, and they just commit to Monkey King being a carry.
I mean, yeah, Oracle
Then
against
Moxie
Ursa
plays CM doesn't sound right.
My only problem with offlane Bat is that if they do just put this Monkey on a support now, you're like, if Bat has a bad lane, that hero is mega worthless.
Yeah, but why would he have a bad lane?
Because they can counterpick him.
With what?
Let's see. They'll figure something out.
Weaver's out. Slark is out.
Yeah.
They did their homework. They got some heroes gone.
If you can bring Monkey and CM, it's not so much about like the carry to him matchup. It's more like if you bring these two supports to the lane and just Giga gank him with the portals, it's really hard. I think his recovery is poor.
Regardless, I think OG's in a much better position than they were last game.
PL? Okay, that is a back counter.
This hero survives Batrider in lane. It doesn't necessarily punish.
That's true. And also, the Firefly has been buffed a lot. So the reason you would counter Batrider as PL is you take off the Napalm. This hero's not really based on the Napalm anymore. It's all about leveling the Firefly.
I think OG's got a really well-rounded draft. PL, not that great against the farmed Alchemist either, so I think Liquid's the better team, but I think this game's going to be much more even than the previous.
Well, I hope so. How do we feel about the Alchemist versus Ember matchup?
It's good.
I've seen Ember kill a Alkin mid before this tournament, but I'm sure that was probably an outlier and not the standard.
Okay, the only way Alk loses this lane is if he like misses the area of the map with acid spray. Like,
it's pretty hard to do.
It is really hard to do. You just need to put it in the middle of everything, and then Ember cannot trade with you.
All right, that sounds very promising.
Okay, there's another way you can look at that though. Here we go. You have all physical damage on Alchemist, so yeah, sure, you go through the Flame Guard, but you don't take off the Flame Guard then. Big damage coming out from Ember.
Bit of a chicken fight.
No, I do think Ember should Alk should farm. Alk should definitely farm in this lane.
Okay, so Cheap, you're also on board with OG having a good shot here at forcing out the third game?
Not really. I stand by the fact that I think Bat offlane is awful. So if he gets through this lane and it's good, then I'll eat my words and, fair play.
You're right. It has not looked good in the games that we've seen.
I have not seen a good Batrider game. That is what I'm basing my opinion off of.
Yeah.
You're doubting the mind control Batrider.
I've seen a good mid Batrider game.
Okay. Well, I mean, we'll see.
It was 9.
We will see.
Yeah.
We will see. It is time for game number 2, so let's head over to Sunsfan and Synerin for it.
Liquid versus OG game number 2. The first game was well, it wasn't great for OG, let's just say. It just felt like it just kept dragging on, and eventually Liquid just took it. Do you think that this will be better for OG in the second game?
I definitely think the conditions in this game are better if they meet, let's say, certain conditions. I'm kind of with Sheep that I'm worried that if this Bat isn't having a good game, where's the playmaking coming from? It's a mid-alk. Your safe lane is IO Ursa. Neither of your supports has any catch or any slow, right? Like, sure, you're like Tether and Icarus Dive is such a stretch. Like, you really need these mid and offlane heroes for OG to set the pace of the game. Or as you look over at Liquid, you've got an Ember mid, Monkey King, Crystal Maiden, all these heroes having slow stuns, catches. And for OG, I don't really think you solve... I mean, there's a reason PL was the last pick of this game, right? Like, the mid-Alchemist is a pretty rough matchup, but aside from that, I think PL thrives in this kind of game. Very good against the Bat, very good against the supports. So if he gets farmed enough, I think that's going to be a concern. So for me, look for OG's first 15 minutes. Get something done. Don't just chill and farm too much. I think action is necessary.
Okay. Well, what about PL versus Ursa late game?
Hands down PL for me. Even if Ursa is very farmed, has Battle Fury and everything, it just gets way too complicated.
He has to go Battle Fury this game.
He does. The thing about this matchup is the way PL beats carries generally is that he doesn't even need to commit his hero, right? And the way Ursa works, he's an assassin. He fights you one-on-one and he beats you really quickly. But late game PL can just keep sending stuff at you, forcing you to use Enrage, forcing you to run out of mana, and you lose your combat ability. So it's very explosive. Ursa can kill PL if his team catches him. But again, then we're back to square one. Who's going to do that? It's Bat. So eyes on mind control in this game for sure.
So Ursa, not really an assassin, more of a warrior, I would say.
Yeah,
what his name in Dota 1 was, Ursa Warrior.
That's true.
Technically correct.
Curious to see how this lane plays out as well, by the way. We didn't really... Like, Ursa against Doom is generally considered a very Ursa-favorite matchup, but I think the Monkey King can be a little bit of an X factor here.
Oh, goodbye, Courier.
Yeah.
Okay, one tap.
Tango pack gone. How many Tangos do they have now? 2 on Taiga and 2 on Yuragi. So they can still stay afloat for a while up here.
Yeah.
Okay, look at Insania just bullying.
Yeah, this Crystal Maiden as a hero has been a big uptick in pick rate in this patch, no doubt about it.
She's going to lose 5 move speed sometime soon, don't you?
Yeah, of course. As she does. I mean, is she the slowest here in the game right now? Didn't Tree get like a significant move speed nerf at some point?
I think she might be the second slowest. I think Medusa might be the slowest.
Oh, well, Medusa doesn't need to move, as we can see.
I think Medusa needs a move speed buff.
Medusa is basically just an indestructible structure, so what does she need to move for?
Yeah, Medusa has 5 move speed slower than Maiden. I think she's the slowest. And it used to be tied with Techies, but Techies got that huge change at one point where he got a lot of move speed.
That's right. So yeah, Ember versus Alchemist. You think both heroes are just going to farm this for the most part?
I think this lane is mostly just a wash. Like, neither of them can truly really threaten each other. Like, Alchemist is annoying with the Acid Spray, Ember is annoying with the Flame Guard, and then your last hit. So, I think...
And then what
if
about
this was without Water Runes, I think it would be an Alk favorite lane. I think it makes a very big difference for Ember. Because otherwise, Alk could go Soul Ring and probably just bully you out on resources. But yeah. Ember's just going to get a rune every 2 minutes and stabilize.
Now that Alchemist has this built-in Greevil's Greed, it means that you can actually put points into your concoction, which obviously combos with the Acid Spray because of the minus armor.
Ember can dodge it though if he's clutch.
That is true. You can. But it is kind of difficult, especially when there's not that many creeps. So right now, early on, 15-2 for BZM. And you can see Nisha not too far behind with 14-2, so pretty much a wash. And we'll see if they... I mean, you talked about the ganking potential or the lack of stuns from the supports of OG. Can they even gank mid without another core coming?
They just can't.
Feels like a waste.
Yeah. I have maybe you can do some sort of Icarus dive with spirits.
Sure. We got the blood grenade. A lot of slows coming in. Taiga taking a ton of damage. Has to pop the fairy fire, but he's going to get first blooded by Mickey of all heroes.
If they both die here on OG.
He does die, and Mind Control is going to live. So not the worst of the worst case scenarios for OG, but still first blood gold on PL. Not great.
OG choosing to swap the supports around and send the IO bot to help Bat. Probably identifying that with Phoenix, it just wasn't working out. But as a result, I think this top lane... To be honest, Fire Spirits are very good against the top lane that Liquid are running, so I kind of do like this adjustment. It makes Monkey King's life miserable. Oh, hang on, he's connected to mid. He's going to branch to John.
Oh my god, what a play. Can he get the kill, though? Boundless Strike is there. Fairy Fire keeps him afloat for the time being. One more right click will do it, but he eats the tree as well? Excuse me? What the hell was that? Okay, he ends up dying. That was an absolutely sick play.
I think Nisha quelled the tree.
Well, was it Nisha?
It was not the Alk. That wasn't on cooldown.
Oh, okay.
He's laughing his ass off. Yo, can we get a replay on that? I want to see it again. I don't think Alk was in range.
What a sick play by his teammate, killing him.
If that was actually what happened, that's hilarious.
Danny getting burned to the ground. Taiga does tether. I think that might be enough distance. Yeah, Spirit Lance not off cooldown at that point. Does have to be a bit careful on Taiga, but again, it's a 1v2. But here comes the Phoenix from the other side, so Kitrak kind of backstabbing to some degree. In a 3v1, there's the dive. Mickey getting slowed perpetually. He's just dead.
Well done.
Nice pickup here from OG again. Here we see the replay. Okay.
So he jumps here.
Nisha... Was it 100%?
Yeah, he clicked BZM right now. You see?
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
They tip him too. BZM's just cracking up. Like, what the hell?
That was almost like a god tier play. I thought it was the whole time.
I don't understand why the tree got cut to begin with. Like, what was the point?
Yeah, well,
it was,
it's off
keeping
cooldown.
up the APM, I
know?
guess.
I mean, you know, these
that's funny.
Zoomers these days, they just got to click their buttons.
Yeah. I think Nisha should get a fidget cube instead of killing his teammate by cutting trees, but you know, whatever works for you.
Yeah. Fidget
cube. We're getting some good clips today.
Yeah. Yeah, we are. That's what happens when you hit the playoff stage. Players more comfortable means they're going to be a little more cocky, and mistakes are made. And that's what we like to see when it's entertaining, at least. 6-minute rune coming up. Boxy looking to steal it. It is at the bottom side, which it is not. Nisha gets a shield rune instead. Jingu stacks are up, so BZM, although being tethered, not going to pursue any further. Has that empty bottle and would want to get that bounty rune. Kitrak is going to save it for BZM, so at least he gets something out of that bottle now. MC in the bot lane, he's going to get pounced on. Insane is in the area as well, as his slow, well, actually misses, I think, is now mind control hooked up by Taiga. Looking to potentially pursue Boxy. Sticky Napalm starting to stack up quite nicely. Insania taking a lot of damage as well, but they're not going to go under tier 1.
Perfect case in point about the lack of slows and stuns on the support duo, right? Like, they're rotating down to help MC, but he doesn't have lasso, so the enemy team just run, lol. You know, like, it's not quite enough just yet. It'll get better and better with time as you get more levels in Napalm, as you get that lasso up, but for now they could just disengage there.
Nice blocking here, and Boxy is going to steal the Wisdom as well.
Double Wisdom.
The other one. That's a huge pick. I mean, okay.
Very clever team suddenly.
Yes, indeed. So how big of a deal is this for people that haven't really been paying attention to, because there's a million different objectives now, right?
So
one of them.
Each Wisdom Rune gives 280 experience times what number of Wisdom Rune it is. So the first one is 280, the second one is 560, etc., etc. And they spawn every 7 minutes. To put this into context, the fact that you get a rune means you get 280 and they get none. And they were, quote-unquote, expected to get one of them, right?
Yes.
So you getting 2 Wisdom Runes is an XP swing of about 1,000 and a bit. And not just the raw number, but what matters a lot is that, you know, this is the point where supports want to hit level 6. You want to hit 6 around minute 10. And if you don't get a Wisdom Rune, it's probably not happening. Yeah, he's mega dead here.
He's just resigned to his death.
No way out for you, Rocky.
Insania gets the kill.
Nice.
Okay, he's not playing Silencer, so no glaive stacks this time. As Nisha was looking for the 8-minute rune, but he's going to get found by BZM instead. Has the Remnant up, but they're attempting to pursue. Nice Searing Chains, though. MC, he wants to go high ground.
Nisha doesn't have
lasso.
Oh, he does.
That's many stacks of Sticky Napalm, but the Remnant is up. Concoction's coming. They will not stop until Nisha is dead. Concoction hits. Insania can only watch as his comrade dies, and he might be next on the list. And Taiga not able to get the slow, but it matters not, because the slappity slap from BZM is enough.
Nice dive. I actually thought Nisha was going to find a way out of that with 2 Remnants, but they're just too fast. They have so much movement.
Oh.
The triple double fake out into not using it.
Oh, maybe it wasn't a long enough stun to get the kill. I don't know. MC showing himself in the top lane now.
Zai has the move speed aura, so it's pretty.
Yeah, and he's going for the Midas build.
Yeah.
So Vanguard into Midas then.
Yeah, Liquid will feel very comfortable if this goes late game. I think they're happy going Midas on the Doom. They're happy just farming up on the PL. As long as they can stay afloat and not fall too far behind, the writing on the wall should be that eventually Alk will fall off relative to their cores, and they will always be able to rely on the Doom to set themselves up for success.
Yeah. Surprised they didn't try to go for the slight dodge on the Concoction, because there were 3 units there. But still a hard situation for Nisha to get out of. As we see a massive Ancient stack reserved for mind control. And this is going to put him on a new level of farm. He has Vanguard right now, Arcane Boots, and is opting to go for Blink next.
He's actually going to be second in the game with that stack. So we wanted to see a good start out of bat if we wanted to hope for OG, and they've got it. He's 4-0. He's farming a fat Ancient stack here. Going to be a nicely timed Blink Dagger. Failing to get another stack on the camp there, unfortunately. He could have probably pulled that off a little bit better, but either way. A great grab. They're going to head down bottom to try to not make it feel too comfortable. So PL will always feel like a bit like a ticking time bomb for this kind of lineup. So
yeah,
don't let him rest.
He already has the defusal, so already a bit scary. And we'll opt for the Yasha, likely into Manta after that. What kind of a itemization would you want to see after the cookie cutter portion?
Well, what do you consider the cookie cutter? Is that Manta Diffu,
Manta. Yeah.
You wouldn't include Heart in that. Because I feel like you'll go
That's
that
the
9
first
out of 10
item I
times.
thought of, but
Because I think you'll also get that. So the question for me is, after those 3, probably Abyssal, I think sounds pretty good.
Okay.
Like, allows him to be a true threat. Just if he gets on top of any of the supports, he can kill them solo. He can force out. Gives them some sort of BKB piercing disable. Yeah, I think Abyssal would probably be good.
BZM's
could make a case for Scotty too, though. There's a lot of healing, right? There's IO, there's Phoenix, there's Alk. Actually, on second thought, I think Scotty might even be better than Heart this game. So yeah, I'd like to see Manta Diffu Scotty. I think that should be the plan.
See if he follows your advice. Your
It's the mech before IO. This is a big timing window for OG. They're very, very strong right now with this IO mech, with the Alk having Radiance very soon. Bad Rider is closing in on Octarine core. Yeah, it's OG time very soon.
Yeah, BZM's Courier did die with Sacred Relic on it, but he's not done with the Talisman as of yet, so might not be that big of a delay necessarily.
Boxy getting some info here. He's only level 4 on the
Jump
monkey,
back in.
though.
Doom applied to the Bat Rider. I don't know if they're going to be able to clean him up, but Nisha has come. Taiga taking heavy damage. He's going to be the first to fall, but MC just shrugging off the Doom for the most part. And you can see the concoction proc by BZM. They want to fight. Insania going to get caught on the other side of the trees, but OG will not go any further.
Considering the fact that Liquid got both Wisdom runes, I'm very surprised to see their support levels. That fight started with a level 5 Maiden and a level 4 Monkey King. On the other side, it's a level 6 Wisp and 7 Phoenix.
Yeah.
Because OG have just given more space to their supports to find those levels. Kittrick might have to ult here. Nice save. Not needed.
Somehow fine. Nisha.
And now he's in trouble.
Yeah, they do have Lasso. Once they get up the stacks first, there's 3 on him right now. Kitrak's in the area with the egg. Remnant to the tier 2. Is he actually going to get out? Oh my god. That was a millisecond away.
If they recognized where that Remnant was, I think he dies to Supernova. Because there was a possibility for Kitrak to reposition and have place a Nova that would also hit over there.
That is true.
But I don't know if they were aware. Like, it can be hard to keep track of sometimes. And nice disengage for him. And good news for Liquid, right? They're playing a timing game. They just need to stall things out. Need to try to avoid bleeding too much. Speaking of which, Boxy will be very beaten to a pulp here.
No mana to speak of, thanks to the defusal.
What the Ursa Warrior tends to do. Yuragi with the defusal into Battlefield build. Zai's going to run him down a little bit, but not really going to lead to anything here.
Yeah.
Just bullying him away, showing him who's boss.
Yeah, well, be careful what you ask for, my friend.
Yeah, that's true.
MC's come as well. Flame break. Insania is spotted, but no lasso.
Yeah. Good TP. That was actually really clutch. The lasso was up 4 seconds later.
So. MC took apart his Vanguard and now has the Octarine. So this is a very popular build on a lot of heroes now.
Yeah.
I wonder if that one's going to get changed. That seems really strong to see an Octarine sub 15 minute.
I could foresee a change where you can't disassemble Vanguard again.
No,
I could definitely see that.
Too. Nisha.
Nice boundless.
3 heroes. Wukong's command to follow. Of course it is. This is support monkey.
Yeah, no egg on Kitrak. They know that.
Phoenix. Indeed. BZM with a concoction, but the lasso now onto the Ember Spirit. Nisha's in a lot of trouble. Gets off the Remnant, but dies shortly after. And they lost the Doom as well, so 2-for-1 advantage OG. Boxy behind the tree line attempting to TP out. He's fine.
Zai got absolutely obliterated by the Ursa.
Insania is just going to get run down as well. Concoction in the acid spray. Double kill for BZM. And OG starting to take a little bit of control of this game now.
This could really start ramping up. They're not going to take their foot off the gas pedal here. Just keep going. MC going to force Mickey out of the jungle. Actually looking for Boxy, or maybe nah. Maybe that's a little bit too crazy. He's going to chill. But yeah, OG with a good ramp up here. And Zai might have to second guess his choices of running in just for now. It's like, okay, if I get destroyed by Ursa that fast, might have to be a little more careful with how he approaches fight. Has the Crimson Guard. I don't know if he had it there. I think he only had the Vanguard. Crimson Guard is actually a pretty major difference against the Ursa as well.
He just finished it.
Yeah, so that will definitely change his ability to go in, but
Boxy.
still.
Oh, onto the tree line.
Oh, nice cut.
Do they have the vision to finish him off? Indeed.
Well done.
Boxy.
By Yuragi.
So one thing I didn't want to mention is Zai. I know that Boots of Travel have been very popular in this patch, but Midas and Boots of Travel. That's very greedy, it feels like.
It is, for sure. It might be too greedy as well. You could have... There's different ways of doing this as Doom, right? Some people can get by with just Brown Boots Windlace. Or maybe you can get Phase Boots. I think Phase Boots in this game would have also been nice, right? You're against Ursa, you're against Alk. There's a lot of value in getting the Phase component and getting the armor.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's an expensive build-up, so there's quite a ways to go for him. And man, Nisha, this is one of the roughest spots we've seen him in this tournament.
Yeah.
6th on net worth, not a familiar sight.
Yeah, last place from all the cores.
Yeah. By a long shot as well. He's 1,000 behind Bat. So.
Of course, this is an Alchemist and a Doom game.
Yeah, both teams have gold batteries, essentially.
Gold batteries?
Yes.
Wow. Is that better than alkaline?
Yeah. They never corrode.
Oh, okay. Battle Fury now online for the Earth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just stopped listening to you.
It's like the weirdest reaction you could possibly have. Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. Oh, BZM. He's going to get gone on. There's the Doom, there's the Lockdown, and there's the Death. Nice
and Mickey gets
Liquid.
the kill bounty. Really good for Liquid there. It's 1,000 gold kill, of which Mickey gets half. You really want this PL to continue.
Oh, didn't even notice that Yuragi was doing Roche during this time. That looks to be...
It's a goner.
A freebie.
Yep.
You know, Liquid are somewhat close. They won't get there in time.
Put the Aegis on the Ursa. Could have... I don't know if you can even make a case for putting it on Bat. Probably not.
Manta now online for Mickey. We'll see if he goes for the Scotty that you were hoping for, if he goes for the more traditional.
Giving an honest quick buy. He is eyeing up Heart for now. I feel like it's got to be close between the two. Like, there's just so many upsides to Scotty here.
This could be a good butterfly game, theoretically, down the road, as Nisha.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely an item you want to buy.
Ursa, Alchemist, not exactly here as you actually want to buy it on. Mickey getting gone on. Gets that doppelganger off, though. Looks like he's going to be fine. Hit rack, maybe not. Okay, gets off his dive in the meantime. BZM comes back in with the concoction. And yeah, the relocate with Yuragi. That's a scary-looking bear.
Here comes the cavalry. Always got to second guess yourself when you're against Io about whether you can go for moves like that, and Boxy just gets punished instantly. Trying to go on the Phoenix, who had dive ready. So nice little pick. Oh, this is going to be a big kill though, and there is no way out.
Lasso onto Zai, and the saddest thing about it, his Midas is off cooldown. Wait, can he use it? He does! Great usage, great efficiency from Zai, who dies a second later, but now he doesn't have to be in the fountain dreading his decision.
Speaking of fountain, hello.
Oh my.
I think this is one of the things that the pro players will improve the most on.
Yeah, they've not been using it very much.
I think the Lotus Fountains are... They're definitely better at using the gates than they are at picking up flowers.
Yep, that's fair. Concoction, initiation from BZM.
It's gonna be okay.
No lasso though. Nisha, Remnant TP. He is spotted, but no more lockdown.
Oh, Mika's courier died, and it has the Vid booster, so he's already committed. He's choosing the Heart for sure now.
Taiga is going to take the Wukong's command from Boxy. Not really doing that much damage. Pops the overcharge. Trying to link up to Ursa, and he does successfully. The PL gets demolished. Mickey just bursted from 100 to 0, and Insania looks to be next. And OG just getting everything that they want. Blink Dagger online for the Ursa now. Boxy very difficult to find in the tree line.
Oh no.
They do find him.
Oh no. Oh, he has
attempt to TP.
No mana for lasso.
Yeah. You don't see that every day. He has Octarine.
Yep. Well, he's been spamming his stuff for quite a while. So eventually you're going to run dry even with this item.
Well, Aegis is gone now. And the Alchemist, let's see. So obviously he's had the Radiance and Blink for a while, and has had the casual Yasha. Will be going for the Manta. So no big surprise. Actually trying to, looks like he's opting for Linken's for the Doom. Is Boxy getting gone on in the meantime right next to the Tormentor, which they can probably just do.
Yep, Ursa great at stealing this. They have good control in the area. They've bet their... I mean, their resources are pretty damn low if you look at the mana bars.
Yeah, they don't have
not
the
much
same
to
vision
give,
as us, but
don't
they're going to
need
go
more
for it
than this.
anyway. And Io will get the shard. How do you rate this one?
Not particularly good this game, I'd say. I mean, it's kind of nice for Bat, I suppose, to get some spell amp, but... Yeah.
I mean, you certainly would have rather have it on Phoenix, because Phoenix shard is really good.
Yes. I'd agree with that.
So 8K lead for OG, but again, this is an Alchemist game, so really, well, it is against Doom, but
It's a very, very big advantage for sure. It should not be underestimated. But at the same time, also don't want to overestimate it either, because any good fight for Liquid at one point here, and the game can definitely turn on its head. I'm still looking at a PL that I think will possibly, if OG don't keep running around and dominating the map, will possibly reach a point that's dangerous. Because keep in mind, Mickey hasn't really done anything yet, right? Like, it's 22 minutes in. PL usually will need a bit more time, especially if his team is behind, to really reach critical mass. But it is going to happen eventually.
Oh, they find the Monkey
Boxy
King on
is
the
just
trees.
getting crushed
He's getting
this game.
demolished left, right, and center. But Zai actually jumps and gets the Doom onto MC. Monkey King is dead. Now focusing on the Bat Rider.
They kill
the egg as well. And down goes Bat Rider despite being linked up. And Zai, great initiation from him. BZM getting pretty low. That Spirit Vessel, but Yuragi now starting to work onto Nisha. Looking like he might get that kill, but BZM getting chased by Mickey in the meantime. Has absolutely no mana. You can see.
He has a dagger, though.
Yeah, Nisha actually staying alive from afar. Has to be careful, though. One Earthstrike might do it. He dodges it, though. And Mickey was there to help finish the job. So the Alchemist lives for OG, but they lose 3.
This is huge. And Mickey is the one to get the killing blow on the mega kill Ursa. So Heart is almost completed now.
Yeah.
And you saw in that fight, as soon as the fight opens up and the supports from OG die, the other heroes become extremely kiteable for the PL and the Ember. Like, they just, without the lasso as well, it's just too easy for them to reset the fight, keep poking and prodding. You get Alchemist out of mana, the hero doesn't exist. So OG have to be really wary about this. Monkey King ult, okay.
Yep, just defensive zoning.
That's a... It made me think of, you know, one of these guessing shows that they have on YouTube where it's like they show clips from Dota and you need to guess which bracket it is. I just saw that clip.
Oh, yeah.
That one would be hard to guess. There's an Alchemist running up, Concoctions and Illusion, and a Monkey King ult on absolutely nothing, and everybody runs away.
That is the pro tier.
That is the best team in the world right there.
Lasso circled by MC. Down he goes. But I think the important thing for Liquid is that fight looked like it stabilized the game to some degree,
Yes.
which is important when, especially when your Doom is going for such a greedy build.
Yes.
Now they know that Lasso is down. Nisha's not too afraid of MC.
Oh, surely
The
he's
jump in
killing here.
by the bear forces him back.
Yep. This is going to be a completed Heart in 30 seconds now for Mickey. He just needs to get to the triangle, unless... No, they're not going to find him.
Yeah, Lasso is coming back up in 22 seconds, so they don't have that pure lockdown.
Instead, Yuragi.
He's all alone for the time being, but his team is on the way. Link up. There's the Heart now online for the PL. BZM trying to focus down onto Zai. They're going to be able to kill him relatively fast, along with Boxy. So Nisha left to his own devices, but...
Relocate, baby.
Insania is spotted. Concoction just in time for BZM.
Looked like it was going to be a good numbers fight for Liquid there. I understand why they're tempted to go on the Ursa, but they just get outnumbered in the blink of an eye with the relocate coming in, as well as OG's heroes already in the jungle there, just crossing down in the smoke. Ends up being a nice pickup for them. Self-concoction stun, unfortunately, for BZM here will probably not lead to a kill on Nisha. His Linkens is on cooldown for 5, but MC can't find him. And Mickey will go the butter, as you mentioned. Incredible game for this item.
Yeah.
It was inevitable. He would get this either after the Skadi or after the Heart, whichever one he preferred, and this was going to be the Heart this game. Now the question is, what do you do as OG until Roche? Like, are you... Because I think that's a requirement for you to win this game, is that you keep getting Aegis and cheese here.
Yep, especially with Ursa. And the Assault Cuirass now online. So even more minus armor to work with on the OG side.
Yeah, when they isolate targets, they're going to kill them really fast. The challenge is catching.
Now a smoke up from Liquid. So again, Liquid with a 1-0 advantage to start this best of 3 in the upper bracket. So they're playing with house money, so to speak. OG need to win this to extend. Kitrack is going to be found. And they're going to jump him. That's enough to be able to take him out before he can even get off the egg. But the instant doom, Zai's going to die though. And you can see the Ursa trying to shrug it off to as much as he can. Taiga getting just gone on by Mickey. That's an easy kill. Yuragi forced to pop his ult. Not careful, he's going to run out of mana here pretty shortly. Nisha, already at half HP is insane. He's getting gone on by BZM instead, so it's a 2-for-2 to start this fight. Yuragi getting focused by Mickey. Boundless strike onto 3 heroes. Beautifully done. Nisha with the sleight of fist, but now he's just going to get bursted. Mickey still doing work. Triple kill for him. That's the one here that can't really deal with. BZM running out of mana along with MC. Another TP coming in. Remember, the egg has yet to be used, and Mickey will try to TP out.
Yeah, he burned them both to 0, so he can just pour.
Like, okay, they don't have mana to stun me. So
yeah.
I guess I can get out.
Nice fight from OG, honestly. I thought that was going to go a lot worse after they got the Doom out on the Ursa. But they managed to stabilize the fight. They kill Zai pretty quickly once again with the Ursa despite being doomed. And concoction after concoction really made that fight happen for them. And also MC, if the Batrider is unaccounted for in the entire fight, ultimately his mana does get depleted from himself in the PL, but MC did a lot of work in that fight, constantly stickying. He more or less soloed the Ember. Nisha, don't feel like this happens to him very often. He just ran out of outs on the Ember. He had no remnants, he had no slight, and just got bodied by Batrider in a matter of seconds with, like, I don't know how many sticky stacks he had on him, but there was a lot.
Yeah, I figured this would be a game where Nisha would go for around now, like a mid-game Aghanim Scepter, because it feels like you want to go in and out to try to... Because PL is so hard to kill anyway. You would need to be evasive yourself.
It does make sense to go for Shivas, though, for multiple reasons, right? It gives you protection against Ursa and Alk bursting you, and it gives you the anti-healing against Wisp, Elk, and Phoenix. So I feel like Shiva is probably overall the better choice, but it does mean that if you don't go for the Ags, you need to adjust your playstyle accordingly, right? You can. Against this lineup, you can't run out of remnants. They're going to turn on you and kill you in the blink of an eye if they recognize you don't have outs. So, has to keep one in reserve.
Liquid scout out that Roche has now spawned. And this is the Aegis and Cheese variation. And as always, if you can somehow steal this away from an Ursa, but now that Ursa's in the pit, again, they don't... OG doesn't know that this is being scouted out from the tree line.
This is really, really important if Liquid play off this correctly.
They'd have to use a gate.
They can't see the health bar, though. They know it's happening, but they don't know how close it is.
Just go a little bit too low. Okay, he shows himself. Boxy! All right, he sacrifices his body for the betterment of society. I don't even know where I'm going with that.
Maybe he was close to stealing that last patch. The players don't have like the muscle memory or like the instinct for how fast Roche dies anymore.
Right.
So he might have thought, okay, Ursa's been hitting it for this long. Usually he's about to die here, and he kind of takes the risk. He was so far off.
Yes.
Roche was half health when he tried to steal it. So, well, admire the effort, but that was just not even close.
Oh, Mickey.
Oh, they failed the reload.
Okay, he's going to get doomed and brought down. No. Io is next. Absolutely punished, despite having the Aegis.
He started channeling the concoction. I was like, what's he concocting for? And then they didn't tether him with him for the reload.
Yeah, the rest of OG have to be careful because Liquid are going to try to certainly take advantage.
I wonder if they canceled it on purpose, if they felt like this was just going to be a bad call and just called off the play, but a very rare mistake.
Yuragi.
It'd be costly.
He has the gem on Doom. He's going to be spotted by the creeps now. Yuragi on the other side.
Well, is he safe just yet?
Oh my god, they're actually
hounding him.
Oh, they get the stun! Are you serious? He has Aegis, of course, but he's going to have to survive for a long-ass time. Io's up in 5 seconds, so he's dead. He's already used the Enrage. Kitrack has the egg available as well. Might have to try to expend it to save his bear, but no. He's dead. Liquid punishing the crap out of OG. I have no idea how they found him in the tree line.
Oh,
that's insane.
Big oof, though. OG were looking so good after claiming that Aegis cheese, and now they just drop all of it on the I mean, they still have the cheese, so technically they have a bit of an advantage there, but so much more what could have been if they didn't get caught off like this. And Liquid with this are going to get themselves an Aghanims on Doom. PL has the butter and he's closing in on an Orchid. I don't know, man. I'm looking at this gold lead and I feel like it's just not significant anymore. I've seen this PL game one too many times. If Alchemist cannot kill him off, Mickey will start running over these fights. He's starting to get 6 slotted.
Do you think that BZM needs to go for MKB because he's not queuing it up at all? Looks like he's going to finish the Mjolnir.
I feel so bad on Alk, though.
Yeah.
It's not like he's going to kill... That's the problem. You're not going to kill the PL anyway. He's too tanky. Like
okay, so just give up is what you're saying?
No, I think you need to set up your Ursa to kill him. But Ursa isn't buying MKB either.
Yeah.
I think this Butterfly is just insane right now. They don't have tools to deal with PL. Yeah, Meike is confident. He's buying the Orchid. All right, sorry, Mage Slayer. He changed his mind. He's going to go the Mage Slayer first.
Okay.
So now with that in tow, he has how much magic resist? 55% magic resist, 3.4k health, and the evasion.
Yeah, that's insane.
He is...
And high armor gain as an Agi hero anyway.
I think any combination of 3 heroes can't even kill him before he gets to Doppelganger. I think Ursa, Alk, Bat can't do it. They kill this guy, though.
Indeed.
That works.
That's one hero they can kill, but there's the AoE Doom onto BZM. You can see Ursa actually jumps in, but that means he's doomed as well. My goodness. Yuragi pops the BKB, trying to focus down Nisha. The Linken's is already procced. A nice egg with the Sunray coming through as well. Boundless strike onto several heroes, though. Trying to focus down this Alchemist with that Mjolnir. He's running out of mana quickly. BZM trying to go on top of Mickey now. Pops that Doppelganger. Taiga getting pretty damn low as Mickey trying to take him out first, but it looks like they will finally get the PL. A 3-for-1, and all they lost was Io, surprisingly. Make it 4. Nisha, the lone survivor. CM has already respawned of her own accord.
Game-changing Mjolnir. That did so much more than I thought it would. He gets it for the perfect moment. This fight, just without that Mjolnir, they're going to lose that fight. It changes everything. He's killing off all the Peel illusions. As a result, he stays alive. Peel kills himself effectively. If you can't kill him, just let him do the work for you. And OG will get minimum 1 lane of racks from this.
Oh, they get the lasso too! This will be a huge kill. You can see the Ember dropping. Nisha dead. No buyback.
Whoa, is this game just over?
It might be.
If
they pop the fort.
If they could see the buyback status, they might just end it. But they don't know for a fact that there's no buybacks here.
There's still a tier 2 in the mid lane, so if they want to play conservative, they have to go top.
All right, they will.
Which they will.
Oh boy.
There's going to be 2 sets of racks in all likelihood.
Just when I thought Liquid were going to handle this with the PL, that Mjolnir and that bottom fight. It also looked good when Zai went in with the AoE Doom, just didn't get too much bang for his buck out of it. Now 20,000 gold. OG, you blink and you miss it. 2 lanes of racks and 10k gold in 1 minute.
Happy, and they're going to steal the Tormentor as well.
Yeah, I think Insania probably a bit personally frustrated. This hasn't been his best game. We talked about the low-level supports early on in the game. He's been just getting caught and dying a lot. He's got 10 deaths to his name. Yeah, I think if I were to guess, more personal frustration than feeling like the team are messing up, because it was a close fight. It didn't take much. A couple things differently here or there. Maybe stuff he could have an influence on, better Glimmer usage, or maybe getting nulled off.
Well, now the scary thing is that Shard went to the Alchemist. That means Berserk Potion can be used on Ursa if they want. That's pretty damn good.
Nice to get an extra spell for the Slight Chains. Frostbite. It's good. And OG want to end it now. They're going to smoke again. They have Lasso ready once again. The cooldown's so short. 40-second cooldown.
Tanisha will Remnant away.
That's not going to stop MC. He's going to keep going.
He's fine Zai instead. That's a juicy target as well.
No buyback.
And yeah, 1 full minute.
No Zai back.
Insania. Okay. Still 5v4. OG with the number advantage, with the massive gold advantage now, and with already 2 sets of barracks. We'll be going for the Megas and potentially the Game 2 victory.
What do you do here? keep sending in PL illusions, try to mono burn the Alk, I suppose.
Yuragi actually already popped his ult, surprisingly.
Oh. No, that was just the shard, right? I think it was just.
Oh yeah, you're right. I didn't realize he had purchased it himself. Good to see.
Do you feel like they should have different sound effects?
I mean, it's literally an enrage, so no, I think that's part of the charm, that you don't know exactly sometimes. You pop it just as you Earthshock. Yeah. There's the last Ember Spear, but a nice boundless strike to keep him in place. He had the shield rune, it looked like. Nisha at half HP, but will get away.
Mickey's getting cooked.
That's a bigger kill. 80 seconds, and that might just do it. I mean,
nice little crispy cat from the Phoenix.
But he melted it super fast. Mega creeps now for OG.
Stupid damage.
Concoction from BZM. This pops that Manta to get out of those searing chains and now can focus on the tier 4 towers.
Nice attack speed, bro.
Yeah, pretty good. Slapping and chopping. The Chef Alchemist. Yuragi, he's going to pop his BKB, but the AoE Doom comes through. They'll trade that any day, will OG. Although Alchemist taking pretty heavy damage, but he's going to get healed thanks to the Sun Ray. And now they can just focus on the buildings if they want. Zai jumps back in with that Doom, but it's going to be too little, too late for Liquid. Trying to delay this for their PL, but it's 35 seconds away, so certainly OG, despite this Crimson Guard being applied to the buildings, can just focus it down. Nisha popped back by the Flame Break. Boundless Strike coming out from Liquid, but again, this game is over. And GGs are finally called, so OG take game 2, which means we're getting extended to a full 3-game series between these two teams.
Poor Sheep. She's going to have to eat all of her words with that offlane performance from mind-controlled Batrider. I wonder what she has to say for herself. I'm sure something magical happened in this game that there was no way of predicting. Is it the mind control X factor? Is it just this guy?
So positive.
Is it the power of friendship? Is it the friendship? That's what I think about that. Is it the massages? Is it the IO pairing?
Yeah.
Is it the? Oh, I thought they were going to do the caterpillar there, but not quite. Only mind control is really in the mood for caterpillar. The rest, it's like he's really trying to egg them on. Come on, guys.
Centipede.
Do the caterpillar. Oh, centipede. That's the word.
Yeah.
Caterpillar. Whatever. I don't speak.
You speak. I mean, English is your 8th language, so it's fine. No big deal. OG win game 2, but I mean, this is great momentum going into game 3. Liquid obviously coming into this tournament is one of the favorites to get top 3, if not even win the whole thing. But new patch, you got OG with a couple stand-ins, which gives them apparently a huge power boost. The massages have been helping a lot. I mean, maybe OG just need to get a full-time masseuse.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what they've been missing all this time.
That's what Alan should do.
That's right. Let's see what the panel has to say about this game number 2.
Yeah, the massages seem to work wonders for OG, and maybe they were a caterpillar in game number 1, but turned into a full butterfly here in this second game. They performed amazingly well, forcing out that 3rd game, and we're gonna break it down exactly how this happened, because it was an overall last big Phantom Lancer, and it was supposed to be a good Phantom Lancer game. And it wasn't the case, and my panel didn't really believe in OG. I'm joined by Jenkins, PPD, and Sheep. And Sheep, I believe someone did not have a lot of faith in the mind control Batrider.
Yeah, I hadn't seen Batriders do well offlane. I'd seen Zai offlane Batrider with a Crimson Guard feed it up. You know, I wasn't sure how this hero was meant to play out, but it went really well. To be honest, he actually just came out of the lane completely fine, and then was really hot on like going mid with the IO and diving towers there, and just, I mean, his mind control. I eat my words. Hats off to you, my friend. You're an amazing Batrider player.
I hope that the players do realize that the hands are kind of needed to play proper Dota. I just saw BZM.
Seems like a hard slap kind of guy. Yeah. I don't know what it is about him. She's got that energy.
Oh, he slapped hard in the Alchemist too.
But Shiver, like the Human Centipede, in this game, OG, they stuck together closely, especially Taiga on this Wisp. Holy hell. That last fight, the relocate out, it looked like Liquid had it. Like, that was the fight that was going to turn. Zai jumping in with the Doom, and then he reloads out of the Doom, and then he uses the secondary relocation to also save the, I think it was the Alchemist the second time.
The relocate?
The relocate.
Yes.
Yep. It was just beautiful play by him, and of course he got the tip for that, so that's good.
Yeah, he had an
Positive
amazing game.
reinforcement.
Peter, what do you make of OG's performance this game?
Really cool draft. I was surprised that they let the Doom go, but they had a great strategy to beat it with the Wisp Alk opener. So well played, well drafted, and well executed.
Yeah. Okay. Short and concise. It was not a very concise game. Game lasted quite a little bit because Team Liquid definitely had a couple of moments, Jenkins, where they seemed like they were gonna make a comeback, and it was like, oh, but it's a PL game. He's gonna win all along. Why was the game like that?
I mean, Liquid had some cool plays. Like, they were definitely styling a little bit, like, catching the Ursa out in the trees. Nisha, he did, like, the little remnant through the other time where they ended up taking down Yuragi. But it wasn't just about Yuragi that game. It was also BZM, and then Mind Control and the Batrider was doing a lot of work as well. So it wasn't just like hey, we, like, doom and find and kill this one guy, and then all of a sudden, we got this PL and he's unkillable. They had multiple ways of dealing with the PL. Between the Alk, who had the Radiance plus the Mjolnir, the Batrider, Firefly was actually doing work, the Ursa Battle Fury, he went Diffusal into Battle Fury. So he had this really strong early game, but then also the PL counter and some farming ability after that.
Yeah, it's a cool build on Ursa. It allows you to have a little bit of a threat in the early game. You're not just walking around with the Battle Fury. He killed Boxy, I think, at least twice.
Yeah.
And those kills that he wouldn't get if he had half of a Battle Fury.
It was just really hard, I think, for Liquid to kill everyone when OG would play really hard together. Because I think the nicest fights they got were where they were able to, like, burst someone or divide the fight. Like, force BZM to run off, like, south of a fight while they deal with them there.
Yeah.
So when those fights didn't happen and it was, like, OG getting the jump and being clumped up, it was really hard because you have two sources of healing between, like, Phoenix, Io, buffing everyone. They're just a very strong unit.
Can OG recreate this?
I mean, yeah, I think so. They looked really good in that game. So did Liquid, so I don't suspect that the third game will be a stomp in either direction. If it is, maybe Liquid would stomp, because I feel like OG's got a little bit more of the chaotic energy with the stand-in and stuff, but I don't know. I'm hoping we get a long, difficult Game 3 that's close.
It's been a pretty good series so far.
Yeah.
I think Liquid needs to reevaluate this Doom hero. It's obviously a hero they've been prioritizing, but Wisp, one of the better supports against it, and they kind of had 5 good heroes up against Doom. So Liquid playing into OG's game plan a little bit. I think that they should consider banning Wisp possibly instead of Poddle. Liquid seems to be very afraid of this hero.
Yeah.
And prefer it themselves on first pick, as we saw in the first game. But maybe there'll be a switch up in this Game 3.
Maybe. Liquid indeed afraid of Keeper of the Light, almost as afraid as the players are of Sir Action Slacks. Where's he?
Not necessary to say that, but thank you very much. That's wonderful. I actually have some reports down from the pit for you guys.
Okay.
First things up, 9 pandas are having the time of their lives. I just saw Ramses. He's jumping for joy, hugging people. They went to a little bathroom break. A couple of them went together. It was very cool. Very nice moment. OG, when they ran, BZM ran across the room and he hugged a teammate and they both grasped hands and skipped out of here together. It was wonderful. It was magical. Not so good over in the Liquid camp. Not too many happy faces. There's a lot of giggling and laughing. What?
Where's
Lighty?
Lighty?
Yeah, the whole bar they gave you.
Yeah, I don't know. I lost it. I got this little guy, though.
Yeah, well,
that was
definitely not creating the effect that I was hoping for there.
Shine it up, Blitz. Shine it up, Blitz.
Lighty will be back. I'm not going to shine on Blitz,
come on.
but I'll send him a smoke signal.
Yeah, just real quick.
Oh, Zion.
No, he says don't bother us at the moment. They're talking about their next match, guys, so please don't bother them.
Yeah.
Oh my God, be careful. There's a pro
Where's
player
your light
behind
now?
you. Well, Blitz was upset. He said, not right now, and he waved me away.
Slacks,
What if you're SOSing?
Slacks, why did you avoid the green room during Game 2?
Why? What? I was watching the game.
Yeah, but you weren't watching it with Blizz.
I didn't want to.
In the green room.
Yeah, explain.
What was that about?
I don't want to.
You have beef?
Your head looks mighty cold right now. What's up with that?
Blitz has a habit of coming into the green room and blowing cold air on the top of my bald head. He has a very weird thing where he can control his air body temperature. And
I
he
heard
can
it
make
was warm air sometimes.
He can make it very hot or very cold, and it is extremely uncomfortable. So
Yeah,
I leave the room when he comes in.
No.
So
this is accurate.
now you know.
It's
Anyway, your on-site report, very interesting stuff. OG is yet to come back. Liquid's very serious right now. I've never been pushed out of the room before. So
have you not?
No,
Wow.
no, they're usually very welcoming, but not now. They're very focused. And Nine Pandas is also looking a bit upset that we are talking in front of them. So I think it's about time for me to skedaddle. But that's your report down from the pit, my friends.
I appreciate it. Go find Lighty for the next time, because I do think that works maybe a little bit better than the flashlight on the phone. But appreciate the insight either way. In between a match, you only have a limited amount of time. Like what? It's 10 to 15 minutes, give or take. Peter, what's the most important discussion Team Liquid should be having right now? Why did they not leave? They're deep discussions. What's it about, do you feel?
I think it was a draft thing. I think the last pick PL was just a little not enough. It was underwhelming. I think they need to reevaluate this first phase and come out with a different strategy and possibly come out ahead.
It's all about the openings. I would imagine that's the only thing you can theorize. Well, you know, you can come out of the draft and say, okay, PL overall last pick probably wasn't great, but you don't learn a lot from that other than just not pick it again. Right? It's the openings that you go back to.
Yeah, I mean, I think it starts with the openings. When the alt comes out and you know that OG has this potential to like flex it throughout all of the lanes. Ember didn't do that great against the Alk. Nisha did not have that sick of a game on Ember Spirit, and they picked that into the Alchemist. So I don't know. Maybe like I think the bat also made it so you can't put Monkey mid, which means they had to pick something like an Ember. And if they could have put Monkey mid and like just dump on the Alk, then maybe it feels like less of a bad game for them, because then they get some like hard lane counter to the Alchemist. But it was a free Alk game. That's the issue.
Yeah, I actually genuinely think this bat just like ruined their draft, because they just like were like, we want this Monkey. We probably want to put it on a safe lane. They're like, oh god, now they're flexing really weirdly.
Yeah, you can't do it anymore.
Yeah, it just made them uncomfortable, I think.
As I mentioned during the draft, they should have picked Weaver instead of Ember Spirit. You have to win your lanes, and when the enemy team shows what they're going to be picking, you need to counter it. And PL is just not a hero that punishes anybody on last pick. That 24 pick should be, okay, we see the side lane. I'm going to pick this hero. He's going to crush that guy. And that's the whole benefit of being last pick. When you pick something that says, okay, I'm going to let you farm, but I'm going to get my farm as well, it's not enough.
And that was PL for you.
Yes.
They did end up banning me for last
and
pick.
Ember. Same thing.
Same thing.
That was the response.
So they need to do more. I feel like we've had the discussion before for Team Liquid. Generally, it was during the group stages, Peter, wasn't it, that Boxy needed to do more, and now is the carries need to be having heroes that can do more? Similar story?
Yeah, the drafting squad needs to do more.
The drafting squad needs to do more. Well, let's find out what they've come up with in this break and if they can make it work in game number 3. We're heading to that break, and we'll be right back with that draft. See you soon.
I'ma keep winning. I'ma keep winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans, just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MCs doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in demand. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling, I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning. I'ma keep winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
I came this far, nothing can stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna set yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit with. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot. You better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna tell them this.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
In the last season, OG and Team Liquid have played 9 games together. 10th just now, where they're about to head into the 11th. My math is so wrong. There was another game before that as well, so the whole point is wrong. However, one thing that is right is that Team Liquid normally wins. OG has been on the losing side the majority of time.
2-0 usually.
Not that,
as well.
yeah, 2-0 usually. So
Yeah.
not this time. This time they go the distance. I think we have to imagine the mental factor here as well. Yes, you can blame it on the draft, you can adapt and all that, but Team Liquid is a pretty proud team. They are consistently top in the region. They came second at the Lima Major. They came second at Dream League. They're expected to do pretty well here in Berlin as well. And they just got beaten by a team that is playing with 2 stand-ins, Jenkins.
They did, but they're great stand-in.
They are.
You know, Kit Track from old
Oh, I'm not doubting that.
So
old G to OG. Like, what a career.
I think you know, Seb and No Tail probably talked him up, and so they probably have pretty high expectations of him. Same with obviously MC. But the thing with Liquid is this is a spite-motivated team. They've talked about it before. They get angry. They put their try-hard pants on. They level up. We'll see if they can do that here. We'll see if the momentum from OG carries them, and they can beat this try-hard pants Liquid.
Yeah, I actually like plus on that so hard. I can't imagine how many times now I've seen Liquid lose game 1 and then stomp in like 20 minutes max.
Yep.
It's insane. But I feel like we haven't seen that level of form of Liquid this tournament as hard.
That's true.
So I'm not betting on it.
They have struggled a little bit. We've been saying it time and time again. Let's see if they are struggling in this third game. We have OG on the Dire side. Team Liquid, Radiant side. They get, once again, overall last pick with second pick in their hands. That means that they have to ban out Medusa, otherwise OG will pick it up. OG will ban out the Beastmaster once more and is now taking their time to come up with the ban that they go for next. They once again go for Disruptor.
And we were kind of confused by it before, but Disruptor is probably the best support up against Wisp.
Yes.
So with that in mind, them wanting to first pick the Wisp, it makes a little bit more sense. Wanted to circle back to the comfortability of the OG roster. At this point, they have over 18 officials together, and who knows how many scrims. These guys are no longer stand-ins. They're a part of the team. They've experienced a lot together already this week.
That's true, and they might still be in their honeymoon period as well. They do on the side of Team Liquid what you said they should, Peter. Instead of banning out the Keeper of the Light, which they did previous game, they removed the IO from the pool.
And there they go. They take the Caudle, the hero that Liquid is afraid to give up. The question is Liquid going to go back to that 2-3 Doom that they did in the last match? Blitz is thinking hard about that.
No.
Yeah, I don't think the Caudle comes as a surprise.
I don't think the Caudle is as much of a counter to the Doom as the IO is. In fact, I don't know. I don't think. I mean, it's a healer, so you can definitely like, heal through the Doom to a degree. But oh, they go for the Alk.
All right, and what is OG gonna take as a core against this Alk?
Yeah.
Before it gets banned in second phase.
And they might take the Doom if Liquid don't pick it themselves.
Yep.
Is that the hero you want against Alchemist?
I still think Doom is good.
Against Alchemist? Why is that?
I just think that like Doom is good against every carry.
I think Alk is one of the better carries versus Doom, but Doom is still like the best aura bot in the game.
Like it's kind of like you're playing Alk. Sure, if he's like mid, this doesn't really apply, but typically you'll just trade farm in that lane no matter what. And if you're able to nullify the farm that Alk can get by dooming him, it's like pretty powerful.
Damn, this is a very different draft on both sides.
Yeah.
It's pretty hype.
Yeah.
We have Underlord and Doom both still in the pool. That's very unusual. But the Terrorblade, what's the logic behind that?
Well, Reflection, very good against Alchemist when he gets that Radiance. Terrorblade can stand at a distance and stay away from Alchemist, beat him up with the Scotty. He's got a ton of natural armor due to high agi gain, which kind of helps him against the physical damage of Alchemist right click as well as Acid Spray. Works well with Caudle. You get, every time you shocker him, he gets lower cooldown on his spells.
Yep. On the meta.
Double checking that's still in the game before I say something dumb. Sorry, everyone.
And I also think like Alk is pretty commonly a good Sunder target. Like he's high HP.
Yes.
You Sunder him to like 20% HP, and then with the Scotty, you can actually end up taking him down. However, I have seen Skywrath Mage as a hero like absolutely shred the TB because yes, he does have the highest agi gain in the game, but his strength is just abysmal. So if Liquid can get some sort of like guaranteed solid setup stun versus the TB, he can feed this game.
This is what I was like thinking when obviously they had lots of options available on Liquid versus the Caudle opening, but we've seen like Pugna and Storm Spirit, go pretty ignored in the last few series I've watched at least, which is surprising to me. I thought it would be very good this game at least against these two heroes.
Yeah.
I want to see the ability to backline pick off this Caudle and not let him have free reign to do what he wants.
I like that a lot too because I also think Storm plus Sky is a very underrated combo. Like somebody is showing anywhere on the map, Sky sitting in the tree, Storm zips in, grips. It's enough to get the Sky ult off. And killing the Caudle on the backline, like Storm is arguably the best hero at doing that. Maybe barring like a Spectre, but that's just not really a hero right now.
Yeah, I could see Storm plus maybe CM or Pugna as the other support.
I like
Liquid.
I like the CM better just because I feel like
more of a comfort hero.
It's more comfort, and also it's another thing that can pair with the Sky and go and get kills. It's a stun, a root.
It's a slow, disable, root, something.
Yeah, bunch of things. I mean, I respect the Darkseer, PL ban. Both of these are two extremely high win rate heroes against TB. PL's like the carry counter. You should never enter the fight against him. You get an Aghanim Shard, which was just buffed. And then Darkseer, you drop the wall, you get a Terrorblade Illusion, you end up doing more hero damage in the game than the TB does. It's actually insane.
Any more bans needed to protect this Terrorblade that you guys can think of?
I was thinking of the Batrider after last game, because Zai does play it on offlane as well. Last time it didn't quite work out really well for them though.
There is one other hero that we see consistently banned out against Terrorblade. I don't think I've seen it played yet, and every time people see it banned, it's like, why would you ban that? It got nerfed so hard. Zeus is what I'm talking about. It was it used to be a classic counter, but the static field being removed.
That hero's garbage.
That's like I said, that's what I hear every single time.
Invoker.
Yeah, it's unplayable.
Not sure we'll see. I think the stakes at this point in the tournament are too high to be experimenting with new heroes.
Yeah, all the people that thought Zeus was good last week don't think it's good this week, and the people that think it's still good haven't played it.
One thing I am seeing with these bans from OG is that Slark ban. Slark is a hero that's pretty good against Terrorblade, but he also is very good against melee offlaners. So OG probably thinking they want to pick something up here right now.
Holy shit, the Underlord actually made it through the second ban phase.
Even the Doom did, which you guys said is not that good against Alchemist, but it's still in there.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Underlord over the Doom makes sense against the Terrorblade. He builds into a bunch of raw stats, and you have the percentage damage on the Underlord, and then also you can clear through all the illusions with that percentage damage throughout the game. You reduce the damage that the TB does with Atrophy Aura as well.
I feel like an overlooked part of Underlord as well is just like the damage reduction when you come through the portal. Yeah, it's so crazy. If you can like if you are at the beginning of the fight and you portal in like your other cores and they come into this fight taking like no damage, that's huge.
Are they gonna steal the CM?
They could. Still in there.
Yeah, it looks great for them.
Do you guys need a specific partner with the Coddle for the Coddle to be good?
Honestly, I think CM plus Coddle is a good combo.
Just regardless of which cores you put with it?
Yeah, double Frostbite, double Nova, but you know, in terms of cores, Ember's like the big one people are looking for. Pango as well, banned out. Sand King? OG has actually picked that for MC.
Hopefully not this game.
Maybe not.
I don't think this is the game to risk a Sand King on. That hero is incredibly
King
volatile.
Hater.
I'm not a Sand King hater. I'm a Sand King lover, which is why I'm so upset by the state of this hero.
I think they just want to get a hero that's going to buy a pipe at some point.
That's an Undying. A hero that buys a pipe, by the way, that you guys... I think previous game you said it was good, but they banned out themselves. Never mind, the Darkseer, of course, came to mind.
I think it's hard to rely on your supports to pick up team fight items like that.
Expensive. Bad build-up as well in the pipe now for...
In this game, they really just want to protect the Terrorblade, make sure that he's able to survive any sort of, Alk stun into Skywrath ult combo. Undying's got a heal. He's also got his new Tombstone that he could throw Terrorblade in temporarily.
Oh, yeah, that protects from the Sky combo, actually.
Yep.
The grab hero ability. Very solid.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad they took the mid hero here. It's just like super generic, gonna do a good job all game, and it means that their offlaner is not gonna get super hard countered. Because I'm looking at things that they could take, like Brewmaster, for example, but then you just get like Morphling and everything sucks.
This looks like a flip of the previous game to me, where like the Alk mid looks very solid against Void Spirit. Like I feel like he'll do fine.
He will do fine. I just think OG felt like they needed somebody to kind of start the fights, and I think getting that through your mid lane is pretty important in the current meta. So just finding something that BZM is going to feel comfortable on, making some early game rotations, make space for this Terrorblade, help Undying and Caudle connect on their abilities.
Yeah,
it works.
You just don't want him to get like too far away in these fights, because the way that the first three heroes play out is Terrorblade's going to meta. They don't have really good stuns on the supports, so it's mostly going to be like playing off Soul Rip, playing off this Keeper of the Light, maintaining the mana on like Void Spirit, and wanting to use his Illuminate to like help heal the Terrorblade. You want to play a hard-to-kill core here, and no one else has the mobility to keep up with Void Spirit.
I got to make a call here.
Yep.
This Timber ban is a bait.
Okay.
They want... Because Liquid's going to think, if... One sec.
Keep going.
I think that OG wants Batrider.
Right.
And so they banned the Timber, so that way it's like, well, why would we ban Timber if we were going to Bat? Right?
Okay.
So Liquid's not going to ban Bat here, which means OG gets it, and it's good against the 3 cores of Team Liquid.
So why would they...
They banned the Timber to make it look like they don't want Bat.
They're trying to mind game.
It's a mind game. Just wait.
I mean, I believe it. I don't want to really stand here waiting for the timer to tick down, because they have a lot of bonus time left. What other heroes other than the Bat? Never mind, banned.
But Blitz, he knew.
He knew. Mind Control, what other heroes has he been playing?
They played a Earthshaker previously. That was pretty interesting. With the Caudle.
Mm-hmm.
I think they could benefit from another stun or disable.
I want more control, because right now it's like you're going to be doing a lot of physical damage. Muerta obviously really good against that, so I want them to find ways to stall out her ult until they can kill.
That's a stun.
That's great.
There we go. And that's going to give them a hero that can farm up these early teamfight items to support Terrorblade in these big fights.
Yeah.
Solid draft from OG, I think. What is Liquid going to respond with? They need another support.
Yeah,
Wow.
they
The
well
last
unless they did.
They can put Alk to support.
They could put out Alk to support. We have seen Insania play Sky as well.
We've seen enough Alk support this tournament, I think.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pass on that one.
It's a Boxy or Insania hero right now.
Well,
probably Insania, right? Or I guess Insania does play Skywrath. Is there
He
anything
does.
that Boxy really might want?
It's good against these heroes.
The only support that comes to mind against Tide is Disruptor, but that's already banned.
Yeah.
is there any hero period like without taking roles into account that would
Rubik
just
banned as well.
crush
really
the
good against
opposition?
Tide.
Do you not think they could just do support Alk though, and then pick some TA mid and just look to try and burst these supports at the start of fights?
Boxy Alk, Insania Sky.
Tough pick.
TA mid against the Void Spirit.
This is a tough pick because your draft isn't versatile enough. You're already showing everything.
Right.
You have your carry, you have your offlane, you have your mid, I presume, with the Alchemist. This is not how you're supposed to draft on second pick. When you get to this final 24 spot, you're supposed to think, what's the gotcha pick? What's the game-winning hero?
Well, Liquid
And
don't
it's never...
draft like that. The Alk is meant to be flexible for them.
Well, they're in for a world of hurt, I think.
Yeah.
Because if you're last picking your position 5, you're expecting this hero to have major impact. And I just don't think that Insania is going to be the one to pull it all together for Team Liquid's game.
Witch Doctor. Okay, I mean, that deals well with the Titan lane. You, of course, can't purge the Maledict.
We'll
so
see.
Run him down, do a couple, throw a couple of nukes at him with the Maledict on. He will die. I'm excited to see Witch Doctor in general. I think this hero's good, dude. The uptime on his ult, it's pretty crazy.
I think PPD is right, though, that Insania has probably had one of his worst tournament performances this event. Probably off the back of, like, how the Dream League finals went.
The Holy Locket instance.
Yeah, like, it can shake a person, and I think that this game is going to be a massive showing of whether he has recovered from that, and if he can, do really well off this pick.
It's not even if he played a good tournament or not. It's overall last pick. Gotcha! We have a solid position 5.
Yeah.
And it's normal. You want someone that has massive impact, and that is traditionally the position 1, 2, or 3. Occasionally the position 4. So it's that's a bit unfortunate. They can make it work.
If they play better as a team, they can win this game.
I'm a Witch Doctor believer, Sheever. I'm a believer, Sheever.
You are?
Yes.
In Team Liquid for this one.
In Witch Doctor.
Okay.
Just don't buy a Holy Locket and we're good.
Yeah. I think as long as Liquid don't get baited into like running as 5 into OG's kind of early-ish timings. I think OG hit a nicer timing earlier than Liquid do. Like Liquid really needs this Moira to get a lot of items, and then she'll be able to just like bang this Terrorblade, and he'll have no game. So yeah, as long as Liquid don't just feed into OG's timings, they should be a good.
Okay, we'll find out who takes the 3rd game and who secures top 6 at the Berlin Major. Let's find out together with Sunsfan and Cinderin.
Game number 3, Liquid versus OG for the upper bracket. Winner of this has the pleasure of facing off against Gaming Gladiators, who have been pretty damn dominant in this tournament. Cinderin, how are you doing?
That's a word.
Well, just getting my mini strokes out of the way as we get into a very hype game number 3.
Yeah.
What do you think of the Witch Doctor last pick?
I feel like every series we get, there's like 1 or 2 heroes that we've barely seen all tournament.
Yeah, I love it.
Pretty cool. Yeah, last pick, Witch Doctor. Kind of with the panel. I don't know if drafting in this order and to get this payout is worth it, but I do think the Witch Doctor has some pretty redeeming qualities in this game. I think it's very good in lane against Tide. Obviously, Maledict is undispellable, so playing that together with Muerta might make for a pretty strong killer lane, as a matter of fact. Yeah. Very curious to see how that one works out.
Have you gotten to see the late game Muerta versus Terrorblade matchup? Because, I mean, theoretically,
it's
Pierce the Veil
is very good.
Magic damage right through Terrorblade's disgusting amount of armor.
Definitely the reason they picked it here is that hero-to-hero matchup. Liquid are very familiar with how that works out. On top of that, they also have the Underlord Atrophy Aura, which is also nice against Terrorblade. When he metamorphs, his damage is base damage. Yeah. So the Atrophy Aura actually does a lot.
Oh, Yuragi
will be almost butting heads already, but Yuragi
instant
wisely sidestepping
and
there.
instant 180 again. Like not interested. Not interested. Understandably so.
Are Liquid actually going to start as 3 though? That's the question.
So bounty runes are split between the 2 teams.
They're still hunting him.
Are they?
They really don't want to let him get to the lane here.
Yeah, well, he'll get
cutting him off a 3rd time with Boxy now.
I mean, is he actually getting
really annoying?
CS because of this? Probably not.
No.
Oh? No.
And
There's a
Witchdoctor
range
ends up
creep, though.
TPing to bot instead
Gonna
of
get
gating.
denied.
So.
Okay. Is Mickey? Oh my goodness. He's the one that's taking all the damage, though.
Well, no shit. He was 1v3 and they was actually playing the lane. So, well, that little maneuver from Liquid didn't really work out for them. The good news, though, is it looks like Nisha got the full first wave mid on Alk. And I think this Alk against Void Spirit matchup is really good. And I think it's way better than the Ember against Alk. Because the damage of Resonant Pulse does not compare to a full Flame Guard. And aside from that, sure, you get a little bit of a barrier with the Pulse, but Alchemist should still, I would say, overpower you in this lane and farm a lot.
Okay. So kind of stealing the Alchemist away from OG in some respects, and
I'm curious to see how it works out. It's a gut feel. I feel like Ember against Alg is a draw, and I think this one maybe 60-40.
Oh,
Mickey will be in
he
trouble.
Is in a lot of trouble.
Nice blind. Will survive.
He's gonna stay alive, but just barely. And how much regen do they have in this lane? Is he gonna take a gush to the back of the head?
Okay.
Taiga, okay, takes a dead shot and a cask. So Liquid forcing a lot of mana out. As Yuragi with the meta, and you can see the Firestorm doing absolute work, but Zai pops the wand and it's gonna live as a result. And Boxy trying to do some residual damage to Kitrak in the meantime.
Tooth and nail these laning fights right now. Very close, but nobody dying just yet.
Concoction mid is Nisha should be able to get at least one of the water runes pretty easily. Insania though, it's off the cask, but he's gonna get blinding lit back after taking Gush. Nice dead shot, but not enough to actually save the position 5, so Taiga ends up netting first blood for OG.
Yeah, and just to repeat how we got to this point, large part of it from my perspective is the fact that they waited so long top to try to bully this Terrorblade, and Witchdoctor showed up late to lane to a Marcy, a Muerta that was almost dead and has had to expend a lot of mana as well. So it's been a long road to recovery in that lane. Still not quite there yet. On the Ghost.
What time does the Lotuses appear? Is it
3 minutes? Yeah.
Okay, so you can see the contest already happening. Who can click fast? It will be Boxy.
Oh, and he's even
Hitrak
gonna find a
actually,
kill here,
there's
maybe.
a blood grenade on top of him as well. That looks to be the death of the Undying.
Oh.
Turnaround from Liquid, surprisingly so, because OG were more than happy to contest. Now Yuragi gonna get forced out of the lane for the time being.
Worth keeping in mind about these Lotuses is, of course, they are extra good on every hero that really wants to have Magic Wand. So we've seen Medusa put them to great use because of the EHP. And Terrorblade is actually in a similar vein because he has so much armor and so bad health that the physical EHP of a heal is very strong on this hero. So making sure to contest those Lotuses away from him in this lane, I think, is really important if they want to have any hope of killing him at some point. Which, I don't know if that's even going to happen regardless, but all those little things can add up.
Indeed. Zai working towards the Vanguard, which is one of the big items of the tournament, of course. The fact that you can disassemble into many a thing, but I don't think he will be doing that. He'll probably just be going for the Crimson. Is the contest for the 4-minute water rune. Nisha will snag it, and now BZM in quite a bit of trouble. Gonna have to get the hell out of there. Still another water rune on the top, but I don't think BZM can get that. So nice contest from Liquid. I think Nisha also got the bounty rune in the OG area as well. So just been dominating the
Probably
runes.
a success? Question mark? No, not quite.
Looks like he's okay for now.
Yeah, looks like I'm also a little bit wrong on this mid matchup, at least for now. It's looking good for the Void Spirit against Alk. Thought Alk would be able to put a little bit more pressure, but maybe in the end it kind of plays out like against Ember. It's kind of a tie again, just like last game. So yeah, both players getting
Yuragi,
a good amount.
Still in that meta, but a little bit too low HP to truly contest this area. And yeah, BZM 25-7 versus Nisha's 22-6. But like I said, the runes have been controlled by Liquid big time. And now that BZM's relatively low, see if Nisha can actually take advantage of getting those runes. And of course, the first power rune's about to pop in the next 50 seconds as MC taking some Maledict damage. But we'll be able to walk it off.
Turn the Kraken, as he should have in this lane. Just needs to block. And it's going to be interesting to see how offlane Tide plays, right? We haven't seen it played this so much this tournament, but this hero obviously doesn't by Vanguard. So
Which way is he going to go here? It's not a good Crimson game regardless. He wants Pipe for sure because it's going to block a lot of things. Skywrath is going to block Firestorm.
And the awkward thing about Pipe is you don't have a hood anymore. So you just have like these Ring of Health and Cloak in your inventory.
So he's going Ring of Health into Phase Boots as it looks for now. And then I'm assuming it's going to be a Pipe after. Wonder why he doesn't want Greaves though.
Be careful. A lot of supports have come and try to contest this 6-minute power rune. They know how important it is. Insania's here. Oh! It looks like the regen will be bottled by, or the illusion will be bottled by Nisha.
Okay, Nisha,
applying some pressure to Taiga,
bit
but
deep here.
Yeah, would need a +1 to be able to likely finish that. It's still going.
Actually, okay. He really hates Taiga.
Yeah,
okay.
I guess so. Has some vendetta against him. Won't be able to get the bounty rune this time though, as KitRat takes that. So expecting the cookie cutter Radiance.
I'll take that.
Into Manta.
It's debatable. You're against Terrorblade, so maybe that swings it away from Radiance. You are mid-alch and you're playing with Muerta and Underlord, so the other cores have damage, so maybe you can rethink it a little bit. You can go Phase Boots into what then? Armlet?
I mean, how
Armlet,
much do you,
Solar Crest or something?
How much? Oh, we got the 7-minute Wisdom runes here. KitRat's going to be spotted. Boxy getting the slow, but there's the Tombstone. 2 seconds. Boxy should be able to get it.
He'll also get out, I think.
He's looking. He's getting chased by the zombie. Don't underestimate that bad
Maybe
boy.
not.
KitRat pops the mango. Has another decay, but he knows that's not going to be enough. But yeah, with the reflection from Terrorblade, how much do you think of, like, is that the reason you're saying no Radiance? Does that mean you can't go AC either down the road?
I mean, you have to get something, right? But I don't know. I'm just curious because it's going to be kind of telling for how he evaluates this matchup.
Oh, Zai. Triple teamed right now. Boxing
Okay.
TP's in, though. It's off the Ancient Seal and the BZM, and looks like that'll be the end of it.
Well, I want to see his quick buy. So far, it's Clarity.
Yeah, that's very important.
Yeah.
No, they're not done yet, actually. BZM wrapping back around, and the Resonant Pulse is enough. So nice kill onto Zai, who honestly has been at low HP for a very long time in this top lane. BZM will TP out. Concoction, though. Nisha coming in. Getting blocked by the illusion a bit is KitRat. He will fall on the Bridge of Fate. We just call that something new every game, I think. That's going to be the meme.
KitRat with the bound chat wheel to good game well played.
Oh.
Just in case there was a misunderstanding here, they're making sure, guys, we didn't actually call GG minute 8 an even game. We're not giving up yet.
It's probably happened at some point, I'm sure. Can't underestimate the rage of certain players.
Yeah, well, he lost his courier and then his life. That's a tilter for other players.
Yeah.
Not everyone can have the mental fortitude of KitRat and still want to play 8 minutes in. Based on my pub experience recently, there are plenty of players that give up when the game begins. So,
yeah,
you know, it's already better than par for the course from my recent experience here.
Mickey getting gone on. He gets off the calling, but
no way.
Not going to do anything. Just absolutely blown up. So again, great rotation from BZM. He's been extremely active. And I, for one, I'm really happy to see Void Spirit back in the meta. This is a hero that it felt like it just kind of disappeared. And
it's a fun hero to play and watch.
Yeah, it's entertaining.
It's burst, it's movement, it's high skill, it's trickery, has all of it.
And Nisha's going to run into BZM. Still has that shield rune applied. And
okay,
this is step onto Boxy. Concoction's coming, though. Insania gets off a nice Maledict. But do they have enough damage to actually burn through BZM's HP? Doesn't have the Astral Step quite yet, but looks like he's going to be fine as now the turnaround as MC has come to play. Gets off the Gush on the Boxy. That looks like they'll be able to, at the very least, get him.
Oh,
maybe not. Cask actually connects onto both heroes, so nobody, in fact, dies.
Yep. Nice Pavis coming in as well from the Caudle there.
Oh.
Taiga arrived with the Pavis for the Void Spirit, so got the extra barrier. I think he had Shield Rune, and he got barriered, and he has Risen.
Nisha. Gonna get stunned for a bit, but you can see the Fiend's Gate from Zai. He wants to fight. Doesn't have Pit of Malice, though, so not very useful yet.
Regen.
Yeah, that's nice. Taiga.
Pavis.
Again.
Doesn't do anything right now.
It does not against the Maledict.
He is still fine, though.
Yes.
What level Maledict is that? Level 2? Yeah.
Yeah. Insania only level 4 at 10.5 minutes, by the way, so very underleveled.
It's kind of seeing this pattern emerge here. I think Liquid compared to OG, I mean, in this game, the Undying of Kitrek is also level 4, but Taiga almost level 6 on the Caudle. It seems like OG made it a bigger priority in the previous game as well to get those support levels up. Last game, they had level 6 and 7 supports when Liquid had level 5s. So, definitely maybe something to look at for Liquid to optimize their game because, yeah, having these level 4 and 5 supports run around minute 11 just doesn't feel good. It's a hero like Skywrath that can take a lot of control in the game and play very aggressively. Ends up being a bit of a liability. Speaking of him, he went Pavis on Sky. I feel like that's a first. Huh. Not an item we see on this hero very much. I mean, it's obviously good against the Terrorblade.
Yeah.
But a bit odd because the stats don't really benefit Skywrath that well. The mono region's nice, but health and armor isn't exactly what you're looking for in this hero.
Zai, can he survive through this? Has the Vanguard, has a Lotus Flower. He gets taunted out of it. So that will likely lead to his inevitable death.
This is going to take a bit.
It does. He's pretty damn tanky.
Nice movement from Taiga.
Firestorm just to do some damage before he does drop in the end. Insania taking a gush, but here comes Nisha, who's at pretty low HP and is thus going to get ravaged. But he does get the concoction off in time. That would have been a disaster if he self-stunned. So yeah, Liquid should be able to take out MC. Some sort of consolation, I suppose. But yeah, it would have been a
interesting
disaster.
Pavis doesn't block your own concoction. I guess, Pavis only blocks attacks, right? Not physical damage.
Is that true?
I would assume so.
Boxy is level 6 now. Nisha with another concoction. Fiend's Gate coming in as well, threatening Zai's presence. But again, he doesn't have Pit of Malice, so anytime he shows up, they just don't have enough lockdown to do anything.
It says Pavis... Oh, hang on. You might be witnessing a kill here.
Gonna get Ancient Sealed. Concoction from Nisha, so this might be a trade of supports.
Pavis.
As Taiga will die to the Maledict or just the right clicks from Nisha, so expected 1-for-1.
So it says on Pavis that it blocks physical damage, but I'm pretty sure Nisha had Pavis on him and took full damage from his own concoction explosion.
Well, maybe self-damage is different.
Right. Is the self-damage also physical?
Well, I would imagine so.
Yeah, I would too, but I actually don't know this for a fact. Hang on. I'm very curious.
Yeah, go ahead and Google it while we cast the game at the major.
Dota 2 Alchemist.
Yep, just keep up the good work, Cinderin.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I'm fine, right?
Gonna see a smoke from Liquid now. And Insania is still not quite level 6. Death Ward certainly help in situations where you're able to get off that Maledict, but they do have the Sky ult. Mystic Flare online. As MC showing himself. You can hear the concoction being primed and ready, and they're gonna go for MC. When will the Kraken Shell actually activate? Maledict is there, Mystic Flare to follow. Ends up popping. Oh, he's actually not taking that much damage. In fact, they're just going to turn this around instead. And Mind Control, way tankier than you would assume. And that's because he has a full pipe.
Concoction?
Yeah. Taiga. All right, Nisha. Trying to take out the pesky horse as another Pavis applied. Double damage spawns in the bot. Nisha going to get grabbed back by the Aether Remnant, so BZM will get it instead. And I mean, that's a really good hero to get double damage on. I assume that works with the Astral Step, surely.
Yep. Astral Step applies your attack damage plus a bonus amount.
So, in terms of pace, did you find out what your answer was? You literally alt-tab, stopped participating in this cast for a while.
I read quite a bit, and I didn't find a good answer.
Okay, thank you.
I'm pretty sure it's physical on yourself, and it just doesn't block self-damage.
Yep, okay.
From what I could see, there was no...
All right, thanks. Or we just found a new bug. Also possible.
This game doesn't have any bugs.
Kitrak is smoked up with BZM, and looks like they have their sights set on Zai. Pops the double damage. Zai finally has Pit of Malice, but kind of just ignoring it.
TP.
Yeah, will he actually get out? My goodness.
Clutch.
Very surprising, as they'd already used all their stuns, which was a whopping 1 from BZM.
Yep.
MC and Yuragi, though, they're going to steal it's not the hugest stack, but...
Juicy little snack, though.
It is liquid, so...
Little afternoon tea.
Delicious. Well, not really. Tea is disgusting.
Oh, disgusting.
Nice coffee.
There's very few people in the world that would call tea disgusting. People are just indifferent.
No,
you're the first person I've ever heard in my life say tea is disgusting.
I think I'm speaking for Americans here. I think most Americans actually find tea disgusting.
Disgusting.
Have you ever watched, what's that show called? I'll think about that. Ted Lasso.
I haven't. It's a show.
Ted Lasso.
Oh, Ted Lasso.
Yeah, he hates it too.
Okay.
It's a good character. Most positive person in the world, but he hates tea. As he should. MC. Maledict is there. There's the Mystic Flare, so wasn't able to get his pipe off in time. Gets off the Ravage and then dies shortly after. Will this...
Why did he Ravage?
Well, he thought that BZM would be there a little bit quicker to potentially take advantage of it. As Zai taken out of the Fiend's Gate, and we'll just go back.
Okay.
I mean, that's funny that the recent nerf to the channel time actually applied there, because he would have been through.
Yeah.
But again, doesn't really. Oh, double piggies. I like it. And they're smoked up.
Imagine you get smoke ganked and there's just 5 pigs popping out of smoke.
Yeah, that's terrifying. If they're able to find anybody. And you can see...
You don't know who to hex. They're all pigs.
Well, if you're playing Lion, then it's a fish, right? So it depends.
Yeah, but when they all arrive, it might be hard to,
Hit Rack might
distinguish the
tank the
heroes.
gank. And it looks like that will be the case.
All right.
Boxy gets credit for that one. But yeah, in terms of pace of the game, who's happier in their position right now? Because it's a very even game.
Yeah, it's pretty even. I feel like it's a bit hard to call. A lot of it comes down to how these core-to-core matchups are going to play out in the end. I do feel like Terrorblade, from my perspective, is relatively solved, and we don't see very much Tide for a reason, I think. But at the same time, how is Witch Doctor going to scale? Is he going to remain relevant? I don't know. I'm leaning slightly Liquid, I suppose, but I think it's still a very, very even game.
And Nisha should mention that he did not go for the Radiance build like you mentioned, so...
He did go Armlet.
Oh. Armlet and then Fast Blink. That's why he's been participating so much.
Of course, very curious what the next item is now, though.
Yeah,
right?
I mean... You talked about how the Reflection is probably the reason he's not going Radiance, but this is also going to slow down his farm, right? We've been seeing a lot of Alchemists mostly farming in that mid-roll.
The reason this still feels good for him is that he's not carry, right? He's mid, and a lot of the time mid-alks can go hybrid builds and just also play aggressively around the map and make space. As a result, the Muerta's just free farming, and this hero is obviously going to ramp up very fast with high-level Gunslinger and Maelstrom. Love this from OG, by the way, identifying that Liquid are not going to be interested in this.
Yep.
Will grab themselves an Aegis. It takes them a while, but...
Not the fastest, but they'll be happy with the result. Aegis on BZM.
Once this Deso is completed together with this Echo Saber, the damage that he and Terrorblade together can output is no joke.
Yeah.
And it's damage that's hard to block with Crimson, so they can actually kill people through this because it just gets overwhelming. It's still... The Crimson is still great, no doubt about it, but OG could have enough in the tank to kill heroes through it.
And we'll see how these teams play around that 20-minute mark. We've been seeing some steals lately. Teams becoming more comfortable with the idea of how to work around these timings of that Tormentor.
Oh, Nisha.
Oh, okay. He just blinked and dodged everything.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
Very nice. A new record. 4 staff.
Faster than the fastest out of 3 matches.
Wow. Incredible performance. As Insania, he's going to get the Maledict onto Yuragi. Do they have enough damage to go through him? Of course, he does have Sunder, as Insania trying to get up to the high ground, getting chased by an illusion. Taiga getting pretty low, burning down, but looks like he'll live. And there's finally the Sunder coming through onto Nisha. And he'll just run away, so no casualties yet.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And if I'm not mistaken, Sunder goes through BKB now, right? So, like,
yes, you heal, they don't take damage.
Oh, they don't take damage. Yeah. Okay, interesting. Still, that's a big buff to Terrorblade.
Yeah.
I don't know how you play around that then necessarily, but...
Gotta get that Lincoln's.
I guess.
Or, just kill him.
Concoction, initiation.
Boom.
On himself. All right, so 20-minute mark. We can see that OG are in the air. They already popped the meta, but Yuragi takes some damage, and he needs somebody else to help tank it. But it looks like they might not go for it now. I assume the Flesh Golem works against the Tormentor, but
I don't know actually exactly how.
It's a building kind of, so it's hard to tell how it works.
Yeah. Yuragi, no Sunder.
Yes, that's
no
true.
problem.
Yeah, they're going to walk away, so likely both teams to get their own Tormentors, but BZM gets silenced. But he has the Illusion Rune. Very unfortunate for Liquid, but Nisha jumps in with the Mystic Flare. That's a lot of damage to Yuragi, but the Sunder is back up, and Nisha now forced to just run away, but BZM doesn't look like he can catch up. No Astral Steps to speak of. And after all that, only one dead, and it was Boxy. Crimson Guard popped, and looks like OG not afraid to dive really deep. Nice Pit of Malice onto 3 heroes.
Yeah. Such cool defensive tools for zone control here from Liquid, right? They put the calling on the stairs and they put the pit there. So effectively just zoning out every angle that OG could have tried to enter through and only lose 1 support.
Nisha concocting himself again for fun.
For farm.
And that too. Still kind of scary though.
It's the best kind of farming.
Okay, OG end up taking...
They have
Grab Ally.
Grab Ally. Pretty good against Skyreth and Alk combo, to be honest, if he plays it well.
Yeah, could be very big. Of course, does require a little extra finger clicking, Cinderin, which Undying players usually don't have the ability to do, in my experience at least. Very low IQ.
No offense, Kitrak.
Yeah, nothing against Kitrak.
Okay.
You've heard his voice lines, all about gummy worms and all that garbage. I can relate with him, actually.
Well, I don't even know how low his int is. It's not bottom 3, right?
He has good int.
Yeah.
He has a...
Bottom 3 are Ogre, Ogre, Troll, and I don't know what the third one is.
Which, as Boxy gets initiated on, and actually,
Oh,
Mystic Flares
damn!
enough to take out the Aegis, and somehow Boxy lives. Now they have to set up with the Pit of Malice. Do they have the lockdown to continue the kill? They do. BZM completely punished.
Oof.
Wow.
That is just an Aegis thrown to the wind. No value at all.
Well, for Liquid, it was pretty value.
Yeah. It also wasn't their Aegis. What are you saying?
It was value for them because he got overconfident. Now they got a kill.
Oh, okay, like that.
See? Yeah, like that.
Okay.
Oh, like that. Okay, that's a pretty big kill. And I feel like this game is a little bit slower than the last 2, and maybe that's because both teams are backs against the wall to some degree. I mean, obviously, it's upper bracket, so they have an extra life, but...
Feels a little bit like the nature of the lineups, too. The flow will just be different. This time, the offlaner is a Tide instead of a Bat. This plays a totally different style of movement and pacing, and most of the all of the activity coming out of OG will have to come from the Void Spirit, right? They've picked 0 playmakers except BZM, so... For better or worse, he's going to have to do stuff, and he has been pretty successful so far. Whenever he's out of play, Liquid feel very confident to just walk around and farm, feels like.
So next Roche we won't know about for quite a while, which means OG can't just wait around. Neither can Liquid.
Have the Halberd on Tide.
They will smoke up. Mickey is going to be able to BKB and walk away. Did they actually chase, though? Potentially. Mind Control. No. Mind Control doesn't have any gap close for himself. Mystic Flare onto the Undying, but Kitrak will live thanks to the Force Staff. Boxy with the self-Pavis, but gets dropped shortly after. Insane able to Force Staff to the low ground. Haven't really seen like a big team fight at all. It's been mostly just these small pickoffs here and there.
Yeah.
And even when the teams are in the same area, we still only see like 1 or 2 heroes die. No full commitment either way.
It's just hard, right? Liquid can't really commit into them because of Ravage, and OG can't really commit into them because none of their heroes are mobile, except Void Spirit. So you've got 2 lineups that are, for the most part, kind of static, right? It's the same. Underlord is a static hero. Witch Doctor is a static hero. Skyreth has a little bit of range and can do some things, but yeah, it's just how this game's going to be for a while, it feels like, until items really start pumping out that cover those weaknesses.
Yeah, we should mention some item pickups. Mickey has had the Maelstrom Dragonless BKB with now a Crystallis online. And it looks like it's going to be a casual Crystallis because he's going to be finishing Hurricane Pike next. And I feel like we've been seeing, has it been more Silver Edge than Daedalus on Muerta, or has it been kind of split?
It's been a mix, I think. Silver should be good this game, though, against Tide.
Yeah, the break is pretty important.
It gives them a way of killing Tide together with Skywrath, if they coordinate it well.
Yeah, that's fair.
So.
And Nisha, what's his big item coming up? Silver Edge.
Silver as well. So maybe Muerta won't go silver. I don't think you should double silver.
Well, you don't like 2 breaks?
I mean, it's not like it's bad, but
Jinx.
Yeah, he's eyeing up the Hurricane Pike first, and then I'm assuming it's just gonna be the Daedalus. We'll find out soon enough.
Well, the side of OG, Yuragi picked up his Scotty not too long ago and is already basically halfway to a Daedalus for himself.
Yep.
And BZM, despite that death, still farming quite well. The Echo Saber, Desolator, and BKB is just getting started now.
I'm looking at what do OG do to Muerta ult? They can't kill her, right? They don't have enough magic damage at all. Terribly will do nothing. Void Spirit will do some, but he can't attack. He can get some of the Void Mark damage in his spells. Coddle and do some. This feels like a game. At the pace this is going, it's entirely possible that Muerta reaches super late game and starts getting a refresher. And her invincibility duration is just going to be pretty meaningful.
I don't think there's any way you can buy Revenant's Brooch against her, right? I don't think that's going to work as Mystic Flare combo. BZM
again,
caught out again. 2 very crucial deaths.
Yep.
And we'll see if Liquid are able to take advantage. And
I don't know if they can get any
Roche
collateral.
is up.
Well, their lineup kills it pretty well. I mean, Muerta is a good Roche killer. They have an Acid Spray.
And Nisha with the double damage as well. Kitrak able to TP. Yuragi still hiding in the trees.
And the fact that it's nighttime, good news for Liquid since they're up here.
Yeah.
They do want to fight Roche. He is at home northwest.
I mean, how fast can they kill him? Because BZM's up in only 15 seconds.
Yeah, they're just not going to go.
It's not like BKBs have been forced or anything like that.
No. We're chilling.
But yeah, that once BZM gets his BKB, I think those deaths likely stop. But the fact that those have happened definitely halted his progress in this game.
Yeah.
And he was off to a very good start.
Looks like they're going to go double silver after all on Liquid.
Yeah, Insania getting caught out, but there's the calling coming through. Silencing Tidehunter. Cannot get off his Ravage at all. He likely would like to. BKB popped by Nisha. And Zai, his TP is canceled, so that will be the kill. Along with Insania, Mickey has to BKB TP himself. So perhaps Liquid staying around too long. OG pseudo punishing that.
And that's great news for them because now it's their Roche, right?
That's right.
Meta popped. You have Gush. You have Flesh Golem. Not going to take too long. And yeah, this catch from BZM really good, right? You find a moment of weakness where Insania is a bit out of position here. And is also, on top of that, standing next to the Underlord.
And we didn't see a Ravage the entire time either.
Not needed.
Yeah. Now that the BKBs are getting lower as well, MC's Ravages could have huge impact on the game. Aegis for the TB, Cheese on the Void Spirit. Nisha ready for the concoction.
Can they do this?
We'll see. And Fiend's Gate's being procced as well, and they're going to get the silence, but not before the Ravage. Dead shot back, but Kraken Shell activates again, and MC at half HP, and hey,
they could not.
He wants to fight now.
They forced Ravage, but they also used Pierce the Veil, but Ravage is the bigger cooldown.
Yeah, true.
So, I guess not too bad for Liquid if they can find a fight.
He wants to jump in. Link into Gush, and now he takes a Maledict, but looks like he's going to be fine. The rest of OG time to fight Nisha with a huge concoction.
Oh, baby, a triple.
Taiga will live, but Kitrak's not going to be so lucky. Wait, that's the grab ally. I'm not sure if anybody's actually inside it because I'm just talking about this for no reason because it's a very interesting change indeed to this patch. Cinderin. Zai is gushed, has the Pavis apply, but it looks like he's going to drop eventually. BKB popped by Mickey in the meantime. Does not have his ult because he doesn't have the mana for it, but Void Spirit just gets dropped to the Mystic Flare. Again, that's like the 3rd time he's died to this spell. And now Yuragi just cleaning up. Double kill for him. MC just living on a sliver of HP. Make it a triple for Yuragi. And OG cleaning up nicely.
Damn, they chose to take that fight knowing that they didn't have Ravage, but still
just playing their advantage with the cheese and Aegis, the fight becomes too difficult for Liquid. That looked good from that triple Alk stun from Nisha set them up nicely, but the follow-through wasn't quite there. You see it here off to the right, getting all 3 heroes caught here, but Caudle does survive with the Force Staff Pavis. It's really important that Taiga stays alive here for the heals, for the blinds. OG getting a big reward. Now 10k up. Gonna go and steal the enemy Wisdom Rune. Don't remember when the... We have no way of seeing when the Tormentor was killed, right?
No.
You can't check that. That would actually be nice. That would be nice quality of life.
Yeah, that's what I said last game, but I know you weren't listening at all.
Yeah, that would be nice quality of life. It's a good suggestion from me.
Thank you.
Hey, the fact that we both got the idea independently means it's a good idea, right?
That's true. Zai, he's getting control, trying to go through the Fiend's gate, and he will make it somehow.
Yikes.
Just, I mean, they do have a lack of stuns on OG, but still, very close call. And Taiga and company, BZM, force out the BKB from Nisha. They still see him. Uses the Ogre Seal Totem, but he looks to be dead. Huge kill for OG again, as they're starting to run away with this game.
How do they have vision on the whole... Oh, they have Gem on Caudle.
I thought. Oh, was it Gem?
They might have used both. And Nisha not getting out of that. This game is starting to look really OG suddenly. It was staying even for quite a while. But this kind of advantage with Terrorblade is generally a really, really good sign. Obviously, Muerta, we've covered, has a good matchup hero to hero, but the rest of their team don't know if they can really deal with Yuragi that well. And Muerta's itemization, the damage isn't there yet. That's the biggest problem. Mickey doesn't have Daedalus quite yet. And even when he does, he might still need an additional item to really become a huge threat for that TB. Question is if he's going to get time for it. OG going to go for it.
They will indeed. Aegis still online. Yuragi doesn't have his meta for another 50 seconds, though, which actually will kind of line up with the Aegis. So OG might not be able to actually take advantage of the Aegis fully. Mickey is going for the Daedalus. I don't know if you mentioned that instead of the Silver Edge, so he switched
switched it up again.
Just going for raw damage output.
I think it's the right call, too, because, yeah, you can get another break against the Tide, which is nice, but at the end of the day, you need to be able to kill the other big boys in the fight, too. Killing off Tide is not enough. Yuragi has to be dealt with, and you're doing the majority of the damage. So the responsibility really falls on you when Alchemist isn't really going to be doing as much. He's got Silver Edge now. It's not like Nisha's damage is irrelevant, but Terrorblade has 31 armor.
We'll say, even with the Silver Edge, when you have it on a melee here, it's going to be harder to execute as well versus having it on range anyway, right?
That's true.
So we'll see if they're able to actually break the Tidehunter successfully. And that's the Shard.
Terrorblade
very
gets
quick pickup.
Demon Zeal.
Yes. So now is able to farm more effectively in his melee form.
Very distracting. It keeps getting more expensive every second.
Wait, how does that spell even work?
You pay is it 25% or 20% of your health?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
20% of your current health. So the cost keeps changing if you're not full health.
I bet, yeah, people with OCD do not.
That's a Ravage.
Big Ravage coming in, though. And that's a dead Mickey. 70 seconds. He's just caught out with his pants down.
He was just not ready. Mickey was standing in the front with no protection.
Mind
they didn't
control.
have Glimmer, they didn't have Force. They piped him, but
and Yuragi and company.
Ravage.
Yeah, they can just go for this high ground now. Yuragi in his meta form. They can just play with their food and Sani out. He's going to stay alive thanks to the Shard for the time being. Ancient Seal onto Yuragi, but still has the Sunder available if he wants to use it. They're going to go for this full set of racks, if not more. Zai pops the Crimson. There's the Sunder destroying him. 3 dead for Liquid. The buyback from Insania is not even going to help because he's dead again. Only 1 alive. This could be it. All of a sudden, OG just slamming their fist down. And Nisha is the only survivor for Liquid. I don't think he can hold this off at all. They're going to play it safe and go for the Mega Creeps, it looks like.
Well, Mind Control is.
He wants to just hit the Ancient, yeah.
He's already starting. He's working on the next objective, but, well, you're right. He'll take the full Megas. Yeah, Dota is crazy sometimes. You know, you're on defense.
You have this big core, you're out of position for 3 seconds, you get punished instantly, and you just lose the entire base terribly.
Again, but this time he does get the BKB off, and BZM just feeds himself. Kitrak looks like he'll be next, although he's evading a lot of attacks here. And he's inside his tombstone to grab ally on self. And now Mickey, he's taking the brunt of the damage. No more BKB, so he gets right-clicked into Oblivion. Nisha, doesn't matter. GG's called. Liquid lose suddenly as OG take it 2-1, and they will face off against Gaming Gladiators in the upper bracket for the Berlin Major.
Damn, that's got to feel really good. You got absolutely trashed in game 1. You swung it around and take 2 back-to-back. The fashion that they did it in this game as well, it was very much a patient game for a good while, and then OG just exploded and won the game in 2 minutes, it felt like. It's not like they came in with an even game into this push, but they won a couple of fights before then. But, yep, that one Blink Ravage, it's...
And that's a
like
hero
we were definitely on the back foot before that. It's not like, okay, if they don't get this, but you know, it's...
And Tidehunter's not really a hero we're seeing as popular as like this Underlord, for example, and all these other offlaners that are getting the limelight. The Watermelon wants to be seen against Cinderin. Is this enough to show that he is capable of performing on this patch?
He's got a great win rate at the main event of this tournament so far. 100%. Looks good.
It does. I mean, he's an aura buyer, and MC playing extremely well. BZM got off to a really good start, played a little cocky, but sometimes with these cocky players, you just have to let them be themselves. You know?
And if nothing else, Yuragi had the whole map the whole game. Like, this Terrorblade was totally uncontested, gets mega farmed. You look at the total end net worth. He has more net worth than BZM and Mind Control combined almost. He was at least close to combining with his other 2 cores and completely dwarfing the enemy team. So, yeah, great game from OG. Impressive stuff. They waited for their timing and they hit hard.
Yep, so OG take this series 2-1. And like I said, they'll be facing off against Gaming Gladiators next. Panel, take it away.
Thank you very much indeed, Sunswan and Cinderin. It is the first time since TI11 that a different team other than Gaming Gladiators is able to win a series against Team Liquid. OG, they do it here. They take it 2-1. They secure themselves top 6 at this major, and therefore points have been earned. What a performance. This third final deciding game was definitely a solid one from them. Yuragi on his Terrorblade, not to be stopped, and it just all clicked for OG, unlike for Team Liquid. Did not click on that end. Unfortunately for them, they fall here. They're in the lower bracket. They're not eliminated just yet. Of course, they have another chance of fighting for their secured spot for the International, getting more points on the board, but they do have to go back to a drawing board to refigure things out, because this was not it. I'm joined by Sheep, PPD, and Jenkins here to break the game down. It was a fantastic game from OG with the Void Spirit by BZM. Sheep, I do want to start with that one because he absolutely popped off.
He had a great game, yeah. Getting that Mage Slayer, that Deso, like he is just able to jump in and do whatever he wants and just have explosive damage. I really like it. I think there's a big difference here having... Obviously, there were issues in the early game where he doesn't have a lot of mobility on his team, so he's like the main catch, but he like fulfilled that. He did a really good job of like, you guys are with me, I'll catch someone, I'll draw them into you, and we kill them.
Yeah, I feel like it was a pretty hard game for him too, like in the sense that there's a lot of like crap that he can jump into. He can jump into like the Underlord route and get silenced by the Skywrath Mage, like Alex Stun, all of these things that worked a silence thing on the ground. And sometimes he was jumping in and dying.
Yeah.
But the fights where he wasn't jumping in and dying, he was just barely surviving, were like the fights he would set up for just a beautiful Ravage, or he would like insta-kill somebody right at the start of the fight. So I really liked the aggression from him, because it meant that Yuragi could just go casually 11-0. Like the carry was not pressured at all, other than maybe a couple of times he was close to dying in that game. But other than that, chilling.
It was also really nice that the supports got like an early like Pavis, so that they could like enable him to jump in for them.
Yeah, it was a great performance by OG and also by Tygo, standing by with Slack right now. Big thumbs up is all we're going to get,
Well,
to be honest.
Tigers don't speak, so it makes a lot of sense that happened.
Jenkins, if you were Tiger, what would you respond to Slax's question?
What's the question?
In that case, PPD, if you were Slacks, what would your question be?
Wow, I guess, I don't know. I guess I would ask, like, how are you feeling going into the second stage of this tournament? They've got this huge victory to start things off. They're now guaranteed top 8, guaranteed DPC points. They've got a lot of great momentum. They're up against Gaming Glads next. They've already taken down one boss of Team Liquid. You know, does he think they can take down another?
Would Slacks ask a question that is profound in such a way?
Not.
And if I were Tyga, I would say, yeah, whatever the bullshit you just said, Slacks. I think that they should nerf Bloodstone. Sick of that item. Get it out, Ice Frog, now.
Okay, well, let's see what he actually asked and answered.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. All right, we are live now, Tyga. So sorry about that small interruption here. So now that you guys have made it, big top 6, you know, you got a big bosses coming up here, potentially even Gaming Gladiators potentially on your hit list here. Pretty big win for you guys. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I feel like Liquid is the hardest team to beat, in my opinion, in this tournament. Absolute hardest. Probably 10 times harder than Gaming Gladiators and anyone else in this tournament. So beating them actually gives a lot of confidence boost. And also, like, because our last 5 series probably lost to them. You know, they're just too good of a team. And I think today we tried really hard to beat them. We researched everything. We made a comeback on the first game. You know, we understood some things that we didn't know before. We realized that things we know, they also know. They're not a bad team at all. So,
in your own words, then, how did you guys pull through on this one? Because game 1 looked really rough, and then you brought it back for game 2, and game 3 was pretty dominant. And as you know, you guys know each other so well. So, what was different about this game? What was the extra step that you guys took to get this thing going?
I think we talked with our coach, Misha, even if he's not here, and we also talked with everyone across. I feel like, at least I felt like some heroes were stronger, and I think that we should rate them higher. And I think these guys also know how to play them, and they also understand it well. Like, whatever we thought didn't work against them to game 1. And they also surprised us, they baited us, you know, they banned the Rubik, and we thought they were going to maybe pick the Underlord, and then we had something for it, and they didn't pick it. They just picked the Karl. So we were like, okay, damn, they baited us. So that was a pretty rough situation.
All right, well, fantastic. You got baited, but you went through it. You know, you didn't allow those mind games to happen, and it was a very huge victory for you guys. So congratulations. We're a pleasure to have you up in that upper bracket still. And we'll see more from OG coming up very shortly.
It's OG in the upper bracket. Their next opponent, Gaming Gladiators. Team Liquid, as said, not down and out just yet. Well, they are down in the lower bracket, but not out just yet. Their next opponent in the lower bracket will be Extreme Gaming for their challenge. OG moving forward is, I think, for a lot of people unexpected, and I also hope that it will put a stop to the Group A versus Group B theories.
Yeah. That's true. Everybody was like, Group B is trash. And Tundra. But Group A, that's the real teams in there.
Yeah.
This is really good for OG, though. This puts them at least like 700 and something points for DPC points, which does not guarantee them TI by any means.
But it sets them up.
It makes them comfortable. And in Western EU, I think they're going to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, Western EU will have to wait for a little bit because we got some Eastern EU coming up. That's right. We are moving into our next upper bracket series. We're seeing Shopify Rebellion going up against 9 Pandas. So stick around and stay tuned for more Berlin Major.
Yeah, yeah, I'm going there. I feel the devil in my head. I feel the pain running through my veins. And when I feel there's no time to waste, I don't care about yesterday. I'm still moving forward, just like a hurricane. Feel the power, I feel the rage. I need to break out of the cage. I still have the strength, I still have the faith. But it's not that easy to turn the page. And when I feel there's no time to waste, I don't care about yesterday. I'm still moving forward, I don't wait. Just like a hurricane. Come on, come on, come on. 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 And when I feel there's no time to waste, I don't care about yesterday. I'm still moving forward, I don't wait. Just like a hurricane. Feel there's no time to waste, I don't care about yesterday. I'm still moving forward, I don't wait. Just like a hurricane. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome everyone to the second half of our first day of playoffs. 4 best of 3s, and we're just getting halfway through it. Shopify Rebellion going up against 9 Pandas. More Group A versus Group B action. More North America versus Eastern Europe action. I am actually curious how many times that these players have faced off against each other. Obviously, the majority of 9 Pandas, newcomers to the block, as well as me having newcomers to the panel, 2 of them at least. Sheep's a veteran, but
Hey, what up?
BSJ.
Hello.
Newbie here.
Welcome.
Thank you.
He's so cool.
He's so cool.
You're so cool.
Nearly as cool as, wait, who's the Astra player that we interviewed that thought Sumail was so cool? Sumail is so cool. That was the interview.
I remember the interview, but I don't remember who it was.
I think it was XXX.
I think it was XXS, yeah, with Matt interviewing. So cool.
He's a pretty cool guy.
They're all so cool. All these players are cool also. 9 Pandas versus Shopify Rebellion. Shopify is so cool. 9 Pandas so cool. We'll talk about Shopify first, though, as they are North America's last remaining team, which seems to be a recurring theme, it seems. Poor TSM getting eliminated in groups, but Shopify more than willing to carry the torch. Yeah, they had a pretty good performance at Dream League, and they were doing that with a stand-in, Effie. Mikey was warming them up, as I'm sure the majority of Shopify was treating it as a boot camp. And now Abed has been taking that foundation and running with it in this new patch.
Yeah, Abed has had a standout performance. He has the highest KDA of all of the players in the entire tournament, not just mids. Even in that one game they lost, he was like 6-0 and 9 on Batrider. He rarely dies. He's just such a stable player. And having him back playing with his roster, I'm sure playing with Mikey was a very good and learning experience for Shopify, as they mentioned during Dream League. But now that they're back together as 5, this squad is at their full potential right now.
Yeah, and among these 5, I guess the newest newcomer is Saberlight, and Pyrion got a chance to catch up with him just a little while ago.
It was Saberlight, aka Saber Chad from Shopify Rebellion. How are you doing today?
Doing pretty good. Ready to slay some noobs.
Slay some moves. Okay, here's a question for you. This would be, if you won this whole major, this would be your first major, Abed's first major, and the first major for the rest of the guys since 2017. Is that pressure, or do you think that if you guys were winning all the time, that would be more pressure?
Well, it wasn't pressure before you said it, but right now, yeah, it's a lot of pressure. I mean, it is what it is. We'll just do our best. We'll try to place as high as we can, and just kind of go with that.
I mean, it's been great watching you guys, honestly, and I know you've got a lot of fans out there. So here's a question for you. This is a bit of a weird one. You play a lot of Beastmaster. I want a tier list of creeps that you've got to get. What is your tier list? And you can go from bottom up or top to bottom. It's up to you.
Okay, well, so at the very top, I would say like a Forge Spirit. When you steal Invoker's Forge Spirit, that's nice. You like minus armor them. So that one's good. Dragon, very good for farming, pushing waves. Alpha Wolf and the Troll Creep, very good for pushing towers and doing Roshans. And on the very bottom, what's the most useless creep? I'm trying to... like the little ghost, the silence ghost. Yeah, I never take that. But
what about Kobold Taskmaster? Are you a fan of that one?
Is that the one that disarms or the one that gives gold?
I think it's the one that gives move speed or gold. I can't remember.
That one. I mean, the move speed one is okay. The disarm one, I don't know, maybe in lane. The gold one, I mean, the new buff maybe made it a little bit viable because I think it's like 50 GPM right now at the last level. So it's okay, but before that, it's measly 20. So I would never take that.
And what about the Harpy creep? Seems very popular with the pros. You must love the Harpy creep.
I mean, I still remember the Harpy creep patch. That was the good stuff, when Tundra, you would take the Harpy creep and scout everywhere. Yeah, I miss those days, but what can you do? They had to nerf it.
They had to nerf it. All right, so here's another thing. You like Drums of Slom.
Ah, indeed.
I don't know what Drums of Slom looks like, as in I can't imagine the effect. Could you show me your impression of the Drums of Slom being played by Beastmaster? Is that something you could do?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, take it away.
Okay, so as you can see, it is on aura right now, so you don't have to press it, so you're just like standing, and then you boom, 4 seconds, okay? Roar! Boom, 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 boom. And that's it.
That's it. That was one of the best Slom impressions I think that's ever been committed to film. Thank you, Saberlight, and best of luck in your games.
Thank you.
We often give him credit for his personality, but his physical comedy, I think, may be unmatched. This man is Jim Carrey reincarnated as a Dota player.
Have you ever seen him on stream? Like, what this guy does, the shenanigans he pulls? Like, he'll be in the middle of a pub, like a team fight where he just killed 3 heroes, and he'll change the scene to where the camera's full screen, and he'll do, like, the equivalent of, like, his suck it, like, on stream, while in a pub.
Like, camera, you can do it now,
the suck it! Like, he just does that kind of stuff on stream, and I'm like, this guy just never he's never turned off. He's always on. I love watching this guy. He's so fun.
He's been exuding personality, which has been fun to watch, but let's see how he matches up against 9 Pandas, because this is a team that has not had the most international exposure, at least the majority of the players. Sure, Ramses and Roger, who is still currently standing in. We have no confirmation on whether Solo is going to be able to make it back before this event ends, but for right now, Roger has been standing in, but it seems like this tournament has been very, very kind to stand-ins. Sheep, he's been doing fine, and they have been bringing the other 3 players on their team to a great deal of success. The players who may not be as exposed to international lands.
Yeah, they're doing great. I think their hero picks are very fun. Like, they're still running this techies and stuff, which is awesome to watch. I think Kiyotaka, also known as Depressed Kid, he's been popping off on the mid lane. So overall, like, you see them, they're just bringing good drafts and good gameplay to the best of teams, and that's why they came out so high. I think they were one of the teams that went 1-1 with Gaimin, for example. The best team in the world. This team can match them. Probably not to Quinn's happiness, but but they're playing really well. I'm super impressed.
They haven't lost a single series, right? Like at worst, they drew teams, whereas at Dream League, they couldn't win a single series.
Yeah, it has been a step up from the Hellraisers, then ex-Hellraisers that we saw from Lima. And Ramses may be one of the reasons for that, as he is the most recent introduction to this team, and Pyrian got a chance to interview him a little while ago.
Yeah, hi, I'm here with Ramses from Nine Pandas. Congratulations on making it this far in the tournament. You guys did not lose a series in the groups. How have you been so hard to beat?
Oh, hello everyone. I don't know, actually. Maybe because patch. Some games random, some games big comebacks. We did a lot of comebacks in group stage. Maybe we just play in our Dota and getting fun, something like this.
That's cool. All right, so this would be, if you won this, that would be your 6th major win in Dota if you won Berlin Major. And that would make you the most majors won by any Dota player. What was your favorite win, if you can remember them all?
Oh, of course. I think it's the hardest win, Kuala Lumpur Major. We won Secret 3-2. We was not in best form on this tournament, but we won this. Yeah, I think this tournament I like more.
And Roger's obviously come in to play with you guys as a stand-in. He seems to have fit in really well. He's actually 8th overall in assists in the tournament. Have you played with him a lot before? I'm not aware of the entire history of Roger's career, but how have you been able to fit in with him so well as a team?
I think we're good friends with Roger. I mean, we played TI Surgers last year. Me, Roger, Miero, and the press kid. I mean, Kiyotaka. And we just have good communication. And probably we played like some screens before. Solo was sitting on the coach slot. And he talk every day with Roger and give him some adventures about the game, wording, and some other. Okay, maybe this is, and we're just good friends in real life. Like,
cool. It must be nice to have him on the team, and we wish you best of luck in your series. Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In and out of the game, Ramses has been getting along with his teammates, and his fondest memory, that Kuala Lumpur Major, well, in lower bracket finals, he beat Evil Geniuses with the old VP squad, and Evil Geniuses with a great many same players as Shopify Rebellion. Will they be able to continue that performance, or is Shopify Rebellion going to turn things around? We'll find out. Game number 1 of this best of 3 coming up next.
Could never be like me. Flow so hot, but the jewels I see. Never think much of a fool I see. Them type of man we are school and teach. Fresh to death, head to toe. Smell the best fresh cologne. Finesse the best freshest clothes. I dress the best, yes you know. I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice, ice. I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice.
The voices in my head, they say I'm lost, but I found myself in the dark. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max with me while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from. Couple warrants and a gun to my name, locate. Wood grain gripping and I keep it on me. Whole lot of new faces, I'm the real OG. Keep talking shh, and I'll put you on a white
It's best of 3 time, my friends. 9 Pandas going up against Shopify Rebellion. And if you recall me mentioning, and Ramsey's mentioning in the pregame interview, Kuala Lumpur, his most memorable victory, I will be impressed if any of you are able to get this. It was 2018, November 2018. Who was the offlaner that Shopify Rebellion / former Evil Geniuses was playing with at the time? November 2018.
Universe.
Okay, a worthy attempt, not correct.
Damn.
It's past the Universe era.
Ice Ice Ice?
It's before the Ice 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 era. It's the little...
Kezu!
I don't think he was ever an offlaner for Evil Geniuses.
Holy shit.
Honestly, I would not have guessed this one myself.
Okay.
S4 was the offlaner for EG.
Oh, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Duh, man. I actually think we should have guessed that because that was between TI8 and TI9.
I didn't watch Pro Dota back then.
Okay, fair enough.
I realized I was muted the whole time, so my guess.
Oh, you had the right guess, Effie. We just couldn't hear you.
Unluck.
You were screaming S4. S4, it's S4!
Unluck.
Unluck.
It is what it is.
And Ramses was also another former offlaner for this squad at some point, but now he's doing work as the carry. His, in my opinion, rightful role, I always thought he was most suited as a one position.
Mm-hmm. And you can see the effect of that on 9 Pandas, formerly ex-Hellraisers. With the addition of Ramses, they suddenly have that veteran player that they lacked. I believe the stat that was relayed to me was that this is Ramses' 20th major attendance, which is wild. Wild. The next closest to him in this team is Roger, I think with 4 major attendances. So you
Wait,
can...
what? It goes from 20 to 4?
Yes.
Whoa. That's a
So,
massive gap.
I mean, given how young Ramses is, you wouldn't expect that, but this player has been playing for so long, since he came out of the womb, if you may.
I will. That man, as a toddler, was microing, last hitting like a beast.
Yeah, the in the pre-game interview as well, they talked about like how they'd played together with Roger before. I was actually like raking my brain because the thing with like Europe East is that it's just constantly like shuffling players together, so that everyone's played with everyone. But I distinctly remembered they played as CIS rejects in like 2021, 2022 with like all these players like the Press Kid and Ramses and Roger and stuff. So yeah, they have played in the past, and yeah, Miera was on that one too.
Well, let's see what Ramsey's going to get his hands on. Brian, maybe he'll get his hands on Medusa. I'm actually shocked that that hero is managing to slip through this first ban phase.
You may not be too shocked. So Medusa's win rate is 80%,
Yeah.
16-4 for the event. The combined win rate on Medusa for these two teams is 0%. Both teams have lost a single game with Medusa, so they are responsible for half of Medusa's losses.
How do you lose with Medusa?
I don't know. Like,
I know how you lose with Medusa.
How?
Well, Shopify, they picked it, and they were playing into Anti-Mage, Doom, and Pango, and they were winning that game anyway. And then they went high ground.
Unluck.
And they threw, and they died, and they took a Roshan at one point, and then they threw the fight outside of it and died. They took a fight bot, and they threw, and they died. It was like a game of, you have 2 halberds and 3 heroes that counter me, and
I still have a
you
chance.
were able to take advantage of that. Yeah. So honestly, I'm actually incredibly confident in Shopify's Medusa, seeing them pick it up now. They just had a few oopsies, and one of the biggest oopsies was that they didn't have enough control on their team to allow Medusa to like hit the people they wanted her to hit. So if they have a good amount of stuns this time, I'm good. I'm feeling great. I'm feeling it.
You're feeling it.
I'm feeling it.
That's good. Well, now that you have this anti-mage, this Storm Spirit and this Medusa, you have to think about the anti-mage. It gets instantly banned by Shopify, and 9 Pandas go for Bet Boom's approach from yesterday's tiebreakers of, we see a Storm, we're going to pick Tiny. And you know it's not a flex because you do pick this Tiny as a response to Storm in the mid lane. It did not go that well for GPK yesterday, but they did have signs of life in the game where it seemed like a good pick. But as far as this new patch goes, I'm not sold on this hero quite yet.
Yeah, I just think what Shopify is probably going to do for Fly is put him on something like Undying. It's going to help Medusa get out of the laning phase against pretty much whatever 9 Pandas throws at it. And it's also really good against Tiny in like the mid to late game team fights with the Tombstone constantly canceling his blink. He has no way to kill the Tombstone. The thing that's bothered me in the series earlier when it came down to the Medusa was it didn't seem like Team Spirit addressed the Medusa at all. Like, it was first picked, and maybe they tried to like out-tempo it when they won all 3 lanes. But from what I've seen so far, this hero obviously has an 80% win rate. That's no like amazing observation, but she's all of her health is mana. Like, nobody's picking mana burn. I just have to imagine people need to get creative. Like, at this point, if you're allowing the hero through the pool, I want to see like 9 Pandas. We've been theory crafting Wind Ranger with the Diffusal backstage.
Very interesting.
I think that's the best sounding one. Mira mentioned Snapfire with the Diffusal. Like, I'm just like something. I just want to see like these teams are like concocting. You know, they were in the kitchen. They were cooking up some sick ass response to this Medusa.
I think 9 Pandas need to be incredibly careful right now. I'm seeing a Slog ban. I'm seeing a Naga ban. I'm looking at what hero is left in the pool. Beastmaster. I think if 9 Pandas pick another weak support coming out of this phase because they have second pick, I think I could just see Shopify picking Beastmaster +1, and then you have everything you need to just like walk Medusa's timing down a lane and just end.
But they still have their supports that they like in the pool. They have their Chen, they have their Phoenix, etc. But I really do think that they need to get this Beastmaster here if they can. But also Ursa. Ursa has historically been a solution to Medusa in that he's a Diffusal Blade Buyer, and if his lane goes well, he can run at her. But the issue with the Ursas that we've been seeing as a response to Medusa is sometimes they just get owned on lane, and then your solution to Medusa just doesn't have a game.
Yeah.
But conceptually, a mid-tiny with a good lane and an early blink dagger with follow-up burst damage like something out of Sky can hunt Medusa as the game goes on.
Maybe.
Conceptually.
Oh, there's the Beast ban. Yeah, it is hard because like Tiny on his own, especially when her mana shield's max, it's just not going to kill you. And then you've gone in and used your burst. So that's going to be their idea, Nyx. If you don't know about the new changes, when Nyx uses his ult and he clicks you out of it, it takes 50% of your maximum mana. So if Medusa's on like half mana and she gets clicked by Nyx, she'll have 0% mana.
And then he Mind Flares her and then she dies. Because Mind Flare does the damage that you did previously in the last 20 seconds as a nuke.
Wait, does that count her mana shield?
I don't think so.
I would imagine it wouldn't be amped at all. I actually don't know how it works.
I would imagine it's just your HP.
Yeah, I think
we'll have to see then.
Yeah, I'm curious. That's actually a really important interaction. I'm sure Fogg can let us know. He always knows this stuff.
It's fine because at least in the early levels, ult into stunned just kills her.
Yeah, well, what we were also talking about is the blink refresher Nyx, where you blink, ult, hit, refresh, ult, hit, she actually dies instantly.
So you want a 3-position Nyx? Because
I'm saying that I don't care what role it is. I don't care if it's 5 or 4. But like, if this is a 40-minute game, I want to see a refresher in that guy's inventory.
Strong disagree with 3-position Nyx. I feel like if you 3-position Nyx, your lanes are going to get obliterated by.
Zai played an offlane Nyx, and it went really well in lane, and we watched it go into the jungle, find Medusa, and just like alt-click her and kill her instantly. It was hilarious. But the problem is, she doesn't care, because at a certain point in the fights, you're going to be grouped up with your Medusa, and Nyx can't do a pick off anymore. Exactly. Sentry on the ground.
Blink
and
refresher.
Then all of these problems, like, this is a problem as well for Ursa that you mentioned earlier, and like the Sven, that's been another idea people have been throwing out against Medusa, is that you want to like get in there and just hit, and she just presses her ult, and then you're forced to disengage. And if Shopify have good heroes to punish that disengage, like Storm zipping in and pulling you back, it's like you just kind of get...
Yes, but I also distinctly remember Zai playing offlane Nyx with a support Skye coming out of Boxy, and they got completely crushed by one strong lane support. One Enchantress was enough to drive them away. This was during the Dream League, the day before the Grand Finals. So I'm genuinely not a fan of this hero in terms of what he gives to lanes. And I think that when you play against Shopify, you have to make sure that your lanes are capable of getting run over. And that's the strong support that should really dissuade this Nyx from an offlane flex. I really don't like the idea of it. I hope they run it as a support. But for the most part, there's still nothing wrong with going a diffusal carry. A diffusal carry with a Nyx should be enough mana drain to take out the Medusa. It's going to depend entirely on how this mid-Tiny can play and what he can do for his team, because if you look at Shopify's heroes, this Ent and this Coddle should be burst down quite easily by Tiny. So it feels like he should have some point in the game where he's getting kills, getting strong enough to be the initiator his team needs.
My concern is once Tiny blinks in, he is going to have a tough time getting back out, disengaging, re-engaging. There's so many slows, the enchant, the Coddle Solar Bind, I mean, really just Medusa Snake, all these little things that are going to make it so he has a tough time maneuvering the fight. And they do make the Nyx a support. Darkseer, I am a huge. I was about to say I am a huge skeptic.
Medusa illusion.
I'm a huge skeptic of this pick because you can first off enchant the Medusa illusion if they do take it during the fight, but you can also just enchant the creep that is Ion Shelled in lane. So
yeah, I don't like it.
I don't like it either.
I don't like it at all. And also, just even before the existence of this Enchantress, Medusa versus Darkseer on lane has always been kind of 50-50. Like, if you have a super aggro support, you have been able to run her down historically, but she's also a good hero in, like, farming under tower. She can push out with her Mystic Snake. Like, she puts herself in positions where she's not necessarily too pressured by a Darkseer, especially if she has a strong support behind her. So, while I understand what they're trying to do, I don't think it's enough. I feel that Shopify have enabled their Medusa so well. They have the Coddle to give her mana. They have the Coddle to give Storm mana as well. They have the Storm jumping in first, so she's not in any danger. But also, Coddle and Enchantress are two supports that buy Force Staff. And if you have two Force Staffs for your Medusa, not only is it insanely difficult to kill her, but her team's going to be kiting around her in a way that doesn't inconvenience them. Like, it's inconvenient to buy Force Staff if you don't naturally build it, but both of these heroes build it anyway.
That is going to be very nice for Medusa. I will give a bone though to Nyx Darkseer lane. I actually think that lane is pretty strong, especially when Medusa is in her early levels and she has no way to defend herself. Like, they don't have stuns. So I actually do think that there is a potential there that they could bully her / kill her in lane.
Even though your Ion Shells are probably going to get taken off by Enchantress?
Well, you can only use it once, and Darkseer is usually able to upkeep 2 Ion Shells at once. So if you just walk at her with 2, it's like, okay, well, you got rid of 1, whatever. We're still going to just walk on top of you and like punch you and hit you and have 1 shell going.
I think there's another idea behind this Darkseer, which is right now Shopify don't really have stuns. Like, and if they want to disengage from some Stone Gaze or from some Coddle Solar Bind or an Enchantress Flow, you can just surge people away, like the target that does get these debuffs on them, and then they're safe, right? That's the issue when you don't draft stuns, is that you do get countered by move speed.
Yeah, what's so funny is we talk about these consistent counters being picked. Like to deal with the Storm, we see the Tiny. To deal with the Medusa, we see the Nyx. And it's like Storm sitting at a 61% win rate despite being picked super early on in the draft. Tiny has a 28% win rate. Nyx this tournament has an 18% win rate. Like, people are trying the same thing over and over again, and it's not working. So I really like the Tide pick. They needed an Aura Buyer. We talked about the Beastmaster, which was already banned out as being like the ideal, but it's the same archetype of hero. They needed somebody that just ate the initiation for 9 Pandas. You don't want them to be able to smoke, blink onto your precious supports that are going to be amping up the Medusa. And also, I think Enchantress will have a good time dealing out damage if they don't burst a fly at the start of the fight. So I just think you have 10th pick carry. You already know the carry matchup from super early on in the draft. And we've been at this point a lot. And now if you look at the bans, Shopify had 5 bans on carries. So please show me something new that's not Sven.
I was gonna call the Void. This is typically this is what they pick versus Medusa on 9 Pandas.
They won against it before, right? With this hero?
With this hero.
What build did he go, do you know?
I think it's just the standard Void build, but he has like the follow-up damage from the sky, and that's kind of what they're banking on. But the issue with this Void is like, yeah, it's going to have a great lane versus a Tidehunter. It will be able to hit its timings, but I feel that if you're going to be dependent on Chronosphere to take down this Medusa, then you're going to be run over by the Shopify 5-man group up. Because we talked about the aura building on Tide, but we also didn't talk about how he's giving them the reliable stun that they lacked before.
Yeah, Ramsey's build before was Midas into Maelstrom, Mjolnir, BKB, MKB, and then a Halberd.
If he gets there, I could see this being a pretty sick pick. I did not see that game that you guys are referring to, but this is like a much more convincing answer than a hero like Sven. What I like about Void is that you can get the Shard, and you can force Medusa and the rest of Shopify to defend Arteezy, and then reverse time walk out of the fight. Like when you're a Sven type hero, you're gonna blink in, you're committed, and suddenly Medusa gets her Stone Gaze off, and you're like, what do I do now? But if they can do that on 9 Pandas, where they start the fight, force out defensive spells like Ravage, like the Stone Gaze, disengage, re-engage, I like this plan a lot better than any of the other ones I've seen, but I'm still leaning towards Shopify.
Also, with the Ion Shell, you shouldn't be lacking 4 damage within the Chrono, but I think that if they just use Saberlight as a body in Shopify, toss him out there, he eats the Nyx initiation, then Shopify's way to take fights is going to be so simple compared to 9 Pandas.
Are we finally going to be able to find a solution to Medusa? That's what 9 Pandas are hoping for in game number 1 with Cap and SVG.
In a matchup where we have 4 players who have attended more than 20 majors, Ramsey's alone accounting for 5 major wins, this is kind of a star-studded matchup despite neither of these teams really being the favorite for the tournament just yet, Avery. We've got 9 Pandas on one side, Shopify on the other, and they're just giving them the Medusa, just like teams before them. Seems like a bold strategy.
The Medusa? They gave him the first pick Storm. It's back, baby.
That is more important.
Just when you thought it was out,
True.
Boba pulls it back in. We're seeing if Abed can get some sick pulls this game. Honestly, I'm more surprised that Shopify gave him that last pick Faceless Void. Because if I'm looking at 9 Pandas this tournament, I feel like the one hero Ramsey's wants on that last pick to deal with the Medusa lineup is the Faceless Void. Especially when you have Darkseer, who can buff him up in the fights. It's an old school combo that goes very deep in terms of scale. And you have the Skyroth mage that you still want to enable. Like, if this game goes late, I can see them bursting Medusa in a Chrono. That's what happened in that other game. You get to late stage Faceless Void with Midas, Mjolnir, MKB, BKB, Scotty. You will kill Dusa in Chrono with this lineup. It's not impossible, and you don't have save for it if you're Shopify. Like, I feel like this Void should have been banned over Terrorblade. We'll see if it comes back to bite him. The upside here for Shopify is Faceless Void can be very slow in this meta. Your farm rate is definitely lower than Medusa's, and you have Enchantress at Coddle plus this Tide, who can, in theory, punish Faceless Void at a lot in this early game, especially if that Enchantress destroys the offlane Darkseer's momentum. So maybe just back to what Shopify's strengths are, which is if they get a good laning phase here, this is going to feel like a clunky lineup for 9 Pandas.
Yeah, I mean, you called it very early on, Roger. Jeez, that was a lot of blood grenades. All right, that's going to be a fast first blood given over to Arteezy. Tried to go for a tri-lane versus tri-lane, but Roger getting blasted out of position there by Crit and then having the blood grenades rain down on him. Pretty rough timing there, but you called the Faceless Void from the opener. And as you said, this is something that 9 Pandas did run against PSG.LGD. So presumably that also means Shopify knew that it was going to be a Faceless Void coming. So we're going to see whether or not what you're talking about is, okay, if we know the Faceless Void is coming, let's see how they're trying to exploit it.
They just have faith in the early game execution here. That's how I feel. Yeah. I do think Faceless Void he's an annoying late game for their lineup if they get there. It's just a question of, everything's a give and take at Dota. What would you rather play versus? Stronger early game, stronger late game, whatever it is. The thing is, if you're looking at 9Pandas as well in this tournament, conceptually, I feel like they're a late game-oriented team. They've been playing Dooms, they've been playing Alchemist, they've been playing Faceless Void. They are playing to win late game. This is not a team, oh, we're just going to run you over. They don't care. They draft and play to win in those late game scenarios. That's why I feel like the Void does kind of work for them. Especially if your early game goes well. You're just taking it to Saberlight. Any more bashes? Oh, he doesn't have bash. Time dilation.
Grid is actually going to be the one to die first, and I think Ataris could probably pick up a second kill on Saberlight. Double kill for him. Okay, so notable, you were talking about them, you know, potentially winning the laning phase here for Shopify. But this is a Shopify that has looked weaker on the laning phase than I've probably ever seen them.
Probably just because it's so chaotic.
Yeah, I think so. This new patch, I think there are no guarantees about winning laning phases right now.
That might be true. I still think they're incredibly strong in the lanes, but that is a double kill that maybe should not have happened here. So I think Saberlight was really happy in the one-on-one too. Like Tidehunter is one of those offlaners who normally crushes melee heroes in a one-on-one. So bringing 2 heroes down here and then getting the return off the Skywrath Mage, who's now going to have a really fast level 3. Going to ferry out a bunch of mangoes on top of that as well. Bottom lane looking nice for 9Pandas as top is not going that well, but I mean, this is the lane you don't expect to snowball early.
Yeah, for sure. With the Darks here, pretty well countered by being matched up against a, first of all, range carry, but also a hero that abuses melee heroes pretty well with the Mystic Snake. And then on top of that, maybe the biggest factor of all, Enchantress with both a Dispel and another hero that can abuse melee heroes pretty well.
If you get Equilibrium here, though, I think you're pretty happy. And for sure. I mean, Miro just rushed Ring of Health. So he's not too sad, all things considered, on this lane. Just given the Equilibrium, the camps are blocked. Kind of worked out in the long run here. And I do think Darkseer Nyx is one of those lanes where even if it's going a little rough, you can still get the turnaround kill on a support at any point with the level 3 back Impale. This lane is probably the strongest Darkseer lane in terms of that surprise kill factor, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah, it just requires a little bit of a mispositioning. We'll see if that ever happens. We'll see whether or not we ever bring up some sentries to unblock those camps, because with the Mystic Snakes, man, they're just going to be constantly pushing it into the tower, potentially.
I mean, Abed's doing really well mid.
Yeah, he got a pullback. Saberlight, you know, he accidentally dipped into tower range there for a second, and Abed managed to pull Kiyotaka into tower range as well, and I think it's netted him a decent little advantage, both in regen and CS.
And this is a matchup I feel like Tiny's been favored in forever.
Yeah.
I'm surprised to see Abed just pull this far ahead. I also feel like this is the one matchup that 9Pandas want to win as hard as possible in terms of you're picking the Tiny to deal with this storm. That means deal with them in the lane and the early game and the mid game and maybe the late game. So if you're behind, who are you playing through to pick up the slack versus a lineup that, like, you're going to have a deuce of Tide timing. They're going to be trying to contest Roshans. They're going to be trying to take those 5-5s. If your Tiny can't keep some map momentum off with pickoffs, he's another big shell carrier for 9Pandas as well. Like, it's another game I feel like Kiyotaka needs to pop off.
Yeah, I mean, him and Tars, right? Like, if you can get the levels on the Skywrath Mage and you get a fast Blink Dagger on the Tiny, you're running around together, killing things. Anything that you do your combo on, it's 100% dead, I have to imagine. Maybe even the Dusa included.
It's a lot of burst damage.
Yeah.
Cannot underestimate Ancient Seal here on a lot of these heroes. A lot of blood grenades on this top lane. God damn.
Yeah, seriously. Putting their body on the line. Roger gonna go for the pull here. And Fly will try and punish him as much as possible. So we've got a brief pause here.
Mic broken. Was it Abed's mic? How would they know if Abed's mic's broken? He doesn't talk. Maybe they assumed it was. He's like, no, it's working, guys. Oh, okay. Keep playing.
What is it about mid lane? Maybe it's in part mid laners are always or tend to be quiet like that. Maybe because that's the only role you can be quiet like that. I feel like every other role you have to be pretty good about communication. Nice blast back in there from Crit. Is Kiyotaka might still die. See whether or not Abed wants to make that commitment. He does. Makes a long jump into tower range. Got to be careful with the rotations coming in now. So Sports jumps just ahead of that Impale, and Roger actually get the pullback in with the Hurricane use there from Fly, and Abed pulls him back in again to his doom. 2-2 now, with Shopify being able to take an early lead thanks to a nice rotation.
Right place, right time. That is the name of the support game, and Abed's going to get rewarded with an Arcane Rune here.
Oh, that Arcane Rune, he's going to put it to use. He's going to go for the Roger kill. Spike Carapace, level 1. It's a momentary pause for Abed, who's currently rampaging through this mid lane, looking to be able to pick up a 3rd kill. Plenty of mana to do it, too. Should be able to get it, as Kiyotaka cannot stop Abed at this point. Already destroying this game and putting Shopify in a very good spot for the series opener.
Coddle Storm. It punishes you really hard the second you give any type of opening. Abed's just going for the full 4-man wipe here.
He really is.
Why not? He's going to get it.
He's going to get the pullback as the surge goes out.
God damn. Ooh. Show some mercy. They're even going to pass him a healing Lotus.
Oh, the 7-minute experience rune. Okay, the Wisdom Rune is going to be taken by Roger, but now he's going to die again. Spike Carapace cannot limp back to his tier 2 tower.
I mean, that does kind of worth that. I feel like you got to get that Wisdom Rune. Cannot let it go here.
But they're going to lose their offlane tower so early here.
Yes, this is an insanely valuable sequence of events for Shopify. What an Arcane Rune usage. 4 kills in a tower.
Yeah.
Actually, 5 kills. Killed Roger twice.
Yeah, that's, I'm not sure if I've ever seen so much value out of an early rune like that.
I don't think you can ask for anything more.
Now, I wonder what you do if there's any world where if you're Arteezy, right? Medusa, good hero for farming Ancient.
I heckin' love Arteezy.
If you stay in that safe lane area, now that the tower's gone, you could invade and take their Ancients away, start farming that, as long as you have the supports behind you.
I think it's a little risky this early in the game, but we have seen it on things like the Io Bristle.
Yeah.
We're strong enough to invade. In theory, it's doable when you have Enchantress. She can scout, she can frontline for you. Though I think Arteezy, he's going to have his choice of whatever camps he wants this game, because this lead is going to be difficult to overcome. Now you're basically just trying to get to Kiyotaka Blink as fast as possible to enable Antares in the game with the Skywrath damage to take you into these mid-game fights.
Is so unlucky, man. Double Warpine Raider. Those boys are so tanky, man. They're so annoying to kill. You always need like an extra round of nukes to be able to finish them off.
Gotta respect the greatest of all neutral creeps.
Yeah.
Barry's Trinket on top of it. This is a max Chakra build, by the way. So Crit is just playing to pump the mana into the first pick Storm.
I mean, as he should, right? Storm Spirit, Medusa.
Oh, absolutely. It's already paid off so much in this game. Even the level 2 Chakra for all of those kills, they're just freebies. Now you're looking for Earn Charges too. Going to connect the Tide behind. Ravage is available if he wants to skill it. Kiyotaka, you have 1500 HP.
Toss back the Tide Hunter. Does manage to get the 2-man avalanche. A lot of heroes are coming in here. Ramses is going to show up. He's got his Chronosphere. Don't think they need it for the Saberlight kill. That's going to be easy to collect. So Ramses showing up in time to be able to save his team as they were kind of getting run over. I mean, literally every other player on the team had died to Abed Storm Spirit.
It's a good rotation. You need to shut down some of the momentum Shopify are giving. Ramses can transition straight into that offlane and trade farm with where Miro was, and now he gets a bit of a nicer place to play on the map. Just need to get levels on these supports right now, and those are the fights where you're going to have to do it, as well as keeping your mid tower up. This mid tower took a lot of damage in those early engagements. Like, it's almost dead. If that move works, you're just looking at 2 dead tier 1s here with a Storm Spear Coddle. They're going to utilize the space really well. That's devastating. So these group up plays are the name of the game for 9pans. Looking for 10-minute rune. It's a regen.
The perfect rune for Abed after getting an Arcane Rune. They do get the pick off on Fly on the other side, but worthwhile trade, I would say, for Shopify, as long as that regen rune does anything of consequence.
I mean, I'm willing to trade my life for an Abed rune any day. Carry me, brother.
And Kiyotaka is still trying to work towards that Blink Dagger. Skywrath Mage still not level 6 either, so 9pandas, they still need a minute or two before they can come online with some of their own aggression. Right now, it's just Chronosphere. That's the only threat in the game right now. And Ramses is going to be going for that fast minus like I believe he did last time.
Regen room to farm the Ancients. Arteezy's a bit sad he doesn't get these, but you know, share the wealth, distribute it around.
Yeah, he's had enough.
That's good teamwork.
Actually, Ramses, he did not go minus last time. He went Maelstrom and then we went straight Mjolnir. He ended Mjolnir by 19 minutes.
Interesting.
So this game, maybe feeling it's a little bit different scenario. May have to focus a little bit more on the long haul.
I mean, I think Midas is the correct play here because what's your timing to win? I feel like it's 55 minutes or something. I mean that sincerely. Like, this is a game you want to go really late in.
That never sounds like a great strategy. Like if from the get-go you're like, our timing to win is 55 minutes, guys, I don't have a whole lot of faith in that draft.
I have faith.
Hey, I love this. Look at him. He's hiding his Blink Dagger. So they're going to grab it right now. Go for the smoke. Oh, we don't have level 6 on Antares.
We also don't have smokes.
Well, then I guess we're not smoking then, huh?
Oh, Hadouken. Dodged.
Trying to bait out somebody, perhaps. I'm going to go for the double damage at bottom. Ooh, he grabbed it just before him. And now, Abed gets hit by a combo. Unfortunately, no other disables there in time.
Imagine you had Ancient Seal there.
Yeah, does he not have it?
He does. It's just was not playing on that rune. Maybe looking to top as well. I mean, this is the part of the game where it should be scary for Abed to go in these fights.
Nice toss back. This kill is not the easiest to get, but a whole lot easier when you finally have Mystic Flare. So, every minute, 9 Pandas can get a pick off somewhere around the map.
This is how they like to play. Just play defensive, play for the late game, defend your towers, make sure Shopify do not have more space than you to farm out the map, and you're going to be pretty happy just trading net worth here because of the early start Shopify had. Of course, there is the looming Medusa threat that is there, but if you're 9 Pandas, in theory, you've got what you want to answer the hero. So it's just a question of can you execute when that time comes.
Yeah.
Right now, you got to slow down this man right here. He's the one causing you problems. If you can get 1 or 2 big storm kills here with this tiny blink, with a early Ancient Seal, level 3 already, this is what this smoke is designed to do, but they're just going to find Enchantress. Nice little Enchantress.
Don't need Mystic Flare for them kill. That is a freebie. Meanwhile, they had used the scan to spawn out where Arteezy was farming.
Roger's lurking on him.
And he is, but they're going for the kill on Ramses, so there's going to be no firepower behind that Nyx assassin. In fact, Ramses is going to have to use the Chronosphere to save himself. Now, they do have the wall on crit, so should be able to get this 1 kill as Abed is forced to be able to retreat here. He's got plenty of mana, so should be okay.
One does not simply gank Ramses.
Oh, we got him with the combo! Oh no, Abed. He's been playing a little bit loose and fast with the rules here. Been very aggressively jumping around and finally will pay the price for it.
This is just a beautiful sequence for 9 Pandas. You're turning around that smoke kill. He TP's mid with the storm, so he's not going to have TP when he's up, and you get that connection with the tiny Skywrath. Well, Ramses just gets the farm top, take a tier 1, put the Midas to use. I feel like 9 Pandas are very comfortable in this game, despite playing against the all-knowing god Medusa. They are not afraid, and they feel very patient, I must say. Which is, I think, the position you want to be in, even if it's not true.
You got to feel like it's okay.
Yeah, that's how you're going to beat this
under no
hero.
pressure, sure.
You have to feel like you're going to beat a late game, because I don't think you can out-tempo Medusa. I don't think anybody has shown that level of understanding of how to accelerate this patch yet, so it's got to be in the late game.
Gonna go for Kiyotaka. Ignore Roger for now. This Tiny is becoming a menace, and they've got to be able to put it down, slow him down as much as possible, and they should get it pretty easily here. In fact, Saberlight shows up. After all that work that Abed put in, with the help of crit, Saberlight shows up to take the last hit.
It's a bit of an aggressive play for support. Going to invade the enemy triangle here. Someone's going to pay the price usually. Just a question of who. That's a lot of momentum loss for Kiyotaka, who was getting up there, level 11 already. Outpacing Abed, who had that fast start. Now they're going to look for the return on Ramses. Might have stayed a little too long. Can he fog him?
They're going to spot him now. They can chase after him here. Miro is here to be able to help out, but the burst damage may be a bit too much. Vacuum pull back, but right before the jump away. Gets blasted over the side. They're trying to bring back Miro, but they've lost a bit of their damage. Roger's going to keep pace with them, and they got to be careful on Arteezy especially, or maybe Abed.
I don't think this is close to enough
This
damage.
is going to be a very hard kill, Roger. I don't know why you thought you had the damage there, sir.
Oh, that's why.
Oh, Kiyotaka comes in from behind, though. Now, he might have just given up his life to get that kill. As he is surrounded by 4 Shopify heroes, he would have to pull off some sort of amazing avalanche toss back. I don't think it's going to happen.
Now, is that worth it?
To kill Abed, I mean, he did take a lot of time to die, so there was a decent amount of farming time for Ramses.
I mean, if you're 9 Pandas, in theory, you're okay trading as long as Faceless Void's getting farmed.
Sure.
And if you believe Faceless Void beats Medusa Lake, do you believe?
No. No, I don't.
Okay, well, I don't believe in you. So basically, that means Faceless Void's gonna win. You also have to make this period strike where, like, Abed's still killable with all your disable, because that might not be true forever. Then it's a question of how much is Tiny going to scale in this game. I feel like Tiny has had some success at this tournament, but not what he was having the previous patch.
Radiant's middle tower.
Roger getting some information. Kiyotaka's around. They've got the Chronosphere Mystic Flare combo. Now, that was not amazing damage, but the Nyx Assassin taking away all the mana onto the Medusa, and a beautiful vacuum. What a combo. Kiyotaka, one more toss for the air. Crit almost dying. Will die to the illusions here. Looks like Antari's going to be caught up, though. How did they do so much work there, but still not enough to be able to get the kills?
Just nothing there to clean him up. Ramses has to get out, and I can't see the Mystic Flares because, I mean, nobody can see them, but... Did it
Oh, you got the bug?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did it even do anything there?
It was doing hardly... Yeah, it was doing
330
absolutely nothing to the Medusa, it felt like.
That did not impress me, so...
But, I mean, the Nyx did a ton. Took away 50% of his mana, left him with pretty much nothing, but then he got the chakra. So...
I mean, that's been the story of the tournament, though. Like, you can remove Medusa's mana. Yeah, this is just... Is this even a spell?
What is this?
What is this abomination against the game? Like, that's supposed to be your highest single target damage hold in the game, by the way.
Yeah.
Nice spell. Meanwhile, I have passive from start of game. Dumbass. Should have played around my mana shell.
Who wins? Best single target ultimate, pick it up at level 6, or free level 1 ability.
Yeah, that was an 800 damage nuke, by the way. Nice one there. I mean, on Tars, you just got to step up, man. I don't know. You know, just cast your ult better.
I mean, isn't part of the problem is that Ancient Shield, I don't think it does anything to the mana shield, right? In the fact that I don't think it actually amps up the damage. So that is a significant loss if it works that way.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Scotty is almost done for Artur. He's got the double orbs right now.
It's a lot of tankiness. It is a lot to punch through. At this point in the game is where Dusa is just the scariest. Like, I feel the second, third item. I mean, you can always go late with this hero. She's still going to be terrifying, but I feel like this is really where it's just so hard to fight this hero because the EHP ramp is absurd compared to most damage ramps right now.
I mean, at this point in the game, you're definitely revisiting the conversation. So we're definitely good pushing us to 55 minutes, right, guys?
It's the 55-minute timing. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, it's there.
That was just a little poke. We weren't really trying to win that fight.
I mean, it might be a 60-minute timing now. I think it got pushed back a little bit, but
oh, no, Miro's going to be caught here. Trying to surge away. Abed should be able to grab him. But do they have the damage? Nice vacuum into the wall. But once again, lacking a little bit on the damage follow-up. Avalanche had already been used, so.
I mean, that is another combo Hyenas can go for. You get Ags, crit on Tiny, and you get big Vax. Shopify are kind of giving them to you here.
Yeah,
the fights are being played.
Chronosphere sets it up as well.
That's a blink on Saberlight. They want to use Ravage.
Okay.
You get to use Ravage.
Really trying to put this Tide in his place, and they'll get him killed for sure, but it means Chronosphere is now on cooldown.
They're
spotting Roger. You really don't want to get hit by that. There goes a bunch of his mana. Not enough for...
You need to refresh your Nyx cap.
Yeah, I mean,
the dream
you need it. You need it real
It's
bad.
coming. Imagine he gets a refresher shard later. Hop, hop. You gone. Double tapped. Uncounterable.
Until Chakra Magic comes in.
Almost uncounterable. That's why Roger's saving up all these Lotuses, too. It's going for the block of cheese. It's all about the late game preparation here.
I thought you were saying he was taking the Lotuses away because the Lotuses are another huge buff to Medusa.
Well, I mean, that too.
All right, we're going to have some Tormentor action here, so let's see who gets it. The Nyx Assassin. Okay.
That's not a bad one. Like, this shard's pretty good. Especially when you're playing with super high single target magical bursts like Skywrath and Tiny.
Yeah.
It's a significant amp. And just the bonus move speed on the map. Being able to catch people with a Vendetta is an issue with a lot of the new space. It definitely helps you do it. That's a good shard. Scotty is finished for Arteezy. You, of course, have Drum on Fly, Pipe on Saberlight, and the buffs from Crit in terms of the mana, plus Aggressive Vessel here. So they are ready for the 5-on-5 brawl. They just want to find anything into Roshan right now. And would not put early high ground attempts out of the window here, especially if they can keep manaing up the Medusa.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of these Medusas feel very comfortable with sieging that high ground. Nice and early. They got the heroes behind them. Hitting with the Impale. Might be able to get the combo off here from Kiyotaka. That's going to do some damage to Abed. They got him with the silence as well. The damage is coming in, and it's just enough. The wall slowed him down, and they kicked away all of his mana. Roger is going to be hit by the Gush here. I mean, they're trying to make that play without Arteezy. Now that Arteezy's here, 9Panda is a lot less likely to take that engagement.
Just a very aggressive jump from Abed.
Yeah. Twice now he's been perhaps a bit overly aggressive.
Yeah, not respecting the punish that come out when you don't see the heroes. I mean, he's definitely not expecting them all to be behind that tree line, but hey, they are. They get the punish. And remember, every time you get this punish, Ramses is lurking in the shadows, farming the camps, farming the waves, putting the Midas to work. Like, he is not far behind in this game. And you got to remember, this is a shell to avoid. And his Chrono can set up for a lot. It can set up for Skywrath in the late game. It can set up for Tiny Ags. The potential's looming. It probably sounds like I'm biased at this point, but I think we all just want to see Medusa lose. Or
yeah,
at least bleed.
Well, Owen and Fog try that with the axe earlier. It did not work out in the end.
I think they've got a decent shot. Decent shot at going late game here. That said, there's a lot in the tank that can be built for Shopify, especially in terms of Tidehunter ores if they can continue to find that farm. And I mean, late game Abed Storm. We have seen him win a lot of games just off axe pulls alone. Like, you get multi-pulled into a Ravage Stone Gaze.
Some would say that nostalgia might be what has motivated so many more Storm picks.
Oh, is that what's doing it? Is that what Bulba told you? I gotta first pick the Storm. It's nostalgia.
I mean, I'm just saying, when you feel good about a hero, because, you know, you had certain key victories in your past, you probably keep going back to it.
So you feel
I mean, I was watching S4 Centaur before this tournament, so.
I get that, but I mean, can you feel good about a hero for, it's been like 6 years now.
Maybe this is the start of another six-year run.
Oh, God, no. We're back to the start of the Storm cycle.
Storm Spirit wins the Berlin Major. Shopify. Oh, boy.
Dangerous thoughts.
Hey, what do you think about this? Nullifier?
For who?
What's the concept here?
He wants to purge the shells, purge the Dark Seer interaction. Be obnoxious in the engagement.
Is that really it?
I guess so. Is that high value?
I mean, like, flat damage is pretty decent on Dusa, but I'm still not convinced.
Yeah, this does not seem like a third item nullifier game.
Is there something we're missing?
Don't think so. I mean,
Roger.
There's a Solar Crest, there's Pipe, there's Surge Shell. All that is nice to get rid of.
Yeah,
but
maybe
the fight is coming down to, like, it's going to be BKB jump in from 9Pandas with Chrono and Tiny spells, and that's going to decide the fight, right? I don't feel like the fight's getting decided by you purging buffs off somebody. I feel like it's just you being tanky enough they can't go on you.
Oh, that's his BKB. Oh, Abed's mad.
He's mad, but can't find anybody. Big snipe from Roger. That's a lot of time with a lot of net worth missing for Shopify that they want to use in this window because Nullifier's done for Artur. This is third item Medusa. This is where you want to strike. This is where Roshan is just waiting for you to come and pop him. Alpha will fly, signaling that the time has come to put Aegis onto Storm. I mean, that is also an interesting debate. Do you give it to Storm here, the best Aegis carrier in the game? Do you give it to Medusa and try and go high ground? And if you're going to try and do this forced high ground push with third item Medusa, is the Nullifier the best item to do that? I feel like it's not, right?
I think either way, you actually don't give it to the Medusa. Because I think part of the way that you win fights against this Medusa right now is ignoring her. And killing everybody else and, like, you know, just trying to kite her around in some of these early fights. Later on, she gets, like, too much damage. It's probably too hard to ignore, but...
I genuinely believe Shopify do not win this game late. Like, given the state right now. I genuinely do not believe they can win it late. I think you're just going to get chronoed. You have the Nyx who can remove half of Deuce's mana. That is a huge amount of value, right?
Yeah.
So you only have to really burst her off of a Roger initiation with half mana. There's no real save in the chrono. You're going to be chucking trees into that chrono that are going to be critting you. There's going to be some Skywrath spells.
Yeah.
If the Deuce dies, then can you take that fight after your Shopify? That's scary. I mean, I'm not saying they can't win, but I don't think this is as one-sided an equation as a lot of those other Medusa games have been, especially given the pace. Like, Shopify have not been able to find these mid-game fights. You have an Orchid on crit, by the way. Like, these are aggressive items coming out from the supports. They want to find the engagement right now, and they're just getting dodged. And now it's a question of, okay, when you get dodged on the map like this and you want to fight, you can go high ground. That's one way to force the fight, but do they feel confident enough to do that? And are you getting out-farmed in the meantime? We have not had a gold lead larger than 5K in this entire game, and it's now back to 1K for Shopify.
I mean, Ramses is about to pick up a very important item. This Faceless Void, when he gets to Heaven's Halberd in this matchup against Dusa, you just sit on the Dusa. You disarm Rich first, and then you're bashing her up a whole bunch. Like, even if you can't burst her down, you're still negating so much of her presence in a team fight just by hitting her over and over again. Atari's, he's going to get bursted here.
That was an aggressive go solo on Fly, who's very tanky here. Maybe just trying to bait out a clump, get a good chrono. Won't find it. That means Arteezy's going to poke the high ground here.
Maybe lead for his team a little bit here. They are pushing in the mid lane, so maybe they'll take that tier 2 next. They still got plenty of time to use this Aegis, so there's no rush, I think, on hitting that high ground just yet.
And look at Arteezy's neutral item. This is pretty interesting. This is not a usual neutral item for a right-click carry.
So,
is
he trying to use the Nullifier farther, or is it just more about pushing people back,
I mean,
or is it
nice
about
for
the
Nullifier,
intelligence?
nice for Snake. Intelligence, really nice on this hero. If you push the Void away from you, that's pretty nice in the fight. Kind of a cool idea.
Yeah, I guess there are actually legitimately so many different uses to that item for a Medusa.
I just don't think I've ever seen Psychic Headband.
Yeah.
Technically an Agi carry.
Yep.
Okay. That's a new one for the book.
Got 2,400 HP. I wonder what his mana goes down to when he took it off. Oh, not quite enough by itself, but surely Kiyotaka can finish him. The Ochre Seal Totem.
That'll finish the job.
Stomp on his corpse.
Just roll the rock over his body like a steamroller.
I mean, Ice Frog buffed that item to try and get people to use it more offensively, and Kiyotaka's like, say no more, fam. I got you.
Give a quick dab to the frog himself. Be on his way. I mean, we've been talking a lot about the late game. I feel like part of the problem for Shopify is the catch has not been there. As these shells keep pushing out one wave. Ramses has not really been caught this game. One death on Faceless Void. I just got smacked mid.
He's backdoor that mid tower real quick.
Later.
Ogre Seal Totem to get him down to the river, and he can blink out now.
This is your Aegis window. That's just done nothing for you.
Yeah, I mean, if you let Ramses get all the way to Disperser, I mean, even just the Diffusal is going to be really bad.
And another Halberd for Miro. That's 2 Halberds now you're going to have to fight through.
I'm beginning, like, this Dusa cannot...
beginning to believe?
This Dusa can't put damage out in these fights.
It's going to be tough. This is your Age of Smoke.
All right, Stone Gaze goes off, vacuum, the two of them together. Just walk away, reset a little bit. They still have the opportunity to hit the Chronosphere. Blink Forward Ravage, hitting all these heroes in the back lines, and the Dusa took no damage. Tossed over into the Dusa, and Anzu's starting to lay out the damage. Ramses, though, is trying to deal with the Dusa. Already burned through her mana. A couple more hits, and they got her down.
Abed wants out. No bash.
Out. No bash whatsoever. Oh. That was unlucky for Ramses right there. But either way, won the team fight.
Yeah, they're very happy with that exchange. Roger for Arteezy, Nyx for Medusa. Sign me up.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And that is the downside of Nullifier in those engagements, right?
Yep.
It's not doing anything for you when you get jumped like this. And early Stone Gaze, I get it because, I mean, Kiyotaka just runs into you. You don't know where Void is. If Void leaps in there and you have Stone Gaze off, you might win that fight. But Ramses, he's patient. He's waiting for his time. Very fast blink from Saberlight to try and salvage it with Ravage. But that's where the damage is done. Like, this is a sick blink from Saberlight.
Yeah, jumps over the Chronosphere.
Void.
That was beautiful. Stalled a lot of the damage, but then...
But you have a Dusa illusion in here the whole time as well.
I mean, the Nyx hit really wasn't even that much. Most of the mana had already been burned through by Ramses.
This is the issue with that matchup. Like, they have ways to burn the mana, and then when you come out of that Chrono, you're coming out of Chrono into double Halberd.
Yeah.
That was, you actually got the Medusa illusion stolen as well in that fight that was doing some decent damage. This is a scary late game to go into. It really is, and that Aegis timing just did nothing for you on Shopify. You did not get a single team fight win out of it. That's scary, because I feel like first Roche, okay, Shopify are very confident they're getting first Roche in this game, but second, third, those are fights that 9 Pandas can take. This Tormentor apparently is not one. They struggled to do it.
Well, that allows Shopify to catch up a little bit on the Tormentor timing, because they actually did theirs a little bit late. So that respawn isn't going to be happening for a while here. Roger's just collecting information. Roger has had this playstyle, and it fits a little bit more naturally when you're playing Nyx Assassin as opposed to, say, the Crystal Maiden that we watched him play. But he's just constantly playing on the enemy side of the map, always getting information about heroes while 9 Pandas is dodging fights.
It's part of what they want to do. When you want to go late game, you need vision on the map so your cores can split, push, and farm.
Yeah.
And it leads to little things like this. Like, you find a little crit pickoff, that's 700 gold, but it's also a lot of space on the map. Look at bottom. Ramsey's pushing in this bottom lane the whole time. 9 Pandas might get jumped here.
Oh, hit him with the avalanche! Still, though, Abed might be able to survive, gets off his BKB. And thanks to the Ravage, they're going to be able to stall some heroes here.
There's no Faceless Void.
Great vacuum wall. Without the Faceless Void, they're a little bit limited on the damage, and Kiyotaka knows that. That's why he's trying to get away. Still has that Nullifier on him, is going to be pulled back by Abed.
Ramsey's up here now. Wants to try and turn the fight.
But so many heroes have already died. Ramsey's going to need a beautiful Chronosphere. Gets it on 2, going to be able to kill the support, but doesn't even think about going for the Dusa. Going to start backing away with his BKB, but is he going to be able to time walk out of this one? Goes to the low ground, but there's nowhere to run from.
Just too anxious on the trigger here from 9 Pandas. I think they were doing a really nice job of splitting the map, finding the pickoffs, but now they get caught in a team fight versus Shopify without Faceless Void in that engagement. That is not a recipe for success.
And I saw the Shopify players laughing. I'm pretty sure it's because when Kiyotaka got the pickoff earlier on Crit, he tipped Crit. Crit tipped him back. And then they had that team fight, which Shopify obviously won. And Crit, you know, just for doubles down on tipping Kiyotaka, hit him with it a second time.
Gotta play the mental game in the BO3.
Ooh, Saberlight does manage to get that Wisdom Rune away from Roger.
I mean, this Tormentor's still up. You do not want to lose this right now, but you might not have a choice. Mjolnir completed for Artur. He's outputting a lot more damage now. That is Shard for Fly. Little friends.
Kind of whatever, but...
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, you saw what Ramses typed at the start of this game.
Good luck, Bulba.
Tells you everything you need to know about the feelings between these two teams. Ramses playing against his old team.
Yeah.
Roger playing against his old team. Ramses, of course.
What?
Is under attack.
I was like, Roger? What?
He got kicked from VP way back in the day.
Right. Kiyotaka, he's going to have to make a run for it here with this BKB. Now, the rest of his team is on the high ground here. They might be able to still play for this one. They don't have the Crows here, but they do have the vacuum wall, and it catches so many heroes. A really nice impale to follow it up as well. RTZ down to half mana right now. Gets a little bumper there with the chakra, but now the rest of it gets burned out by Roger. Hit him with the assassinate, now he's gone. Now with all the damage, it's just cleanup time.
Destroyed him at the end of that fight. Oh, this is going to be a dieback for Crit as well. That overextension, they didn't even have Chrono.
There it is. Oh, come on, Kiyotaka. You got to tip him.
Give Crit the return message here.
He's going to worry about getting this kill first. And I will be severely disappointed if he doesn't tip Crit again.
Maybe he's out of tips. Been a lot thrown in this game. Shopify is not respecting the group up either, right?
Yeah.
That is not a choke point you want to just run up that hill into when you don't know where Darkseer is, when you don't know where Tiny and Faceless Void are. The clump is insanely punishing here. And yeah, you have BKBs, but you don't have crazy burst damage.
I mean, they were probably just thinking Chronosphere's down, so they don't want to fight, but you give a vacuum like that to Miro.
Yeah, into an impale with Dusa Illusion sitting there. Like, RTC tanks it up, but then you still have Vendetta.
Yep.
And bye-bye to your second half. That is the nice part about that matchup. You can just seal his fate very quickly. I feel like this Medusa window's closing.
It does feel like that.
It's going to put a lot more pressure on Abed to try and find these jumps or just scale into that late game storm. Like, I feel like you need the Ags now or something. You need some AoE pull into the
He wants
Ravage.
to go Scythe, which...
Yeah, they're thinking about multiple Scythes here between him and Saberlight.
Yeah, if they could get, stop one of these heroes, either Kiyotaka or Ramses, from getting any action in a team fight, they're going to go for RTZ. Toss him back in, up high in the air, but is going to be burned down pretty damn quickly. Vacuum pull back in. The Ravage trying to create some space. Force staff over to the side. Gets off a Manta. Gets off the Chakra. He heals up a bit. BKB turning around. Now he's actually hexed up. He's dead. No way. They actually managed to bail out Arteezy after he was all but dead. I mean, he was left on like 10% mana.
What a hex timing from Abed. The right time in the right place.
Did he pick that up mid-fight?
He just picked it up right before that engagement. And, I mean, you had a sick Orchid from Crit as well. Just making sure that last
Rogers.
time
He's going to find out the hard way.
That is a huge turn for Shopify. Finally getting that counter initiation.
Abed. We'll find him eventually here. Taris.
They're just going to pick up the remainers. And look at the spawn for Roshan. Oh, Kiyotaka, what are you doing? Doing nothing. Getting the hell out. That's going to be a second hex here on Saberlight if he wants to buy out for it after this Roshan. Suddenly a lot of control coming out. I thought they might have issues getting there, but this Chrono initiation just backfires, right? He does not die in that Chrono, and Roger cannot get the stun off before the Clutch Ravage comes through.
I mean, you have to wonder, there surely was something they could have done better there. I mean, probably the Chronosphere not catching the Tiny, because he has that Aghanim Scepter, would have helped. Could have thrown some more damage inside of the Chrono if he wasn't inside of it already.
I mean, I think it's just Roger getting that impale off post-Chrono, but it's hard to Ravage. Like, he can just Ravage at the end of Chrono, and it's very awkward, the timing of which stun goes out first. If you have the damage there. The Dusa tankiness pays off, will give him a second life here on Aegis, which is a huge deal. Especially versus a lineup that relies on Nyx to burn some of that mana. Maybe you do it once, but can you do it twice? And of course, these hexes are going to make Ramsey's life way harder in these engagements.
I don't know, Avery, it's beginning to sound like you're becoming a believer now.
I'll never
in the
believe
Dusa
in the Dusa
supremacy.
I'll never join the Dusa lovers.
All right, we got some tier 4 items that are going to be coming up as well, so some nice spikes for everybody involved. Yeah, so we got Scythe on the Storm and Scythe on Saberlight. He's going to go Refresher after that. And then Scythe is halfway done for Fly if he wants to. He can afford the Mystic Staff, the most expensive.
And Crit's going Scythe, so.
And Crit.
You know,
so
when you
how
need
do
an
you
item,
initiate?
Just build them all. I don't know. You're getting hexed one way or the other.
Yeah, you either, I mean, because at some point in time, you're just not going to have enough damage to burst through BKB, you know, jump in and Chronosphere.
That's the big question, right? How much damage can you get done in the jump from 9 Pandas? Because now if you do not get enough done, you are getting turned around on.
Yeah.
And there's not much you can do about it.
Yeah, there's no saves on the side of 9 Pandas.
It's very true.
Yeah, like the most you can do is some certain items. You got Glimmer Cape. They're going to straight up Ravage for this kill. Kiyotaka is more than worth it. Make sure he can't escape, and a big pickoff. 90 seconds. A lot of time for Shopify here to
just go down a lane.
Rain down some destruction.
He does not have buy, so you can't even really take a buyback fight here. You do have Ags on Roger. You want to burrow and take a high ground defense, just poking them with the spells. Again, you still have to care about the clump here if you're Shopify, but when you have Aegis for 3 minutes on Medusa, that can help you space a bit better. Just put him in the front. Ravage up in a minute 15 here. Timeless Relic as well, so stun duration. Something you're going to have to think about. You have Ags on Darkseer as well, so you can get this punch illusion. If you can land it on Dusa, that's not too shabby.
Yeah, blink in, punch him, halberd him. So you got an illusion. He can't kill his own illusion.
The true one-punch man.
Does a bunch of damage to other Shopify heroes. You hit him with a wall. You got double illusions. I think the one thing, and I've kind of felt this way about the Aghanim Scepter and Nyx Assassin, is that there are certainly a lot of situations where you would have preferred having the old Mana Burn compared to the current Mind Flare when you go Ags, right? Because you're no longer, like, if you're playing around the Ags, you're probably not Vendetta hitting somebody.
I mean, I'll tell you one thing, he would much rather have Mana Burn in this game.
Yeah, for sure.
You get 2 Mana Burns off on Dusa or Storm. That spell was incredibly powerful, especially for support Nyx. I think Mana Burn was better on support Nyx than Mind Flare is right now.
Yeah.
Like, that's for sure.
Mind Flare is a lot better if you're doing the whole Vendetta combo hit.
That's what I'm saying. He could have gone Refresher.
Yeah.
Double Vendetta into Mind Flare Impale.
It's been a meme in the talent field for a little bit.
You know what I was actually
Nyx.
telling Crit about that the other night.
Yeah.
While we were drinking a bit, and I'm allowed to say that, whatever. And
no, you're not allowed to have alcohol.
And he didn't believe.
Dare you?
He didn't believe me. You might believe it this game, son, if it comes.
Why didn't he? What is there to believe? That it would happen? That it would affect the unit twice?
He didn't believe in the strategy.
Oh, okay.
Double damage on our Tor, minute 20 Aegis.
Kiyotaka coming in from behind gets a very important kill.
He has
Crit
buyback,
instantly
though.
buying back though. No fire BKB.
Oh,
he got hit! Immediate orchid it up.
need
Now
to
he's
bail
gonna
him.
be psyched up. Ravage going down. They're throwing everything they have to kill Ramsey,
jump.
but he gets off the time walk. Now he can get off the Chronosphere. Oh,
Dude,
they
you
didn't
have
do
the
enough damage, and now this Chronosphere with the trees raining in. It's a problem. It's a big, big problem. Medusa losing out on a bunch of mana. They have all these illusions. They're keeping their distance though, hiding her out as much as possible. They killed 2 big heroes. Ramsey's going for the crit. Does manage to get him with a dieback there.
RTC TPing out. No cancel.
TPing away? Okay, they ignored the Deuce a little bit too much, it seems.
They'll get the bigger prize, though, which is a dieback on Crit and a 1 team fight. I mean, sure, you live with Dusa, but that was your Aegis Medusa. He was the one who's supposed to die.
Yep. Kiyotaka, a great entrance into that fight, going into the back lines and executing one. But that all would have gone to shit if Ramses had just been popped. They had him disabled for so long. How did they not kill him?
I mean, did they get the chain hex off? That's a big question, right? Here's 1 hex.
There's one of the hexes being used.
Oh, so he didn't have the second one because he got Stonegaze into silence into hex, but the Ravage chains as well.
Ravage
just lives with Time Walk. Imagine you finish him there.
I like how he doesn't use BKB this entire time. He pops it after he's in the Chronosphere.
It pays off, right?
Yeah.
He's playing for the long fight. You know you have to.
I mean, I think he was playing for being able to hit Chronosphere and use BKB afterwards, but...
Yeah, this game is a game of inches in these jumps.
Yeah, seriously. Oh, now he's got the 20% backtrack. Maybe that was that up before the fight? I
don't know. He was really close.
It was. He was already 25 at that point.
Every little bit.
So, I mean, you take off 20% of damage, that certainly makes a huge difference. I mean, he dropped down to like 500 HP. So now, they also took the Tormentor away from Shopify.
Shard on the Faceless Void on both the supports now. The Skywrath Mage is not
one of the Skywrath.
He's not that squishy if he gets all the armor.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially with Solar Crest Glimmer. Sange, a tanky Skywrath Mage.
Okay, Kiyotaka has been gunning for a lot of these really aggressive moves. They do manage to get the vacuum impale combo. Oh, that looks so good. Is it enough, though? The Stone Gate stalled up a lot of these things. Kiyotaka hitting another combo that finishes off that Enchantress.
There's
so many illusions out right now. Somebody save this Medusa. No, trapped inside the Chronosphere. No saving Artur. And that is a hero with no buyback. They have to be able to punish Kiyotaka here. They have to get something out of this. Otherwise, they're trying to defend base without their carry.
How do you punish the 5,000 HP Rock? You can't. He's just too damn tanky.
Kiyotaka, man, he just keeps on jumping in. Highest damage dealt, and I would bet highest damage taken as well on his team. He just keeps on going in for these initiations, and he's so damn tanky.
Probably has highest everything.
Yeah.
Just destroying this game. They don't have enough single target damage on the Hex lockdown to deal with him. Like, do you even want to Hex this Tiny when he goes in? I don't know if it feels good, because I feel like you're not going to kill him. And then you don't have the Hexes for when Ramses goes in. It's almost a very double-edged sword here. And he has the absolute correct read on this game. Like, you go in with Tiny, you create some chaos, create some havoc. It's baiting Shopify into so many good back walls for Miro on the backside of those initiations. I mean, I can't even tell which Deuce illusions are what. There's just Deuce illusions fighting other Deuce illusions, fighting other Deuce illusions that are getting taken over. Then there's a punch.
Yeah, Darkseer creates 2 of them. And then you've got the Enchantress stealing one of them away.
I swear we had like a Deuce illusion pentagram at the end of that.
Oh yeah, he can steal 2 of them away with the shard, so he can actually grab 2 of them.
My God. We should mention Roger has been playing phenomenal this game.
Nice impales for sure.
Yeah, he has gotten so many of these AoE impales in the fight, just going in, putting his life on the line with Carapace, and then staying alive in this burrow, which has been really annoying.
Yeah. And that's just another problem when you have these Heaven's Halberds, and then you also, when you do get a hit off, you're hitting a Spike Carapace Nyx Assassin. I mean, Arteezy just does not get to throw out the damage nearly as much as he would like.
Nope. He is level 25. He has split shot modifiers. With that Mjolnir, with a Mindbreaker Silver Edge, it's a lot more damage.
If they could be the initiators for once, it could be different. Blink forward, Saberlight, not fighting anything. He's broken right now. He's going to be forced to use the Ravage soon. If he's not careful, he might just die without it. Throws out the Ravage now. It's a bunch of heroes, but the rest of Shopify have already retreated.
Not the fight they were looking for. I don't know where Saberlight was looking. Like, even if you find someone all the way up there, can your team go through that low ground around the Roche Pit to even connect to you?
No.
I feel like that blink is too far. You have to fight around Medusa right now. That's going to be Roshan going 9 Panda's way, and that is a refresher shard. Cap.
It's going to happen. They're going to catch crit as well. Kiyotaka, they know that Roshan's free, so they went hunting for more heroes. Yeah,
there it is.
That could be the last laugh there for Kiyotaka.
We're approaching the 55-minute mark. The 55-minute timing. The third Roshan with Refresher Shard. That's double Chrono. Or is it double Vendetta? Give it to him.
It's not. It's definitely going double Chrono.
For the Reddit thread.
Still looking for the pickoffs. Another pickoff. I mean, the other side of the map, ain't no Shopify's not contesting that. I mean, 9 Pandas just go hunting.
Third Halberd for Antares, by the way. Should note, Arteezy's life is to never hit another hero. And how are you killing Tiny? I'd like to propose this question while we have a brief minute. He has 5,700 HP.
Impressive. Yeah.
That's a big rock.
I mean, how are you killing him without your Medusa? Because she's pretty much not hitting anything. Get him with the harpoon. Ramsey's tipping his replacement in Saberlight.
He's like, I've been there, my friend. How's it feel right now? Do solutions are tanky. Pretty annoying.
I mean, they've got Bloodthorn with Scythe. That is a lot of damage they can lay out a very short amount of time. They've got to be able to stop this. They almost took down the Aegis, but it's not good enough. Now Ramsey's going to be able to hit that Chronosphere. That's going to be the tide. Will it be the Medusa? The AoE grab? It cannot stop Ramses, who will manage to bring down RTZ, and that will be the end of the game.
It's not close. He didn't even need to use Aegis or Refresher Shard.
Yeah.
And the late game was here. Like, this is a matchup they have felt very comfortable with in the tournament. I think the one that, at least to me, has looked the best, because these late game fights just doesn't feel like you can deal with the Chrono unless you have a hard save. And Shopify find out the hard way why 9 Pandas were willing to give him the Snake Lady here. Not being able to punish the tempo either. Like,
no, they did not.
This is a team that wants to go to the 50-minute mark. They want to go to the 60-minute mark. Rogers is going to run around and make space. He's going to die 10 times. Who cares? Ramses is going to buy the Midas to scale into that late game and not fall behind on farm. And if you can't catch them on the map, which didn't happen, in fact, it was the other way around, Kiyotake plus Antares were just finding everybody with this tiny Skywrath combo. What's the game plan in those late game fights, right? It feels like Saberlight's useless. Like, he has to ravage everybody. He doesn't have the vision to find it.
9 Pandas, who have had probably one of the most definitive play styles here at this tournament, and Shopify Rebellion going into this game 1 did not have the right game plan to be able to counter it, and as a result are down a game in this best of 3 series.
Well, 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 rare footage of a Medusa being defeated. Unless it's your Shopify Rebellion. Now you're 0-2 with the hero, so maybe not that rare. But the fact that we now have a potential strategy. Nyx Assassin, one ingredient. A Faceless Void, another ingredient. And then a Tiny that's just playing out of his mind. Recipe for success. It seems like 9 Pandas might actually have broken this hero that is terrorizing the tournament.
And kudos to 9 Pandas. Honestly, I feel like every team left in this tournament is going to pay attention to this game, because not only was that good gameplay from 9 Pandas, but that's a great idea. This Faceless Void into Medusa is a great idea that only this team has thought of and tried so far. So I'm sure we're going to see an emergence in Void in the next few days. But it's just really beautiful. It makes a lot of sense, right? This hero does outscale her in the late game. You can build Diffusal as a 3rd or 4th item now because it can transition into a Disperser. And when you have the backup damage coming from your Tiny, who's going to build a Tree Volley, and your Skywrath Mage that you can play with in the early game, it just seems to hit check every box that you need.
Yeah, what I like so much conceptually about Void, not on top of everything you already mentioned, is that you have to take long fights against Medusa because you're never bursting her. And the problem with Mana Shield is it reduces your damage by 98%. So most carries can't take long fights because you can't Satanic or any sort of lifesteal off of the Medusa. So you are a hero that has built-in sustain off of one of your spells. So I think that just allows you to take these long fights. You can chase people in the back with time locks. We're seeing them lock down the Medusa in some fights and burst, and then in the other fights they're completely ignoring the Medusa, time walking around. You're not slowed down by the Scotty. You're not totally gimped by that in the fight on the Faceless Void. So I like the 5th item Diffusal. I think that's the first time I've ever seen that, but props to 9 Pandas is really cool.
I also really liked it. I actually want to go away from the Faceless Void though and say that I think Nyx had a really free game somehow. Like, the amount of times he was able to get those hits on the Medusa in fights was probably, I would say, a fault on Shopify's side. For example, they kind of made like this weird push just to the north of Radiant's Triangle, and Arteezy's walking like in. And he's away from like Sentry or Vision, and there's no one that can cover him. So Nyx just walks up, hits him, and then he just dies because he has no mana. Like, these types of fights should not be happening. I get that it is hard sometimes, especially when he gets the blink. Like, there can be a Faceless Void Chrono into like a Nyx blink follow-up. He was able to get his ult off, so he played really well as well on the side. But that Nyx was a massive problem.
Yeah, that just speaks to the beauty of how they were concocting the fights on the side of Nine Pandas, right? And I'm so glad you brought up the Nyx because outside of getting his vendettas off on Medusa, which was key to killing the hero, he was just doing some cool things overall, right? He was constantly providing vision for his team. He sniped Storm's courier when it had a BKB in it, so that was 3 minutes without a BKB for Storm. He was running around, placing vision on cliffs, TPing out, and then we saw an instant follow-up kill on crit from Kiyotaka on Tiny, like 30 seconds after Roger placed the word. So I feel like outside of what he did for the gameplay, overall, the way that Roger approached being a nuisance on that map was so fundamental in their win.
We also have someone running around placing vision for us. Pyrian is on the ground in the players area and looking...
Hi.
Yeah, what's up, Ted? What's wrong?
What's up with you guys? I'm not running anywhere, Neil, okay? Let me put
Leisurely
that.
walking.
Not in my contract. I stroll, gentlemanly fashion. By the way, I think the vibe I'm going for today is like someone that works at the Del Monte farm.
Okay.
Okay, that's what that's just imagine. Not this, no, just up here.
Give me some
Okay, stay up
pineapples.
here. Exactly, pineapples. I'm just noticing PSG.LGD have just turned up. They're getting all ready and in position. I saw 9 Pandas when I was coming up here. They were very animated, very pumped up. Obviously delighted with that victory. Haven't been able to spot Shopify Rebellion yet because I think they're tucked away in one of the back booths, but they're probably jolly cross. Any questions?
Yeah. So LGD shows up. What about Tundra? You see them
Haven't
roaming
seen him
around?
yet. We've got 2 booths at the front here, and then they're sort of stacked up behind there. So sometimes the teams turn up and they secrete themselves behind curtains. Obviously, don't want to bother them ahead of their preparation for this series, so we kind of leave them to it. It's only really in transition that I'm allowed to spot them.
Okay. It also doesn't surprise me too much that 9 Pandas has been very animated. You had a good interview with Ramses. They were waving to the cameras during the draft.
They were high-fiving each other and stuff. So, yeah, you can see a lot of confidence in that team. Lots of smiles as well. It was good to see. I think they're one to watch. I know that's not saying much, but I think they're one to watch.
Well, with a 1-0 performance so far, I'm not surprised, Pyrian. Thank you very much, and we'll check in with you a little bit later.
Cool.
And one of those players that probably has a very big smile on their face, well, it's probably going to be Kiyotaka. This was a fantastic Tiny performance. This man was a menace all game long, and a hero that was immensely popular in 7.32E and kind of fell off the map a little bit, but he is making a strong argument for it being a first phase ban, perhaps, if Shopify Rebellion want to reevaluate their Game 2 draft.
I think it speaks to something that Sheep was mentioning earlier about how it felt like it was a oversight of Shopify to not prioritize Nyx in these fights, because in a few fights it did feel like they were just getting this jump on this 5k HP Tiny, throwing Ravages out at him, chasing him all the way back to 9 Panda's vision in that one fight. They placed such a high priority on killing him that it took away so much attention from the Nyx.
Yeah, like I noticed that when you're letting this Nyx hit you, that's doing most of the damage to your mana, and that's in the early stages of the game. Late game, that's when Faceless Void is 6-slotted, and then he's able to deal with the Medusa within the time of a Chronosphere, right? But early on, that was the main issue, because we saw the Tiny comboing, we saw the Chronosphere into Skyroth. Oh, it doesn't do anything. Like, I think my friend was telling me that the Skyroth ult is doing like the equivalent damage of like doing it to an anti-mage with his level 25 like magic resistance buff. It did nothing. How many times we see like this tiniest sliver of mana go down? So I don't think this magic damage stuff is like the answer at all. And so you have to focus on who is the actual problem, and Nyx got away with way too much.
Oh yeah, there's just no such thing as damage amp against Medusa. We were like talking about she's even amped by the ancient seal of Skyrath, but Mana Shield doesn't include reductions or amps. So whatever your spell's damage reads, which in Skyrath Mage ulti was 1,000, which sounds like a lot, it's only burning 250 mana, which that is not a lot. That's instantly refilled by a single Coddle Chakra. And so yeah, it's such a deceiving hero. Like early to mid game looked unkillable, and then late game one Chronosphere just blows up.
And that is how 9 Pandas persevered. Even with the Midas, I thought it may be a little bit too greedy, but they have a strong strategy. Are they going to let it go through again in game number 2? Will Shopify reevaluate the importance of Medusa? We're going to have to find out. Stick around, everyone. It's a full 3-game series here in the playoffs. Game number 2 of 9 Pandas versus Shopify Rebellion, coming up after a break.
mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Them checks big and I'm sure that hurts. But it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, man, we coming for them bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
You watch 5 days of group stage and half a day of playoffs, and you think you know the meta? Everyone out here saying it's the Medusa Major? Nine Pandas saying no, you're wrong. We didn't do good at the Lena Major, and now we have to defeat the Medusa Major. And they did it. Now will they do it again? Are Shopify shook? Will Shopify give away the Medusa? Will they take away the Faceless Void strategy? So many combinations and permutations. And only one way to find out. Game number 2, draft number 2. Captain, Fly.
Hey, Fly.
What's up, Fly?
Fly, I'm gonna give you a little piece of advice. I think you gotta pick more stuns with your Medusa. I think relying on only having a Storm Pole and this massive teamfight element on Tide is just a rough way to play Medusa. I feel bad, like he can't get in there and just kill people because you have a Coddle and support duo. And obviously I know way more than Fly, so this is really good advice.
Chen, there's a Chen danger right now. Okay, they don't go for Chen.
Doom. Okay.
The Chen danger still exists for both sides.
Yeah. Oh, we've gone back to base. All right, Shopify done. They don't care anymore. None of this fancy shit. They just block the Medusa, pick the Storm. All right, Abed, chop, go, go.
They did an IO this time, though. They could have gone Coddle, they could have gone Maiden. But instead, they'll go with the IO.
Well, in our last series, I believe it was, there was the Doom and stuff left in, but they went for like Coddle first pick and really valued that. To see it go completely ignored here is interesting. I do think that picking Storm IO like this, knowing that 9 Pandas have a really, really strong Skywrath drafting preference is a little worrying. Maybe the IO can like keep Storm safe though, and it's okay.
Yeah, I assume they feel comfortable with the IO over the Coddle versus Doom just because of the relocate outs when the target gets doomed. So I understand the priority there. But I'm a bit curious, why do you guys think all these Chen teams, like 9 Pandas and Shopify, which were so keen on the hero a few days ago, have shied away from it?
I think Skywrath Mage's stock has risen quite fast. I think what people are seeing is that if you have a hero like Pango Storm with a mana battery, the best thing to do is just shut him up in the mid game. Just say, okay, we can ignore you like for the 6 seconds that this Ancient Shield goes off. So far, 9 Pandas, I don't think they have any reason to shy away from Skywrath. Like they are 2-0 on Chen, so there's a reason why there's a lot of merit to Shopify considering that, but they're 6-1 on Skywrath Mage this tournament. Like they are winning with it. It's working. I think the idea behind it is sound, and I think people are realizing that you want to be able to group up. The auras from the Chen are fantastic, but these pesky spirit heroes have to be dealt with, and if they deal with it now early on in the draft, they may even be able to go back for the Chen in the second round. So I think that's just priority of addressing the Storm.
I think Fly has lost his last 3 Chen games as well. Whenever I see it, it's like laning doesn't look too strong, and it's also quite greedy. I think when I saw Fly do the best on the hero, he was like hardcore farming the camps and like taking the enemy ancients and stuff. And if you're not given that opportunity, maybe you're like sacking your carry too much and stuff.
Yeah, and maybe there's just too much priority in making your Storm comfortable in that first phase before he gets banned out than to secure a support hero that changes the way that your draft is built. But also, just on the topic of Sky, it is Antares' best hero alongside Techies. Like, even before Sky looked good, they were playing it. They were playing it during Dream League. They were playing it during Lima. Like, this is a hero that they will always try to go for, because Antares' style of supporting is he likes to explode heroes, right? He plays Techies and likes to burst people. He likes Sky. He plays Sky and likes to burst people. I can promise you he's also a Willow player at some point, but they probably don't value that hero as highly.
He has a 75% win rate on Skywrath, I believe.
In this tournament or like
just
career?
In general, career.
Damn.
And also, we saw how well he did on lane, right? They shifted the Sky to the safe lane support, and he got a double kill early on the Titan Coddle.
Yeah.
Like, you wouldn't think that a Titan Coddle would feed that early on, but he just made it work.
Yeah. 50 games, Skywrath Mage, 74% win rate. My man.
That's pretty high.
It's really good.
I'd love to see a puck from 9 Pandas. I'm just looking at Kiyotaka's hero pool, and out of all the ones that he does play, that seems by far the best, because they've banned out most of his heroes, like Tiny, Ember, Void Spirit. You only have so many left, and his hero pool has been pretty condensed. A lot of Storm Spirit games, 100% win rate on Tiny and Storm, so like he's very specialized. I think if they don't pick Puck now, it doesn't make sense to me to delay the Puck pick because they're going to have 2 more bans for the next round. I don't see anything else that he plays, so it would be a new hero for him if they don't.
Yeah. I'd be fine with that. I think you're already pretty happy playing your Skyroth Doom together on the map. Like you don't need any more setup for that. This Blink, what is it called? The strike on Doom, help.
Infernal Blade?
Infernal Blade into Hoof Stomp.
I heard Blink Strike. I was like, what?
Yeah.
No,
Ricky's
sorry.
in this game?
No.
Thankfully not.
But like that combo from Doom and Skyroth is enough to just go around and kill anyone together without even having to commit Doom. So I'm happy with them being able to play together. This Puck adds another layer on top of that. I think it's a great call by you.
Yeah, and as Doom gets more levels and scales more, the Sky feels very comfortable leaving him to play around the Puck in the mid lane, right? And all of a sudden, if you have this Puck rotating on you, securing... I mean, the Sky rotating on you, securing the power runes for his Puck, and you're a Storm Spirit, you're going to have your supports TP in. And you take the supports away from the side lanes, then 9 Pandas are just probably going to run them over. So the Chen does make a re-emergence, but towards the end, it just feels strange to ignore it when 9 Pandas do so well in it. It's, I believe, Grandmaster tier on Roger. He plays so much of this hero. It is unbelievable. And we talked about how Shopify supports are going to have to respond to the rotations mid. That is when Chen excels, right? In 1v2 situations. That's when you can really make this hero seem powerful.
So there's a lot of reasons why Monkey King's really powerful here as a carry. He's been seeing a lot of prominence against these Vanguard rushing offlaners. And what I like so much about him versus the Vanguard rushers, not only because of his Jingu mastery, is that he can also jump the supports and ignore this guy in the lane. So position-based supports like Sky, it's kind of like a double-edged sword where Sky can burst you with a +1, but he also has really nothing he can do once you Primal Spring on top of him. So if you get a Frostbite on the side where CM and Sky are trading, Monkey King, one of the few carries that can connect super early on with like level 2 or 3. Skywrath Mage, super squishy if he manages to get initiated onto. That's what I like so much about this Monkey King, and it also really makes it difficult for Skywrath to roam to other lanes, pressure mid. We saw that in the first series today, where if Skywrath Mage is left unchecked, he completely shut down Laurel's Storm Spirit in the previous series. So now it's like the Monkey King not only should win its lane, but it also should alleviate a lot of pressure on Abed in the mid lane.
But also, it's just very nice synergetically with Storm Spirit, right? Typically, these high mobility initiating type of mids like Storm, they need to see the target that they're going on. So if you have your Monkey King like waiting in a tree line, waiting to set up with his ulti, you can get the zip in into the ulti into the Jingu, and that's a kill on somebody. So I do like how it functions
synergetic
strategically
until you zip and kill his tree.
Yeah, I was about to say. Or just cut it with a teammate like we saw in the Lucas series.
Yep, that one's always a banger too.
I hope that they do not do that.
Yes,
because it is very cool conceptually.
I liked your idea better, Mira. I think they're going to lean towards that strat, personally.
Instead of cutting.
Yes, instead of force stack and stunning their own monkey.
I mean, who knows? Maybe Abed's harboring some resentment and we might see it come out. You never know these days.
Oh my god, yeah.
You played with somebody else during Dream League?
This is for Mikey.
Let me show you.
This is for Mikey.
Man, that's funny.
I've also really liked on this Monkey King though, the movement towards Echo Saber Desolator as a build. I just think that it allows you to do so much. I remember a very standout performance from Mickey during like Tour 2 where he was able to, anytime someone showed on the map out of position, he was always just on his way and he had the damage to like actually kill and be a part of his team. I think Monkey already has been so nice on this patch because of his ability to get across this massive new map. This build allowing him to just have a really kind of faster timing and just own has looked awesome. And now you can also build into the Harpoon, which RTZ did last time he played this hero.
Those are good points. So what carry are 9 Pandas looking for on 23? You see that you're playing against the Monkey King. They might be eyeballing the PL, the Ursa, potentially the Troll.
I'm feeling more like Bloodseeker, maybe. Like, I think you want like a strong 9th pick carry that's going to have a strong lane. I think like Naga would have been good. These are very consistent laners. I'd be a bit apprehensive to a PL pick, not because I think the hero's weak, but because you pretty much ensure whatever hero Saberlight gets on 10th pick will absolutely free farm, and that's just a bit of a concern for me because Monkey King's already representing a lot of pressure on your bottom lane, but I think like a stable laner that is unlikely to get dominated is the go-to here.
I'd be surprised if Bloodseeker doesn't get banned out in this phase, though. It feels like most teams have opened their eyes to its potential to just be picked before they see the offlaner.
Yeah, I'm wondering what else they're eyeing, because they're taking a little while to deliberate this second ban.
They can also go back to the Faceless Void from game number 1, unless you thought that was a specific anti-Medusa tech.
Yeah, I think that was much more about a way to deal with Medusa specifically. It was
I'd
also
prefer
good
Ursa
inside.
to Void for sure. In this kind of game, when you're playing with a Chen and you're going to want to take those earlier objectives.
Ursa would be fine too. Just prone to a counter is all. Like, I'm concerned if they go like Io Necro or something like that. Not particularly great this game, but there's probably other ranged options. But I guess the ranged offlaners kind of suck because they don't go Crimson. Whoa! I was not expecting that.
Me neither.
So they did play it once.
Carry Doom, maybe?
No,
No.
they played it on Ramses.
They beat BetBoom with it.
Oh, really?
So I guess like the idea here is we're talking about the ability to take objectives with something like an Ursa. Slardar does the same thing. The amp damage is a good way to take Roche. It's a good way to take Tormentor, and it's also a way to secure your pick against a melee offlaner because Slardar is a hero that excels in the 1v1 situations versus melee heroes, and that's probably what Shopify are looking at, that melee offlaner to build auras for them. But you have the Slardar now, and you're not concerned in the same sense that you would be before.
What kind of build did he go? Was it like a Midas Mask of Madness, or did he go like a more active build?
So his offlaner was Sand King.
Okay. So I imagine in that game he'd want to
Really?
farm a bit harder, but when you have a Doom on your team, you probably want to lean towards being a bit more active just because the Dooms tend to go Midas.
This is a good Veno pick.
I like it a lot.
This is a very good Veno pick versus Slardar. I would be surprised if they didn't try to rotate their lanes around a little bit just to give Ramses that better game. Because Veno gives them everything they need, right? Slardar will never be able to get on top of him on lane. They're going to have the vision that we talked about that is so pivotal to playing with a Storm Spirit, especially in a map so big. And it's going to have the area control. I just don't like it that much synergetically in terms of having an Io on your lane. Like, what is Io Veno going to do? Io's probably just going to ditch him at some point and play with Storm.
Ooh, I mean, they can play together, right? You just get your, you can just click this Slardar down. Like, I think it's so hard. I think it's so hard from delaying.
You can probably go stat items now that Veno's a universal hero and have pretty decent base damage. I'm not exactly sure what it would amount to, but that level 2 overcharge timing with Gale could be pretty scary for a hero like Slardar. You usually don't have sprint level 2. I'm just skeptical of the Slardar. You guys said they picked it once already and it worked for them last time. I just think it's really hard to go in against like CM Root, Storms. Like usually Spirits are really hard for Slardar to deal with because he wants to be right on top of you, constantly hitting you as you run away. So yeah, I'm heavily leaning towards Shopify because they've got such good advantages on the side lanes, which I think is going to enable Abed to show off his Storm Spirit.
I think 9 Pandas have to lane this cleverly. They should pivot the Slardar away from the Veno lane, and then they'll have a shot to play that tempo game that they
I'm down for that.
Let's see if we might see some musical lanes, and if 9 Pandas might just clean this out 2-0. Let's see it with Cap and SVG.
PSG was skeptical about the carry Slardar, and for good reason. Yes, 9 Pandas ran it before. They beat BetBoom with it, but it was a very different Slardar. First of all, it was paired up with Io, which I think makes that hero work a lot better as a carry. And then on top of that, it was also matched up against a melee offlaner, whereas here, it's potentially matched up against a ranged core in the Venomancer. Probably one of the worst heroes to be laning against if you are Slardar.
Yeah. I'll be honest. I think this Slardar pick makes like 2% sense.
2%! Well, it's going to look a whole lot better if they can get themselves a first blood. Maybe 2 as they're going for Arteezy, but Kyotaka's low. They do manage to get the first blood first. Roger collects that one. They're going to be able to kill Fly as well. Maybe even crit as another crush is going to land there. Another slow. 3-1. Our analysts walk by and they're going down the hallway and they're going to get to the TV where they watch the game and be like, what the hell happened?
All right, Slardar pick makes like 5% sense to me.
All right, they got a solid 3% out of that fight.
Like, why did you once? I mean, that's a great start for them. I think it's the type of start they need with this lineup. That's just a kill lineup. But I just don't think Slardar has a good matchup versus Monkey. It's okay versus Storm. It's like an old school IO counter, but normally you pair the Slardar with something that can jump and abuse the amp, not just himself.
Yeah.
And then they have an offlane counter pick. So you got to be able.
What the hell happened?
That was our analyst. They were indeed wondering what the hell happened. Well, you're going to have to watch the replay.
What was I saying?
I lost track. You said, all right, you said something that stuck in my brain because I thought the starter was picked because I thought it was picked because of the Monkey King. And here's my reasoning why. They picked it up against Ursa in the Bet Boom match. So if you think about like how those heroes interact, right? I think Slarter is the ultimate like 1v1. So he actually beats other heroes that usually like to 1v1 a hero.
Is that true though?
I don't know. I'm asking you. Like, do you think that like if Slarter gets on top of Monkey King, does Slarter beat him?
Not if there's Wukong out. It's terrible. You get all the extra armor.
Yeah. Okay, that's true. Or another way to look at it is Corrosive Haze takes away all of his armor.
No,
that he gets from
Haze
from
is terrible
Wukong's
versus
command.
bonus armor heroes. You're just missing an ult. Look, I'm looking to be surprised, but honestly, this one baffles even me.
Yeah.
And I think he's gonna have a rough time because, like you said, like you didn't even see your lane. Like Slardar is miserable when you don't see the lane match, but you can abuse it. Then you're just playing for mid-late game scale in this hero, which I don't have faith in this hero to carry games, but maybe Ramses will prove me wrong. He did have an outstanding performance game 1. Maybe he's just feeling it. He knows some secret Slardar tech of the patch.
I was so certain they were going to do Doom. I was like, they don't have IO. There's no way they're going to do carry Slardar.
Yeah, but it was a bold pick for sure. I think Shopify is a lot more comfortable in this game. We'll see if it pays off. They also do have some lane shenanigans, but you have to play those lane shenanigans. And right now, CS not looking so bad for Ramses on this Slardar, and more importantly, all 3 lanes across the board. Like Maiden Veno, the one thing for Ramses is Maiden Veno is not the craziest Veno partner. Looking for those melee stunners, but it's still good enough. Where
yeah, it's good enough to get the kill.
So here's the question: like, can you enter this lane past level 3?
Well, I'm not sure if you can enter the lane again.
You can get a purge creep from Chen.
Yeah. There's another thing about this Venomancer. I played it a few times. Universal hero now, right?
True.
All of the stats that you can get. Everyone's going like these auras and stuff, but if you want to go the like Hurricane Pike, like that's sort of the overall big stat build, like Saberlight, click on his items, he's got like pure stat items. You actually are hitting much harder with the universal stat build now when you go these kind of builds.
You can CS better. Gale will miss. I mean, I guess you can't Gale better, but you can CS better. That's for damn sure.
True. Like the Dragonlance, way more value for you in the damage department than it used to be.
Yes. We'll see if he just builds to scale, build to deal with Slardar in the fight. I can see that being an option. Gleipnir, also pretty nice this game. You get an extra stun for the puck in the engagements. Pretty obnoxious for this lineup, which doesn't have a easy way to gap close the wards in the mid game at least.
Kiyotaka, he took a tower shot. Abed looked to take advantage of that.
Ooh, another orb up.
Yes, he's got another orb. Yeah, Fairy Fire immediately going to be used. Abed low enough. Kiyotaka. Ooh, this man has been on a spree. Has not been at a major since, I believe, ESL One, like 2021 sometime. And he's coming into this one.
I mean, Depressed Kid ain't so depressed anymore.
No, that's why he changed his name to Kiyotaka. He's at the top of his career right now. He is making some moves. He absolutely dominated that game 1, and now he just beat out Abed in the 1v1 in game 2.
Revitalized kid. Showing up. He's had a great tournament. I think it's the reason this 9 Pandas team is up game 1.
Yep.
For Shopify right now.
I think it's also the reason their playstyle works so well, right? Like, we talked about how their playstyle is, drawing away from fights. The only reason you can really pull that off is if you have some element of aggression and pickoff, right? And that's usually coming from Kiyotaka and Taris, who as a team are still getting kills even when you're trying to avoid big 5-on-5.
He's definitely done a decent job holding up the tempo.
Ortiz trading hits here.
Doesn't have a boundless.
Yeah, he's not going to have that big burst of heal. And got purged immediately from the Jingu, so he had to back away.
Living life on the edge down here.
Yeah, seriously.
Of course, there is Purge up on Miro already. So even if you get those Jingu stacks, nothing's guaranteed down here. Purge creep up top as well that just got killed, as it was helping Ramses out with the Gale. See if Roger can get another one. All he has now is a Vul. We all know how powerful the Vuls are.
Oh, Ramses, he wants to go for the trade-off of kills here. Runs into the crush on the side of Saberlight. They do manage to get the kill on Fly, and because of that Gale, it'll keep Roger back from securing the support kill trade-off.
This is a tough lane. That said, Ramses honestly not doing too bad. I mean, he has 2 deaths, but if you're looking at the net worth right now, despite the CS, he's fine, right?
Yeah, because he's not paying for any regen because he's just flat out dying.
He's taking the old trip.
He runs into lane, he gets a CS, he dies, he comes back, does it again.
I mean, if it works, it works.
Well,
I don't know how well it's working because experience-wise, Shopify is looking very good. They're both level 4.
I don't think this lane gets any better either. They're going to try and gank for him.
I need a successful gank for sure. Ramsey's going to keep his distance here. He doesn't want to die to the Venomancer again because this is a guaranteed kill, maybe a guaranteed 2. Kiyotaka going to have to hit the second orb. They could certainly go for it if they want now.
Actually has a little hill troll they can break. That might be cool in one of these man-up engagements. Break the Veno. Nonetheless, this is a lot of space for Ramses in a matchup where he shouldn't be getting as much out of this lane as he is right now. Like, this is not where you want the Veno lane to be. So it's a nice gank just to skew that matchup even further. Abed takes advantage of the space.
Yeah, we haven't seen this combo yet. The IO Storm Spirits in this game. They're finally going to be put together. Nice deny there from Roger. About the best you can hope for. And again, a lane. I like that they Abed immediately went for the punish, though, on this mid lane. If Kiyotaka's going to be messing around on top, you got to put pressure on this mid tower, and that means killing any support that steps up to protect it.
A lot of damage through the catapult. Gonna be very happy with that exchange, at least for Abed. And like you said, you got to punish the coils. Like, if Kiyotaka can get a guaranteed kill off every coil, then you got to make up for it elsewhere. I like that Roger denied Ramses. You know? Ramses, heal me. No. Or maybe, yes, I'll heal you.
You remember when you kicked me? You remember when you flamed me in an interview?
Second puck TP top. They saw it with Veno Ward. Staying around because they have Abed up here. There's also Dire Obs. Seeing everything.
These wards are super annoying. Hitting the level 3 poison sting on some of these heroes, weaken them up for a fight that is already pretty disadvantageous.
Shopify have 4 up here. There's nobody in mid right now. This is the lane to brawl, and if you're going to brawl...
Does mean Arteezy's left a little bit alone, but our Antares ran right into him on that high ground spot. Arteezy actually scores a free kill. That'll maybe push him over the line to level 6 before Miro gets there.
I do think Arteezy can carry this game. He's a pretty good Monkey King. Huh. So does he, I guess.
Look at him. Brief lap, but whoa, back to business almost immediately.
It can only give half a chuckle. His daily allotment.
Kiyotaka actually had a sentry already. That was nice.
And Arteezy will come top now to complete the full 5 heroes being up here before 8 minutes.
Yeah, that's what he wanted to do earlier, and then Antares ran up there. Double damage denied by Crit. Managed to get the Doom out onto the Storm Spirit, so good attempt there from Crit. Tried to go for the deny, didn't quite land it. Tether doesn't really have anywhere to tether to, so it looks like the 2 of them are going to die together. Kiyotaka already on a killing spree, so he's working his way back into the game once again.
You're pretty happy with this early game if you're 9 Pandas. Like, anytime you can get Puck ahead of Storm in this Puck-Storm matchup, you feel pretty good, because then you can just keep killing him the rest of the game. The tankiness isn't there, and this is IO Maiden Storm. This Shopify draft invested a lot into the mana battery to have Abed snowball from the early pick. If you're falling behind versus Skywrath Mage Silence, versus Puck, versus Doom, you're not going to have fun in this mid-game. I'll tell you that much.
He's 1,000 net worth behind. And I mean, just like this is pretty small, but I have noticed him missed an uncharacteristic amount of CS.
He's suffering.
Double silenced up right now.
Look at the damage. God damn.
He's going for it, though. Wants this kill on 2 on Tari. See if he can get it before the puck kills the IO. IO dies first. Abed. Oh, no! Misclick. Okay, doesn't matter. Gets that kill. Now he's got to make the long jump away. Kiyotaka might chase after him. He's got the coil. They need TPs coming in. The orb isn't going to land. That's super important. His fly's going to be able to run interception. Freezing field. Immediate stun from the Minotaur. They do have the Noxious Plague out onto Kiyotaka. Abed commits and gets the kill. But Kiyotaka bought back and kills him right back into the play. Immediately goes for more. Flies low. Roger's dead. In fact, he was just sitting there underneath the wards.
I'll haunt you from the grave, Abed. You cannot run. You cannot hide.
Not even death will save you, Kiyotaka. Monster move there with the buyback.
Now, was it worth it? XP-wise, yes. Gold-wise, pretty whatever. But now he's almost level 9. So not too bad, I guess, especially Shopify bringing a lot of resources mid. However, that's a nice pickup for Sableye here in terms of just getting involved in early fights, getting 2 kills. Going to push him really well up the board here. Definitely having a laugh as Roger tried to deny himself.
Yeah, Roger was just sitting there. He was definitely trying to sit there and deny himself, but I think he only had Poison Sting on him and Noxious Plague. but that doesn't let you deny.
I mean, we should know Rogers. He's on a pretty decent game, and he's one of the old school Chen players, right? You go back to those VP lineups where he was playing Ramses.
Oh, super.
He was the Chen Ench back in that day. He's pretty far. He's only 1,000 behind Abed. If you get some good Chen auras up in this game, that's one way to combat this Veno pick as well.
Yeah.
Like, Greaves Pipe destroy Veno in the current patch. Absolutely destroy him.
Yeah.
You just lose all of your damage. You lose so many spells.
I mean,
Roger,
that's
get there. That'll help the Slaughter pick. And Shopify know it, which is why they want to ramp up the pace as much as possible. Get Veno in a position where he can push aggressively into jungle areas, push lanes out aggressively, which will set up the Storm IO pickoff.
Hit him with the boundless strike, chaining with the stun. They do have the frostbite after that, so really nice chaining of stuns there. And they'll take the mid tower, and they did that because they saw all those heroes from 9 Pandas showing bottom, so they felt pretty confident.
Nice find, Barator. It's also going to be the dieback here for Kiyotaka, so he's out for a minute.
Oh, yeah.
Very early in the game to be missing a minute. I mean, that's like 10% of the game.
That is one way to put it, yeah.
Miro is going for that backup Midas. So we're going to delay some of the early auras here. But again, I mean, it's the 9 Pandas game plan, right? Go for the late game. Go for the 40, 50-minute win, not the 20 to 30.
How's Ramses doing in that regard?
Delay, not too bad. He did go Mask of Madness as his farming item. You pretty much have to go Mom or Midas on this hero. Probably go for the BKB Blink into AC or... I don't know, I guess you can go Harpoon on this hero.
He's really keeping the same build. I thought because he didn't have IO, he would go for a Hand of Midas, honestly. Like, I thought the BKB Blink was in part enabled by he had an IO that could pull him around the map and be more active.
I mean, Mask of Madness on Slaughter it acts as a Midas because it lets you do Ancients. So
that's true, yeah.
You end up making the XP up a little bit. They don't really have another Ancient farmer either. So I actually like that he went the Mom here over the Midas. I mean, you can always go both. But not having an Ancient farmer in this meta just feels terrible.
Yeah, when you have their double Ancient camps on your side of the map.
Try and
Saberlight.
He gets some spells off here.
Yeah, gets a little bit of poison on out. Miro's dropping below. Freezing Field doing a lot of work there. Kiyotaka's going to get bursted. Miro tried to go for the TP out. Doesn't make it. Frostbite stops him there. Roger gets cleaned up on the back. A 1-for-3 exchange. Saberlight very happy that they went for a dive on a Venomancer. When you commit to a Veno, you really got to make sure you 100-0 him. Otherwise, you might just be paying the price of all that dot damage.
Maybe 9 Panda's not expecting Shopify to be at these fights, but Arteezy has done a really good job just joining all these early engagements with Monkey, a hero that can be really impactful in these early engagements. Like, even him just being there for the last stun, some last hits. He's level 10, top of the net worth chart. 3, 1, and 4, having a great game. And this Veno, this is a hero where when you commit on him and you don't finish him off, you feel real bad.
Yeah. I have to wonder whether or not, you know, Miro could have thrown a Doom at the start. You know, if you're going to go for that kind of kill, you want to make sure he doesn't get off any of those spells.
Then you're committing so much on Veno, it gives Abed a free fight. I think it's just a bad place to fight at this point in the game, honestly.
Sure.
And it's just not the type of engagement that's going to go well for you when you're ult dependent. You want to be picking heroes off, getting the 2 or 3 hero type engagements, not the 4 and 5 right now.
Oh, this is a very awkward position here for Shopify. They're actually surrounded by heroes. Flight's going to pop out. They're going to go for Miro. Is Arteezy going to fight this one? They do have the relocate in. They're going to go for the Doom now. Wukong's command out. Didn't have the best hold. Get the Rod of Atos inside of the Wukong's command, and that's going to be enough. And despite the fact that 9 Pandas had some heroes around, very wisely not opting to take that fight because they were still outnumbered.
Ooh, that's a nice rune too. Kaya plus Arcane Rune for Abed. This is probably the only place you're safe right now, Roger.
Didn't even know that little spot existed. I like how he put the Kobold Foreman in a different spot than himself.
Save the more valuable person. I mean, he's still behind them here.
Yeah, he's going to sneak in.
Of course, the Watcher.
There is the Watcher that's going to spot him. They get the Doom out onto the Veno. Can they catch him with a Penitent?
Surprise! I've been here the whole time.
Ramses, he's going for it. Does get stalled up by the Frostbite, so it looks like they're probably only going to get the Veno kill. As it takes a while. He does actually, Doom wears out, so he's going to get a spell off or two. And TP certainly not going to work, though.
That was the ultimate Chen flank of all time.
Hiding behind the Roshan pit.
You thought I
for
left.
a full minute.
I was in this corner for the last 2 minutes.
All a part of my
Radiant are
all a
scanning.
part of my plan.
Solar Crest done for Antares again. He's been rushing this item on Skywrath both games. It's going to pay off here, at least for the Slaughter, help with the single target burst. Especially if you can use it aggressively with the amp.
Yeah.
That's a lot of minus armor on a Storm or Monkey who may not have it if you don't get Wukong off. Not to mention, Venno can be a low armor hero as well. I mean, you get some through the auras he is going mech on Saberlight, so you have a chainmail, but these heroes are going to basically have 0 armor in the fight.
Frostbite is enough to set up for the relocate kill.
He wants the Lizard. Did not get the Lizard.
That is an arcane rune for Abed, so 9panda's got to be very careful. I wonder if they leave him here? Yeah, leave him here to be able to kill this camp.
Nice little stacks.
Now he's got his Kaya Sanj. So that'll limit the effectiveness of some of these disables.
He's really strong right now.
Yeah.
This is an awkward period for 9pandas. And if you're Shopify, I feel like you want to keep finding these fights. Keep snowballing off the Storm. You have to think about the Roshan with the Corrosive Haze plus Solar. So you don't want to necessarily die up here. You can take the fights elsewhere. You're fine with that too. And remember, like with Venno, you do get debilitated by these auras. So I feel like you want to keep using this hero as much as possible in the early mid-game before the Pipe, before the Greaves come out. Because Pipe is already done for Miro. And he's going to go Lotus next. The more Dispels you get, more tank ability. It's going to make Saberlight's life harder.
Pretty even game so far. I mean, net worth pretty much dead even. But 9pandas now hit their timing. BKB, Slardar. I wonder if they are thinking about doing Roshan. Like, if you feel like you've reached that point of overwhelming strength that you're talking about with the Pipe and such, is it worth to see if you can take the 5-on-5?
I think they want the fight first, and the fight is coming.
Yeah, but Shopify is also looking for the fight. Crit is going to be spotted. Abed jumping forward, immediately got doomed. Hit by the Mystic Flare as well for a lot of damage. They have the
out.
Oh, he got the relocate out.
What a clutch reload by Crit.
That Noxious Plague. That's going to slow down some heroes. That's going to catch Roger, and if they're not careful, it's going to spread to other heroes as well. So they keep their distance, leave Roger and his army behind. And now it's Shopify who are pretty well set up here around the Roche pit. Abed back into play. Abed playing very aggressive now. He still has Crit to be able to help him out here. Crit helping Abed keep his distance from Ramses, who's got plenty of mana to work with. Ramses really extended his timeline there of the BKB, staying in that fight
so damn close
for way longer than you could have expected.
Is under attack.
That's the starter damage that, I mean, it's okay, but it's not amazing, right?
No.
Abed can tank it up like that with 2000 HP and Isle Tether. And I mean, that's just all Crit right there. You don't get that reload, you might not be getting this Roshan. Very clutch, and the fact he gets it off despite Coil coming out.
I love how they don't have great Roche heroes, but when you win a fight right outside the Roche pit, you kind of have to go for it. So they're going to drop all 5 heroes and all their spells to finish off Roche as quick as possible.
But that's a dangerous place to fight. It really is. That is the fight you need to win right now if you're Shopify, because if you lose it, instantly gone. Instead, you will get Aegis for Storm. Abed is picking up the pace.
I mean, the fact that it starts off with the instant doom and Crit, I mean, Kiyotaka saw it coming. He threw out the coil to try and stop Crit. But the relocate goes out in time.
I mean, you don't really have much to stop reload this game. Think about it.
Yeah.
Fly is hazed and coiled here, but not able to commit. And Abed wants to jump. He's going to find him.
Abed is going to be able to grab him at the same time as Arteezy trying to track down Roger. Kiyotaka jukes him out. Nice TP away. While Arteezy is forced to use his BKB.
Yeah, where the hell is Arteezy right now?
I mean, he is so far forward. Now the Slardar has managed to catch him inside of the river as well. They've got plenty of bashes for that one. Artur.
What the hell is he doing there?
Yeah, stepping out way ahead of his team who are focused on an entirely different target.
That is not the death to give up right now. Again, like we saw game 1, they got these Aegises and they did not get anything done with them. This is a game, are you just going to waste the 5 minutes again, right? Like, this is your time to find the fights. Let Abed be the careless initiator because he has the second life. Just force the issue. You need to be able to back him up.
I mean, let Saberlight do it too. You've got two different heroes that are fine with frontlining.
Exactly. Now you're just giving time for 9 Pandas to take stuff off the map. They have a 2K gold lead. They're doing Tormentor. That's an Aghanim shard for Roger, who can now pick up some Ancient creeps. You get a Golem in here. Get some extra magic resist. Add those auras up versus the Veno, versus the Storm. Suddenly this lineup's going to be a lot tankier.
Yeah.
I worry about Saberlight's impact going into this late game right now. I mean, he's going to be an aura buyer. You have Atos. I have concerns about Veno in the late game in this patch.
No,
like, I've seen it fall off very hard. So maybe your Monkey can carry. Maybe Abba can put on performance, but it's feeling similar to game 1 where, sure, you're getting Age Assist, but you're not finding the fights you want with them. And, I mean, 9 Pandas have been a very scary late game team this tournament. Shard to Fly, that's a pretty good one. We've seen Crystal Maidens do a lot of work with it.
Yeah, seriously. A lot of these Crystal Maidens are getting kind of ignored in fights. And that oftentimes means they're actually getting away with a decent amount of net worth going late game.
Just straight 5-man smoke down mid. This tells you what Shopify won this game. They want the fight. They want it now. Gonna do anything to try and get it. High ground Obs. Doesn't see anything.
Spot Antares. Make the jump for him. Abed being very careful, zipping around like that. He wants to make sure he doesn't get doomed. And 9 Pandas not going to try and make that jump. 2 minutes left still on Aegis.
That's a whatever kill, I think, right?
Yeah, it is.
I think you're pretty happy with that 5-man smoke if you're 9 Pandas. Get some farm for Arteezy here. Really need another item on this Monkey King. When you're going to start to feel good about these fights going long, if you can get some tank ability up, be able to stay in the Wukong.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The map split continues. Ayotaka has farmed out this entire top half of the map. He has been untouched for a long time.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
He is scaling on Puck this game. I mean, honestly, this late game might come down to how much farm Kiyotaka has in terms of right-clicking with Puck into the amp.
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of it is also going to come down to Ramsey's initiation. I mean, he's trying to work towards a moon shard. That's the perma-stun build.
It is.
You jump somebody, you pop BKB, you pop your Mask of Madness, and, you know.
You're going to have to make that jump count. Because you're getting one jump, right?
Yeah.
When you go in versus the Veno versus Atos versus Monkey King, you just got to commit with the jump. You're probably not getting out. It's a suicide mission. But it might pay off.
Right. Or it might just have that unit get relocated to safety.
That is a big concern for 9 Pandas this game. Are you able to deal with the crit reload saves on the big cores? Because you are a single target burst lineup that has committal ults in the Doom and the Coil. You just reload someone out of that, there's not a lot of reload cancels, right? Who's getting deep on the backside to cancel that ult?
Oh, once again. Not once again, actually. I just had a flashback to when they dove mid to kill Kiyotaka, but this time around, the stun, the follow-up disable was barely off.
Smoke's coming through on the side.
They are zipping around using that Aegis mana. He wants to keep that regen going as best as possible.
Got the bash.
Oh, we got the bash! Stops him from being able to tether up to the high ground. Shopify going to play around the Wukong's command.
That's an awkward position, though.
Kiyotaka coming in through the back line. They have the Doom out on the Monkey King, but he is laying into Roger. Will be able to get that kill. Kiyotaka
Abed
going to be chased after by Abed. Crit's going to join him. Hurricane forward, trying to get him a little bit of distance, and that might just have been enough. Meanwhile, Ramsey's going in on Arteezy right now, but he is surrounded by too many heroes. Kiyotaka had the backup of his teammates, but Ramsey's did not. And Abed, who has now been drained of all of his mana, is in a bit of a trouble here. Kiyotaka wants to be able to get this kill, but the rest of Shopify are coming forward. What? Arteezy unable to out-heal that damage. Now Abed being picked apart. Shopify had the momentum, but they just ran into a fight that they couldn't actually close out. Mira was too strong for Arteezy, and Abed was never able to get that Kiyotaka kill.
Puck's so tanky. Why is he so tanky? He had the little Centaur aura, the magic resist, the mech,
the
pipe, Lotuses.
That full channel army was still alive.
That is a ridiculous amount of damage for Puck to tank up here. I mean, decent damage numbers for Shopify across the board, but this is the issue. It's a lot of spread damage. Chen and Doom are just soaking it all up.
Another pick off, perhaps. Cole's going to run out. He has to use the orb defensively, so Crit is going to be fine.
Yeah, those cores are coming up in 5 seconds here.
Yeah,
you do not want to
go.
Throw it the other way back. I mean, we saw some of the issue for Ramses in those fights, so that is definitely a suicide mission, right?
Yeah.
When you go in, you get a good crit kill, but you're stuck in the Monkey King man fight. And he was alone, but I don't know if those are going to be favorable. And Ahmed just silent again.
TPing in onto the Chen creeps. The silence going to last only so long, but a follow-up is there finally from Kiyotaka. Putting those boots of travels to work now. Once again, Abed just being a bit too aggressive.
The amp is there.
Oh, he had a moment there. Couldn't get away.
That's a full vision fight for 9Pandas with everybody there. I don't know if Abed knew what he was jumping into, but he did not like what was on the other side. As the auras are just adding and adding up. You have Time Warp Aura, you have extra armor. Nobody's clearing these Chen creeps out. No one is clearing the Locket, the Mech, the Pipe, the Lotus. How do you start these fights on Shopify right now?
Well, I mean, Abed's idea of barreling in there, it does not work out. I have to say, Abed has been a remarkably consistent player throughout his career, but this series, there's definitely been some overextensions from him.
It's just who else starts the fight, right? I feel like there's been this consistent pressure in both these games where maybe it's just not how 9Pandas are playing the patch, playing the map. Like, they're very patient, they're okay going late game. And I feel that puts Shopify in a weird position where they're the ones who feel like they have to find the fights, have to force the issue. And I think historically that is a position that does not end well for this team. Because they tend to force the fights, and they can be awkward. And they traditionally only play with one core that goes in, and it's Abed. So he has to be the one going in here. There's not really another choice. There's not a backup option. It's just a lot to jump into. They saw Ramses on the triangle, which is why he made this jump. So that deep Radiant Observer, making them think that this was a numbers fight to their advantage, but you gotta respect the tankiness. Like, you are not gonna win these fights off a single target jump burst. Just not gonna happen.
Ooh, real bad fight for Shopify, and now 9Pandas. They just have a full lead. 13,000 net worth lead, in fact, in this game, too. Might just be able to 2-0 Shopify out of the upper bracket.
What an upset that would be. I don't think anybody had that on their bingo card coming into this tournament. The Revenge of Ramses.
Revenge of Ramses, and, you know,
Ramses' Revenge. Sounds like a Disney ride. Book me a ticket.
It's been a while since Eastern Europe has been dominant on the international stage. Really goes back to those Virtus Pro rosters that Ramses and Roger. I mean, that was still, to date, still one of the lengthiest dominations by a single team.
What are you talking about? Spirit 1 TI-10.
Yeah.
You're welcome. You're saying it's been a while since CIS Dota.
Sorry, I guess I was meaning more multiple teams. Silence on Arteezy. Has to drop down for the trees and pop his BKB. Ramsey's committed with his single target lineup, but he had nobody to hit. Now he's trying to crawl away, but he will not be able to slither out of this one.
This is the fight Shopify wants right now.
Oh, what a coil, what a hit! So many heroes dropping low. Can they finish any of them off? They get 2 of them. Stabilite's going to take out here, but the important heroes of Arteezy, Abed, and maybe even Crit. No, he's going to be stopped by Miro. Catching up to him. Arteezy's jumping away into the trees. The 2 will get out. The 1 and 2 for Shopify. But 9Pandas, with their overwhelming net worth advantage, were able to bully down Shopify. Despite Ramses really not getting the initiation he wanted out of that.
Honestly, this Slaughter is just a giant bait. Like, this Slaughter's job is go in, tank all the spells, and then look at the damage here. It's all Kiyotaka.
Yep.
Like, he is the carry in this game. He has Dagon, he has Enchanted Quiver. Puck's hitting big right clicks, big spells, landing massive coils every time. This is the hero you need to find if you're Shopify right now. Like, what the hell is Slaughter even doing in these engagements?
Well, he missed his crush.
He ran and missed his crush, got
and then he
stunned
got
off the the Veno shard, I believe.
Yeah, the latent toxicity hit him, and then he popped the BKB.
But look at how much he's tanked here, right? That's Wukong Gong. That's half of Abed's mana. A lot of Veno spells, and it just sets up a 4-man silence into 3-man coil.
The orb hits everybody. He's got that Dagon. I believe it was Dagon 2 in that fight. It's going to be Dagon 5 pretty soon, the way these fights are going for 9 Pandas.
I don't know. How do you address the sustain and the tankiness that 9 Pandas are bringing out right now? Feels like Ramsey's job in this game is just to give Roshan to Kiyotaka. That's it. That's how much he believes in him.
Wow.
I'll pick Slardar. I'll give you Aegises. Carry me, son. I'll pass the torch.
22,000 damage dealt. I mean, there was no doubt. He was the MVP game 1.
Wait, has Ramsey's actually done less damage than Roger? I mean, I told you, like, this Slardar pick doesn't do much, but I guess maybe he doesn't have to. He just needs to tank some spells. He's a good tank. Guy's playing World of Warcraft. I'll go in.
Shopify.
Look at how aggressive Kiyotaka is right now.
Oh, yeah. He's got that Aegis. He is feeling free.
Dagon 4. He went from 2 to 4, and the 5th is 300 gold away.
Yeah, he's going to get it off of this top wave that he's going to push in while the rest of his team sets up for a tier 1 tower push at top. I mean, they should just be demolishing down buildings. And I'm not sure what Shopify's game plan is to this, because they just picked up the AC, but I don't think that changes how strong you feel in these fights.
I mean, AC
not
is
against
nice. It's nice for Slardar, but it's honestly not doing much for the puck damage.
Yep.
And Doom doesn't care either. Still, it's probably an item you need at some point, but it's not ramping up the damage here.
Kiyotaka's here. Run! Everybody get out!
Run for your life. Oh my god. That is a spell amp level 5 Dagon.
Dismantled. Saberlight gonna have the same thing happen to him as Ramses has his Moonshard combo. It's a 2-man stun, but no hold to be able to follow him up. In fact, they don't even care about the Wukong's command. They walk right through it. Challenge Artur.
He's just getting man
who has
fought.
no heroes.
And that man fight's not close.
It's not. Our Shopify have entirely fallen apart.
Yeah, this game is well out of their control. Even the spell lifesteal for Kiyotaka is a problem here. You man fight him with Monkey, he zaps you with Dagon.
Yeah.
He's healing 400 or 500 HP in this, feels like. What do you do? Sorry. It's Kiyotaka's World Cap. Shopify are just living in it.
Not going to be living in it for long. The way this is going, this is looking like a game that 9 Pandas, again, so many of their wins were going later than 40 minutes, but this game is looking like they dominated so hard they may not have to go past that marker. We'll see. We'll see if Shopify, if they're going to choose to fight, are they going to be forced into fighting? 9 Pandas going to keep this push going. After all, they have Aegis and Cheese.
Big right clicker carry here. Destroying your racks.
Yeah. All right, that's a range barracks. Good enough, they say. Okay, they have a Scythe. So the AC helps deal with the Slardar. Now they've got the Scythe to try and lock down Kiyotaka. That can kill him once.
You got to wait out the Aegis and then make the big jump. You have to find Puck in these fights. I don't think there's any other way to win it. Gonna try and burn the Aegis here.
Yeah, they're gonna be forced to trying to punish Kiyotaka here. They get him once.
You have an Atos.
Can they get a follow-up disable here? Unlikely.
Yeah, there's only two real insta-stuns. It's Boundless Strike and that Hex.
Yeah.
But hey, that's a free Aegis pop, and now you can smoke and maybe take the aggressive fight that 9 Pandas might not expect here. You want to find Puck right now. You do not want to find Ramses, because Ramses is the front line. He has Satanic Cheese right now. This is a build designed to just go in and soak up the attention. You got to ignore Slardar, find the real carry, make this jump count. It might be your last.
Look at 9 Pandas playing around their high ground ward. Shopify are going to walk into this one. The question is Arteezy going to walk into this? They jump in. They do find the Chen first. Ramses immediately gets his initiation, starts gunning for crit, trying to stay on top of him, does manage to get those bashes. Meanwhile, Miro's going to be targeted, controlled up, and may not be able to get off of Doom at all. In fact, he does. Controlled up, Immediate buys back, though.
That's a nice freezing field.
A really nice freezing field, but unfortunately, they just seem to be a bit too strong.
Abed
Got the Doom off onto Abed. He's going to die, and Ramsey starts going to work onto Arteezy. All of them dead, none of them buyback, and that's GG. 2-0 over Shopify.
I'm going to bash you back to where you came from, son. God damn.
Bash them all the way down to the lower bracket as 9 Pandas are going to be moving on.
What a performance from this team. Like, where the hell did they come from, right? Playing with a stand-in, playing on new patch, rough performance in a lot of the recent results, but it just feels like Kiyotaka's popping off. They're playing around him. They're willing to sacrifice. Like, Ramses is willing to take a backseat in this game, who normally he is the star one-position carry player, right? But he is sacrificing a lot of his game to play a Slardar, a frontliner, to give Roshan's, and he just understands, like, this puck is going to carry the game. All I have to do is permabash Monkey once, and the rest of the damage is going to come from Kiyotaka.
Would Ramses have been willing to do that on old VP?
I don't think so. I legit don't think so, and that's the kind of stuff that wins you games here. Like, just straight up wins you games. 33,000 damage done by puck at the end of this engagement.
Ramsey's putting his trust in some of the younger generation, the new generation of Eastern Europe, and boy, does it pay off. Kiyotaka with an MVP performance, without a doubt.
We've got Ecstatic Kid on the puck these days, it seems. Fantastic performance out of 9 Pandas, taking down Shopify Rebellion 2-0. And they will face off against Evil Geniuses in the lower bracket, which is the showdown we have come to enjoy quite a bit. Meanwhile, 9 Pandas will go on to face the winner of our next series, Tundra versus PSG.LGD. But for right now, we can just revel in the impressive performance, impressive drafting, impressive team play that 9 Pandas presented us with in this game number 2. Real satisfying stuff.
Yeah, I didn't know what to expect coming into this series since we didn't get to cover them too much, us Group B'ers here. But that was just some good old EEU outskilling. Because I do think Shopify's draft was very good and there were a lot of entrance points for them into the game. Their Veno lane went very well. They killed the Slardar a few times, but Kiyotaka on this puck just did so much and made so much happen. Not only did he solo kill mid, he corrected the top lane, he corrected the bottom lane, he was getting 4-man coils, he was just constantly playing on the edge. There was this one fight near the top tier 2 where it looked like he was going to die. Roger hurricanes him back and he baits Abed on the Storm to follow him all the way, and they secure the kill on them. They make the Storm overextend, they make the Monkey King overextend simply to catch this puck, and I mean, hats off to him. That was an incredible puck performance.
I'm completely with you. He just played out of his mind. It's like I look at the other heroes and I want to find things to say about them, and like I can't. My mind just keeps going back to how much this puck owned and moved around the map.
Yeah, I'm like, if you like flip through your notes, you know, you're the drafter, you're like crunching the numbers, and you're like, the side lanes are gonna do this. We're gonna be able to pressure the puck. We're gonna check the runes, and then you just see Abed solo killed level 4, and Mir already mentioned it. Like, he not only wins his lane, but he wins the other 2 lanes as well. I mean, there's so much you could theory craft in a game of Dota when you see the drafts, but that's why we play the game, and that's what makes these type of games. I thoroughly enjoyed watching that game. That was straight up just like untraditional picks, heroes nobody else is playing, and they just freaking owned them.
And initially, you were quite skeptical about Slardar carry.
I was. I think a lot of people should be skeptical. I don't think any other team would have won with that lineup. So that's even more impressive.
I thought it was like the worst slaughter game I've ever seen. And he destroyed. It was crazy. Like, you see him going this Master Madness and being able to like farm Ancients and getting his farm up and like being able to jump with his team, right? When he jumped alone, then it looked terrible. But when he jumped with his team and got in there, amazing. And you're covering like some of his problems with this Doom. So it's like you're kind of not facing the water alone. They made it work within the team. Great work.
Great work to all of them. And perhaps one player that we're not mentioning by name, but we're going to get an interview with, Pyrian Flax is standing by with Antares for an interview.
Yes, I am, Neil. I am indeed with Antares from 9 Pandas, fresh from that 2-0 win. That looked really good. You guys seem to be very confident.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We do our best Dota today.
Yeah, it really did look like it. A carry Slardar, not something that we've seen a huge amount lately. What was the idea there? I'm curious.
Ramsey just call it. He says like, guys, I just want to play Slardar and just pick it. It's just his ideas. He has a lot of not traditional course players.
You guys also in game one, you finally managed to beat Medusa. Not that you've been struggling, but everybody's been struggling against Medusa. How did you do it? Because I think other teams are going to be looking to how you did it. How did you guys think you beat Medusa?
Actually, we have 100% win rate against Medusa. We know how to play against it. Just focus on the heroes, and at one moment, when everyone is dead, we just kill it. And actually, we have good heroes like Void, Nyx, which works against BKB even. So it's just simple. We know how to control it.
Fantastic. You guys seem very confident, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
What?
I said best of luck.
What? What did you say?
How dare you wish us luck? We don't
luck.
need that.
All I need is skill, and Antares has been displaying it. Yes, his Skywrath Mage has now an 87.5% win rate in this tournament. He has picked it 8 times and only lost on it once.
Oh my
People shouldn't be scared of the Medusa. They should be scared of his Skywrath.
Yeah, he's such a damn good Skywrath, and like kind of to link it to the Slardar again, like the itemization of everyone on 9 Pandas was so good. You had the Solar Crest Rush on the Skywrath Mage and the Bongo Boots on Chen. So it's giving Slardar the attack speed he needs to actually carry and kill these heroes. So I really liked what they all did together.
All these teams are playing with mana batteries, and I mentioned in the draft, but what I love about this Skywrath Mage is you effectively negate 2 heroes in the mid game if you just silence the guy that they're trying to give more mana to. And what I think is so funny about Dota is that just makes so much sense, but like I would have never thought of it.
Except the Medusa. You can silence the Medusa.
Well, I'm talking about like the
She's a different
Storm,
kind of mana battery,
Pango,
yes.
yeah, like the mid laners that are meant to carry the momentum in the mid game. It's just there's 120 heroes to choose from, and these teams are coming up with cute, creative ways to like counter an idea, and that's why we see the meta slowly but surely shift.
The thing is, a lot of teams have tried playing Skywrath Mage versus these Storms, versus these heroes that they need to silence, but none as well as 9 Pandas. And I think it's because Antares understands the hero so well that he just builds to support his team. He doesn't build to do damage. He doesn't build to be a tertiary carry. He'll just make the Solar Crest every game. He does not skip it. He goes Glimmer. He goes Force Staff. He doesn't go for a toaster. Don't worry, guys. I'll solo kill a hero. He understands his position as a support is not relevant to his hero's ability to dish out damage. So his understanding of how to itemize is just so excellent.
I'm very, very happy with his performance, and they should be as well, because now they will be moving forward in our upper bracket, and they will face off against the winner of our next series. Our last upper bracket series of right now, it's going to be Tundra versus PSG.LGD after a break.
They gon' pay the VIP to get a pic with me. I'm a star. Brand new keys to the car. I'm the boss and the king and the czar. Got me so high, so addicted. Telling me I'm the only queen of his heart. Guess I let you co-star. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no razor toast to the goat. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no razor toast to the goat. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma be the best. think I'm a provider. Tell the amateurs stay in their lane, ain't no outsider. Bought a mansion in LA, right next to Mariah. Write a song, get filthy pay, price going high. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no, raise a toast to the goat. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no, raise a toast to the goat. It takes a lot to be the best.
It's time, everyone, for our final series of this 4 best-of-3 day, all upper bracket matches, no eliminations. Just to see who's the best of the best, as Group A and Group B face off against each other for the first time since we started this tournament. Tundra Esports, the kings of Group B, going off against PSG.LGD, who were not upper bracket material when it comes to the Lima Major. And an extra surprise for you is Kazu.
It's me.
Welcome to the panel, my friend.
I made it here. I was just chilling, and then I get a call. I'm like, yo, you want to be on? All right, I'm here.
You took a train here. It wasn't even that difficult for you.
No, it was pretty chill. I mean, I was just hanging out, you know, being around, chilling, watching some Dota, playing some Dota from my hotel room.
You're saying playing some Dota. You've been playing quite a bit of Dota. You said you've been grinding out like 60 matches so far?
Sure, like 40, 50, 60. I don't really keep track, but this new patch is good. I'm enjoying myself because before, I was not liking it. But now, Dota is back, baby.
Okay.
Dota is back.
Now, you're saying that, but I see a lot of people bemoaning the state of affairs with, oh, we're seeing Medusa every single game. Oh, it's the Chan, the Enchantress. Isn't that not your experience?
I mean, kind of, yeah. I think Medusa is it's a pretty dumb hero. I've seen it in my pubs. I do think it is beatable, as is any Dota hero. But it is probably top 2 or top 3 most broken heroes Dota has had since I've played this game.
What's worse, this or Lina?
I think this is worse.
Yeah,
this has got to be worse, no? Like, Lina is actually, sure, she farms fast, but if you jump her, if the guy is out of position for 1-2 seconds, he's dead. Like, you can kill him.
I'll make a case for Lina being worse simply because in competitive Dota, Medusa is worse, but in the casual pub experience, you don't need team play. You don't have to play well. Anyone could have played Lina and got some MMR, so.
But can't anyone... I think I can turn my eyes, I can close my eyes, play Medusa at 20 minutes and tell my team, I'm walking down mid. I'll win.
Your MMR does not count. Think about the average.
You're not indicative of the, you know, we decluttered everything with Pico. Everything has now been separated, and now only the best and brightest are making the best of these situations. And one of the players and one of the coaches responsible for Tundra's success is AUI 2000, and Pyrian Flax caught up with him just a little while ago.
Hey guys, I'm here with Aoi 2000, the legend himself, coach of Tundra. You guys are the #1 team for building pipes in this tournament. You're building more than any other team. I have a couple of questions about that. Number one, is there an occasion when you can foresee not building pipe? Because it seems pretty good.
I think the item's pretty strong. I didn't really know we were the #1 team for building it, but usually there's magic damage, so it's a good item.
Pretty much sells itself on that alone, doesn't it? However, your ex Wraith Pact, I don't want to bring it up, your ex-bestie, is Pipe in any way making up for the death of Wraith Pact?
I mean, the Wraith Pack at TI was OP, but like compared to the last Wraith Pack, like Pipe's probably stronger.
Really?
I mean, the one that didn't only reduce physical, I think so. Like that Wraith Pack was sort of situational.
Interesting. Okay, here's another fact. Your team has the smallest hero pool at the tournament as well. You're very consistent in your picks. Do you ever have to motivate the players to play heroes that they're kind of maybe bored of playing, like Kotl, 9 games in a row, whatever, or do they just get on with it?
I mean, the problem is like I feel like we practice a lot of picks and we have a lot of picks, but people just keep giving us ones that we like. So like, why not play it? It's just, I don't know, it's very comfortable for us. I guess it's might be weird, like we might get challenged now. People study for us a bit more, but I don't think anyone has problems finding new heroes on this team.
Awesome. Thanks very much, Howie, and we'll send it back to you guys.
We're just seeing the tip of the iceberg of what this team is capable of, which is terrifying, because 33's out here whipping out offlane Medusa, and they're just like, you're not really testing us that much. This is just a small selection of the strategies we have to offer. If you keep handing us things we're comfortable with, why should we bother dipping into the reserves? They're comfy right now, and they should be. They topped Group B.
Yeah, this is a versatile team. They always have been. I mean, they have 9 as their mid laner, who is always trying to make unconventional mids work. They have Snaking, who had experience playing 4 on this team and then playing 5. And then they have Skeeter, who in the last patch had one of the biggest carry hero pools. So I wouldn't be worried about versatility at all. It's like AUI said, there are things that they found that are good, and if they're getting it, why change? Why shift away from it?
They also have they have some of the players that I think when you give them their comfort, they shine so much more than other players on it. Like 3-3 for me is like one of the standout players that when you give this guy a hero that he wants to play, he will always perform at 100%. There's some other players who are maybe a little more open in terms of playing other heroes, but if it worked for them, they went what, 14-2 in groups? Or 12-2, I don't know the exact score, but it's pretty good.
Yeah, what I love about Tundra, every patch, you saw it at TI, you saw it even like the patch between TI and now in 7.33, is they always have an identity, and it's always a little bit different. It's like a tweak. It's like, what heroes do we play? How do we interpret this meta? And the identity I've established for them so far is 3 survivable, hard to gank, tanky cores with 2 supports that make all the movements in like the first 15 minutes. And then they hit this insane power spike with like 2 core items. They have like a Armlet Deso Wraith King with like a Crimson Pipe Underlord, just that, like they're the ones that picked Omni Knight last pick, and they even said like, we just stole that from Talon, And so they're not afraid to try other people's ideas, and Mira has been raving about importance of teams not flexing picks. They took Medusa and flexed it. All right, so these guys, they're taking that to like a whole nother level.
I mean, if you're flexing your first pick Medusa to offlane and going 12-1 and 21 the way 33 did, then you're a team to fear. But also, the thing you mentioned about their survivable cores, they also pick supports that scale, so they're never too concerned about their lack of scaling if their cores are too durable. They love their coddles, they love their bounties, they love their snaps, things that with items can provide that late game presence.
And now they're going to have to test that against PSG.LGD, who, in the topic of offlaners, are speaking a lot about 33. I want to hear from Zeal, though, and Pyrian Flax did an interview with him.
Hi, guys. I'm here with Zeal from PSG.LGD. This is your first major event, is that right?
Yeah, it's my first major event.
And how are you finding it?
Everything is kind of like new to me, and I find everything fine so far. The nerves, everything. I feel fine, comfortable.
Are you enjoying playing on the new patch and playing sort of, in these booths with the enemy team just right next to you? Is it exciting? Is it fun?
Actually, I kind of enjoy this new patch because there's a lot of like crazy stuff happening in the game, and for the LAN experience, I think it's pretty fun too. It takes me back when I was playing like small competitions too. Yeah.
So I've got here that a lot of Chinese players are playing pub games on the C servers instead of the China servers. Is that true? And if so, why?
It's true. The Chinese players are playing in Southeast Asia. I think it's because of like they can't really get games in perfect world servers because there's like very less players. So everyone is just in the C server. Yeah.
And how are you finding it playing in the C servers?
well, sometimes I need to do some translation over there. Like I need to communicate English and Chinese. But that's fine for me. It's kind of fun to sometimes you get to play with like some of the legendary players or like some big streamers there. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, all the best in your game, and we look forward to seeing you in the rest of the tournament. Cheers.
Great. Well, I'm good that Zeal already has a background with translating, because chances are we may have him doing it more and more if this team keeps winning, which so far it's looking like he was the missing piece, Mira. Xiang Yu for Tour 1 may have been touch and go for them, didn't show up with the Lima Major with PSG.LGD, but now Zeal, the charismatic offlaner that we always love PSG.LGD to have, has been very, very compatible, it seems.
Yeah, he brought the hero versatility, which is what their former offlaner lacked. It seems like he's very well-tempered and friendly and easy to get along with too, which is really important if you're going to transition into a team in the middle of a season. But for the most part, he's looked solid. He's looked stable. They're one of the only teams that flexes Pango to offlane still in this tournament, and they have a lot of their LGD pocket picks still, like their brews and whatnot. But he has been delivering.
Yeah, he's definitely a big upgrade from Zhang Yu. They missed this versatility with where you can play these Beastmasters with auras or flex your Pango, as you were saying. I saw him in one of the opening games of the patch. I played against him. He was playing Brewmaster. He did some Meteor Hammer into Radiance pipe build. So he was already trying some Meteor Hammer, but also knowing that pipes and auras are very good. So this guy, I've got my eyes on him. He's one of their standout players, at least lately. And what I like a lot when LGD do play is when they combine their supports with nothing to say. He's like the solid rock of this team, where I want to see them play these Ios, Coddles, which isn't really, strange to this tournament because a lot of people are doing it. But they really, really excel at it. Shiro on his carry, give him some time, and he's going to be A-okay in the mid game. And this team, they just needed some time, and now they're good to go.
Let's see how good they'll be to go against Tundra, though. It's a best of 3, the last one of the night. Let's see if PSG.LGD can make their way to a top 8, or if they're going to be going down to lower bracket. Stick around. Game number 1 coming up next.
So stick around. Yes, I Yes, I So stick around. Yes, I could.
Having upper bracket secured feels great, especially the top seed, which means we get to choose our opponent, which is always a nice dilemma. We struggled with it hard last time, but I think we will figure it out this time. Yeah, it feels great. Like everything is working out very well for us, and excited to see how we do against the other group.
Well, they decided to choose PSG.LGD as their opponent. And was it a wise decision? I know, Mira, you specifically said that you've been a fan of Tundra. You've been way before people started bandwagoning. What tournament did you know that Tundra had the sauce?
I'm also a fan of LGD.
Correct.
I need to say that.
Okay, but the reason why I'm leading with this is because you specifically mentioned one tournament that
Yes.
you were like, oh, Tundra were really good at this one.
No, so this is what I always reply or counter when people think that Tundra is a one-patch team. That's actually so wildly incorrect, because ever since I started working as a Dota analyst, Tundra has always been the most impressive team at the start of the patch. At ESL One Fall 2 years ago, that was at the start of a new patch, and they just had a better idea of it, and I believe they got second place, and they crushed group stage completely.
They did.
And
Do you
I
know who they lost to, though?
Wasn't it LGD?
It was
yes,
LGD.
Okay. But they I think they debuted the mid Coddle back then also, and they also had a lot of mid Earth spirits. But then when there was another new patch in Dota, there was another third-party tournament, which was Gamers Galaxy and Dubai, that Tundra won, and that was at the start of a new patch. It just seems like they figure it out faster than anybody else. So anybody who goes into a new patch thinking Tundra is nerfed has not been following this team's history. They've just been following them since TI.
And actually, it's the other way around. They won ESL Fall. They beat LGD in the grand finals. They're the ones who got first place in that tournament.
Oh, they got first place.
Yeah, they have a history.
Oh, I remember, because Zhao 8 was standing in that tournament. There was nothing to say. Yes, I remember. Zhao 8 was their mid stand-in. That was awesome. And but they also won Gamers Galaxy Dubai, and they beat Boom in the finals.
Well, he's sitting down now, and he's drafting very, very quickly. Shao-It and Aoi 2000 going head-to-head. Alchemist, Bounty Hunter, Bloodseeker banned out. Tundra take out Beastmaster Medusa, and we get the first pick Coddle, responded with Doom Crystal Maiden, and LGD close out the phase with Pango.
I would say it's nothing too crazy going on, at least from LGD side. Coddle is one of the best supports, both in pubs and in pro play. They close the phase with their Pango, so it's already a very good combo there. For Tundra, it's going to be important that you have heroes that can address Pango in the game, because eventually, if you give this Pango a good early game, he's going to sync up with his Coddle at minute 10, 15 with Diffusal, and they're going to make your map into just a huge pain. So for Tundra, you're going to want heroes like Storm, Ember, Bad Riders, just have some form of jump to kind of mitigate both the Coddle and the Pango just, mousing and ratting around the map as they want to.
Yeah, what I was checking out while I was just keeping my head down in the notes is that I was wondering why Tundra was only 1-0 on Doom so far this tournament, because Tundra was one of the first teams last patch to just be picking Doom every single game, a 33 special, and I looked through their drafts this entire tournament. Everyone has either picked it first or banned it in the first round. So every other game other than the one they picked it. So we were talking about the first series where they're leaving Medusa in the pool looking for ways to beat it. This is the first team so far this tournament that has left Doom for Tundra. So LGD looks like they have an idea that they knew this was coming, they expected it, and they have some clear-cut plan for beating this, because it's like a timing, it's a play style. It just plays into the way Tundra loves to play the map. Buy auras with the ability to group, but what makes Doom so strong in their hands is that he also buys Boots of Travel a lot of the time, so they can do it from anywhere with this hyper-mobile offlaner that also builds all the tankiness for you.
Yeah, I believe it's the pick your poison kind of thing when going against Tundra in the first phase, because they've proven that they have so many good first phase heroes that you have to just let one through. And I think the Alchemist is a top priority one. The Bounty surprises me because they do pick it often, but it usually comes in the second phase. So I'm imagining that these teams have scrimmed against each other and Tundra have opened with Bounty against them for them to respect it that highly.
I'm okay with what they did in the first phase simply because the Alch, I also agree, because the hero is more flexible. I actually think this hero can be played from 1 to 5, whereas I think Doom is a bit more locked in and he's a bit more straightforward. You know what to expect. And the Bounty ban, I would say, it's just good. It protects Coddle. Coddle hates heroes that will find you all these Rickies, Bounties, heroes that are invis on top of you or provide vision with track, because the number one thing you actually need to do against some of these supports like Coddles, Rubik, Oracle, Silencers, you need to kill them. These are not heroes that you can leave unaddressed, because they're going to carry team fights, and you may not think it because, this guy is a support. But sometimes supports, they're really the shining heroes in the back that will allow your course to really take off, which could happen in this game with Coddle Pango. you're kind of set up for that if they don't answer it properly.
Yeah, you have to compare like how much HP the Coddle actually has compared to how much EHP he's giving his team, right? The Coddle Illuminate Blast healing his entire team, the Blinding Light, 40% miss chance on a pretty low cooldown. These are just the type of things that go into what you're saying, where if you don't kill this guy, how much effectively are you having to deal more damage to the cores in the meantime?
And when you're talking with this Coddle, Tundra have to address it with some 9 jump hero, right? And they've already taken the Pango from them on the side of LGD, so you're going to be considering a potential Void Spirit, a potential Blink DK, any of those 9 specialties. So this Slark on Tundra tells us nothing.
It's a flex.
Could be Soxa.
It could be Soxa, indeed. I mean, when they initially picked the Slark to flex, they picked it against the first phase DM, which already looks better than, I mean, a Coddle and a Pango. It doesn't seem too great against either of them, but they're still leaving their draft open to interpretation now. So the 2 picks that come out of LGD could be a complete trap set by Tundra with this Slark.
I want to rave about this Slark pick because first off, he's one of the best picks against Doom. One of the few carries that can chew through that Vanguard early with a gank. And he also is good against the likes of Ursa and Monkey King, which are the other 2 carries that you would like to pick against Doom. So they actually got 3 free bans on Tundra where they no longer had to protect the Doom with those bans. They instead cover all of their bases at once, and if you do hard counter the Slark with a better pick in the carry matchup, they can just rotate it to 4. Maybe it's like 5 head a little bit too much, but like they made it work already once.
There's just a lot of value in this Slark. Like I've seen Soxa pub it too, and when we think about how big the map is, vision is actually that much more important. And when you can really nail down these wards and like get them out, and also night vision is super crucial in a lot of these fights, because the map, even though there's a lot of trees, there's a lot of areas that are very open. And Tundra, they're one of the best at making, right, like getting stuff out of an actual bad lane. I don't think 3-3 is gonna care if it does end up being Soxa on the Slark, and they're just gonna make it work.
Yeah, but if they're going to flex the Slark to support, they need to enable it with something like a Darkseer, or I don't like it at all right now. And if they don't enable it in this round, any kind of good Slark combo or self-sustaining offlaner is going to get banned out in the second phase.
I think for Tundra, it's a bit... I would agree with you for most other teams, but they're the team that, in my mind, they abuse the map the most. So even if you... I'm not saying Slark 4 is good, but if one team can make it work without the most setup, it would be them, because I also kind of feel like their Doom, it's going to be their offlane. Otherwise, I feel like, yeah, you have this Darkseer he will make any dumb or weird 4 work. Your Pudge 4, Slark 4, whatever, drop an Iron Shell, suddenly your draft does work. But for them, I really think they just... It's like their style right now. They're going to play around to Shard, Night Vision, delete some wards, and hope to play the map.
And Nine's got the counter pick mid here. Against Clock, you want a Spirit usually, some mobile hero. It's either Puck or a Spirit. I'm leaning towards Void Spirit for what I like against the Coddle.
I like Void too.
There it is. Yeah, it's a pretty limited pool that he had to choose from. You see Clock, you want a hero that innately gets out of the cogs. You have Pango, so you have like pretty free matchups on all those heroes. So you kind of just pick whichever one you think you'd like to play against the remaining heroes, the Muerta and the Coddle. Most importantly against Muerta, you need to force her to defend herself with her ultimate, with her BKB, and then disengage, because you got to buy that like 8 seconds where you can't touch her anymore. We saw that very impactful in an earlier series, and that's what I like so much about Void Spirit here.
You also like it as the carry-to-carry matchup, because if you're buying time, Depth Shroud plus Shadow Dance may buy you enough time if
I
they
think
want to
that
make
purely
it a carry.
comes down to the offlaner that LGD picks. If they like try to lane well against the Slark, now they have the option to give Skeeter the last pick counter. It's just the doubt that they put in your mind here.
It's on, I would actually say right now, and LGD need to emphasize on this next pick, that you don't allow the Slark to be carry, but that you corner it into a 4. You should think about that.
I
agree.
I would love for them to do that, because it's a horrible Slark 4 game. It's not enabled by any pick right now. It can't walk up to a Muerta on lane and hit her. If it fights the Clockwork is going to battery assault back, so I love this Clockwork pick. It's not going to be able to roam on the Pango successfully, and the Coddle in the laning stage will be able to blast it away. So if they actually get cornered into throwing the Slark into position 4, they would be in a bad situation.
Yeah, and I'm sure Javed, he knows his stuff for sure. So if you're them, you kind of need to know that, okay, if we give this Slark a free game on carry, they can now pick some range 4, whatever they want. This could be where they potentially bust out some bad rider that I've seen them do in their pubs with this Doom. But overall, I think what Tundra want to play for right now is they're going to have Slark vision in the game, no matter if it's a 1 or 4. They're very good at playing the map. And these LGD heroes, they really crumble. Once you catch one of these heroes, their whole team fight will fall apart. If you catch Coddle or Pango before roll or Muerta, all these heroes are very susceptible to being jumped because they're just going to instantly die. So any hero that allows Tundra to play the map and follow through with that would really just... I think it just fits their entire draft and how they want to play as a team.
Yeah, I think this Clockwork Doom matchup's kind of a bait because I always thought Doom was unplayable into Clock because you have a really bad base attack time and you can't get out of the cogs. But the best item against Clock is a Force Staff, and Dooms just take the Hurricane Creep, the big Wildkin. You can choose which direction you force yourself out, and you can also use it on your allies. So you've already got like a built-in Force Staff as one of his abilities, and it kind of ruins their entire draft, I think, on LGD. Like, you can get yourself out of the Muerta Silence, you can get yourself like to disengage from the roll. My concern is that Tundra is just going to kite them and then be able to turn the fight with Essence Shift stacks if it's a carry Slark. If it's not a carry Slark, you're going to probably have like the double Doom mid to late game. Like, it seems like something to not really plan for, but Dooms get that refresher pretty much reliably every single game. And I just need to see LGD have a last pick that's forcing a fight. Like
Underlord. It's
Underlord.
still in the pool.
Okay.
They need their Aura Builder, and they need some kind of global map mobility. So I'm like, are they going to take it out now? Because it's still there, and it's one of the most contested heroes of this patch.
Another would work for me. There's, I think, another reason why. Okay.
So if you pick Elsie versus the Slark Depth Shroud,
It's a bit of a problem. It can be a problem.
You've made the support Slark good suddenly, because I was thinking about the potential of Elsie to dispel the CM route to play as a self-sustaining offlaner, but I feel that suddenly now there's value in the support Slark pick when I didn't see any value to it before.
I mean, now you... Yeah, I mean, LC Duel just gets deleted, but it just cancels.
ends. It doesn't. It's not like they're stunned waiting for it to end. It literally ends instantly if the Death Shroud comes out. I mean, I'm thinking Monkey King or Ursa. Like, I think they're going to rotate the Slark out of carry now for all the reasons Mira already mentioned. Like, core Slark, kind of annoying to play against Legion because you can't Dark Pact off the duel, but support Slark, yeah, there you go. I like all the ideas that LGD had individually, but I really do think Tundra has answers to literally every part of LGD's draft, and I think Tundra, if they have the answers with their heroes, they will utilize them. They will kite the map. They'll pick and choose the fights that they want. They have Roche taking with Ursa, Vision from the Slark, Jump from 9, farming reliably, or a builder on Doom. They don't have any of those things on LGD.
The good news for LGD is they're going to have this strong Pango timing. When he gets Diffusal, where he can run around with Coddle around the map, the Slark still will not be strong enough to have any saves for his team up until he gets the gold to get that Depth Shroud, and they might be able to kick them out of certain parts of the map, but I don't feel like they're going to be able to kick them out for long enough to win the game. I think Tundra will find their way back into the game and just completely outscale them.
LGD need to play off of their lanes. I like Tundra's draft more overall, but what LGD have going for them is that Ursa can suck real bad against spammy lanes, which you do have with LC Coddle. You need them to get off to a good start, then play through their Pango, because if they're behind at 15 minutes, I think this game is over for LGD. They need to do well in their lanes, then combine the Coddle with the Pango, go around the map, set up Shiro for success, have some purges in the game, and hope that you're ahead and stay that way. Because when you fall behind, Tundra will murder you on this map and not allow you to come back.
I mean, the good news is, in theory, this 4 Slark shouldn't be that impactful in the lanes simply because they have counters to it, hero to hero. But
yes.
So hopefully their lanes don't go badly here.
Their lanes should go well, and for them to do well, they have to go that way. They need to murder top and bottom, which they can.
And
if they play well.
Last time Soxa got his hands on this Slark, it was against SMG, and he had like 8 stacks of Essence Shift at like 5 minutes in the game.
I'm looking at the pregame. I'm looking at like 3 blood grenades from Tundra, and I'm seeing a first blood because you can utilize the Slark nighttime vision to get that fight that you want pregame when it is night.
But also, none of those heroes had Kite for him. Like, he's not getting pushed away by Coddle or swashbuckled away or silenced by Muerta.
Also, they'll be playing against a team that is not eliminated. They're playing against an upper bracket team this time.
Fair point.
They're playing against PSG.LGD for game number 1. It's Cap and SVG.
Ooh, Tundra versus PSG.LGD. I'm not gonna lie, I might have been a little bit biased looking at the schedule today. I saw this one as the last series of the day, and I was like, ooh, that's the spicy one. That's the one I really am looking forward to cast. Because, well, it's PSG.LGD, so it's always a pleasure to be able to see China back in the upper bracket. Avery, of course, is a big fan. And then we've got the TI winners in Tundra on a new patch. Of course, you heard Mira's defense of them. They have always been able to adjust to a patch because their Dota IQ is so big. So the question is, what kind of innovations are they going to be bringing to the table? And is PSG.LGD, are they still playing catch-up?
Are they still trying to catch up to the Western European teams who they said themselves they felt like they were falling behind, Avery? Or have they gotten a step ahead?
Cap, you beautiful fool. You absolute beautiful fool. LGD playing catch-up? Excuse me? Excuse me? Zhao 8 behind in a meta? Excuse me? Blasphemy. Blasphemy. You should be smited from the Dota scene to even utter such an ignorant statement.
Yeah.
Now, sometimes Zhao 8 is so ahead of the meta
that he falls behind.
That he does fall a little bit behind. But that is the question you should be asking, not is this man ever behind? The big question in this game, to me, is like the panel was talking about, how well do the lanes go for LGD? Can they execute this Coddle Legion lane to its full potential? And the better question is, does Tundra get impact out of this Maiden Slark support duo that they made work really well last time? But I do feel like in that SMG game, that was kind of dependent on SMG throwing them some freebies at the start.
Sure.
And they just snowballed out of control with the dual roam.
A few.
Yeah, they gave him a lot. They gave him a lot of freebies.
Yeah, like 8 bonus agility by minute 2 or something.
Because personally, I think if you do not feed this Slark Maiden some free kills early, it becomes a liability.
I mean,
think this Slark's a
surely there's
liability.
no way that Slark is...
No, he does not do anything until he gets a lot of farm later.
Yeah.
So, okay, you have a great you give a great depth shroud here. You can cancel duels. But
that's amazing.
Are LGD reliant on duels to win the fight? Not necessarily if Pango and Morta get a lot of farm and you can just play off Chakra. Now, these are good heroes for Chakra. They're good heroes to just pump the heal into. And I think they have pretty good scaling time. Like, I don't know what a lot of these Morta late game carry matchups are like. You know, if we're talking Morta versus Ursa, what does that look like? I mean, who the hell knows? But I have a feeling it's probably okay for Morta because you can just always go into that spirit realm and what do you do if you're Ursa? You have no counterplay.
I do want to point out, I've actually lost the chat, but hopefully you guys saw it. I know the observers pulled it up. The all chat that occurred there, which was pretty interesting. Why You Smile said something like 13, 2, and 15. I don't know what that was a reference to.
Well, of course.
Maybe it was a reference to a pub game that, they played together or something.
13 to 15, of course, refers to a very special segment out of the Zhao lore novel, the Book of Psalms, where it was gospel that Zhao 8 would return and win China another TI in the foreseen future.
The Book of Psalms. Zhao 8's Book of Psalms. Did he write the Book of Psalms?
That's as much lore as I know about that one. You're going to have to talk to a better expert than me.
Because it sounds like to me he's writing a book about himself and predicting that he will come back to save China,
13
which
to
is
15. Ye shall respect the Zhao 8 Grand Final draft appearance.
Anyway, if
Or
anybody knows the actual reference of 13,
no, I don't know what
15.
that was. Probably like a Rosheimer or something. I mean, the better thing is he asked to.
That's a KDA. Not a, what the hell?
The better thing is Skeeter asked for the white noise to come back. And Zeal gave him a raffle.
This pleases me to no end.
Yeah, that's the. If anybody knows what that is, that's to help help decrease the outside sound coming into the headsets.
It's very honorable, because he could have played without it. But Skeeter's like, no, I want to win this match honorably. Now, the flip side is
Skeeter, of course, has been brushing up on his Chinese.
I mean, 13 to 15. Skeeter's been studying the Psalms of Zhao very, very penitently. So, of course, he would understand what LGD were going to be yelling at each other.
Right, yeah, yeah.
I'll tell you, though, I've been on LAN versus some of these Chinese teams in the past. Well, white noise ain't helping you.
I will never forget
It's not helping
the
you much.
group stage of Frankfurt Major. Were you there?
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, TK.
It was like, it was all in this warehouse. And there were a couple of Chinese teams there who were very, very loud. RTK was definitely the loudest, but there were other Chinese teams there who were also trying to equal ROTK's energy. And when they played against each other, everybody knew. Everybody knew. The whole build.
RTK is the only player I played against on LAN where I felt like he was in my comms channel. Like, you have to pause. Like, did this guy get in our team speak? What the hell is going on? He's louder than most of my teammates. He's over there screaming. And then maybe you have like Yoar next to you. He's like, hey guys, can we fight? This is ROTK shouting, go, go, go! Slay!
I always, when he does, like, does he mute his microphone? He has to. He has to be muting his microphone, and then he's just screaming over their headsets. Over their...
Well, actually, on some of the really old lands, they didn't actually use... They just yelled.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure that's where he picked up that technique.
Like TeamSpeak. I don't need that. Don't you know who I am? However, I think this LGD team is a lot more quiet. They seem like a very reserved, polite, patient team.
I mean, it's a bunch of newbies, right? I mean, you got Why You Smile and Nothing to Say, of course. They are now the veterans on this lineup. But then you've got the eHome trio that, you know, we've talked about it a number of times, that they're mostly new to international, whether it was Lima or now here when it comes to
got
Zeo.
the best of both worlds. I was thinking about that. You know, why is like he's the last of that old Wing squad still playing, right? After Faith Beyond retired.
Yeah, Faith Beyond retired was very sad.
The last remnant of those nostalgic illusions. I'll be sad to see the day when he goes, hopefully no time soon. Yeah. And another reason maybe to root for this LGD team. Bring some life back to the Chinese scene.
Yeah, the currently desecrated Chinese.
Yeah, they got gutted. So you need that new blood, right?
Yeah.
You want to see these guys at least do well on land so they gain some confidence and get some experience, and this team just feels better about fulfilling Zhao 8's draft philosophy. They'll get the lane back top.
I thought you were going to say his Book of Psalms.
But that was the implication. The big question here is, again, you're going to try lane with the support duo. I don't think support Slark does anything against it. So LGD not feeding an early first blood. They just need to play patient up here. Let the pressure come in bottom where you have the 2-on-1. It's a clock versus a melee hero. Like, you can full zone 33 here. This is not a lane he can play, especially if you can keep the equilibrium back. Just do not want to feed the early blood grenade
blocking
kills.
from Snake King, but he had to be careful.
Oh, he missed the other one.
He did. He missed the blood grenade that might have been able to get the kill otherwise.
This is a good 2v3 lane for LGD. When you have overwhelming odds plus Blinding Light, do large AoE spells that affect everybody, and Blinding Light can always recreate that gap that Tundra are trying to close to get the kill. Not an easy 3-on-2 lane.
Though when it's just the Slark by himself, Zox actually nabs the first blood before the mischance comes in from the Blinding Light.
I mean, LGD had good patience up here. I think they could have just waited a little longer.
Oh,
this wouldn't have been happening.
Commit for a second kill. He dies after Planet dies, so no experience going to the way of PSG.LGD.
This is not what you want to have happen versus that support Slark. It's just not. You have to be disciplined about it, and the punish will come over time, right? But now you gave him a free boots. It's so big for this hero. Like, now he's going to get level 2 if he gets one pull. He has boots that'll help him get this pull. Now, all of a sudden, the Clock's Slark matchup is not what it used to be. That was a costly trade up top.
It's funny how, you know, they always say Dota is a cycle. You know, the old heroes return off of, like, certain meta heroes being run, and then you remember what counters it, and it just kind of constantly goes around and around in a circle. And it seems like maybe we're entering into a phase where people have to remember how to 2v3 or even 1v3 tri lanes.
Yeah, I haven't been playing versus him in 5 years.
Yeah.
Don't know what the hell to do. Now it's time to find out again.
Is it 5 years? I feel like it might even be longer than that.
I don't know. The last... I mean, if you want to go back to where Trines were really popular, it was like a Alliance at TI3 or something.
Yeah.
It's kind of been downhill since then.
Mid lane matchup, 9 versus Nothing to Say. It's going to be an interesting one. Nothing to Say, a little bit behind in CS right now. So not a great start considering the start for Tundra on the side lanes going well.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent start here for Tundra all around. Of course, you're going to sacrifice some of that Doom net worth. I would expect these lanes to get a little better for LGD going close to that 10-minute mark. But if you can win mid here with Void Spirit, who probably should win this matchup early at least a little bit,
yeah,
then that's going to help you going into this mid game with a support duo that you might lack some damage, right? That is the one downside of this Slark. Like, the save's good, but the damage follow-up on a Void Spirit jump, I mean, it doesn't exist.
This matchup is just not that fun when you do not have, when you're a little bit behind, but especially when you only have level 1 battery assault. Like, once he gets level 2 battery assault, Slark, much harder time to trade hits like that. But
yeah, and if you didn't have an early boots, you know,
yeah,
that would probably help a little. Still, it's going to be free farm for Shiro down here, and mostly free farm for Skeeter, plus that early kill. So you're just going to go trading these carries into that mid game, and that's where that mid lane might make the difference. Like, which of these tempo mids comes online first and can maybe make some moves, abuse some power runes. also a big question. Like, would you rather have a Sacrifice Legion or a Sacrifice Doom?
I would definitely rather have the Sacrifice Doom.
I tend to agree, especially since Legion save is not... It's not a crazy Legion save game, right? It's not like you're removing some huge spell. You can kind of counteract this Void Spirit initiation, which I think is really nice.
Oh, he goes for it! Nothing to say, nabs him.
Just too easy for the man.
Woo! And he was zoning him out of the next creep wave, too, so this is
dub.
so much better than just a kill.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's why Sox is here, to clean up the XP.
Yeah.
But he doesn't want to have to clean this up.
Which means you're going to get a faster level 6. Shiro is in a bit of trouble here. The battery salt really helping out. 33 almost got the swipe in. That might have cost Shiro his life.
How do you get him so low? What is going on here?
I think part of it was the regen battle. I'd be curious to see the gold spent on consumables, because Nothing to Say did have a healing salve on top of his bottle. So I think maybe he might have just spent a little bit more effort on the regen game. Let's see, 460 compared to 290. Yeah, healing salve advantage right there.
And you're seeing that 590 for 33. Like, he's bought a couple salves down bottom to try and create the pressure. Maybe more than he normally would on a hero like Doom, who's just getting ringed. But remember, he started that 1v2.
Yeah.
They're kind of in that position. Zeal just getting run down.
Yeah, this matchup is so bad for you when the Ursa has a boots advantage. Whether he gets boots before you or he gets upgraded boots before you get your upgraded boots. So that tri-lane having a big effect, and it's going to continue. Why you smile? Good set of cogs there. Maybe saves his life. We'll see. The Rolling Thunder is going to come on through. Whoa! What? What did it just hit? It hit one of those invisible walls.
Valve headquarters?
Oh my god. I mean, this always happens whenever you have map changes. This always happens. There is these tiny little invisible walls from leftover spots.
I feel like it was a cog. Like it was like a lingering cog effect.
Maybe.
I swear if that's the case, that's not good for LG.
No, it's not. PSG.LGD are hoping this is good for them, though. Trying to go for the kill on 33. It's not clear they're going to be able to get it. Both are low, but both will stay alive.
This Slark is just reaping the benefits of those early kills.
Are they going to get that snaking? He's going to try for it. The Wisdom Moon. Nice bounce back there from Planet. That was so important. Unfortunately, they don't have a disable. So can't get the true punish. Watch that one again.
I swear it's right on where the cogs were.
Yeah, it does look like where the cogs were.
All right, well, 733B. Cogs now exist in the Muerta Spirit realm. You're going to have to watch out for those.
Zeal, again, needing help. Planet just has to constantly be sitting on his offlaner, because he's just going to keep feeding away. And the more he feeds away, the faster the battle theory is for the Ursa, which makes this game so much harder. Faster.
You know what that roll is? It's like when you're on a skateboard on a bike and you hit a tiny little rock in the road and it just flips your whole wheel. That man just hit a pebble.
Just misses your whole shit up. They do have some stacking going on here, which I assume Tundra has really not focused on, considering their support.
Yeah. I mean, Slark is not a big
double damage going to work here. Rolling Thunder thought about using it.
Give him the chakra.
Back. Does manage to get the kill, but now he's going to be doomed up. Oh, that blinding light.
Look for the deny.
They're going to try to stimulate. Yeah. Pull him back in, get the extra kill. Snaking will help him out with that. And go for the stack.
Oh, everything aligning here for Tundra.
I mean, stacks are only good if you can actually claim them yourself.
That is true. I mean, 9 can commit the rest of his spells here. I think he will. Just a big net worth swing this early in the game.
Oh no, he tried to juke it out, but it didn't work.
His lanes are a disaster for LGD. This top lane with the tri-lane getting the momentum skewed for Ursa. There's just no way to combat it with Legion, despite having Phase Boot's Tumbler toy. Just not much in the way around this matchup. You're going to have to make it up with your Pangolier. There's a lot of weight for NTS to carry with Chakra in this game. You better get to that Diffusal. Get to it fast. Start making some magic happen.
Yeah, they do have that really sick combo of Chakra Magic plus the Swashbuckle, so you have that. Oh no, another Cogs issue. This one,
he can't move through them.
He can't get through. What is going on? What? Valve, please.
Hot fix it right now. Salvage this man's game.
This is actually just destroying him. The first bump was not a bug. That was just straight up. The cogs were still there. They just messed that up.
I mean, at least now he knows.
Or actually, maybe well, I guess he tried to get in through the little hole.
What are you talking about through the little hole?
No, he knocked down one of the cogs on Clockwork, right? And so he tried to drive into that hole, but it might be like that cog was still there technically.
I don't think it matters if it's bugged.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying.
Yo, bro, kill a cog so I can roll through. I mean, they're invis. You don't even know which one he killed necessarily. I mean, in the later fights, we're going to see Y sitting there killing all his cogs so Pango can roll through. This is a very unfortunate bug.
My point is that killing the cogs does not seem to save this issue. No. Even if they expire naturally or you kill them, the problem is still there. I wonder how long they last, too.
Well, apparently it's a lot longer than we see them there for.
You know, like 5 minutes from now, is he going to roll in that area and get bounced
creating
back?
a minefield? Oh, God. Weird things happening. NTS don't like. NTS says, take me back to old patch. What a weird interaction.
Also, side note, they've just been leaving Zeal up here in this 1v1 against Urso, which has not been fun for him.
Yeah, back in Beartown. He's just going to go Solar Crest first item. I mean...
that's a bad sign, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's not even the greatest Solar Crest game. Like, this item isn't amazing versus Ursa. It's pretty useless versus Doom. Void Spirit doesn't care. It's okay on Morta. That's about it. Just kind of feels like he has resigned himself to be a backline buffer, which is not what you want out of a later Legion pick with a Caudal Legion lane. It's supposed to be strong.
Pull him back in. They got a jump. Should be able to get this kill nice and easy. Muerta's coming in, but decides against it. I don't know. I don't think you can hold this one, Shiro. Not without some more help.
I mean, it's because of this cog change, right? Like, they made it so you can't move over the cogs with forced movement anymore.
Yeah.
So that's probably what is bugging out the Pango roll.
Yeah,
That'd
could
my
be.
guess. Either way, they'll have to play around.
Gonna try and get the surprise Doom. Nothing to say. Keeping his distance.
I mean, Diffusal's up.
Go for the power run, maybe.
This is where you want to start the skirmishing. Your LGD. Combine your supports behind this Pangolier. Start poking, finding those core kills. Because Tundra are just going to farm. Like, they do not feel pressure right now with how much they got away with the support Slark, who's going to be able to save every duel. I don't know if we're going to see a duel this game, but if we do, he'll be able to counteract it. And Skeeter is pretty damn far ahead. Just going Battle Fury.
The Sasha already has his level 6. Where Planet still level 5. Big burst of damage there. Managed to push him back. And an opportunity. Zeal, does he have the mana for duel? Okay, he's got it now. We're good.
He's on the
Double
board.
kill for nothing to say. This time, Tundra, you know, they tried to invade into that hard camp stack again. They get punished.
I mean, this is the window you have to abuse for LG, where the Slark Maiden is pretty low damage right now, and you have a lot with the Pango Diffusal. Like, you do not want to let Skeeter just get the free Battle Fury here and start farming up the whole map. This 13-minute phase Battle Fury. He is ripped.
He's got another 900 gold already. So, going to be a very fast Blink Dagger unless they do something to stop this.
I mean, I feel like Shiro's pretty far in this game, but it doesn't even look close.
No, it's not.
It really is. I mean, he has comparable CS. It's just those 3 kills. Doing a lot for Skeeter on that lane. And this is where, if you're LGD, you also want to start getting these tier 1s down so you have space for the Pango Caudal to operate as your clock tries to catch up in levels. I mean, look at how split Tundra are on the map right now. They are farming 5 different areas with 5 heroes.
That's a Tundra classic.
It really is.
They really know how to out-farm you when the time comes.
And they don't mind farming on supports because they feel like the support net worth impact is just as good as the cores a lot of time. Yep. That's the annoying part. Like, do you want to gank this Soxa Slark in your bottom lane right now? No. It's not worth it. But then at the same time, he's going to get farm and destroy you in the later fights with some Halberd, some Shard, whatever it is. You're going to be like, well, where'd he get all that farm? I mean, you got it down here, right? Just mad efficiency. Ancient stack for Skeeter with Battle Fury timing with 33 clears for another one of his own. Devour and Midas going to work. There's a lot of net worth rolling in.
Yeah, once upon a time they had 1 stack on Tundra, but as soon as that Battle Fury started getting close, team made an effort to stack up the ancient camp for this Ursa.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower
This is
under
getting
attack.
very dicey. I mean, like, because when you get this fast of a Blink Dagger, you're going to start running around, getting kills. Next thing you know, he's going to have a Nullifier.
He will.
And then you just won't have an answer when he jumps on somebody. Oh, cutting through from behind. Shiro, though, TPing out. Not fast enough. They're going to blow him up with the magic damage pretty easily here. And then instantly TP out. The Clockwork will stop Snake King.
Not who they wanted out of that, though.
No, they have to pull so many heroes here to try and get revenge for a 5 position. That is not what you want.
I mean, you're happy you got some dual damage. Zeal did go for the blink over that Solar Crest. I'm glad to see it, because I just don't think that would have paid off any time in this game.
I mean, frankly, is his dual damage going to matter when you soul them out in the laning phase so hard?
It will if he can catch up. I mean, it's still a good duel game outside of the Slark Shard. And I mean, Soxa can't be everywhere, right? Like, he's still your big catch mechanism on these side lanes for 9 split push. You have to have it come online at some point. I'm not saying it's pretty, I'm not saying it's easy, but like, what other course of victory do you have right now? As the Roshans are definitely going to go Skeeter's way. Blink Dagger done. Eyeing that Aegis. Slark will tank it up for him. LGD have done a nice job of continuing the Ancient stacking. I mean, that's just been playing it the whole game. So they're finding farm for NTS and Shiro. Can you find the fight? Can you find the picks?
Yeah, I can't help but look at LGD's positioning on the map. And like, they're playing around each other so much, but very rarely has this actually worked for them. Like, when Nothing to Say was sitting at that top lane behind the tower bush, you know, just waiting for somebody to show. And nobody from Tundra did. I think the only thing that's really keeping them in this game is the stacks they've been doing otherwise.
That'll count for something. You have Region on NTS, your Pangle's still strong here.
Missing that Swashbuckle, missing that hook shot.
Not even close there. 33 just went Octarine after Midas as well. I mean, his favorite build, right? Just maximize the greed and the rate of farm, because they're not going to be able to catch you.
I mean, they're spending so much time mid that they've hardly seen the cores that are actually farming on the side of Tundra.
Oh, there's one.
Yeah, Skeeter's going to show up now with his Aegis to, put some fear into PSG.LGD.
Soxa stole their wisdom.
And does manage to get the duel on him. Okay.
Oh, not actually worth it in the end. That's 38 dual damage for Zeal, more than I thought he'd get. Tundra will take your tier 1 mid, pretty much inevitable here. Oh, can LGD win late game? What do you think? Is Morta that powerful? We've seen Morta do some crazy carry job.
Honestly, I don't believe in this carry since they did the bug fix. Like, I think we've watched Morta go late game a couple times since that fix, and I think she's lost every single time. It was only like those the like very early on Dream League where we had those Muerta versus Terrorblade, like 2 different matches go late, and she won them both. And that was while she was buffed.
You're killing my dreams. I want to believe in this hero.
Oh, hook shot on through that misses, but the Rolling Thunder hits. They need to burn out 9's mana, keep him from being able to jump away again. They do slow him down. It looks like he is going to be kept inside of that silence. I guess that forced movement feels pretty nice with the silence there of the calling from Muerta.
It's going to be a good calling game. Like, this is an annoying spell for Tundra to have to jump into, right? Ursa does not like silences. The Void Spirit definitely does not. You can't really itemize this unless you're willing to go BKB or something. Even awkward for the Slark in some of these fights. Like, we were talking about, okay, you can interrupt duel with that shard, but what happens if you drop a calling on top of that duel and Soxa leaps in and gets silenced, right?
Yeah.
It's a very obnoxious spell to fight when you have like these melee brawl lineups, which they have 4 melee heroes and a maiden who needs to get in close.
Yeah.
Spell is very annoying.
I would also say they also have just pretty good AoE damage, right? Or they can also blast you and they can fear you out of that shard, right? So maybe you cancel the duel, but they can get you, you take some damage, you're low. They can get you out of that depth shroud pretty easily, or they can just kill you with the AoE damage they have.
I don't know. I kind of believe in Muerta. I don't know why.
I don't know why either.
Yeah, I must be going crazy.
Hurricane Pike will go a long way to helping out against Skeeter's aggression right now. You need a way to be able to keep this Ursa off of Huerta and really anybody else. Hookshot immediately onto Skeeter, who blinked up to the high ground and see if they could get some vision, see if they could get a D ward. He did kill the wards up there.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Saksa, of course, he's able to run around. I mean, I feel like the way that 9Pandas was playing with Roger, like now I want to see Roger on a Slark. Running around, constantly being able to tell you where the vision is and where it's not.
That aspect is very nice.
Oh, why you smile? He needs to be able to get the cog separation, but...
That's Basher already up, by the way.
Yeah.
Well, this kill threat is completely online.
Next up is BKB. And Huerta's damage kind of goes out the window. Another attempt at a TP, another stoppage there from 9.
He's got haste. Can't even punish this.
They managed to get the ultimate out of her and then quickly get out. And that's kind of what you have to do against this hero.
Actually caught him.
Managed to get a nice blink dagger, chain stun with the fear, and burst him down. Nicely played. Shiro, though,
shot.
still gets taken out by Skeeter, and Nothing to Say is going to have a hard time getting out of this one. The roll-up and the bounce around, that helps a little bit, but no opportunity to swashbuckle away.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This Huerta hurts. Cannot get too close to her right now.
And so does the Pango. The problem is, feels like the rest of the heroes.
Losing your Tormentor.
Oh, the hook shot! So many heroes are low. The blast over the top. Both supports could be dying here, but the blinding light doesn't manage to finish off Saksa, who has already gotten off his ult. Gets a little bit of regen. They slow down Why You Smile. Tank up the battery assault. Zeal. He went for the kill, but immediately gets doomed. Oh no! Planet. Can he help out at all? He cannot. Not even able to go for the deny. His Force Staff is on cooldown. The blinding light not ready to go.
That was a chat hook. I'll give him that. That was a bold ass play. I think Skeeter's happy to keep cleaning up some heroes. Just run into this bear. They do not have an answer. 7-0. He's going to clean up the other Tormentor.
Yeah, Crystal Main's going to get one. And Void Spirit gets the other. So it manages to pass the Slark both times. So no Depth Shroud yet.
It's always the one you need, right?
Yeah. But I'm not too upset about getting the
that
shard on Void Spirit. That one's pretty nice.
Even the decreased cooldown is pretty decent value.
Yeah.
And I think Tundra are very comfortable with their current position. I mean, they're just scaling into late game with Doom, a hero they often do not lose those positions with for a good reason. Always top of the net worth and always finding good jumps. And I respect this attempt. Like, LGD need to be able to find these big core kills right now when their Pango is fully online and before Skeeter gets too big. It's just tough. It's really tough right now. Tundra team does not give you many openings. Another quick smoke from LGD.
Smoke, Why You Smile is going to run into a lot of heroes. Oh, but they jump first on the side of 9. He gets in front of that hook shot, but it maybe ends up bad for him.
I don't think that's what he wanted to do. The fastest hook in the West. Predicted the jaunt.
Man, this is some real revisionist history going on right now.
You don't think that was a call?
Absolutely not.
Yo, guys, watch me hook this Void Spirit.
I'm going to melee range hook shot him, guys, when he tries to jump me.
I mean, it's like I always say, the best skill in Dota is luck. Cannot underestimate luck.
Oh,
luck in that,
Doom on Huerta. So that is just a dead carry right off the bat. She can't go into that ethereal form. You guarantee Skeeter's going to get that kill.
And that's going to be a big problem for LGD in this game conceptually.
Yeah.
What do you do when Huerta gets doomed? Because Legion can't save her. Like, the save doesn't mean anything. The buffs don't mean anything. And you can't turn the fight because Tundra are going to have BKB. You don't have really any BKB disabled to disengage unless you land some crazy hook cog that separates it. But even then, Tundra don't have to commit anything else, so they can probably just chase you down. I feel like if any fight starts with Huerta getting doomed, or probably Pango getting doomed, it's 100% over.
Yeah. And I don't think PSG.LGD wins any fight that Tundra is able to get their BKBs off, which there's another one on 33 now.
He is very farmed.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, it's not even about whether or not Huerta can carry late game. When you're this far behind in net worth, doesn't matter what hero you're playing. Well, 30 seconds until Doom is back up. PSG.LGD don't seem to want to fight, though. They really want this Basher on Nothing to Say, which is fair. They need more damage threat out of Pango, but they also need more disables. They can create the space for Shiro. They're going to smoke behind Nothing to Say here, who actually jumped forward, spotting Saksa. Hits him with the pounce. The rest of the team is closing in. 9 is going to show up with the 8th Remnant, trying to blow him up. Nice and quick. Nothing to Say. Able to jump over to the side. Hit by the Frostbite. Roll up. Trying to get the Rolling Thunder up, but he dies to the Battle Fury hits from Ursa. Still, though, Shiro is on the outside of this entire engagement, just laying in the damage. And it wasn't too bad.
Clock buyback. They really want to find more here. But you already used Duel. You just don't have any more stuns.
Yeah.
I mean, not the worst engagement conceptually, right? Like, you're baiting the Pango, you get a really good save off of Zeal Press the attack. I mean, if you maybe dodged 1 or 2 more of those Ursa hits and you get Rolling Thunder off,
yeah,
that could be a decent engagement for you. I kind of like conceptually how LGD thought of that, but there's just a lot of damage and network to punch through on Tundra's side.
Yeah. Just imagine if the heroes that Ursa was hitting were on the left side of this COG situation, right? And he doesn't get those Battle Fury hits. Nothing to Say gets off Rolling Thunder. I don't think anything stops him from there. He hits the Crystal Maiden. Maybe they chase after 9. But instead, it's another engagement that Tundra is definitely not too sad about. Traded 2 for 2. Only lost their supports and are well set up to be able to take Roshan because they hold this area. They've taken away the vision.
And they have Doom backup. As well as Depth Shroud completed for Sox on top of the Halberd.
Yeah, he's like, I'm just going to buy it outright, guys.
I mean, why not? It's so pivotal in this game. You're preventing any sort of jump now from LGD unless you go on him. And you want to go on 4 Slark? Doesn't sound great.
No.
You have Planet Ags here. He's pretty farmed on this Coddle, all things considered. You have a little more control with Will-O-Wisp, but Will-O-Wisp can also just be killed by Skeeter at any point in these fights. Not guaranteed to linger. It's not a real stun.
I mean, you're going to need, like, the perfect synchronization of abilities here. Like, the calling plus the orb.
They see Shiro right now.
They've got the vision. They've got the nighttime vision of the Slark on the high ground. They're going to go for this dual kill, see if they can burst down the Doom. Rolling Thunder on in, continuing that chain stun, but 33 still only down to half health. Void Spirit being the target, but it gets off the cheese and starts getting away. Nothing to Say, trying to chase after him. Can't get it close enough. Gets off the BKB before the Doom, but it doesn't matter. Skeeter's here to deliver the damage. He just needs a bash to finish off the kill and should be able to get it in due time. Now the Pango in trouble as well. Roll up, swashbuckle away, but still, no heroes are low. Nobody from Tundra is going to be the victim here. They are all victors.
Applause indeed. Just too much network. I mean, you get the jump on Doom before the Doom jumps you. Pretty nice for LGD. However, if you can't kill anybody, it's not worth anything here. And just great vision scouting from Sox this whole game. He's been de-warding to LGD's wards, been getting deep ops for that fight. Tundra just see everything going in there.
Yeah, I mean, it's always something to think about, not just the vision of, like, being able to know where their vision is, but also the nighttime vision that Slark has.
And Shiro just couldn't connect on that duel fast enough. Like, he was really far back. He got messed up by something because the jump was happening on him while his team is jumping the Doom. It's pretty scary to aggressively force pike into these fights.
Yeah, especially when the Ursa is hunting you all the time.
Yeah. Sometimes the problem with Huerta. Like, you need mobility on this hero, but you can't always get there reliably. You know, if Shiro's right here hitting his Doom, that fight can look different, but you can't get in there. Spends the whole fight running.
Yeah. It only gets there now. The damage doesn't get put out for long. PSG.LGD, good rocket flare. That's going to spot the bit of aggression coming in from Tundra. They're going to keep it going anyway. Still manage to find the initiation. Planet Force staffs up to the high ground. At the same time, the War Stomp onto the Muerta. Gets off the BKB. They use the duel off to their... Oh, jeez. Disarm on Shiro meant no damage during that duel. Throw up the Doom onto the Pango. 33 is going to chase after him, hit him with another War Stomp, and let Skeeter do the deed. Gets the kill, beyond godlike, double kill for him. And if Shiro's not careful, he's going to add a triple kill to that marker. Force Staff away from the 8th Remnant.
They know he has nothing right now.
Yeah, they're running out of Force Staffs. They're running out of abilities. That's it. GG. Game 1, no contest. It is just Tundra all the way.
Didn't even drop a hero in these last 2 fights, let alone having the Aegis you can't even get through. They need a better game plan going into game 2. And if I'm watching this game, I feel like step number 1 is you cannot let Tundra get away with as much as they're getting away with in the laning phase. I think that's a big problem. But number 2 is, even if you go even in that laning phase, I feel like you have to address what this team is doing in the mid game with the auras, how they're playing the map, how they're getting a ton of farm on all 3 cores. You have to be in a lineup where you're confident scaling, and that was a big question in this game. Even if this early game goes better, are LGD comfortable scaling with the cores they have against Tundras right here? Not to mention the support impact that can come through. Like, I think you have to be prepared to go late game against this Tundra squad while not sacrificing anything in the lane phase. That is a tall order, as they are firing on all cylinders here. And I mean, hey, when you're picking 4 Slark and you're just feeling good about it, I mean, what else is up those AUI pockets?
Yeah, what else do they have in store for us? Because this game 1 against PSG.LGD looked pretty easy for them. That towering monster right there. The Slark, the Soxa Slark in action once again, this time in playoffs. Tundra not messing around, take game 1 rather easily against PSG.LGD.
The Slarks, if you will. Tundra Esports take game number 1 against PSG.LGD. And I don't think I could necessarily blame Bugs for them losing either. Although the Cogs Rolling Thunder interaction is definitely very questionable, I think Tundra still had their number regardless of any sort of mysterious interactions that have entered the game in this new patch.
Yeah, but I do think that had to be tilting, right? Because your first 2 Rolling Thunders of the game get griefed by a power cogs, an invisible power cogs interaction.
Of a cog.
That had to be annoying, to be honest. I don't think it's fair for us to dismiss it, but also I think Tundra just played impeccably. They still had the issue of this monstrously farmed Ursa that was just building up throughout the entire game, regardless of what was happening on any other side lane. The LC got completely bodied, and the LC pick also gave value to the Slark Depth Shroud, which, by the way, I thought it was very cool conceptually that they pick an Ursa to farm both Tormentors and drop the shards for his supports. So that way Slark could have bought a Halberd instead of anything else. Unfortunately, they got unlucky, and Void Spirit got one, and CM got one. So Soxa had to buy his own. But I still think that idea is very cool.
One thing that I feel like the best teams do, or the best players do, and the first time I really saw this was like 2 years ago. It was Crit doing it. These post 4 players, in this case it's Soxa on the Slark. We said before, maybe there isn't so much purpose early on for what he can do. But Dota is such a beautiful and complex game that you can always find purpose yourself of what to do. He starts safe lane, tri lane, gets himself some involvement there, then goes bottom. 3-3 is, I mean, kind of fine. He's a Doom. He's going to recover. And overall in this game, there was a lot of impacts from the Slark by just knowing, okay, they have vision here, they don't have vision here. If they do, I take it away. There's a lot of crucial spots, I think, right now on the map that give you so much info if you have a ward there. Specifically, like the middle parts, top and bottom of the map that show you like the 18 jungle camps. Like when you just walk there, bam, you know, oh, there's a ward there, take it away. You can buy a shard. So overall, I think, I don't know, these guys, they just know what's good whenever there's a new patch.
Yeah. You stole my thunder a bit on the laning stage. I wanted to highlight that we've been in a 2-on-2 meta for like 2 or 3 years now. And Tundra is the first team this tournament that I've seen do this consistently, where they start with both supports on one lane, giving usually Skeeter this free farm start, which absolutely changes the dynamic of a lane where he could potentially get harassed out early levels, but instead he's free farming. And teams are not catching on to this because Muerta as a carry does not punish Doom. Like, you have to know they're going to do this, so the only way you can either prevent it is to have a strong tri-lane yourself, or to have a dual lane that can kill or zone the offlaner, in which case they have neither. And even though there's so many things that went right for Tundra this game, the way they navigate the first 3 minutes of the game is ingenious. It's like, it's so much better than everyone else they're playing. Like, the games almost look like pseudo over at that point, which is crazy.
Everyone else is going to need a lot of luck if they're going to take down Tundra Esports in the form that they are in. And someone else who I want to wish good luck to is Piran. Piran, good luck on your upcoming summon. Good luck.
What?
I said good luck. Good luck.
Oh, okay. Just to explain what that was, I think it was my fault, like most things. When I was doing the interview with Antares, I kind of when I went to say thank you, I just kind of gestured with the mic. And I think he thought I was asking a question, and he was like panicking that he hadn't heard it. So he was like, tell me what you said. Goodness me, what a game that was. Bugs in my Dota? I could barely believe what I was seeing. Unbelievable.
Still in beta.
Absolutely incredible. We were doing some testing downstairs. It's a heck of a bug. Let's put it that way. I wonder if it'll... how's that going to affect the drafting, I wonder? I'm intrigued.
I like your theory, though. So your suspicion is that because now a few other spells, they get bumped when they're going outside of cogs now.
I think the changes that they made to cogs, which means that you can't escape them, like with a spirit roll and stuff like that, somebody's gone in and for the first time in probably 8 years has farted around with the clockwork code and has gone to lunch and left their computer open, and pigeons coming through the window landed on it, accidentally added a 1 to something, and it's all resulted in this disaster. So the cogs seem to persist for about twice as long as they visually do. The effect of them does. That's what we found out with our intensive testing with a team of specialists, me and Arvo and Neil.
The hard-hitting research that we're known for around here.
We needed lab coats and special clean surface and everything like that, and it was not time or money wasted on that kind of research, I can tell you that. Forget about diseases. This is what matters.
This is what troubles me the most.
Yeah, absolutely.
And hopefully we will get a solution soon enough. Pyrian, thank you very much for the on-the-ground reporting. We'll check in with you later. And I think that's probably the case that Clockwork... The last time I remember cogs being changed is when there used to be a square when Dota 2 first started, and then they got changed into a circle.
Back in my day.
Back in my day, there used to be a square, and then there was some Han hero who was whose cogs equivalent was a circle. Weren't you
Pharaoh?
Han Crush? Yeah,
Well,
Pharaoh.
yeah.
That's
That was
the
a cool hero.
Hey, don't talk about other games over here.
That was a good game. What can I say?
And a good concept. That's why we had circle cogs. But I don't think the mechanic has been touched ever since. So little suspicious interaction there, and hopefully nothing to say. We'll play a different hero now because generally it's been Zeal on the Pango, and this time he played the Pango.
I mean, they flexed it to mid and
Yeah.
offlane. I still think the Coddle/mid Pango combination is really strong. I just would assume that they shy away from their Clockwork to play in unison with it.
There is something right now in this meta or this tournament where I think you cannot draft in a way where your carry will get kicked out eventually and your offlaner doesn't get to stay in the offlane. That happened this game. Tundra get to kick out the offlaner with their Ursa. Your Muerta doesn't do the same to Doom. Eventually at like minute 6, 7, 8, you're going to run into a huge problem. They need to fix that for the next game.
Can I also just talk about the Tormentor a little bit? So at the start of the patch, a lot of people had this incorrect read on it, that it was useless, took too much effort, needed to be buffed or changed, moved on the map, etc., etc. But just the concept of picking shard-dependent supports with a core like Ursa who can get both Tormentors at minute 20 if they're winning is so ingenious, because 9 Pandas is the other team that plays around the Tormentor so well around minute 20. So some teams are just exploiting every change in the new map instead of dismissing them as useless. And that's what sets apart these, Dota minds that we talk about frequently. Do they look at changes and think they're ridiculous, or maybe look past them or look into them more and think that there's something actually there?
And right now, Tundra are hoping to punch their ticket to the Velodrome Arena and play with the crowd. And if you at home are looking for a trip for 2, if you haven't done it already, well, this is your chance now to get a trip to the next ESL One event. Here's a video explaining how.
Hey everybody, we just finished filming another series of the DHL Dota Adventures, and it was a lot of fun, but we were missing something. We were missing you! Apply now and you can come to the next ESL event, join us, have a great time, and be a superstar. Apply now.
Did you
It's time. It's time for Ward Sweeper. I got Tundra here. Saksa and 33. I'm gonna play a little game for us. I'm gonna have you guys pick Slark, and I'm gonna test your warding and dewarding capabilities. Now, Saksa, I would imagine that you have an advantage here.
You would think so, but...
You would think so. You get 2 minutes to place 4 observer wards in your jungle. Sometimes the most obvious ones. Saksa, did you already place a ward?
Misclick. I was gonna Quelling Blade, and it happened. What can I say?
Okay, sure. After that, you get 2 minutes to go around and deward. Whoever gets the most dewards wins the game. Gentlemen, start now actually placing your wards. That seemed like a very YOLO ward. What's the strategy behind that one?
I feel like those are the ones that actually end up working. So
okay.
We'll see.
We'll see. Oh, that's a slick one. That's very clever.
I like it, it's not.
That's right.
I gotta say, Saksa, you're taking strategies I have not seen before yet.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
We're gonna find out.
I feel like I will not get one, but we'll see.
Okay, you've placed all 4 of yours.
Kinda wish I took more time though, but I was getting stressed.
Bad mindset to enter a game with.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good.
All right, please make your way to the enemy jungle. Be gentlemen, don't, I saw that right click. None of that's funny business.
I have not seen a single ops. Dude, where did you place them? I have not found a single one.
Oh, come on. The most obvious one.
I don't know. I felt like he's gonna do it.
Dude, I have not even spotted a single ops. Am I in the wrong jungle or something?
No,
I don't know what it is.
I can verify. He has planted 4 observer wards on his side of the map in the jungle.
I mean, I heard that, but I feel like I don't believe it.
Oh, I'm getting heated right now.
Oh, found one.
Oh, we got one.
Let me fin.
Now, technically, Saksa would have won now because it's now 4 minutes and it's 1-0.
I got one.
Oh, okay, wait, okay. Oh, it's 1-1. And he got it before 4 minutes. Gentlemen, it's sudden death time.
What the fuck is it?
The winner. No. You're still struggling over this one.
I'm
you
not
gave up
doing
on this one. Hey. Okay, okay.
Oh, I mean, I feel like that was the one that you told me he was gonna find, but it took him like a while. Nope.
You're getting way colder, colder.
Colder?
Warmer, hot, very hot, red hot, incinerated.
It seems a bit like cheating.
You've won, Netta. You won. Don't worry.
I got the W.
You got the dub.
Nice.
Oh, wait, he's not.
Oh, that's a good spot. Found it.
Congratulations, 33, the winner of Ward Seeker.
Thank you.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Let that be a message to all you players who think we just do tournament content for the enjoyment of the viewers. I'm trying to make you better at the game. Unsurprisingly, Saksa very disappointed with his result. I actually threatened him off camera. I was like, you want me to call Aramis back up? Because maybe he could find these wards. He was not pleased. He decided to hit up the lobby. Well, I'm assuming at least, because his 4-position Slark is looking like it might be a signature moving forward in this upper bracket, because they used it extremely well to get this 1-0 against PSG.LGD. And now we're knee-deep into game number 2, draft number 2. Beastmaster, Anti-Mage banned out, Coddle, Medusa banned out, first pick of the Alchemist, and an immediate AA first phase response along with a Storm Spirit.
You know what, Neil? I gotta say, I think that game has inspired the
More
position
4-position
for Slark. I think that is where the idea comes from. Good job.
Yeah.
Is this a good thing? Have I created a monster?
You may have, because that shit is toxic for sure.
And this is coming from the man who's a 5-position Veno enthusiast?
Yep.
You're saying I'm
that shit
creating
is
something
good.
toxic?
People don't believe it. As in this game, you might actually see... I don't know how many support alchemists we've seen at this event. I know there have been some, I would also say that that is better than people give it credit for, especially if you're playing into some AA Storm. I think when you see these heroes that can be flexed, you want to try to deter them from being thrown in multiple roles. I think if I'm playing Alk into AA, I probably wouldn't want to play the hero as a mid or carry.
Yeah, but I think that Tundra have just been so consistent with their mid Alk performance. I recall 9 killing Paparazzi mid also pre-level 6 on his Storm Spirit with an Alchemist.
It was a pretty sick play, though.
It was a sick play, but he just
What
owned
did he
so
do?
much on it that he just
You stunned him?
He set up a double wave and then stunned him underneath his own tower with a glyph, and then
Kept going.
during the stun and acid spray, he was getting hit by like 7 creeps.
the point is I just feel like they're comfortable enough on it to put it mid and not concern themselves too much with the AA. But if there is a team in this tournament to flex an Alchemist to support when they haven't before, it's going to be Tundra. They can flex everything. And normally, when you see 2 cores, a first pick team in the first phase, that concerns you. But not in this patch. These 2 heroes provide so much value that even if you give away both of your cores, it doesn't mean anything.
Well, what we saw 9 do as mid Alchemist against, it might have been Storm, it was one of the Spirit heroes, is instead of like Armlet, he went Orchid. First item. And I really liked that a lot, and I think that playstyle of Alk isn't particularly bad against AA if you go like Blink Orchid, because you're more of just a backline jumper. Yeah, you can't rely on your ultimate to play long fights, but that's not exactly going to be his role in the game, I think. They're more likely to build a pipe this game. On 33, last game we saw much more of like a split push out farm you playstyle, but that's because it was good against the LGD lineup from last game. But that type of playstyle is going to be quite difficult against Storm AA, global pickoff, reach from the Storm, and then you obviously have the AA ult to follow up. So they're most likely going to look to ball with a 3rd tanky core. I mean, I don't mind the Alchemist support. I just think the fact that they gave him Greevil's Greed for free is what's making him so broken, and I think that's kind of wasted on support Alk. So I've been way less impressed with it as support, but I could understand with the AA, you might have to do it. They even banned the Wraith King themselves. I thought they were going to look to take that.
For Tundra themselves, you mean?
Yeah, it's interesting. That
They
banned
could on 16-17 for sure.
I think that the Wraith King ban is quite good for them because when LGD run this AA, they usually run it with something that can enable it on lane. So something like a Naga with an Ensnare or a Wraith King stun. So you do need that high aggression stun type safe laner to pair with the AA. And one of the better ones versus Doom would be the Wraith King. So I understand the need to take it away because if you're picking your Wraith King on 16, that's a bit excessive in how many cores you're revealing this early. So it makes sense.
I'm not sure for LGD because, so even though I do like the AA Storm, and I think there's obviously logic to it and they'll try to execute it throughout the game, the laning stage is definitely something that I wasn't too impressed with in the last game from them. So going into this game with an AA, I don't think that makes it easier for you. And Tundra have pretty decent bans, especially if you pointed out already with the Wraith King. You also have the TB, which would have been good against the Doom. So for LGD, AA just opens up your lanes to be higher up in the scale of volatility.
Unless you enable it with a Naga, like last time, who's also a strong laner. Because I do think AA's changes have made him stronger on lane. He just needs a partner. And his partners are still available in the pool. Also, I mean, this Mirana is also just going to be a chain stun to whatever stun hero they pick. But with how well Nothing to Say played in the mid lane last game, I'm not concerned for the Storm pick either because he solo killed Nine's Void Spirit on his Pangolier. So even though we've seen Nine do some outplays on his mid Alchemist, I think Nothing to Say is going to have a fine lane. In fact, I would go as far to say that he'd win the lane versus Alchemist.
He should, I think. Like Storm, first of all, is already a pretty safe mid hero. Nothing to Say is one of the best mid laners for sure, especially at this tournament. And the one thing in their draft that I do like is the fact that you have an easier time playing the map against one of the teams that is just known for wanting to play the map, which is Tundra. So you have Moonlight Shadow that will allow you to go around. You have the Storm Zip into like Global Thread and the setup for Arrow. So that change, I do like moving forward. And this Bad Rider, I think it's not been played as a 4 in this tournament, but I think that's what we will see in this game. I've seen it in my pubs where Saxa plays it. You go Flame Break level 1 because it slows. You have Blood Grenade, and you skip Sticky Napalm until like level 8. Because Firefly deals way more damage now, you slow them with the Flame Break, and it basically replaces your Sticky Napalm.
My concern with everything you're saying
is
that we have theory crafted these lanes as if they are going to be 2-on-2. And Tundra is not going to give you a 2-on-2 lane. I think they are going to try lane you again, level 1. And AA Mirana are
garbage.
Excuse my French, absolute dog shit
yes.
in tri lanes. So old AA with the Chilling Touch was fantastic. But now, my main concern after watching Tundra many times in the group stage is the first 3 minutes. Like, I'm actually just concerned that the 2 side lanes are unplayable after 3 minutes, and I want to see LGD pick something that changes my mind. Maybe a setup for the arrow, like a DK or a Naga, like you were mentioning, Mira, would help this, but these heroes aren't particularly amazing level 1 either, and that's like the part of the game I'm concerned about, so...
I mean, unless they do pick a stunning carry, then they have the stronger tri-lane because they just won't be able to play into it. And that's the Naga that I talked about. So I actually think that if they were to play into Tundra's early tri-lane, then LGD would have the edge here. These are stronger level 1 heroes when you put all 3 of them together. And it seems like it would be in Tundra's best interest to just dual lane right now.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think Tundra, it's not like they go to lanes wanting to tri lane. I think they're like the team that is most open at looking at, okay, where can we change the state of the game if we put a +1 hero? Like, where do we trade off 1 hero plus minus in the 2 side lanes to like gain an advantage?
For like the first 2 waves, but if like one carry free farms with 8 CS and the offlaner gets 1 CS in the first 2 creep waves, that lane's effectively over. Like, people are just too good at capitalizing on early leads. So my concern about the Naga is that it does synergize with AA Mirana, but that's when it gets like level 3, because it's going to have level 1 illusions, level 2 Riptide, and then you take the net to set up the arrows. So theoretically, they could just throw Doom in the offlane against AA Naga. He should be totally fine on the first wave by himself. And then, like, whoever they pick offlane on LGD, I'd like to see Skeeter's hero, offer them some kill potential, whatever it is. And the Batrider Rubik can just camp them. Like, that's my concern, because nobody else is doing it in return to Tundra. Maybe I'm like, my trepidation towards this happening is like too much, but like, I don't know. Like,
I think you're overestimating this Batrider Rubik support duo.
Okay.
I think you might be just a little bit, but we haven't seen it yet, right? This Batrider support, we've been theory crafting it, but we have not seen it yet.
It's goated. Like, the first 2 minutes, yeah, this hero is...
But you said the flame break slows.
Yes. It deals like, I think it deals 75 damage. It slows 25% for 5 seconds. And level 2, when you get the Firefly, it's also like 30 DPS and then 60. So yeah, even though I would say Rubik is kind of a, like, whatevs. You have some Fate Bolt that's flying around, but this flame break ain't no joke. And especially on like a new patch, you haven't played against this shit yet. Suddenly flame break, like, it pushes you back. You're like, why the fuck am I so slow? it happened to me like just today. Like, you don't actually know what's happening.
And it should also be said that the Batrider is still a potential open flex to mid.
Yep.
We are theory crafting something, but it would have a perfectly good lane against Storm as
Al
well.
could just be carry. It's a pretty good carry matchup against Naga, to be honest. So even though it's an AA game, like, if we see the Radiance Manta Mjolnir build that we saw earlier,
I think you should pick a new carry. That will be my read. I don't know if they're just like, yeah, whatevs, we'll play around it. You can like lift me out, or we'll just buy some force staffs. But
there's the kill threat that I'm looking for. That's perfect. That's actually so perfect. Like, that's exactly what I want. Like, I think of Tundra's games as being over at 3 minutes. Like, I think PA is a hero that normally struggles to get past the early stages of the game. Right now, LGD has no tower pressure, nothing that like forces the issue until later. Naga is okay at dealing with PA because you can buy the Bloodthorn, but PA is also nice because you can blur past the illusions. Naga relies heavily on the vision scouting from those illusions.
I like this PA pick a lot, also because she itemizes so well against Naga, and she eats supports like AA and Mirana in the backline so quickly. But also this tri-lane that you were talking about, BSJ, all of a sudden looks good with a PA, with a low cooldown slow, with the potential to buy something like a Blightstone. She's suddenly enabling her Rubik and her Batrider, if they want to start on her lane, to actually outkill the AA Mirana Naga lane. Now their tri-lane looks terrifying.
That's yeah, so it's the Zeal Pango.
Offlane Pango. So where are these heroes going? It's going to be an offlane Doom, 4-position bat. Kezu literally told us this was coming today off panel before we even saw the bat. He's like, we're probably going to see a support bat today because he saw it in his pub.
Yeah, it's not good. Or like, it's terrifying. I played against his Slark 4 yesterday as well, and it's like, oh, it's a meme, but I've seen Milan play it months ago, and then now on this map, I was like, you can feel it. It looks bad, but then you play against it, and you can just feel that this shit is good.
He's not approving of you guys to pick it, by the way. You have to be Soxa if you want to make it work.
Yeah, you gotta be good.
I think LGD have to like smoke out early and figure out where they're starting on this tri-lane and just let Zeal tank it. Because I can't see Naga and AA fighting back into this PA Rubik bat if that's how Tundra are going to start. The same way that they did last game. They have to be just very hands-on with how they're approaching these lanes at the beginning.
LGD need to show me something better than last game when it comes to their early laning. Because I would say after 8 minutes, the game is going to play in a very similar way. You have to play together with nothing to say, hope that Zeal can connect while Giro farms.
But I'll make a counter argument though, is that if Tundra, like we've been 3-year crafting this tri-lane, if this tri-lane fails or they don't do it, they have a very greedy draft on Tundra. They're playing with Alchemist, Doom, PA, and a support Batrider. I mean, if Storm has a good game, and AA gets level 6, you can start shooting Ice Blasts, Storm can rotate, Pango can play, Mirana can play, the only hero that's farming on LGD is the Naga. So if Tundra mess up their lanes, their draft is way too extensive. It's going to take time to come online.
I think I would argue that mid-alch isn't actually greedy anymore. Because it's like built in, you like run around, you make some plays, but I agree with your point for the fact that LGD need to kind of snowball, stay ahead, because I think eventually, just like game 1, they're getting outscaled. If they're behind at 15 minutes, I'll make the same call as game 1. I think the game's done.
Yep, look out for the Alchemist Orchid. AA Mirana very weak against tri-lanes. That was my one thought I hope they would take away from game 1. I am 100% sure they're going to do it, and the game is going to look grim at 3 minutes.
Great. And then I can't wait to see more support Batrider in my future pubs, assuming it wins. And if it does, it's a 2-0. Let's see Cap and SVG take it away.
That's right. We're going to see a little bit more experimentation today. Experiment's been a success so far. The support Slark is doing very well. Now let's see how the support Batrider does, and if it does as well as the Slark did. After all, the start of game 1, we had that 12-2-15. That was Sox's first performance on the Slark. Let's see if he can get a similar score on his first performance in a professional match with Batrider.
I'm just reading this spell real quick.
Okay, so Flame Break. Slows affected enemies by 25%. Hit him with the Blood Grenade and you're not moving.
Yep, that is the combo. You're also pretty fast in this hero, because this hero got a bunch of MS buffs before he got some of the other nerfs. So you're actually like a 330 MS hero, I think, base. It's pretty damn nice when you're playing around slows and trying to chase people down. 360 MS at night. Even spookier.
Yeah. A fast little bat.
Gotta be prepared for these lanes like the panel was talking about. You gotta make sure...
Planet's already leveled leap. He's ready to go. He's like, all right, yeah, I see you guys.
Free leap.
I'll leap again if I need to.
This is good.
I mean, it's definitely not what Tundra, or excuse me, it's definitely not what PSG.LGD want, because they have a combo, right? They've got Ensnare into Cold Feet into Arrow. I have to assume.
But they don't want to start 3 in the Naga lane, I think.
Sure.
Like, what is Zeal going to do? I guess you're picking this Pango because you know you're going to end up in the 3-1 situation, and then Pango's a sacrificial offlaner. Okay, you can just come in with roll later in the game that maybe they don't have the best direct answer to. It's like the LGD is just going to trade out the tri-lanes here. Once again, though, would you rather have the Pango or the Doom? I feel like Doom excels in these sacrificial positions because he can always catch up later, even if the worst happens. You have the leap.
I agree with that, but I think it's better than it was last time.
Anything's better than last time.
I mean, Legion Commander, I think, is one of the worst offlaners to get griefed in the laning phase.
I agree.
Oh, just barely on the other side of the Flame Break.
And once again, the upside here is if you don't feed kills to this weird 4 position, then I feel like the weird 4 position doesn't feel as good.
Yes.
You know? You rather have the more stable heroes in a game where the weird stuff doesn't happen, and suddenly Soxa doesn't have a free boots and a free bunch of levels and all this nonsense. Because then he's just a Batrider. I mean, I guess this hero is very scary on the map early, but in theory, his spells are not crazy spells later in the fights, right?
Yeah.
Like, I would argue a good landed arrow is going to out-impact Batrider damage.
What happened to this safe lane from LGD? Why is it pushing? It should not be pushing in, right?
It should not.
That's what Tundra were doing. Tundra were keeping the lane back. They're going like, I'm going to make sure Zeal gets 0 experience, but for some reason, this lane is actually pushed in. So the Doom's actually going to find something, meaning Planet moves to the other side to try and help Zeal a little bit, but...
Yeah, because he knew his lane went so far in. Which means 33 is going to get level 2 and already devouring stuff. Not the early side lane execution you want here for LGD. You are going to be able to pull it back with the Ancient Apparition, deny up some more XP. In theory, you can make this lane a little farther in.
But the damage is kind of already done.
I think Planet's dead here.
Yeah.
And now you're feeding the kills to the weird 4 position.
I mean, at this point in time, a team's just got to be really, like,
ironclad plan for their laning phase and have it practice, because this is just ruining some teams and their potential in this tournament.
Somewhere Zhao 8 is very disappointed right now.
Uh-huh.
Now Sox at TP's top. They're happy with what they got out of that try. They got first blood for Phantom Assassin. Really shut down this Mirana Pango, which, I mean, what's your comeback potential in this lane if you don't have Arrow yet? And you're already level 3 on Doom. You're ready to fight. They're just taking it to Shiro.
Yeah, he doesn't have Mirror Image to be able to get rid of some of this damage over time, so he's going to take a lot on his way out. And that just puts Doom in a better and better position to get more CS.
The one downside for this 4-bat I see is Flame Break is an expensive spell for the damage. Like, Sox is out of mana now. He's used all his Flame Breaks early. And
that's a kill.
Get a good return.
Very nice. Mid lane, we're having a bit of a clash here between 9 and Nothing to Say. The Unstable Concoction, is it going to get off in time? It goes off, but he's already dead. All right, PSG.LGD, finally something to cook with here.
Yeah, this lane setup, at least you have some play potential as opposed to last game. You're going to get some return kills. Look for the Abuse body blocks into the net.
We saw this frozen in the group stage. This Cold Feet plus Ensnare is really annoying to deal with, but PSG.LGD overestimate its performance here as the Batrider gets the kill instead.
Soxa making it work. This is also a tanky hero. Downside is you run out of mana. Upside is you don't need much mana because you have a crap ton of early HP to work with.
Yeah.
Batrider has 890 HP with some branches and wand. Got 5 armor on top of it. A very tanky boy to try and punch through. Looking for those water runes. Arrow is up here. I don't think you're going to be able to get the punish. And no refill.
Yeah, I mean, leaving Shiro alone while also not being able to secure those water runes away from the Alchemist. Again, the movements are not always paying out here for PSG.LGD.
Just a little sloppy. They're in an okay position, but you got to play crisp to beat Tundra right now. These guys are just operating on all cylinders.
Oh, yeah. I mean, what's happening here for PSG.LGD, I'm not sure if I've ever seen that happen with Tundra. I feel like they are so calculated that things going wrong, like these little things, it usually just doesn't happen. Like you said, you kind of need to be, you know, on all cylinders when it comes to matching up against the TI champ. Shiro taking a lot of damage here. Why You Smile, unable to do much. Zeal dies on the other side of the map. Shiro is able to get away, but once again, he's pushed back.
Upside for LGD is NTS is having a decent game here. He's probably the big tempo creator that they can play through, as he almost always is. So even though your Pango is sacrificed, your Mirana's not going to have the levels. Your AA's getting stuck in some skirmish lanes, has to support Naga. Your Storm can pick up the weight. In theory.
Yeah, because the weight's dropping elsewhere. Shiro, every single time these illusions are just getting demolished by Scorched Earth, and as soon as he has that, Batrider tends to get pretty aggressive.
This is the level 3 Batrider timing. He's just going to jungle with it. Pretty interesting here. Yeah. Another upside of this, I guess, you can just farm, as Tundra always like their supports who can farm.
Arrow coming in. So right as the Batrider goes to jungle, I'll have to watch from afar as 33 does end up falling. Nothing to say. It looks like they tried to gank him, but he got his level 6, so he's able to make the jump away. Sadly, no power rune.
That is a rune he really wanted here.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Did get the level advantage mid. 9's only level 5, but I don't think LG are going to be able to make anything of it as he insta-hit 6 here off that next creep.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Can you stop the farm rate here from Tundra? That's another question. Honestly, this early game's going okay for LGD. I mean, your Pango sacrificed, but you expected that going into the game, right? You picked for it, getting some cheeky courier kills. Your Naga, a really decent position here with some early kills. But what are you going to transition it into? Because you're playing against Doom Alk. These are the 2 fastest GPM accelerators of the tournament, probably. So all things are just sitting there even. Tundra are still happy. Like, they're shifting the onus onto you. Planet going for the rune. 7 minutes. Does not want to lose that, as
Stinky
all
doing
things.
the same on the other side of the map. So
he's high level. High level 4 there, they'll find Soxa again. So Tundra bleeding out some kills on this top lane. This A combination. proving very effective. This is one of those 5s that does feel pretty good in the early game if you have any sort of setup.
Yeah.
It's like guaranteed kill every time.
And Naga is the best, right? Because it's an ensnare rather than a stun, so it didn't get nerfed up in this patch. So
very true.
Lasts that full duration that it did the previous patch, and is looking pretty nice. I mean, they're keeping this Doom down. He may be a farm accelerator, but it also is giving away a lot.
I mean, if Zeal were finding more, I'd say this is a pretty damn good early game from LGD. But I am still worried about the Pango's impact in this game, as Skeeter will run him down for the second time. And it's also just giving Skeeter a lot in this early game on a hero that might destroy their backline. He's just way too far. 8-minute power rune coming up. You know NTS wants it.
Yeah. See if he's strong enough to get it or lucky enough to get it to spawn top.
Well, that's a pretty useless rune, but he'll take the refill anyway. Maybe he can make Slain happen with the Invis top.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't have to use his mana to get on top of a hero.
I mean, 33 is giving up on top. He is farming jungle below the bottom gate right now.
He's got a ward sentry combo here, but looks like they're not going to try and use the Invis to catch Soxa. Don't see him, so they don't jump. A little bit surprised that they keep on... They just seem to really not want to rotate into Zeal's lane. They're just leave him alone on an island there. Like the mid, nothing to say, never rotates there. Is there any idea why that is?
I mean, this was the sacrifice lane, right?
Sure.
There's no play action down here until you have Rolling Thunder. And their combos all revolve around the early stuns, which there's only 2 of them. Ensnare and Vortex. That's pretty much it. These are 2 supports who need core disable to play off of. Pango does not provide it. At least maybe until way later on when you can chain stun somebody on a hill. I actually agree. Just let the Pango do his thing. Like, you're going to feel bad about giving PA farm, but in theory, you're matching it with the Naga, and this matchup's not that bad. Like, I think Naga can do fine versus Phantom Assassin for a lot of the game. It really just comes down to, does PA get on your backline before Naga illusions go in, and you can set the fight up in that type of setup.
Sure.
Like, I don't think this matchup's bad in the one-on-one. So I think LGD are more comfortable scaling in this game, which was an issue last time, I felt at least. Like, I think we all felt like that game was going to be hard the second one of your cores gets doomed.
Yep.
This time, okay, you shut the Doom down a little. It's pretty hard to Doom your Naga. You get a Lincolns on some of the other cores. I can see a world where the LGD are a bit happier with their scale this time around.
A bit happier. I'm still not. I'm still not like all in. This is going to be perfectly fine. That's going to be the Mirana down, but will it be 9 falling in exchange? Nothing to say. Plenty of mana to work with, and Zeal even showed up to be a part of that fight.
I mean, he wants ult. He was not finding his old bottom.
No.
Big core kill, powering up Storm Spirit here. And more importantly, you're getting supports on your levels on your supports.
Yeah.
Like, you almost have a ult already without any Wisdom Runes. That's pretty damn nice. This is a valuable ult. Especially with the global ability LGD have. You have Mirana ult to get in deep jungle areas. You have Storm who can jump on the PA if you find him. Rolling Thunder up now as well. His A is one of these heroes he can soak up farm on these islands and still join the engagement. Man, 33 has been jungling down here for a while. This is pretty slow, like honestly. He'd rather be sitting in a lane, but he's respecting that kill combo top, letting Soxa get whatever he can out of it. Upside is you're going to get a lot more level spread out here, and you're going to get a bunch of stacks for later. So, yeah, even though 33's in a rough position, once again, Tundra being very efficient with it. As you can see, the camps stacked are already out of control.
Yeah, it's funny how it was kind of the opposite a bit last game, where PSG.LGD was doing a lot more early stacks. Skeeter, Blur's going to run out here. Let's see if the blast goes. No, it doesn't quite connect. And nothing to say using that much mana. Not even being able to get a grab. Oh, and he gets lassoed off the tumbler toy. He still has to jump away, though. There was no follow-up disable, so he is going to be okay, but seriously, close call.
Man, how did that gank not latch? I felt like Skeeter was dead for sure there. Just, I guess, Blur and fast lift. And that is a kill LGD really wanted.
33, does he? Oh, we almost went for it. They steal it. The spell steal finds a real one, and now they're able to get the Doom onto the real carry. Shiro tried to commit for the tower. It will be denied after he dies.
The old real hero check.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. And good guard there from 9 will ensure another power rune into his pockets.
It's a nice little haste. Put it to use.
Yeah, Battle Fury already done. Boy, Skeeter just had some great timings.
And he's got a lot of Ancients waiting for him. That's the other upside here for Tundra.
Imagine if 33 committed that Doom.
Yeah, you feel pretty good about yourself. But instead, his return from the jungle is victorious. If I go jungle for 10 minutes, then I come back top. Shiro has 3 kills. My Bat Rider's level 6. Yes, of course. The calculations add up, and I will kill him instantly.
I don't think Socks and Dice to this tick out.
Nope, looking Gucci. Skeeter has farmed through all of those ancient stacks he created earlier.
That was fast. Oh, Zeal. Be blown up by the Blink Dagger. I mean, that's the thing. What you were talking about on panel. This Alchemist, it can be greedy, but it is not the definition of a greedy lineup. When you run it mid, it is a perfectly acceptable tempo playmaking hero.
Yeah, he's just a brawler. First item Blink into Pipe here. That is a very sacrificial build for his team. Just believes in the overall scale from, again, a support duo, which is going to offer you a lot of spells, and then the Doom and the PA, who are going to pick up all the net worth here. They're climbing the ladder, climbing it fast. Question is, can you keep up with LGD? Well, the Naga probably can, but the Storm and the Pango, I feel like you need kills here. Keep yourself in the game. And that just means continuing to try and find those pickoffs, which feels so hard to keep finding it. Not just the meta of the map, but versus a team that's not making too many mistakes. I mean, Zeal definitely needs him this game. I don't know where he's going to find the net worth to make up this gap unless you're finding the pickoff.
The Blast is coming down to this bottom lane, but they see Snake King first. They're going to get him. Let's see if the Blast reveals. Oh, he's going to reveal him as he hits himself the Unstable Concoction. They immediately pounce on it. Okay. Zeal, I mean, I love the fact that they came down here. They wanted to make sure Zeal did not die a second time. They're like, we got you this time, buddy. We'll back you up.
Well played, Y. Well played.
Yeah, seriously, why you smile?
I mean, what a prediction. What a prediction. Predicted that Alk would come out of the gate, recharge a stun himself behind the tier 1, just instantly had that A already.
Yeah, well, I bet those reams of paper from 33 couldn't predict all that.
Yeah, there's nothing in the paper about that. You got to recheck it. Wait a minute.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Wouldn't that be a dope call? Why throws that ult? It's like, yo guys, this is for the Alk. What Alk? That Alk.
Radiant are scanning.
Put your glasses on.
Well, why you smile didn't see this one coming.
That is true. That was also not in the papers. Need more papers.
Maybe it's gifts of foresight.
It's such a good clip, actually.
It's just, you know,
it's so many ways.
It's following the Seb no-tail, you know, just as much print out as possible. Any arrow? Planet gonna jump down, try and finish him off with the Starstorm. The other Lucians cut in.
I mean, Planet's having a pretty decent game here, I'm wrong.
Yeah.
He's level 8. That's his Vessel finish. So now you have Vessel on top of that AO. Pretty nice combination for just burning down these big chunky cores in the fight.
I do like Vessel. At the same time, I was curious if he was going to go Yules, just so he could set up his own arrow. That way he could play with the Ancient Apparition, and they could be kind of a killing duo together.
I could see Yules being pretty good this game. That item just has really low cast range now. I mean, it's fine on Moronic, you can leap in, but like, I was messing around with it. Man, that item feels terrible. It literally just feels awful to try and use anything.
Radiant's top tower is under
Big question is, what is Skeeter's impact going to be? Because he has been given a lot of priority here. Like, you look at this net worth, it's just going to be second item BKB. LGD do not have an answer for BKB PA in this game during that interval. If he just starts killing your supports on the map, taking those fights, joining them aggressively, that's a big concern for this LGD lineup. So you got to keep finding stuff before that PA comes online.
We got off the last though. Underneath the tier 2, it's going to be a lot of damage, and it's going to be an opportunity to get nothing to say. He's got a little bit of mana to work with here. Should be enough for a good jump.
This Alka is kind of low damage, right?
Yeah.
Like, his spells are the damage, but not the right click.
He's going back in. That is an armor rune on 9, so he was pretty tanky. That's okay, though. Planet, seeing the power of the PA.
I'm really curious to see which of these carries has like huge impact on the game first. Because you're going Orchid here on Shiro. This is an aggressive Naga itemization.
I'm certain.
Especially for this game, when you know PA is probably going to have fast Dispel and BKB or something else.
Yeah.
Like, nice on these other heroes, but you got to make it pay. Pay big time.
Zeal breaking some smokes here. They spot him for a second. Zeal realizing he's in trouble. Trying to run. Shield crash goes out, but he is doomed. So there goes that. I will very confidently say Skeeter will have the faster big impact.
Well, he's going to have the faster itemization here, but it's a question of who can use it, right?
Well, I'm saying it not because of the itemization, but just because I feel like Skeeter has been one of the highest performing carries when it comes to hitting a point and then using it.
Is that a stat or is that a gut read?
That's I'm sure there's a stat somewhere to back it up, but I think you can read it just off of that game one, right? Hit that Ursa timing and you just went for it.
I agree. He's very good at knowing when to join the fights and how to get there.
This is pretty good impact, though.
Yeah, there's that Orchid. Instantly going to work.
And a mid-tier 1 tower. Skeeter's going to show up now, though.
Shiro feels pretty strong right now.
Yeah,
especially pushing in his Tundra area when he knows PA and Doom are lurking. ED on NTS as well. He's still pretty far and 4-0 on Storm. A lot of damage right now lining up for LGD if they can connect it.
Oh, catching another kill. Ensnare into the arrow. Tundra beginning to get picked apart. PSG.LGD building up some momentum here.
This is how you want to use that Orchid. Get aggressive, use Moonlight Shadow, get in Tundra's face, get in their map, start getting the pickoffs.
Maybe we can take over enough of the map, start taking these Ancients away, take the Tormentor away, Roshan. I mean, they keep this momentum going. There's a lot PSG.LGD can do.
This is the time to strike.
Yeah, before the
Bat Riders online.
What is Soxit building right now? He's gonna have the Boots of Bearing when he wants to unlock it, when he runs out of the Tranquil Boot charges, or needs to use it double. Arrow, BKB is gonna be forced down. Really good use, getting that BKB out of him as long as he doesn't get a kill for it. And
that AO hurts.
Yeah,
even with BKB. A decent little pop there for LGD, and they're going to smoke off it, try and maybe just reload and go for him again.
These are the kind of pokes that are super effective.
You got to keep in mind, LGD been making a decent amount of space, which means Zeal has actually come back in this game relatively decently after an 0-4 start.
Yeah. Double damage, nothing to say. Nice arrow, too.
I mean, when was the last move Tundra made in this game?
Yeah.
They're not falling behind net worth, but this game definitely feels different than game one in terms of what LGD want to do with their lineup. At least we're getting some back and forth. Nine's gonna go for the rope. What? What was he going for?
He saw the portal being activated, and he's like, somebody's coming through, somebody's coming through. And precast concoction, it's just Roshan.
Well, that definitely wasn't in the notes. Wait, what's the timer on this? 20 minutes. Guys, there's someone coming through the gate.
Imagine if they stacked up and all of a sudden Roshan, boom!
Oh my God, Skeeter, no, it's just Roshan. Nine, it's just Roshan.
Did you not look at my notes?
It was in the pre-match packet, you fool.
Roshan changes every 5 minutes. He'll come through the gate at 20:05.
They're still guarding the gate.
They are.
He's charging a... Wait, what? Oh, he sees him. All right, he just hit not. He was charging for the gate again. I'm like, is this just a strat?
I'm looking at the minimap going, there's nobody. Yeah, there's nobody on the other side of the gate, though.
I mean, I guess if you keep charging stun outside the gate, eventually someone walks through and then you look like a genius. You're like, damn.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And nonetheless, 5-man smoke trying to use Skeeter's BKB that we have not seen them aggressively able to put to use. Boots of Bearing ready on Pat and Pipe on 9. So early auras here for Tundra. This is usually when they want to fight. This is when they want to get the action happening, but where do you go right now? Naga Illusions are controlling the map. You're going to get your Wisdom Runes stolen.
Nice. All right, double Wisdom Runes for PSG.LGD, and these later ones are a lot of experience.
I mean, how many times do we see Tundra get their runes stolen, right? I feel like it's pretty rare. Nice heads-up play. Every little bit. And now you have a net worth lead.
Reeves.
Yeah, you're looking at a Naga Heart coming out soon here.
That's big. Ooh, that's big.
You do not have much in the way of Naga Illusion Clear right now at this part of the game. right? This is not some like huge Doom AoE damage that's coming out yet. You have a Batrider and Rubik support that are okay at dealing some spell damage, but that Alchemist went pipe. It's not like it's some Radiance Alch that's going to be able to man-fight Naga in the engagement. So if you send these illusions in first, get a good scout, try and pick someone off with arrow, I think the fight almost looks pretty decent for LGD right now.
Yeah.
Push the advantage.
I'm beginning to reevaluate some of that late game. I mean, with this pipe build.
Are you? 13-2-15,
I'm just saying,
huh?
I'm not sure if this Alchemist is going to be able to...
The Psalms of Zhao converting you.
I've heard the call. All right, Tormentor time. Tormentor time for one team anyway. That'll be the Rubik Shard.
Not a bad one, I guess, if you're trying to save from like these net combos.
Yeah, exactly.
You dodge an arrow, that's a lot of team fight out the window. Once again, Tundra not in any rush this game. Did finish Deso on Skeeter plus that Orb of Destruction. A lot of minus armor coming through on top of an Acid Spray. Yeah. That's going to help you punch through this high Agi Naga. Or deal with some limited stun capability for the Storm. I mean, Storm only has 10 armor right now. He's a negative armor if you're under all that.
Yeah, that's true.
There's that Roche.
The PA's taking away 9 by himself.
That came through the gate. Tundra know what's up.
Oh, PSG.LGD. They are in a pretty good position here, especially with the Moonlight Shadow. They're going to see the Batrider. An initial pick off with the arrow, easy. And Tundra
Roche
have to immediately back out. So now that it's a 4 versus 5, Roshan should be free, especially with all the information these illusions give you.
Yes, I think you go commit for it now. Make Tundra fight into your vision, fight into the Naga illusions. You have 30 seconds, no Batrider here. And Tundra's jump is not that great outside of the PA, right? If you force the PA to jump in, that can be an awkward fight for them. Especially if you can reset it with Song. Yeah. Or just isolate the PA during Song.
You know what's funny is this stalls out. Roshan switches in 40 seconds here. And I think that's better for PSG.LGD because then the Roshan is on your side where your outpost is.
That's true. I'm still surprised they didn't try and man up for it, though. I don't think it takes that long to kill. But maybe they just don't want to throw a fight in the pit.
Yeah, I mean, there's no harm in just letting it go to the other side.
It's true.
Tundra are just going to be stacked up here.
This should make my life easier.
And they had the information they were stacked up because those illusions pushed into the tier 2. Saw a bunch of heroes. So back they go as a group to the Roshan pit. He's going to about to go through the portal here.
Trying to go Butterfly next on Shiro. That is a big timing. You get to it as well for LGD.
Follow the big man.
I go where you go.
And Tundra is already set up to make a move to stop this. There is a ward that's limited, but it's spotting the Batrider right now. So Zeal, he's going to be able to stay in front of him. There goes the jump. Immediately finding the support. Shaking gets off the Glimmer Cape. They're going to go for Soxa instead. Should be able to get him with a pullback Rolling Thunder. Nine's going to make his entrance, going for the Ancient Apparition. They want to stop this Ice Blast, but a beautiful song. Oh, now they're grouped up. This is even better for Why You Smile. The initiation just got brought to him. Actually going to reset a bit, though. Not trying to jump off of that.
I want to fight without Rolling Thunder. Committed Storm BKB as well.
Oh, Planet so close to being spotted. They take away the Watcher. Planet. Oh, this is so close. Moonlight Channel is going to be used. Get some leaps away.
This is a lot of time.
Get some good vision down, too.
Naga illusions going in. They're trying to re-go for the jump. They want snaking.
Once again, this Glimmer Cape is a problem for nothing to say.
By the man, some dust.
It's Sentry. It's nearby. Oh, they have so much good vision on LGD.
Yeah, I mean, you got to fight around this ward, right? You can't let them just get this Roche for free. It's a lot of minus armor here, though.
Oh, don't let them hit that Roshan for free. Now the ward up for Tundra's side is helping protect them. They get through the ward now, and they jump outside of the pit. They don't want to be caught inside of it. 9, Unstable Concoction, uses it on the illusions.
Sending the vision in.
But they're getting sandwiched. This is looking a little dicey.
Jump 3.
They have the Ice Blast coming in. Oh, that's looking good. It's going to hit 3 heroes. And now Shiro goes to work. The carry's already dead. Skeeter's out. 9's on the run. Soxa's TP'd out. PSG.LGD. It's just a grab bag. Whoever they can get. It is a free fight for PSG.LGD after that initiation.
Nine is just in that gate and out of there to go bottom and start the recovery farm. Roshan to LGD. What a jump, man. They just got the Vortex arrow on Skeeter. Exactly who you want. With a 3-man A blast on top. That ward.
So good.
Ooh,
that ward, it, man.
That is a game-winning ward right there. Now, whose is that? We'll have some time to look. Playing it. Yeah, he placed that when he went in the trees.
Yeah, when he was sitting there that entire time and got the wards out.
What a valuable op. It's just going to give him everything here because now you have Aegis on Storm Spirit. NTS can play so much more aggressive.
Now you've got an unkillable Naga Siren and a 2-life Storm Spirit.
I think Snake King leapt out of that arrow trajectory.
Oh, and it hit Skeeter instead.
At the end of the pull.
Not me.
You remember when he tanked the arrow for Skeeter?
Yeah.
That was the Mr. President play.
That was all the way back at TI, yeah.
This time around.
This is the opposite. Mr. President, take care of yourself.
Would you take a bullet for me? Only once. The second time you're on your own, kid. I'm too old to be taking these bullets.
All right. Well, the Wisdom Moon, they're finally going to get their own Tormentor here, and that is going to be the Ancient Apparition Shard, which...
this is a nice shard.
It's real nice off the song.
Yeah. This is a new shard we have not seen a lot in pro games yet, but the way this works is when you throw this ult out and you hit them, they instantly get that cold feet on them, which means if you have a cold feet on someone and then you hit them with the ult, they get frozen and they can get chain frozen after that again.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
Oh, nice. I mean, just the global vision here is getting opportunities. Nothing to say. Had to expend a lot, but will eventually catch up, and the arrow lands off of that one. They have really nice synergy going on here between Nothing to Say and Planet. They're landing some nice arrow combos.
I think Planet's played a phenomenal game here. Like, his game was not easy. You go back to, he skilled level 1 leap. He had no offlaner to play with. Not an easy Mirana game. Making some big plays down the clutch with these arrows.
Remember when I said I thought Skeeter was going to get the... off his timing, he was going to get the first big play?
He did not.
He still hasn't.
Yeah.
They haven't won a fight since I said that.
Definitely caster cursed the hell out of this man.
It really did. That's okay, though.
They're going to see him on this off, too.
Oh, Skeeter is perfect. Get the chain stun. Now, Snake King, he can come in, try and help out a little bit. They pop the BKB, immediately kill one, and they're going to be able to take away the Aegis. Question is, do they have anything for that? Oh, that ensnare. So close to catching. 33, he'll TP. Oh, the bash. Zeal, he's got a basher. Full recovery from him.
Like he can get the blink off. Not with that Bloodthorn ticking. Early Bloodthorn pickup by Shiro, paying dividends. That Orchid did pay off in the mid game. Now it's going to help him scale. Do at least find something with this PA BKB, which has just not gotten Skeeter much in this game. It's already down to 6 seconds. Yeah, he's going to need Ags here just to try and take those fights and get the burst into the burst.
Do we know if the ensnare is going to stop the BKB TP out? Because he doesn't have the Ags, to be clear.
Well, you can't. Ensnare does not work on debuff immune targets unless you get the Ags.
Okay, but you've seen a lot of glitches happen with these.
Yeah, but
where it
I mean, you can
some channels.
I think you can throw it on the guy, but it doesn't do anything, right?
Okay.
It's one of those things that his BKB runs out, I think it roots him.
Yeah, that I believe that would be how it's intended. I'm just saying, I've seen a lot of clips. Bushwhacks, spears.
Bro, stop trying to cast or curse his team even more. They already had the bugs game 1. They don't need any more bugs.
It would be a bug in their favor, though.
Oh, that's true. All right, you can curse him.
Thanks.
No BKB for 1 second.
Oh, and the Ice Blast, it doesn't matter after that.
What a find.
Snake King does manage to steal Rolling Thunder. Oh, the pullback here.
That's really
into
deep.
the Unstable Concoction, but a
song.
nice song. That will allow Nothing to Say get out, where he was probably quite literally doomed, but now it's Doom who is doomed in turn and will be blown up.
Every arrow is a big core kill here. There's just no answer from Tundra. They can't save from it. And they are lacking damage now. They cannot deal with these Naga illusions that are causing them big problems in the fight. Hex up for Shiro as well.
Yep, and he's going to put it to use almost immediately. 9 steps a little bit too close. They had the telekinesis save, but it's not a good enough save.
All right, well, that's going to be one lane of barracks. Now, there is a tier 2 up at the top lane. PSG.LGD. Oh, actually, hold up. He broke the creep wave with the courier.
Oh, my.
Oh, no.
33.
Oh, man.
You did him dirty. You did him dirty, son.
Oh, that's so good.
Literally the definition of he can't keep getting away with this.
I mean, they pulled that off at TI, too.
Yeah, so guys, when they go higher on like 25, I'm just going to use my courier. We're going to pull the replay.
Oh, God. They're so smart. But is it going to be enough to stop a PSG.LGD who's coming back for revenge in this game to a 10,000 net worth lead and seemingly no stop in their dominance when it comes to these fights? Tundra are having a hard time addressing these initiations.
They just don't have the jump. Like, they can't start these fights because the Naga illusions go in. You have a really tanky Zeal now with this Greaves. A has Glimmer. You maybe all Morana ulted, right? The vision has been the biggest problem for Tundra's game after game 1 where Slark was giving it all to him. They just have no mechanism to find the initiation.
Whoa.
You might not be happy you're low because
they're coming.
They are coming fast.
Oh, God. They're going to commit to it. Skeeter's low. The Ice Blast is coming in. So is Nothing to Say. Telekinesis trying to get him away, but so many heroes are low. Nothing to Say. Committing, trying to finish Mara. Not quite enough, and now he's been doomed. The song is there, though. Everybody get through the gate.
Oh, you are lucky to get out of there.
Imagine if that Ice Blast comes in 2 seconds earlier, hits them while they're doing the Tormentor.
Just all dead. They're all dead if
They're
that hits.
all dead.
Oh, my God.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, man.
Millimeter difference.
I saw Jarix tweeted this one out. He said, when you're a Warlock, smoke up, head for the, at 20 minutes, head for the enemy's Tormentor, and hit him with the Fatal Bonds as they try and do it. Like, this was almost that kind of play, where one ultimate around a Tormentor could have wiped him.
Meanwhile, Skier commits in to kill Planet. Remember, he still has no BKB right now.
They want to catch something out of this, and not just a Bat Rider. Now, they are going to get Soxa. What more can they get? 9. He's the one being left behind right now. He does have BKB. He's going to pop it.
No bash.
Forced to use it.
The bash RNG gods on his side. You get a free Planet buyback out of that.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
And remember, you got to stall up this PA BKB timer. Every time it's on cooldown, that fight just feels hard.
Yeah.
Like, Hex is waiting for you. And the burst damage is crazy. These telekinesis saves need to be on point for snaking. Like, it is the one tool I feel like Tundra have where if you get this single target initiation arrow combo with AO, you throw someone out of it, then maybe you
He's
can
being
take that
grabbed.
fight.
The Ice Blast, it lands on him. The Cold Feet stun is there on top of it. And as try as he might, Snaking just could not get there fast enough with the telekinesis save.
Out of position. Not respecting the insta-stuns that can come out here. And that is going to be a big misstep. Probably 2 lanes here.
Yeah, he had just bought the Aghanim Scepter, so...
That's Aghanim's for 33. You have AoE Doom now.
Without a PA, how do you expect to win that fight? Maybe unless PSG.LGD overextends. AoE Doom, but the song just gives him a free reset.
Now you can arrow somebody. It's coming in.
Telekinesis not going to be there in time. The arrow and the illusions will kill him. Nothing to say. Back into it as they go for the Doom kill. Ice Blast cutting across. 33 stays out of his fountain to ensure that he doesn't get hit by that.
30 seconds, no PA.
Oh, Soxa couldn't even complete that TP. It was too dangerous out there. It is going to be 2 lanes.
How much more do they want? That's a big question here. Like, do you need to back when it feels like your Naga's invincible and they don't have Doom? That's the biggest thing here, but LG will say that's good enough. Go back top, push in this last lane, maybe play for the next Roshan. Feels like if you put an Aegis on this Storm, that might just be the game.
Yeah.
As double Lincoln Sphere up for LGD, maybe not helping you with that Ag's Doom anymore, but it's definitely still blocking a lot of single target stun from Tundra. Concoction, Lasso, Lift.
There's a lot of it for sure. What? Why did Planet choose the axe?
The prize is mine.
Because he's a monster, bro.
Is it just for the 20 armor if equipped hero is stunned?
I mean, there's no silences. So yeah, if he gets stunned, he gets 20 armor.
And I mean, he like the entire play for Skeeter at this point in time is get on top of the supports with this Aghanim Scepter, get the kill, refresh, kill another support. Like, he's just gotta be able to snowball kill after kill.
And the issue is, who do you snowball first when all you see are Naga illusions?
Yeah.
Need an angle here for Tundra. Is this Ward the angle?
Nothing to say. Has an armor rune, so he's not the easiest kill. They try to jump him, but they have the vision on the high ground, and now they're going to be able to bounce back as the Rolling Thunder comes on through. Oh, nice telekinesis toss away. The same time, Skeeter jumps in and is going for the Naga Siren. The real one is controlled up by the Doom, and PSG.LGD are leaving him behind.
Yes, bye. They're going to have to commit it here. Half mana for NTS. Can you find the return?
The Doom is going to wear out. Nothing to say with this last bit of mana. Gets the pullback. The arrow will miss. Minotaur stun and a TP out. Oh, 33. He gets bashed. Oh, Zeal gets him in the end. And with the buyback.
Payback for that missed bash on 9 earlier. That's an expensive Naga buy. I mean, do you just try and go high ground with the spells on cooldown for Tundra? Do you want this Roshan?
You could probably do it, but surely the safer choice is to make sure.
Oh, that's the safer choice, but the safer choice doesn't always win you games. I think this is the correct call.
Okay.
No buyback on Doombringer either. 33 buying out.
I mean, without Doom, how can they stop this Naga Siren?
That's what Shiro thinks. This is Megas into Roche if you want it. You don't have to go throne here. Just take the racks and back.
And Skeeter's not even here. He's pushing down mid. He's trying to work his way towards a nullifier, and that is going to be Megas.
A worthy buyback from Shiro for sure. Now you just go get Aegis, throw it on whoever you want here. And you're in a very confident position.
Well, if you're Tundra, you're playing for some super late game now. And full out Mjolnir for 9 is what he's going to be looking at next. Nullifier for Skeeter. Bots 2 on the Doom. These are all the items that they're dreaming of in the next 5 to 10 minutes. But they will not stop PSG.LGD from having a firm hold on this game with both the Megas and the Roshan.
They were looking to maybe contest that. I mean, Skeeter is still pushing up really far here. I don't think he wants to just fight in their base against Mega Creeps, Naga Illusions, and the jump that LGD has. That sounds like a death sentence. Mine's going back for Mjolnir, but that feels a little too late.
Yeah, I mean, the Ancient Apparition is a problem. He's got Glimmer Cape plus Ghost Scepter.
He's a big problem.
Divine Rapier time, okay.
What else is there to buy? But are you going to have time to get there? Are you going to look for the jump, look for the poke? Rubik Illusions all to greet them right now.
The Lincoln Storm, he feels pretty confident being able to grab somebody. Sounds up almost immediately, but they got the Hex. Telekinesis throwback. Meanwhile, the Doom jumps forward, goes immediately for the Pango.
That's a good disengage from LGD. They're going to waste so much of this Doom timer right now. I mean, you just back out.
You can blink forward again, but they've got Megas. It is way too hard.
I mean, you just get to go again. Yep. No Doom. Didn't cost you anything. NTS instantly in with another arrow combo.
Oh, 9 jumps in front of it with the BKB and starts laying into nothing to say, but he's got no damage. The Ice Blast lands on a 33. He is terribly low. Has to get back to the fountain now. Meanwhile, Soul and Song, that saves Skeeter. He was in big time trouble. Skeeter jumping after the Ancient Apparition, once again unable to kill the support fast enough and gets stunned up into the arrow.
Does that buy?
PSG.LGD.
Use it. Building's getting melted here.
Tundra is trying to lure them close to the fountain. See if Skeeter can use that buyback for good. Nothing to say, jumps in right as that buyback goes out. The telekinesis save on the Alchemist. They get the stun on to Nothing to Say. Nothing to Say, moment up, but he eats the cheese, consumes it. Ice Blast coming into the fountain. PSG.LGD, you want to farm some heroes? No, they're going to close out the game. They're going to hit the Ancient. Back into it, Nothing to Say, though. Arrow lands onto the Bat Rider with 9 controlled up as well. They're just throwing bodies out there, trying to delay the end of the game, but it will not happen. PSG.LGD